Chapter 301. It's really an illusion. Chi Xuan touched the back of his head, but with my current strength, it's unlikely to be an illusion. Chi Xuan felt something was wrong, but he had no clue, and finally, he could only blame it on the problem of the Doomsday Game. It was probably because he had reached 9 points of basic attributes. After all, the Doomsday Game has been challenging Chi Xuan's lower limit in terms of the upper limit. If it was really that powerful, it wouldn't just pull the Dragon Whale sect, at least it would have to pull the Donglin Wu Kingdom where the Dragon Whale sect was located. Combined with his own phantom pain, he suspected that the Doomsday Game would have strength restrictions on pulling people. But it doesn't matter, there are no new survivors this time, and it's still the 73 survivors of the 4th batch. Now it can be confirmed that as long as the survivors are not all dead, the Doomsday Game will not invest in new survivors. Theoretically, if there was no Chi Xuan, the Violator, the first batch of survivors would probably be a permanent survival group. It wouldn't change so quickly. It's really troublesome. I don't know if the 73 people can be found. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Chi Xuan didn't know what the situation was in this Doomsday world. But the first thing he did was to throw the satellite projection into the sky. In this way, it would be more convenient to open the map. Then, of course, he watched the report given by the intelligent brain through the Tai Sui God to determine the environment and other related parameters of this world. There are not many problems for the time being. So is the Doomsday not yet arrived? Or has it already arrived like the Holy World? Chi Xuan found that the environment was very healthy. There were no messy changes. However, Chi Xuan did not take it lightly. The Doomsday Game was determined to kill him. It would definitely not let him come to an easy Doomsday world. Under each Doomsday world, the surface is just the tip of the iceberg. As long as you are good at digging, you can be sure to see the real Doomsday scene. Of course, in Chi Xuan's view, it was not because he was greedy, but he just triggered the crisis in advance. The Doomsday that you don't know when will arrive, and the Doomsday that you personally lead, the former knows nothing, but the latter is prepared. Even if the process is embarrassing, it's better to survive than to die inexplicably without any response. So every time Chi Xuan completes the upgrade, he will think about taking action. If he can end the Red Blood Dragon in advance like in the Winter World, he can also reap a large sum. But this is ultimately a small probability. It was only that time that he left more easily. In other Doomsday worlds, he was blessed by the protagonist to leave alive. Found it. There is a town, and it looks very simple. Chi Xuan put down the report in his hand, and looked at the map given by Tai Sui. He scanned it, and found no red dots. It was probably because of insufficient coverage. This world seems to be very peaceful, there is no problem. But we still can't let our guard down. Chi Xuan was thinking about whether he should go to the nearby town to explore. As for entering the town, he definitely won't go in. The reason is simple. He is wearing Tai Sui armor, which is not so convenient. It is easy to kill a family, but it is more difficult to communicate. Low charm can be supplemented with swords, spears, and halberds. At least he looks like a human being, has a foundation, and has room for improvement. Chi Xuan is different. Tai Sui is a lump of iron, but Chi Xuan is not a human being. If he really meets someone, he will only be exorcised instead of communicating seriously. Then again, since I landed here, will there be any big bosses and great opportunities around? Chi Xuan muttered. This is already a common thing. The Doomsday Game wants his life, and the protagonist's halo helps him turn danger into safety. It is common to pull each other. A tiger is detected, maybe it will be useful to you. What's the use of it? Kill it and eat the meat. Chi Xuan complained. It's just an ordinary beast. If there is any high-energy reaction, Chi Xuan can still be a little interested. There seems to be some kind of parasite in the body, which seems to be an unknown classification. Hearing this, Chi Xuan is slightly interested. Are there any extraordinary reactions? Chi Xuan was more concerned about this. Extraordinary reactions mean there are benefits. If not, it's just an ordinary parasite. For Chi Xuan, it's not very useful at all. It's just a mutation and evolution. There are many such things in nature. There is no extraordinary reaction for the time being, but through the feedback from the reconnaissance network, this parasite is too large and seems to have reached a symbiotic relationship with the host. Although it has no extraordinary reactions, it can give the host extraordinary abilities. Now, Chi Xuan's interest is suddenly aroused. If there is nothing, Chi Xuan will definitely ignore it. Let's go and see what's going on with this tiger, Chi Xuan said, and Tai Sui got executed. Soon, Chi Xuan saw a tiger dozing on a boulder by the stream. It's not small, it's probably the effect of the parasite. Chi Xuan had seen big tigers before. In the winter world, he had killed many tiger-like cold energy monsters, some of which were even bigger than this tiger. When Chi Xuan said this, the tiger slowly raised its head, with a lazy and human-like agility in its expression. This agility was not like that of a cold energy monster, which was mainly based on animal nature. In Chi Xuan's eyes, it was a bit like a person who turned into a tiger. Where did the Tin Man come from? Didn't you see your grandpa Shanjun resting here? The tiger spoke. With the previous human-like agility, it was not unacceptable for the tiger to speak. It is very intelligent, and it is detecting network data. Chi Xuan asked. The pronunciation structure of the tiger meant that it was destined not to speak human language. The overall structure of the opponent has not changed like the cold energy monster, so it can have such high intelligence and speak human language, which must be due to the parasites in its body. A report has been generated for you. Chi Xuan quickly checked the report. Because it has just been contacted, the data obtained is relatively limited. But it also directly confirmed Chi Xuan's guess that the change was due to the parasites. Why don't you speak? Seeing that Chi Xuan didn't respond, the tiger scolded impatiently. Although it spoke a little rudely, it was reasonable. After all, this area is its territory, and it is reasonable for an unknown person to break in and ask a few questions. On the contrary, Chi Xuan ignored its words, and did not take action directly, which was very restrained. Where did you come from, a sorcerer? How come you don't know what's good for you? The tiger found that Chi Xuan was still silent, and became more and more angry. After 3 or 4 times, it, which was already in a bad mood, immediately stood up with a bad look on its face. If it had strayed into this place, it would not have this attitude. And if it had something to do with it, it would have already told its purpose, and would not have this attitude. Therefore, in the eyes of the tiger, Chi Xuan became a bad visitor. He growled in a low voice and said, "If there is nothing, leave quickly. What are the worms in your lungs?" Chi Xuan spoke at this time. His words confused the tiger. You are a sorcerer, but you don't know what spiritual roots are? The tiger was also confused. Chi Xuan can fly, so he must have spiritual roots. If there is no spiritual root in the body, how can one fly and hide in the ground? Oh, it's called spiritual root, and humans who can control this power are called sorcerers by you. What about you? What are you called? Chi Xuan's words were so rude. Tiger didn't say anything else. Judging from Chi Xuan's attitude, he was here to provoke. A tiger roar emerged, mixed with attacks that could hurt the soul level. Suddenly, he rushed towards Chi Xuan with a strong wind. A parasite can actually give 3 attributes of attack. Chi Xuan looked different. Tiger's 2 moves have 3 attributes of soul, gold, and wind, and their power is indeed good. But compared with Chi Xuan, there is still a gap. They was convinced by him and fought with the tiger. Is this the roar of the tiger? What's going on? Is there something big happening in the forest? Yuan An's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He could hear the anger in the tiger's roar. No, I have to go and take a look. The tiger in my Jusha town have always kept their distance. If there were other spirit monsters coming, once the tiger was defeated, they could be replaced by another spirit monster, and perhaps this situation would not happen. Yuan An was a sorcerer in Jusha town, who kept the area safe for the court. It was a pity that the court was corrupt and rebellions broke out everywhere. It was already the end of the dynasty. If it were the time when the imperial court was strong, how dare the many spirit monsters take action? I only regret that I am not strong enough to refine the second spiritual root, otherwise, I would not be afraid of the spirit monsters invading the territory. Now I am powerless, and I have to rely on the spirit monsters. It is really pathetic. Yuan An felt bitter in his heart. He did not say much, took the things and hurried towards the forest. He was still thinking in his heart. I heard before that the imperial court was about to be reformed and the imperial system would no longer exist. When he thought of this, Yuan An could not help but feel angry. At this time, he hated the officials in the court for giving the spirit monsters the so-called human rights and letting them serve as officials in the court. The decline of the imperial court was related to this matter. All places rose up and wanted to exclude the spirit monsters. However, this was also a last resort. Since 100 years ago, the number of spirit monsters has increased greatly, and the number of human sorcerers has weakened due to the internal struggles in the imperial court. Although it has recovered in recent years, it is already too late to turn the tide. Nowadays, there is a trend of the decline of Taoism and the rise of demons in the world. However, as long as the imperial court can rebuild the world, the decline of human sorcerers is not irreversible. However, it is easier said than done. If it really succeeds, there will not be so many rebellions. Fortunately, Although there are few human sorcerers, there are many humans, and the spirits and monsters are still not in a big situation as a whole. However, Yuanin does not know how long this advantage can last. After all, the world is about to be in chaos. Chapter 302. The tiger was dying, and Fei was staring at it, waiting for Qi Xuan to finish the dissection and eat it. Qi Xuan pulled the parasite out of the tiger's lungs. When it was in Qi Xuan's hand, it seemed very active, and was still struggling. It seemed that after leaving the host, the parasite would not die in a short time. Although the parasite was fine, the tiger was in trouble. After the parasite in the lungs was gone, Qi Xuan could keenly perceive that its wisdom and human agility had dissipated. The tiger was still alive, but it turned back into a wild beast. He thought its consciousness would be transferred to the parasite, but it didn't have a direction. The tiger at least had a brain, but the parasite didn't even have a brain, so it really relied on instinct. Wisdom is a special reaction between the parasite and the host. Once the two are disconnected, the wisdom formed will disappear. So it is essentially a third-party consciousness, not the consciousness of the parasite or the host. Qi Xuan couldn't understand why. Then the extraordinary ability of the parasite must be hosted in the host, and used by the third-party consciousness. Otherwise it can't be used by itself. What are you trying to achieve by evolving into this? Qi Xuan was the first time he encountered such a speechless extraordinary system. He could accept the use of extraordinary things to enhance strength, and he could also accept the great power for himself, and even the group great power. But this way of evolving himself into extraordinary power for others to use is indeed challenging his three views. But you are not without any benefits, at least your body is strong enough. Qi Xuan pulled the parasite, and stretched its body nearly 5 times without any problem, and it recovered in an instant. The self-healing and regeneration ability after injury is also extremely strong, even stronger than the top mutants in the wasteland world. If I cut you into 2 pieces, can I generate 2 again? Qi Xuan suddenly thought of this. After all, there is no brain, so it is unlikely that there will be a primary and a secondary. With this self-healing and regeneration ability, it is indeed possible that one will become 2. From your situation, it must be a sexual fission reproduction. After all, there is only one so-called spiritual root parasite like you in a tiger. Qi Xuan muttered. So it is unrealistic to rely on sexual reproduction, and it is probably self-dividing. And Qi Xuan further studied, and did not find the cavity used for reproduction or even excretion. The overall look is also very abstract. The end of this world, by the way, won't be related to these parasites. Qi Xuan guessed that the extraordinary system of this world must be based on parasites. But the tiger's own strength is not entirely dependent on parasites. Qi Xuan temporarily placed the parasites in the nutrient solution and began to dissect the tiger. The density of bones and muscles has increased, and the strength of internal organs has increased. It is probably from a 1-star tiger to a 2-star tiger. There is no overall evolution or extraordinary organs, but it has been strengthened on the original basis. It is probably stacking attributes. Then obtain extraordinary power through parasites. After all, if you want to use extraordinary abilities, there is an attribute foundation. If Qi Xuan, who only had 0.5 physical strength, were to use Fei, he would probably die in less than 3 seconds because he could not bear the divine will. An aboriginal is approaching. According to the data feedback, he also has parasites in his body, but the type is different. The intelligent brain gave feedback immediately. Qi Xuan did not ask where he came from. He must have come from a town not far away. But he should still be some distance away from Qi Xuan. Do you think the parasites can provide enough fuel value? Qi Xuan asked. He was a little pessimistic about the burning value of parasites. Generally speaking, those with high fuel value have one characteristic, that is, strong. And what about parasites? The ups and downs made Qi Xuan a little unpredictable. You say strong, it is indeed strong. An ordinary tiger can easily possess wisdom and extraordinary power. But if you insist on saying strong, it is not that strong. In addition to being able to withstand beatings, it cannot even control its own power. So it is Schrödinger's strength. It is impossible to effectively estimate. It is recommended that you directly send it into the casting furnace for real-time combustion. The intelligent brain does not know. After all, it has not been burned, and the data uploaded by Qi Xuan is not enough. I have this plan, but don't rush. Didn't you just say that someone is coming? Let's see if we can get some information from the other party. Qi Xuan thought that it was just right to use this parasite as bait. Judging from the intelligence formed by the surrounding data, this tiger should be a tyrant in the mountains and forests. And the parasite on it must have a good value. Perhaps it can be used to pry open the other party's mouth and obtain the information it needs. We have to prepare, and give him a warning. Otherwise, if he doesn't know what's good for him, I have to take action. Qi Xuan is not a good-tempered person. Even though he is no longer so bloodthirsty, after leaving the holy world, he is not a person who can tolerate. Qi Xuan began to make arrangements, and about half an hour passed. Then he saw a middle-aged man wearing a jacket, rushing over in a dusty manner. When he saw it, he saw the peeled tiger skin hanging on the tree, the bloody tiger head thrown aside, and the flesh and bones scattered on the ground. This scene really stunned him. I don't know which gentleman is here. I am Yuanan, a 9th grade sorcerer in Jusha town, and I'm here to meet you. Yuanan recognized the tiger that was torn into pieces. It was the Mountain King that dominated the area around Jusha town. Looking at the spiritual root sealed in the crystal clear glass next to the iron-armored man, it was the low-grade spiritual root Mountain King order. The reason why this Mountain King could be so powerful back then was naturally because of the low-grade spiritual root, the Mountain King order. The armored man in front of him must have a high sorcerer grade, and he also has a lot of spiritual roots. Tell me about the sorcerer grade and the spiritual roots, Qi Xuan said directly. He didn't beat around the bush, but asked without any cover-up. The premise of being mysterious and playing tricks is to have enough information gap. Qi Xuan knew nothing now, so it's better to be straightforward. As for the other party's concealment and lying, with the other party's strength, it can't be hidden from the intelligent brain. Yuanan was also confused, but he also spoke. The sorcerer grade follows the ancient system, and is divided into 9 grades. The 9th grade is the lowest, and the 1st grade is the highest. Spiritual roots are divided into 3 levels, upper, middle and lower, and each should be a 3rd grade sorcerer. The Mountain King that the master killed had a lower grade spiritual root, the Mountain King order. Yuanan briefly summarized the spiritual root system. In fact, in Yuanan's opinion, Qi Xuan was at least a 5th grade sorcerer, and he must have a middle grade spiritual root, otherwise how could he have a magical iron armor? This iron armor is naturally a treasure after refining the spiritual root. Low-grade spiritual roots can only be used for magic, middle-grade spiritual roots can be transformed into treasures, and high-grade spiritual roots can obtain the Tao book. It's a pity that Yuanan has only heard of it. He is only a 9th grade sorcerer, and his master is only a 7th grade sorcerer, and he has no chance to have a middle grade spiritual root. Not to mention the upper grade. I have never seen a treasure, let alone the so-called Tao book. Go on, I want to hear more details, Qi Xuan continued. In this regard, Yuanan could only further explain, including the situation of spiritual root grade and sorcerer grade, and also describe the method of refining spiritual root. The first 2 did not cause much fluctuation in Qi Xuan, but the method of refining was a bit interesting. It is not a method of cultivation, but more like a transplant operation. It is just not as scientific as modern ones, more through taking, subcutaneous placement and so on. The so-called refining is the process of rejection disappearing. Through the description, Qi Xuan guessed that it might be related to personal constitution and the type of parasites. From Yuanan's mouth, Qi Xuan also learned that the parasite he got from the tiger was a low-grade spiritual root named Shanjun Ling. There are 3 abilities, namely Soul Shocking Roar, Ghost Technique and Gingjing Gang Feng. Among them, Soul Shocking Roar is a soul attribute attack when roaring, and Gingjing Gang Feng is a wind attack with sharp attributes. The tiger was bitten to death by the ghost before he had seen the ghost magic. As for how Yuanan knew it, it was very simple. He was a sorcerer of the court, so he naturally had corresponding benefits. Among them was a Spirit Search Atlas, which recorded all the spiritual roots collected by the court, with 3 grades of upper, middle and lower. A must-read for all sorcerers. Not only did it have the names, forms, and abilities of the spiritual roots, but it also told which spiritual monsters were most likely to appear. Spirit monsters are animals and plants that coexist with spiritual root parasites. That's right, not only animals can coexist with spiritual root parasites, but also plants. Fortunately, compared with humans and geographical area, the number of spiritual monsters is still relatively small. Take Jusha Town as an example. There is only 1 spiritual monster around, the tiger who calls himself Shanjun. However, occasionally there will be spiritual monsters wandering over, and not all spiritual monsters have fixed territories like the tigers in Jusha Town. But most of these wandering spiritual monsters were dealt with by tigers. According to the classification, the tiger's strength is also at the 9th grade warlock level. It's just that the lower grade spiritual root, Shanjun Ling, is more compatible with tiger-like spirit monsters and can exert stronger power. So Yuanan is not as strong as the tiger in overall strength. But if he really wants to kill it, he can still kill it, but it's not cost-effective. Even if he wins, it will be a miserable victory, and there will definitely be other spirit monsters coming in the future. It's better to keep the tiger. Tigers don't eat people anyway, and the prey in the forest is enough for it to fill its stomach. What if it changes to a spirit monster? What if it's more ferocious? What's more, with the tiger, if a spirit monster enters the range of Jusha town, it will be the tiger that will deal with it. Unfortunately, such a good balance was broken because of Qi Xuan. The tiger is dead, and Yuanin will have to carry this burden again. However, he didn't dare to blame Qi Xuan. The opponent's strength is much stronger than his, and he has to respectfully call him Mr. If I can get some benefits from the other party, it will be enough for me to benefit for the rest of my life. If my rank is improved, maybe I can be promoted. For a sorcerer to serve the court, it is not only based on merit, but also on strength. Chapter 303. After some communication, Yuanin sincerely invited Qi Xuan to visit Jusha town. Qi Xuan did not refuse. It was rare for someone to invite him. Otherwise, if he really had some ideas, he would have to kill people. The other party must have misunderstood him. Through indirection, Qi Xuan knew that Yuanin regarded him as a 5th-grade warlock. However, there were no parasites in his body, so he was not even a 9th-grade warlock. As for the questions Qi Xuan asked him, he still had doubts in his heart, but after seeing Qi Xuan summon Fei as a mount, he disappeared all of a sudden. Just think that Qi Xuan was testing him. Qi Xuan controlled Fei to gather all the killing-type Yushin virus, making it closer to the summoned creature. Then he used it as a mount. After all, he had to take Yuanin down the mountain. As for the tiger's flesh and blood, Qi Xuan did not waste it, and threw it all into the smelting furnace. After arriving at Jusha town, he also received a lot of curious looks. In Qi Xuan's opinion, the territory of his court was somewhat similar to the period of the late Qin dynasty and the early Republic of China. The feudal dynasty was falling, and warlords everywhere were ready to move. Anyway, it was a mess. A small and peaceful place like Jusha town was indeed rare. Maybe it was because of poverty and remoteness that there was no problem. Then, the intelligent brain gave Qi Xuan a fatal blow. Under Jusha town, there was a high-energy reaction in a dormant state. It sounds really contradictory. You are dormant, so where does the high-energy reaction come from? The Doomsday game really hasn't changed at all. It sent me directly to the boss area. Qi Xuan has gotten used to it. If he is not sent to some dangerous areas, he will probably feel uncomfortable all over. Even though he is dormant, he can still emit high-energy reactions. How strong will he be if he recovers? Qi Xuan's first thought must be coveting, otherwise what else could he be? After comparing the data, Qi Xuan temporarily gave up. Not to mention more, at least 11 points of dual attributes. Qi Xuan is definitely not his opponent. Although it is only 2 more attributes, the attributes are exponentially improved. These 2 points, especially the situation of breaking through from single digits to double digits, can really kill Qi Xuan on the spot. However, it is estimated that there will be no more than 3 high-energy life forms like this. So as long as Qi Xuan does not get naughty, there is no need to worry that the other party will wake up. The Doomsday game wants him to die, but the protagonist's halo has been protecting his life. Preliminary estimation, it should be a sealed spirit monster. The strength is unknown, and it is temporarily estimated to be comparable to a 1st-grade warlock. Qi Xuan directly estimated the highest level. As for whether there are levels above the 1st-grade warlock, Qi Xuan didn't know, and it didn't matter if he changed it after he knew it. Qi Xuan is now thinking about how to use the spiritual root system to make himself stronger. The key contradiction is that after the spiritual root is taken out, the extraordinary power of the person will disappear. As for whether the spiritual root is a parasite, the virus can survive in his body, so why can't the parasite? He is not the kind of person who only cares about demeanor and not strength. At most, he can infect and assimilate it with the Yusui virus, turning the parasite into a virus version. So Qi Xuan is thinking about how to turn a taxi into a private car. The bus is not that bad, after all, although the spiritual roots are tenacious, they can't stand such tossing. So it's just the level of a taxi for the time being. Where are you going? Yuanin brought Qi Xuan to a mansion and served him good tea, then he asked Qi Xuan about his thoughts. I don't have a goal yet, I just want to travel around the world. But I never thought that the world would be so chaotic now. Qi Xuan said casually. This is true, but you have to get the complete warlock inheritance first. He can be sure that the spiritual root system must be extraordinary. Yuanin also has a warlock inheritance, but because his master died too suddenly, the inheritance that should have reached the 7th grade is now only the 8th grade. And it is an incomplete 8th grade inheritance, which has caused Yuanin to be stuck at the 9th grade and unable to refine the 2nd spiritual root. 1 grade, 1 spiritual root. The 3 grades from 9 to 7 can refine 3 lower grade spiritual roots. Inheritance. In addition to refining spiritual roots, if the spiritual roots are inherited and matched in an orderly manner, there will be a magical regeneration. At that time, the lack of spiritual roots can be made up. So in the end, a person can get 3 parts of upper, middle and lower spiritual roots. Now the Yunnan dynasty is in turmoil. If you are interested, you can go to Tianhai City. There may be something you need. The building is about to collapse. It is the time for you to show your strength. Although the Yunnan dynasty is now in decline, it is not comparable to those anti-kings and rebels. Yuanin recommended Qi Xuan to go to the imperial court. Qi Xuan definitely didn't have this idea when he heard it. You yourself said that the world is not good now, and you still let him go? Isn't this just courting death? Especially when he knew that there was a high-energy life form sealed under Jusha Town. He already understood that the extraordinary system in this world was definitely not low. You should know that the judgment criteria of the intelligent brain for high-energy life forms are always changing. Its basis is based on the comprehensive strength of Qi Xuan and Tai Sui God. Therefore, any high-energy life form detected at this stage means that Qi Xuan cannot beat it at this stage. Don't worry, it's rare to encounter a place with people, and you have to take a good rest. Qi Xuan was not in a hurry to leave. The reason is very simple. He found the danger, but he hasn't found the opportunity yet. The spirit monster sealed in Jusha Town is naturally not the opportunity that Qi Xuan needs. He suspected that it was probably the sorcerer who sealed the spirit monster, who left some inheritance in the local area, waiting for the destined person to come and take it. Qi Xuan thought that the protagonist's aura was not bad, so this destined person must be him. It just takes some time to find the other party. Luck is definitely not lacking. People are here, how can they lack this little luck? It just takes time to wait for the opportunity. Hearing Qi Xuan say this, Yuanin couldn't help but feel happy. Of course, he wanted Qi Xuan to stay for a while longer. After all, Qi Xuan was suspected to be a 5th grade sorcerer, and he could ask him some questions about cultivation. It is an honor for Jusha Town to have you stay here. If you don't mind, I can clean up a room in my humble abode for you to live in. Yuanin immediately began to show his courtesy. No, I just go around. Qi Xuan refused directly. How could he not see Yuanin's thoughts? But he had nothing in his stomach, and the source of his knowledge of the spiritual root system also came from Yuanin. How could I teach him? This made Yuanin a little disappointed, but fortunately he didn't leave. So he began to show his courtesy, saying that he wanted to welcome Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan refused, and then just left after a few perfunctory words. Qi Xuan didn't have time to talk to Yuanin about these things. Instead, he found a safe place, built a temporary laboratory, and then took out the spiritual root Shanjun Ling and began to dissect. Its parasitic nature has completely disappeared and turned into a symbiotic mode. Not only will it not harm people, but it will become an indirect type of extraordinary organ. Its use is to carry energy, provide feedback and reinforcement, etc. So this kind of external change is actually beneficial to the human body. As long as you ignore the appearance that does not conform to human aesthetics, you can completely regard them as implanted equipment or a kind of human body modification. That is, the human beings in this spiritual root world. The aesthetics have changed because of the needs. It is highly likely that humans in another world will not be able to accept it. But if you want beauty, you can look for the protagonist of this world. If he is a time traveler, maybe you can find a way to be both handsome and strong. Maybe you don't even need the extraordinary parasite as the origin of the extraordinary. Qi Xuan muttered while dissecting the spiritual root Shanjun Ling. If the protagonist is not a time traveler, then he is probably just going with the flow. The spiritual root only considers strength rather than beauty. It is very likely that the local aborigines are used to it, and outsiders will dislike it. As for Qi Xuan, he is different. He will definitely not dislike it. After all, he himself is not a human being, so how can he care about these things? As for the 3 skills of Shanjun Ling, the principle of it, Qi Xuan began to study it in depth, but because there is no host, the 3 skills are in a dormant state. It can't even be activated artificially because the environment is not suitable. So Qi Xuan wants to study it, and he can only find a host for the low-grade spiritual root Shanjun Ling. But it is not so easy to find a host. After all, there is a rejection phenomenon. Generally speaking, the original host of the spiritual root is a spirit monster, and a small part is human. Its original host is chosen by the spirit root, so there is no rejection phenomenon. Humans with this kind of treatment are called natural sorcerers, who can better refine the spiritual root. This means that the rejection phenomenon will be lower. So after taking the spiritual root from the spirit monster, the second transplantation will produce rejection phenomenon whether it is human or animal and plant. Even if Chi Suan transplanted the Mountain King order to the tiger it originally matched, it would still have the same effect, but the rejection would not be as great as transplanting it to a human. Although there is no host, it's okay. I'm not a good person either. It's completely possible to conduct destructive experiments. Chi Suan began to forcefully study it. As for being broken? That doesn't matter. There will be other spiritual roots that he can use for experiments in the future. Although low-grade spiritual roots are not rampant, they are not scarce. Chi Suan actually guessed that the reason why there are few spiritual monsters in Jusha town is probably related to the spiritual monster sealed below. After all, spiritual monsters are from animals and plants, and their instincts are stronger, so they reject entering. So only a small number of spiritual monsters will be active around. And outside Jusha town, spiritual monsters are not so rare. You can't use a small part to represent the majority. Yun Hanchao probably knew about this matter, so he arranged a 9th grade sorcerer to come over to show his appreciation. Eliminating the influence, blocking the news, and keeping people in the dark will better protect the seal. Otherwise, if people know about it, someone will definitely covet the spiritual root of this powerful spirit monster and destroy the seal. Chapter 304. The research on the inferior spiritual root Shanjun Ling soon came to an end. Chi Suan also knew a little about the principles of the 3 skills, but they were of little use to Chi Suan, because he did not have the conditions to release and use them. The most important factor was that Chi Suan was not from the spiritual root world, and he was not even a living being. The sword of the previous dynasty could not kill the officials of this dynasty. Chi Suan could not surrender, so he could only think about establishing a new dynasty. But it was not without gain. At least he understood the ecological structure of the spiritual roots. However, there was still a question that troubled Chi Suan. That is, how did the spiritual roots come from? And how did they reproduce? Spiritual roots can be regarded as a kind of extraordinary race. My master did mention this a little bit. Facing Chi Suan's question, Yuanan didn't know much. My master once said that spiritual roots are the roots of heaven and earth. So it is the essence of heaven and earth. What you asked can be born and raised by heaven. Chi Suan naturally disagreed with Yuan An's answer. Spiritual roots are not like holy objects that belong to the rules, but are more like extraordinary creatures. But he didn't say this out loud. Others had their own understanding, and he didn't have enough evidence, so he was powerless to refute. So Chi Suan directly changed the topic, and didn't plan to continue to learn about this aspect. Yuan An's understanding of the spiritual root system is really very shallow. To put it bluntly, it is still at the level of kindergarten dropouts. Of course, this can't be blamed on others. After all, the inheritance is cut off, and Jusha town has to be maintained. He has the will, but not the strength. Poor people are not necessarily lazy. They may also be unable to get out of the mountains. Yuanan is the latter. He is also ambitious, but he has no channels. Sir, the mayor a servant came and whispered a few words to Yuanan. Chi Suan heard it clearly. The mayor of Jusha town learned that Chi Suan had returned to Yuan An's mansion, and came to visit him specially. The real power is in the hands of Yuanan, but the mayor is a local wealthy family in Jusha town and cooperates with Yuanan to manage. After all, Yuanan really has extraordinary abilities. Sir, the town Yuanan hesitated and said, since he is the mayor, let's meet him. After all, I am also in his territory. Chi Suan interrupted Yuanan and led him in directly. As the saying goes, no one goes to the temple for no reason. He suspected that the mayor was here to give him an opportunity. Go and invite the mayor. Yuanan was not dissatisfied with Chi Suan's interruption, but directly said to the servant according to Chi Suan's instructions, and then introduced the mayor to Chi Suan. The mayor's name is Zhuang Tong, a local wealthy family in Jusha town. The Zhuang family has been here for more than 300 years. Chi Suan listened quietly. Originally, the sorcerers in Jusha town were also from the Zhuang family, but later there was a lack of successors, and even the spiritual roots were cut off. The court arranged for Yuan An's master to take over, and then Yuanan would inherit his master's career. In other words, the Zhuang family actually has its own sorcerer inheritance. Chi Suan grasped the key. Yes, but inheritance without spiritual roots is just empty talk. Yuanan said calmly. In the eyes of sorcerers, inheritance is just icing on the cake, and spiritual roots are the foundation. The Zhuang family's spiritual roots were cut off, so they fell into decline. Otherwise, if there was a sorcerer, even if he was just an apprentice, who was still refining his spiritual roots, it would not be Yuanan and his master's turn to take over Jusha town. "Hello, sir." The mayor Zhuang Tong bowed to Qi Xuan as soon as he arrived. Qi Xuan looked at him coldly, not caring about the other party's gift at all. He wanted to bow himself, not because he asked. Seeing that Qi Xuan did not respond, Yuanan hurried to help him up. "Zhuang Mayor, you bowed too much. Sir, you are not the kind of person who likes to show off." After Zhuang Tong got up, his face was a little embarrassed, but he quickly calmed it down. "I can meet such a big man as a 5th grade sorcerer. My gift is too small." Zhuang Tong naturally had his own thoughts. It was rare for Jusha town to have a new sorcerer, and the grade was high, so he wanted to get a low-grade spiritual root from Qi Xuan. As long as they have new spiritual roots, their Zhuang family will be able to resume their journey as a sorcerer, and they will once again become a family of sorcerers from a local wealthy family. Their heritage is very complete, and they only lack spiritual roots. As for going out to purchase, to put it bluntly, their Zhuang family is just a tyrant in the mountain valley. No one recognizes them outside Jusha town. It is a matter of whether they can bring back alive after spending all their family property to buy spiritual roots. For sorcerers, spiritual roots may not be rare, but for ordinary people, they are not ordinary things. They have heard of them, but they may not be able to get them. Just like luxury goods, everyone has heard of them, but if they really want to buy them, most ordinary families don't have such things. The Zhuang family is a family whose ancestors were once rich, but now they are down and out. "Just say it, what do you want?" Qi Xuan didn't beat around the bush, but asked directly. Zhuang Tong looked at Yuanan in confusion. "Is this person so straightforward?" Yuanan responded secretly, saying that if he had something to say, he could say it directly, and there was no need to beat around the bush. The relationship between the two was still very good, and they were mutually supportive, and there was no conflict over power and profit. After all, Zhuang Tong also knew that the safety of Jusha town fell on Yuanan, and if Yuanan wanted to live a comfortable life in Jusha town, he had to rely on Zhuang Tong and the Zhuang family for support. As for taking back power and destroying the Zhuang family, it could be possible, but the consequence was that he would have to take on all the affairs of Jusha town, so how could he have time to practice? Zhuang Tong also thought about getting spiritual roots from Yuanan, but Yuanan himself only had 3 low-grade spiritual roots. One of them was refined by him, and another was being refined in order to break through. The last one was impossible to give, because it was the key to his breakthrough to the 7th grade. They were the past, the present, and the future, how willing. Zhuang Tong couldn't afford the purchase price, and using tricks would be tantamount to breaking up. By then, even if under pressure, Yuanan would destroy their Zhuang family. If someone cuts off someone's path, they are naturally enemies of life and death. I would like to ask you, sir, to give my Zhuang family a low-grade spiritual root. Let my Zhuang family continue the path of sorcerers. Zhuang Tong directly put forward his request. Qi Xuan was not surprised. After all, Yuanan had sold it to Zhuang Tong before. As he said that, Qi Xuan took out the low-grade spiritual root, the Mountain King Order. This thing still has some value, so it is not thrown into the smelting furnace as fuel for the time being. The low-grade spiritual root, the Mountain King Order, belongs to the spiritual monster outside Jusha town. I can give it to you, but what can you give me? I really don't need a low-grade spiritual root, but I can't give it to someone who is not related to me. Qi Xuan will definitely not give it for nothing. After Qi Xuan's tossing, this low-grade spiritual root can be said to be extremely depleted. The ability to regenerate and heal is indeed strong, but it can't withstand Qi Xuan's torture. So it is very suitable for the Zhuang family. Not for anything else, just because it is weak, it is easy to refine. As for the problem of depletion, don't worry about it, it can be made up after refining. After all, this depletion is also an acquired depletion, not a congenital deficiency. Zhuang Tong was shocked. He didn't expect Qi Xuan to come up with such a surprise. The tiger spirit monster who called himself Shan Jun is stronger than Yuanan. If he gets this spiritual root, not to mention fully exerting the power of the spiritual root, he can also be on par with Yuanan. At that time, it will not be difficult to let the Zhuang family return to the glory of their ancestors. Will this offend Yuanan? How is that possible? Yuanan is eager for their Zhuang family to produce a sorcerer. Then he can ask for a transfer out of Jusha town, and let their Zhuang family take over again. For Yuanan, this is a promotion. Since the spiritual roots of our Zhuang family have been cut off, there has been no sorcerer. And the 3 generations of sorcerers in our ancestors were only 7th grade. There is nothing in our family that can be valued by you, sir. Zhuang Tong first sold a wave of misery. He certainly didn't want to get it for free. Just want to lay the groundwork, and then said, "If you don't mind, my Zhuang family's inheritance can be used as a purchase. I hope you can fulfill my Zhuang family's dream of a sorcerer." As he spoke, Zhuang Tong took out an amber-like item with strange patterns on it. Qi Xuan recognized it. It was called amber jade, which could carry inheritance. Its main raw material was made from several corpses of spiritual roots. Ordinary sorcerers could not take it out at all. Only those sorcerers of the third rank were qualified to make it. Qi Xuan was also surprised that Zhuang Tong took out this thing, and Yuanin could not help showing surprise on his face. This thing, the value is high or low. It depends on the person. I didn't expect that your Zhuang family has an extraordinary origin, and can even take out amber jade. It can be regarded as my shameless exchange. Qi Xuan naturally exchanged it. What he valued was not the amber jade, but the inheritance inside. The inheritance that can use amber jade as a carrier is at least the inheritance of a third-rank sorcerer. "Sir, there is a word," Zhuang Tong said hesitantly. "Just say it." Qi Xuan knew that things were not that simple, otherwise Zhuang Tong could just go and exchange it. Why wait for Qi Xuan? The inheritance has limitations. My Zhuang family has been in decline until now, and can only get the 9th grade. The next few grades need you to comprehend them yourself. In addition, there's another thing, that is, this amber inheritance can only be used by the Zhuang family. Qi Xuan has psychological expectations, which is normal, otherwise it would have been taken away by someone long ago. Not to mention whether the inheritance is valuable or not, just this amber jade, the value is not something that the Zhuang family can have. Well, I know, if it can't be used, this amber jade alone is also my profit. Qi Xuan said lightly, but in fact, if you don't give it again, he will have to start killing. He is calm now, but it doesn't mean he won't kill. It's just that the other party is willing to give it, so he didn't do it. If he can't figure it out next time, then Qi Xuan will definitely go to the Zhuang family, and ask some Zhuang family bloodline to help him get the inheritance. As for whether the bloodline is alive or dead, it depends on the demand of amber jade. Zhuang Tong was delighted when he heard this, and he quickly presented the amber jade to Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan casually handed the low-grade spiritual root Shanjun order to the other party, and the transaction was completed. Chapter 305. The encryption technology is really extraordinary. There is actually gene encryption, which requires the corresponding gene sequence to be successfully opened. The second is that it has a staged information acquisition mode. It is necessary to verify the gene first, then verify the evolutionary stage information, and then the corresponding information valve can be opened. Qi Xuan studied the amber jade and spent about 3 days to figure out the operating principle of the amber jade. This is also thanks to the research on the lower-grade spiritual root Shanjun order. After all, this thing is made from the revived spiritual root corpse. With the previous foundation, it is naturally easier. In the double verification, the gene sequence is not difficult and can be removed once and for all. On the contrary, the staged information acquisition is a trouble. Qi Xuan looked at the amber jade in his hand, and quickly solved the first difficulty through some samples from the Zhuang family. In terms of biological and genetic technology, Qi Xuan still has a lot of skills. On the contrary, he did not understand the composition of the warlock for the subsequent staged information. He only knew one sorcerer, Yuanin, and he hadn't dissected him yet, so naturally he had no idea. Let's find a chance to forget about Yuanin, and go find a sorcerer outside. Qi Xuan thought about using Yuanin as a test subject, but then he thought again. His strength was limited, so he shouldn't be too rude. If he saw the blood of a sorcerer in Jusha town and awakened the spirit monster sealed below, it would be bad. As for being kind? Not at all. It was just for his own safety. It shouldn't be hard to find a sorcerer. Let's leave Jusha town first. Since he had a plan, Qi Xuan wouldn't stay for long. There is no benefit in staying here. The spirit monsters below are only good to look at but not to use. Seeing them too much makes you jealous. Once you pack up your things, you will leave directly. There is no need to say goodbye to Yuanin. They just met by chance. He is just an aboriginal. If he is not lucky, he would not want to live. They rushed all the way, and gradually moved away from Jusha town. Qi Xuan was relieved. He was afraid that the protagonist's halo would force him to have the opportunity, and cause the spirit monster to break the seal. With the intelligent brain navigating through satellite projection, he soon found a bandit village again. The leader of the bandit village is a sorcerer, who seems to be of the 8th rank. With average strength, Qi Xuan did not even use the Tai Sui god. He easily solved the whole village with Fei alone. Because Qi Xuan needed a sorcerer to conduct experiments, the leader did not die. When he was on the operating table, Chi Xuan asked about the current situation while dissecting. The information narrated by Yuanin did not lie, but he underestimated the cruelty of the outside world. The Yunnan dynasty had perished 3 months ago due to the backlash after the failed reform. Then, there was the situation of warlord separatism. It is said that there are also the pushers of the sorcerer family behind this, who carried out large-scale killings of spirit monsters and persecution of non-family sorcerers. This bandit leader is also one of the victims. He is not a sorcerer from the family, and has no identity background. He is still unwilling to become a worshipper of the sorcerer family, so he can only entangle one side and become a bandit. It seems that the warlords are separatist, but in fact, the sorcerer family is cleaning up the internal troubles. Previously, there were spirit monsters who entered the court as officials, which made a lot of power fall into the hands of the spirit monsters. Now, if we want to take it back, it will not be solved with a few words. We have to kill the spirit monster and take the spirit root. Therefore, this sorcerer is not a high-ranking person, and he does not know much information. After understanding, Chi Xuan also hinted about Jusha town. The sorcerer had heard of the name, but he had not learned much about it. He only knew that it was a remote and poor place. This was because he had paid attention to the surroundings when he became a bandit. If he went a little further, no one knew about it. Seeing this, Chi Xuan directly performed an autopsy. The parasitism of the spirit root will also look different. But it can be confirmed that it is nothing more than the internal organs. By the way, there are 11 internal organs in the human body. Why can only 9 spirit roots be transplanted? There are restrictions for entry, but it may not be available after the subsequent enhancement. Chi Xuan looked at the 2 spirit roots in the lungs and stomach of the bandit sorcerer. Chi Xuan recognized that they were both low-grade spirit roots, namely the green-eyed vine and the bird leaf. He had read the soul-searching atlas from Yuanin, and the 2 low-grade spiritual roots that the other party possessed were not good spiritual roots. They were ranked relatively low among the low-grade spiritual roots, and each had only 1 skill. Potential: the stronger the spiritual roots, the higher the ranking, and the more skills they can provide. For example, the 3 skills of the previous Shanjun order can be ranked in the upper middle among the low-grade spiritual roots. The best low-grade spiritual roots can have 5 skills. As for the middle-grade spiritual roots, it depends on the quality of the treasure, and the top-grade spiritual roots are naturally the content of the Taoist book. It's a pity that in the soul-searching atlas, the low-grade spiritual roots are more complete. The middle-grade spiritual roots also have appearance descriptions and treasure names, and the top-grade spiritual roots only have the names of the spiritual roots. It is obvious that Yunnan dynasty has monopolized it intentionally. If you want more information, you can only ask the sorcerer family for it. As for Yunnan dynasty, according to this bandit sorcerer, its predecessor was also a sorcerer family. Its strength should not be underestimated, but unfortunately, after many changes, such as the prince's fight for the throne, the powerful ministers of the imperial family, the eunuch's interference in politics, and the behind-the-scenes ruling, there is no way to save it. Chi Xuan doesn't care about these things at all. Isn't it just a chaos in the world? Can there be chaos in the holy world? The number of people who die every day, if added up, can probably be destroyed by Yunnan dynasty in a month. Wait, these 2 low-grade spiritual roots seem to have a tendency to merge into the internal organs? Chi Xuan found that these 2 spiritual roots have been attached to the lungs and stomach of this bandit sorcerer. So is this because he is a human sorcerer, or because he has reached the 8th grade? Although the adhesion was easily cut by Chi Xuan, the change can be clearly seen. So he has to find out the reason. If it is the former, it means that the spiritual demon and the sorcerer use different extraordinary systems. The simplest point is that the sorcerer is not the original host of the spiritual root, but is forced to come. If it is the latter, it means that as the sorcerer's rank increases, the spiritual root will gradually merge and take the initiative. Of course, it is also possible that it is both. It's just that Chi Xuan has too few samples to be confirmed. If you want new samples, you have to go to more prosperous or more chaotic places to have enough sorcerers. If a sorcerer wants to grow up, he needs not only spiritual roots and inheritance, but also corresponding resources. You must nourish the spiritual root after it enters your body. The nutrients needed are definitely indispensable. Only when the spiritual root grows, the power and effect of the skills it grants can be strong. Secondly, the spiritual root will feed back, but this feeding back is to feed the spiritual root to grow first, and then the spiritual root will strengthen you. In the process of strengthening, nutrients must be consumed, and this nutrient must be solved by yourself, and the spiritual root will not be given to you. So for a warlock, resources are indispensable. This thing is the same as practicing martial arts and cultivating immortals. Without resources, it is difficult to move forward. It's just that the cultivation method has been changed to raising parasites. However, the threshold for warlocks is much lower than that for practicing martial arts and cultivating immortals. As long as you can withstand the rejection reaction, you can become stronger with money. Of course, this is a warlock of the lower 3rd grade, and the qualification requirements are not high. The middle 3rd grade and the upper 3rd grade are probably different. So, the refining of spiritual roots mentioned by Yuanin is not to let the spiritual roots complete parasitism, but to completely merge with the organs, so that the organs become extraordinary organs? Qi Xuan suddenly thought of this. That's not right. How could he understand it? You are a wild person, right? Qi Xuan's eyes fell on the bandit sorcerer. I just got the sorcerer's inheritance by chance, and it's still incomplete. The bandit sorcerer said with difficulty. The main reason is that a large wound was dug in his body, and Qi Xuan also leaned over to work on his stomach and lungs. No wonder, now I understand. Qi Xuan finally found something wrong. It's information gap. He thought that as long as the spiritual roots were parasitic on the organs, the refining would be successful. As Yuanin, who has a 7th grade inheritance, although he has lost the 7th grade content and the 8th grade is also incomplete, the 9th grade content is still there. So the refining he mentioned is actually to let the spiritual roots and organs merge, which explains why he has not entered the 8th grade. It is because his 2nd spiritual root has only completed parasitism, which can be used but unstable, and has not yet been completely integrated into an extraordinary organ. Is there a method to refine spiritual roots in your inheritance? Qi Xuan continued to ask. Yes, but it is not complete. The bandit sorcerer said numbly. He was tortured too much, and he answered whatever he was asked. You bastard misled me. Qi Xuan couldn't help but curse. Fortunately, he found something wrong when he studied it later. It's okay to have a wild way, but the key parts have not been fully practiced. He has not practiced to death until now. He is really hard-working. Fortunately, Qi Xuan was not very angry, and he couldn't blame the other party. After all, it was not intentional. Forget it, you are not so worthless. Your situation should be a pseudo-8th grade, but it is enough. Qi Xuan studied the other party, essentially to obtain the information data on him, which was used as a way to unlock the phased information acquisition mode of the Amber Jade given to him by the dealer. So the situation of the other party is not so important. Even if it is misleading, the difference can be seen when the real sorcerer is caught and dissected later. Let me go, I can give you the inheritance. There is a top-grade spiritual root there, the bandit sorcerer hurriedly added after hearing this. Top-grade spiritual root? Qi Xuan paused. Tell me first. No, you let me go first, and then I will. The bandit sorcerer continued to put forward conditions. Forget it, I don't really want it either. Qi Xuan refused directly. Top-grade spiritual root, that is a matter for the future. Qi Xuan has to walk the road ahead. Otherwise, the spiritual root system cannot be used as a resource for improvement. Let alone the top-grade ones. Even the divine grade and imperial grade ones are useless to Qi Xuan. Chapter 306. Finally, it is completely deciphered. The Amber Jade is not very difficult for Qi Xuan. After all, it is related to biology, and is within Qi Xuan's professional scope. Even if it is an extraordinary item, Qi Xuan has extraordinary power. After deciphering the Amber Jade, the information is extracted immediately. The information inside is very huge. Qi Xuan reads it after receiving it completely. It is a complete inheritance from the 9th grade to the 1st grade. The origin of the Zhuang family is not ordinary. If nothing unexpected happens, the spirit monster under Jusha town is probably sealed by the ancestors of the Zhuang family. Qi Xuan quickly thought of the spirit monster. He didn't know what happened in the middle, but he was too lazy to investigate. If the Zhuang family knew the true value of the Amber Jade, I'm afraid they would not want to exchange it even if they die. The protagonist's halo is so terrifying. Qi Xuan couldn't help but take a breath. After reading it, the refining in the content is indeed as Qi Xuan thought. It is not about the spiritual roots completing parasitic symbiosis, but integrating them into the organs, so that the organs of the body become extraordinary organs. Therefore, when the lower 3 grades are selected, the lower grade spiritual roots are very important. According to the content in the inheritance, Qi Xuan also understood that the upper, middle and lower grades of spiritual roots are not the so-called quality, but the gradual level. Spirit, energy and spirit? This spiritual root is quite conceptual. Qi Xuan muttered. The upper, middle, and lower grades of spiritual roots correspond to the three treasures of spirit, energy, and spirit respectively. The lower grade spiritual roots are rooted in the flesh, the middle grade spiritual roots wander in the spiritual power, and the upper grade spiritual roots are in the soul. So the grade of spiritual roots is essentially a species of spiritual roots. It is not that the higher the ranking of spiritual roots, the better, but it depends on the matching. Just like the inheritance in Chi Suan's hand, there is a road to heaven. Meaning, as long as you can find 9 kinds of upper, middle, and lower spiritual roots that match each other step by step, then you will definitely be of the first grade. Of course, there are exceptions for humans. There is a special physique among natural sorcerers, called the 9 extremes body. There can be 9 parts of upper, middle, and lower spiritual roots in the human body, and this is the real road to heaven. The name of the inheritance that Chi Suan obtained is called 9 Extremes Road to Heaven. That's right, if a natural sorcerer appears in the Zhuang family, then the other party has a high probability of being a 9 Extremes body. That is, as soon as he is born, he will have 9 parts of low-grade spiritual roots. In addition to the 9 Extremes body, natural sorcerers also have other special physiques, which are briefly mentioned in the inheritance, but not explained in detail. This 9 extreme body is most likely a special physique exclusive to the Zhuang family. I didn't get all the opportunities, Chi Suan muttered. He estimated that the Zhuang family themselves didn't know about this. The main reason is that these contents are relatively middle, probably around the 4th grade. The reason is very simple. If you want to cultivate a 9 extreme body, you must have a family with a 4th grade sorcerer at least. If not, then don't cultivate it at all, so as not to drag down your family assets. After all, potential is not equal to strength. The 9 extreme body can have 3 times the spiritual roots, but the resources consumed are not 3 times. For every additional spiritual root, the difficulty of improvement will increase tenfold. It is equivalent to the time when the lower grade breaks through the middle grade, which is 60 times the normal difficulty. Of course, the reward is 90 times. So as long as you grow into a first grade sorcerer, you can be the best in the world, and you can also let the banker squeeze into the ranks of the world's famous families. The family with a 4th grade sorcerer can only guarantee that the 9 extremes body can enter the middle grade. From then on, it will definitely depend on the individual. If you have 90 times the combat power of the same level, if you can't support yourself, it is basically useless. There is no value in training. Born sorcerer, special physique. The combat power gap formed by these two is really too big. Chi Suan complained. In every world, there will be monsters, geniuses, and other characters. Fortunately, there are few born sorcerers, and born sorcerers with special physiques are even rarer. He estimated that the 9 extremes body is probably also a physique that ranks among the special physiques. Not to mention the blessing brought by the 27 spiritual roots. Just the skills brought by such old spiritual roots are enough. Moreover, the lower grade spiritual roots are well matched, the most suitable matching spiritual roots for the 9 extremes body. It seems that I still have to go back to Jusha town and catch some Zhuang people to do experiments. Chi Suan took a fancy to the specialness of the 9 extremes body. The biggest special thing is naturally that it can accommodate more spiritual roots. Although it is difficult to improve, the benefits cannot be ignored. 90 times the combat power of the same level is very attractive. However, Chi Suan suspects that the way the 9 extremes body works may not be to increase the basic attributes, but to improve the additional effects and additional attributes similar to passive skills, talent templates, etc. The analogy is probably the King Fist. While digesting 9 extremes road to heaven in his mind, he turned back to Jusha town. The distance is not far, only more than 50 kilometers. Chi Suan was not too far away, mainly because the bandit camp was located here, and he would definitely come as convenient as possible. As for avoiding the spirit monster under Jusha town, to put it bluntly, as long as he doesn't get naughty, the possibility of this thing breaking the seal is not great. So he planned to kidnap people directly. Be cautious and don't bleed on other people's territory. After all, the ancestor of the Zhuang family may be a first-class sorcerer who sealed this spirit monster. If anything unexpected happens, Chi Suan will be unlucky. As for the target, let's focus on Zhuang Tong and his immediate family. In Chi Suan's opinion, Zhuang Tong, as the helmsman of the Zhuang family, must have the highest purity, not to mention more. Especially his son, who is young and strong, is definitely enough for Chi Suan to do experimental research. It's broad daylight. Kidnapping people doesn't seem right. When did I say that? It must be because this world is too peaceful, so I have become law-abiding. Chi Suan thought, it's true, It's been a long time since I've had such a safe time. Then, he decisively arrested people. In less than 3 minutes, Qi Xuan arrested 7 people, including Zhuang Tong. These 7 people didn't struggle at all, and they were all knocked unconscious by Qi Xuan. Then they were all taken back to the temporary laboratory before. Ordinary people are good, anesthesia can work. Qi Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Ordinary people in the spiritual root world have dual attributes of about 2 points, which is not very high. However, this is already very high in the planet where Qi Xuan was born in the deep world. As for the holy world, that is not the normal attribute of ordinary people at all. Everyone is born for war. It is estimated that in the larger doomsday world in the future, the attributes of ordinary people will continue to improve, but the overall magnitude will not be large. Qi Xuan put Zhuang Tong on the operating table and performed an autopsy immediately. Wait, is your DNA not right? Qi Xuan suddenly found that Zhuang Tong seemed a little strange. As the head of the Zhuang family, he seemed to have no Zhuang family bloodline. He naturally used the gene encryption technology in the Amber Jade for testing. Damn! Qi Xuan tested the genes of Zhuang Tong's son again, and found that it was not right. Things are going to be troublesome. Then Qi Xuan began to test the bloodline of collateral personnel. It's not that bad. It's a little bit right, but the effect is not good. Blood is really not a good thing. It can even be diluted. Qi Xuan was helpless about this. Qi Xuan couldn't understand why, but after thinking about it, it was said to be blood, which might be a fragment of the 9 Extremes body. Because of continuous reproduction, the 9 Extremes body was not passed down in its entirety, and was dispersed into various enhancements. As the generations gradually dispersed, only the first or second generation could have it. In essence, this is an evolution or mutation. It's similar to albinism. Qi Xuan quickly conducted in-depth research. Sure enough, it is an extraordinary type of disease. Qi Xuan took out a special gene fragment of the 9 Extremes body. For the offspring, this is not a special constitution, but an extraordinary genetic disease. However, the positive and negative feedback of this genetic disease is not certain. There may be positive feedback, such as occasionally increasing qualifications, or slightly reducing rejection. The extinction of the Zhuang family's spiritual roots is also related to this genetic disease. Spiritual roots have a long lifespan. It can be said that one insect is passed on to 3 generations, and the insect is still there after the person is gone. Yes, spiritual roots can reproduce, and they can be refined to artificially reproduce the same type of spiritual roots. The disadvantage is that it consumes vitality. The spiritual roots reproduced artificially are the biggest problem. Especially, these reproduced spiritual roots were once adapted to the 9 Extremes body, or were reproduced by warlocks, who inherited most of the fragments of the 9 Extremes body, but could not awaken. Then the problem is that as the branches and leaves spread, the 9 Extremes body will become more and more fragmented. These spiritual roots are compatible with the upper side, but it is not so easy to make them compatible with the lower side all at once. The suitable environment gradually becomes unsuitable for survival, and naturally extinct in the end. This is also the defect of the special physique, which is not universal. Otherwise, if it could be perfectly inherited, why would the Zhuang family be so destitute? If the 9 Extremes body, as a genetic disease, could be completely passed down, there would be no problem, but this thing is passed down in a scattered manner, which is outrageous. Either all the diseases are sick, or none of them are sick. What a thing it is to be sick here and there. Parasitism and genetic diseases are extraordinary. This world is really weird. Qi Xuan complained. He has seen a lot of extraordinary systems, and the spiritual root world is the most unconventional he has seen. But this genetic disease is probably not passed down completely because of mutation. From this point of view, natural sorcerers and special physiques are actually possible to be artificial, not some kind of qualifications. On the contrary, it is possible that they receive some kind of external stimulation during the fetal period. Then the source of stimulation is the spiritual root. Qi Xuan quickly locked the target. Otherwise, it is unlikely that there will be mutations and evolutions without reason. After all, the human genetic structure is still very stable. Chapter 307. Like putting together a jigsaw puzzle. Qi Xuan looked at the fragmented version of the 9 Extremes body in his hand. He had even captured the entire Zhuang family to squeeze out juice, but he still hadn't assembled the complete version. Now it seems that except for the first generation, even the second generation can't be replicated. Not to mention that now there are so many generations, it is simply unrealistic to gather them all. So if Qi Xuan wants a complete 9 Extremes body, there is another way. That is to put 9 fixed inferior spiritual roots into an undeveloped fetus, so that it is possible to replicate it. These 9 inferior spiritual roots are the spiritual roots that the natural sorcerer of the 9 extremes body was born with. Qi Xuan gave up this idea directly, and there was no possibility of success at all. It's not that the natural sorcerer has rejection and cannot be transplanted successfully. And the natural sorcerer has his own inferior spiritual roots to be transplanted, and he simply cannot tolerate the transplant of foreign spiritual roots. Therefore, this method is full of mistakes from top to bottom. It's even better to use the fragments of the 9 extremes body to deduce the complete version. It's still a little useful, at least I got the data on expanding the capacity of the spiritual roots. If it is compiled into a book, it should be able to derive a transformation operation to increase the number of spiritual roots for refining. But the problem is that it's useless to me. This is indeed of no use to Qi Xuan. He has not yet completely turned the spiritual root system into his extraordinary system. According to his estimation, it is very difficult to get the spiritual root system this time. Of course, if he does not pursue the ultimate combat power improvement brought by the special physique, then there is no problem. The operation can be performed now. But in this way, let alone reaching 11 points of dual attributes, even 10 points of dual attributes cannot be reached, and it can only stay at 9 points. The fault-like growth brought by natural warlocks and special physiques is not a lie. Like the ancestors of the Zhuang family, those regular first-grade warlocks, it is estimated that they can't even withstand a single move from the opponent. With 90 times the combat power, one punch can beat the opponent into a pulp. Qi Xuan is naturally pursuing this kind of extraordinary power, not just being like everyone else. In fact, if I change my mindset, I don't necessarily have to use the 9 extremes body. I can dig up more fragments of special physiques and make up for my shortcomings. For example, the 9 extremes body, the advantage of this special physique is that it can refine 18 more spiritual roots. Although I didn't get the effect of the increase, the extra capacity is also extremely amazing. The defects can be made up by other special physique fragments. For example, the fragments on Zhuang Tong and his son, Qi Xuan muttered. That's right, Zhuang Tong and his son also have completely different special physique fragments. Qi Xuan suspects that most people may have fragments of so-called special physiques that are actually genetic diseases. In other words, everyone's ancestors were rich. After all, poverty can't last more than 3 generations. The 3rd generation will perish if they don't have money to marry and have children. Therefore, if you trace the source, you can trace it back to the great people in your ancestors. Therefore, Qi Xuan guessed that among the natives of the spiritual root world, every one of them had fragments of special physiques. And through marriage, these fragments from different special physiques were reorganized. If luck was good, they could combine to form special pheromones or auras that attracted spiritual roots, and then spiritual roots would settle in. Then he became a natural sorcerer. When the spiritual roots were settled, various special physical fragments resonated with the spiritual roots, causing the genes and cells to evolve and mutate accordingly, thus forming a new special physical constitution. Sure enough, it succeeded. Qi Xuan looked at Zhuang Tong's body, and a prototype of a special physical constitution was formed. He used the bandit's green eyes and bird leaves to simulate the environment and let the other party's body undergo a stimulating reset. He forced the resonance of the special physical fragments and 2 low-grade spiritual roots circulating in his body, forcing the body to mutate. However, due to a large number of destructive processes and experimental deficiencies, sequelae soon came. Zhuang Tong's body kept twitching, and a large amount of blood seeped out of his pores. The internal organs began to melt, and the eyeballs burst out directly. Obviously, Qi Xuan's data was insufficient for the experiment, causing problems with his genes and cells. The whole process lasted for nearly 5 minutes, and in the end only the skeleton and a pool of pus were left. It's barely a success. Then the blood fragments of special physiques should come from spiritual roots. Refining spiritual roots is essentially about integrating extraordinary parasites and organs. After completion, the human body will inevitably obtain DNA fragments of extraordinary parasites, which are blood fragments. Warlock can be completely classified as a biological transformation operation, but it is mainly based on cultivation, without surgery or taking medicine. So why don't I just skip the middle step? Use spiritual roots directly for biological transformation? Qi Xuan thought about this possibility. Don't say it. It can really be done. But after going around in circles, it came back again. That is, the Usui virus refused to let the spiritual root parasites enter the house. After all, it is a foreign object, and the immune system must be strictly guarded. Especially the Usui virus is also a superior one. And now there is another one, how could it be willing? Two extraordinary systems, it gave me a sense of déjà vu in a Qiangyao drama. In the final analysis, it is rejection. The indigenous people have such a strong rejection, and Qi Xuan must have a greater one. As for adaptation, he can adapt. How can the spiritual roots adapt? In the final analysis, it is a group of parasites. If you want to adapt, you have to evolve in units of hundreds of millions of years. It seems that we still have to capture people and spiritual roots. Qi Xuan said, and picked two low-grade spiritual roots, by Yin Tong and Fei Niao Yi, from Zhuang Tong's skeleton, and threw them into the casting furnace. These two are useless, try to see how they are worth as fuel. Intelligent brain, what do you think? Qi Xuan asked the intelligent brain. I don't have much opinion for now. The symbiotic supernatural form of this world is a bit strange. But you need to pay attention to the blood fragments of special physiques. Their essence is still a genetic disease formed by foreign gene fragments. Such a large-scale genetic problem is likely to be related to this doomsday. The intelligent brain thinks more. Qi Xuan is focused on how to become stronger, but it is the intelligent brain that sees the risk. You mean the spiritual roots may have problems? Qi Xuan immediately thought of the root. Warlocks, whether they are born or not, have special physiques or not, their source is always parasites such as spiritual roots. At present, there are no natural disasters or man-made disasters, and it seems so peaceful, so the only thing that can go wrong must be the spiritual roots. Yes, so I hope you can focus on research at this stage, and not transplant spiritual roots for the time being. Compared to the Usui virus in your body, which is a necessary choice due to force majeure, the risk of spiritual roots may be greater than the benefits. Does Qi Xuan want to transplant spiritual roots into his body? Definitely not. Who likes to stuff parasites into themselves for no reason? It's just that they are forced by life. If he can choose, Qi Xuan will definitely not choose parasites. But if he can have strength, Qi Xuan can ignore parasites, but the premise is that the benefits must be greater than the risks. You can't make a profit at a loss, right? That would be a loss. Since it was the suggestion of the intelligent brain, Qi Xuan thought seriously. It's nothing more than researching first, but don't install it on yourself for the time being. This thing is easy to install, but if you want to remove it again, it will probably cost you half your life. At that time, even the cost cannot be recovered, which is easy to affect Qi Xuan's mentality. The mental problems are already serious, and they may become more crazy when stimulated. I know, I will seriously consider your suggestion. Qi Xuan listened to it. In this case, we should focus on hunting sorcerers. Then find time to catch some spiritual roots as fuel. Forget about people. At this stage, unless they are mid-level or above sorcerers, they are not even worth a drop in the ocean as fuel. The percentage of holy fuel in the previous holy world was too high, so now a lot of fuel is not very useful to Tai Sui God. Preliminary estimate, the fuel value of spiritual roots is relatively large. You only need to invest 100,000 low-level spiritual roots to increase Tai Sui God's armor value by 1 point. Let's just use high-level spiritual roots. Qi Xuan felt a little overwhelmed when he saw the word 100,000. There are indeed many low-grade spiritual roots, but it is not easy for Tai Sui to collect 100,000 of them. How many high-grade spiritual roots do you think are needed to increase the armor value by 1 point? Qi Xuan asked. Insufficient data, unable to accurately estimate. Neither Qi Xuan nor Tai Sui's God have ever obtained high-grade spiritual roots, and the intelligent brain does not have enough data to estimate. However, in the spiritual root world, in addition to the most valuable spiritual roots, there are other extraordinary resources. You don't have to limit yourself to spiritual roots. Secondly, there are spiritual root derivatives, such as the amber jade in your hand, which can also be used as fuel. I understand. You want me to let go and grab, right? Qi Xuan immediately understood what the intelligent brain meant. Although it said it in a euphemistic way, it actually meant what Qi Xuan understood. The intelligent brain has a learning model, and will gradually tend to Qi Xuan's thinking to operate logically. For example, the experiments all suggest that Qi Xuan be destructive, especially for him. The way to collect resources is to burn, kill, and rob, and there is little legal acquisition. He is an outlaw who has never considered the life and death of other lives and the impact on the future. He just said it in a more tactful way, so that Qi Xuan could make a choice. But if Qi Xuan throws the question to the intelligent brain, the answer of the intelligent brain can be summarized into 3 directions: running away quickly, killing and setting fire, and stealing and robbing. This is also Qi Xuan's usual thinking. As for correcting it, this is difficult. Qi Xuan must change his style first, And then the learning model of the intelligent brain can change its style. It can only be said that the master is like the Tai Sui god. The suggestion is very good. I suggest you take the initiative to raise it next time. Chi Suiyan approved of the plan of the intelligent brain. But who should we rob? Planning has been completed for you. The map projection appeared, and the intelligent brain also drew a route map very considerately. Chapter 308. Satellites are really useful. Chi Suiyan couldn't help but sigh. Before there were no satellites, they relied on the reconnaissance network. Now there is not only a reconnaissance network, but also satellite remote assistance. Even how to kill, the intelligent brain has planned it for him. You throw the crazy cathedral, I throw Fei. Chi Suiyan saw a luxurious mansion from a distance. This is a family of warlocks. There is no intelligence at all. Chi Suiyan doesn't even know the other party's name. But it's okay. If you can't kill, just run away. Whether it is the crazy cathedral or Fei, they can be used as consumables. It's a pity that after leaving the holy world, the effect and power of the crazy cathedral have returned to normal without the blessing of the world. Chi Suiyan was so regretful. Otherwise, he would directly use the crazy cathedral and Fei to directly control the corpse tide. Fortunately, the effect is still there. Ready, 3, 2, 1, fire. Under the countdown of the intelligent brain, the mad cathedral and Fei were thrown directly into the magnificent mansion. Then there was chaos. As long as there is no third-grade warlock inside, there is basically no possibility of annihilating the mad cathedral and Fei. You stay away, so as not to be discovered. We are too conspicuous, Chi Suiyan said. To a certain extent, Fei and the mad cathedral complement each other. Fei will release the killing type of Yushin virus, and the mad cathedral will produce mutant strains with the Yushin virus. In this way, Fei's killing type of Yushin virus will be more varied, and if the mutant strain of Yushin virus is based on the killing type, it will have a more terrible lethality. It can be said to be a good means of killing in arson, especially when used to kill people and rob goods. At least it is not like the strategic missile weapon system and the floating gun, which basically does not leave any residue after the explosion. As for whether Fei will kill spiritual roots, this is indeed true. But it doesn't matter, if they die, they die. If it doesn't work, just throw them into the smelting furnace as fuel. His main purpose is to stir up chaos. As the saying goes, fish in troubled waters. The noise in the mansion gradually subsided, and it was obvious that most people were dead. There is no need to worry about collecting the spoils, as Fei and the Yushin virus body in the mad cathedral can do it. Intelligent brain, what do you think is a way to quickly gather a large number of warlocks? Chi Suiyan felt that it would be difficult to gather a large number of warlocks by killing them by himself without being able to accumulate corpses. So he thought of a quicker way. Yes, fraud, how to cheat. Chi Suiyan's first thought was not to break the law, but that in the spiritual root world, it seemed that there was no way to cheat on a large scale. You can't just pretend to be a first-class warlock inheritance site, and then trick all the warlocks to come. That would be too troublesome. Chi Suiyan's ideas were limited, and he felt that this method was also troublesome. Your idea is indeed very good, but the efficiency is too slow and the benefits are too low. My suggestion is that you become a warlord directly, and gather a large number of spiritual roots and resources in the process of recruiting warlocks. When your warlord power reaches a certain level, throw all the warlocks, spiritual roots, resources, etc. into the casting furnace as fuel. Chi Suiyan listened to this, and it seemed that there were quite a few feasibility. It's nothing more than holding back a big wave, and then ascending to the sky in one step. After you have a certain amount of power, you could also go to the major warlock families to attract investment, and then find an opportunity to rob them. It doesn't have to be an investment, you can also borrow money. When the time comes, just take out the warlord's territory as collateral. Sell to more families. Not only will they be reluctant to leave due to high sunk costs, but I can also sell more of one piece of land. Chi Suiyan thought, has he seen this routine somewhere before? Yes, your thinking is more long-term than mine. Intelligent brain complimented him as soon as he opened his mouth. Come on, you must have a follow-up plan, but the time has not come, so you didn't mention it to me. How could Chi Suiyan not know what the situation of intelligent brain was? In terms of loss, Chi Suiyan really can't compare with intelligent brain, a chaotic quantum intelligence system. He has nothing now, and it's useless for intelligent brain to mention it. When everything is ready, it will mention it at the right time. After all, Chi Suiyan didn't want power or territory from the beginning, but to make money. That is, the spiritual root world coincided with the beginning of the chaos, otherwise there would be no good opportunity. So, this family of sorcerers is the foundation of our foundation. With this family background, they must be rich. After taking over, they will directly occupy the land by force, and then it will be a matter of recruiting people, food, and equipment. Yes, if you need it, I can do it for you. The intelligent brain knows Chi Xuan's character. He doesn't care about power or status at all. And he doesn't like these kinds of chores, which are all handled by the intelligent brain. Of course, no problem, but before that, you probably have to deal with these peeping villains first, Chi Xuan said. The changes in this family of sorcerers naturally attracted a lot of attention. There are also many spirit monsters, Jianghu sorcerers, etc. A certain Taiping heavenly king, seeing that the local gentry bullies are bullying the people, today I will eliminate the harm for the people. Tai Sui God directly stepped forward to take the responsibility, and the intelligent brain also gave himself a nickname. This is normal, they are all traitors, so they have to give themselves a better name. Everyone looked at each other, and they had never heard of any bad deeds in the Su family. On weekdays, they built bridges and paved roads, and they acted kindly. Although there were some useless children in the family, there were no dandies who bullied the people. How did they suddenly become local gentry bullies and bully the people? In principle, it was Chi Xuan's fault, but now the principle is in Chi Xuan's hands. In the mansion, a terrifying and strange house crawled out, and it was obviously alive at first glance. There were a lot of zombie-like monsters around the house, and there were a lot of white skeletons as decorations on the walls and roofs. When they came out, the unpleasant stench spread quickly, forcing everyone to step back a few steps, which barely blocked the smell. At this time, those sorcerers and spirit monsters, who wanted to make a fortune, all wanted to retreat. They were not opponents of a third-grade sorcerer at all. Even if they were opponents, they were unwilling to fight against Chi Xuan. The other party's house-like treasure was definitely not simple. For a little profit, why bother to sacrifice yourself? Not to mention that the other party seemed to be intentionally occupying territory, and obviously intended to intervene in the troubled times. Chi Xuan not only shocked people, but also spread his reputation. At the same time, many people with ideas chose to join Chi Xuan. The 4 characters Taiping Heavenly King typed by the intelligent brain showed that he was going to rebel. Of course, most of the people who surrendered had ulterior motives. And they were not decent people. The intelligent brain accepted them all, anyway, it would gather popularity first. No matter how bad a bastard he was, Chi Xuan and the intelligent brain would not despise him, because there must be a place for him in the smelting furnace. Then he cleaned up the mansion of the sorcerer family, and made it a temporary base, and began to gradually control the big town through command. With the existence of reconnaissance network and satellite projection, the intelligent brain naturally knows what is going on in the world without going out. It's just that less than an hour after the operation, there are bad guests coming. Well, Chi Xuan and Tai Sui are the bad guests. There will always be people who can't stand it, destroy the whole family, and ruin the reputation of the people. You are doing this, and you also want to dominate the world? The disdainful voice came from a young man. Chi Xuan looked him up and down. He was dressed brightly and beautifully. He could tell at a glance that he was a person with a good background and status. Ordinary people really couldn't wear such good clothes. Are you related to the Su family? Chi Xuan asked curiously. Of course not. The boy denied it directly, and then said, I just saw injustice and spoke up for justice. That's none of your business. Chi Xuan rolled his eyes. Do you know that your actions will cause Anju town to fall into war? The boy was very angry at Chi Xuan's attitude. None of my business. Chi Xuan added these 4 words. Generally speaking, in most cases, you can use none of your business and none of my business to criticize others, unless there is no solution, such as your wife is in my bed, otherwise it will definitely choke people. Stubborn, huh? The young man took action directly. This is the bad thing about supernatural power. If you can't argue, you can take action directly, through physical persuasion, so that the argumentative person can no longer argue. Although I don't know where you came from, didn't your elder say a word to you? Chi Xuan's voice came from behind the young man. Fei's figure emerged, and with the help of the evil dragon and tiger, he directly injured the young man before he could take action. He was almost out of breath on the spot. As for why Chi Xuan ran behind the opponent, of course, it was to avoid skills. If Fei and the evil dragon and tiger failed to attack, Tai Sui God could also make up another knife. That's it. When you are in the rivers and lakes, you will be stabbed. Whose family are you from? I ask your elders to redeem you. Chi Xuan said, walked over, tied up the man on the spot, and then hung him upside down. The young man looked unwilling. The gap between the 2 sides was so big. Speak, why are you staring? Chi Xuan punched the other person in the abdomen. He was beaten to vomit. I am not from a noble family, the young man said, staring at Qi Xuan fiercely. No! Qi Xuan sneered. I give you another chance. Let the person behind you redeem you. Otherwise, you will have to suffer a lot next time. Qi Xuan didn't believe it at all, as the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. With your nice clothes, if there is no power or high-quality sorcerer behind you, how can you afford to wear them? In addition, you look delicate and tender. How can you look like a person without status? It's nothing more than a young man who wanted to uphold justice, but ended up being caught by Qi Xuan. It's okay not to admit it. On the operating table, you have to tell Qi Xuan everything about peeping at the big sister next door taking a bath when you were 8 years old. As for offending the family or sorcerer behind him, the worst that can happen is that we can just kill them all. Chapter 309. The incorporation of Anju Town went very smoothly. Qi Xuan did not take the path of gathering people's hearts at all. It was purely a violent dictatorship. In addition to being able to shut up the nitpickers, the extraordinary power can also form absolute rule through personal force. However, the premise is that there must be an intelligent brain to assist, otherwise there is no way to expand the power by arbitrary exploitation. Anju Town is thriving, and Qi Xuan is dissecting the young man named Sun Yuan. At the beginning, the other party was indeed stubborn and said that he was just a passerby who saw injustice, but then, he couldn't stand the torture and experiments, so he became honest. Sun Yuan's origin is indeed extraordinary. In the sorcerer family he belongs to, there is an ancestor of a third-grade sorcerer. The Sun family in Pinga City is considered the largest sorcerer family in the surrounding area. However, Sun Yuan is not a bloody eldest son, but a slightly talented sorcerer from a side branch. After being trained by the family, he went out to gain experience, and then encountered Qi Xuan's behavior of occupying Anju Town. Not all people from noble families are evil. Most of them are normal people, and will not bully men or women. After all, reputation is also very important. It is not enough to have a noble family. They also need the support of ordinary people. If their reputation is bad, it will affect their industry. If the industry is affected, the income will be affected, and the resources will be reduced, forming a vicious cycle. So most of the time, noble families act like good people to the outside world, and even carry out various public welfare activities. In essence, these actions are all convenient for the noble families. Qi Xuan does not understand, but the intelligent brain understands economics, finance and other aspects of knowledge, and can analyze the behavior logic for Qi Xuan. Okay, nothing serious. Be careful next time you do it, your uncle is here to pick you up. Qi Xuan sutured Sun Yuan's wound and injected him with a high concentration of painkillers before letting him get up. He didn't die. There are not many experimental subjects who can survive Qi Xuan's hands. The main reason is that the Sun family is valuable, and the intelligent brain intends to use the Sun family to further expand its power. For example, Pinga City and surrounding towns are included in their territory. Just missing a springboard, Sun Yuan is very suitable. So Qi Xuan asked someone to send Sun Yuan's situation to the Sun family. If they didn't know, the Sun family would treat him as missing, but now that they know, they must arrange someone to deal with it. The family is based on blood ties, not just a side branch and a bastard. That would be chilling. You can fail to rescue, but you can't be indifferent. Otherwise, if you don't care today, you can be abandoned tomorrow if something happens. In this case, wouldn't it fall apart? So the Sun family arranged for someone to meet Qi Xuan. Anyway, things that can be solved with money are not a big deal for the Sun family. Unless the other party doesn't know what's good for him and asks for a huge sum of money. Then it won't be a talk, but a fight. Do you really think that the Sun family's reputation is just that of a good old man or a great philanthropist? They also have diamond means. It's just that in order to maintain the reputation without ruining the harmony, they chose to use courtesy before force. Sun Yuan looked at Qi Xuan with hatred. He wanted to curse, but there was a wound in his throat, so he couldn't even make a sound, let alone curse. Don't stare at me. When your injury is healed, you can complain as you like. Now, just use him as a bargaining chip. I have reached an agreement with your Sun family, and you will also benefit, Qi Xuan said, and then ignored Sun Yuan. Then he took him to the main hall, where Sun Yuan's third uncle Sun Jian had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that Sun Yuan was still alive, and had no missing limbs, he was relieved. Obviously, this rebel who called himself the Taiping Heavenly King was not so unscrupulous. He was afraid that his nephew would be tortured to death. Mr. Sun, the person has been returned, now we can talk. Qi Xuan pushed Sun Yuan over. Sun Jian nodded. How does the Heavenly King plan to talk? Qi Xuan called himself the Taiping Heavenly King, so he naturally called him the Heavenly King. After all, we are on someone else's territory. Being too arrogant will offend people, and whether we can get out at that time is a matter of course. Originally, I came with the idea of peace being the most precious. It was also because his nephew was stupid. If he had gone back to ask for help, he would not have been killed. He did nothing wrong, but the action was wrong. I plan to cooperate with your Sun family to carry out. The intelligent brain took over and began to propose a plan. At the beginning, Sun Jian didn't care when he heard the word cooperation. You, a sorcerer who didn't know where you came from, wanted to cooperate with their Sun family by relying on your spiritual roots. It's ridiculous. If my nephew hadn't been captured by you, you wouldn't have the qualifications to see him. But as he spoke, Sun Jian gradually put away his contempt. Not for anything else, just because what the other party said made sense. Although the other party was just a mouth and didn't give anything, if the other party could really implement it by himself, then there would be nothing for their Sun family. The more he heard, the more solemn Sun Jian's expression became. He was not only good at fighting and killing, but also knew the ways of the world and various aspects of management and administration. The cooperation of the Heavenly King was indeed very sincere, and the Heavenly King also showed his skill and ability in taking over Anju Town. However, the cooperation of the Heavenly King was of great importance, and I could not decide. I needed to return to Pinga City to report to the ancestor before I could give the Heavenly King an answer. Sun Jian spoke directly about his attitude. Let's put it this way, he never thought about cooperation when he came here. It was nothing more than paying a ransom to send Qi Xuan away, and then destroying such a daring person afterwards. Anju Town belonged to Pinga City, and was also under the control of their Sun family. Without Anju Town, their Sun family would also lose a sum of income. It was just that because Sun Yuan was in Qi Xuan's hands, it was really difficult to take action, which would easily chill the hearts of the clan members. If Sun Yuan died, they could do it themselves. It doesn't matter if he is rescued. We can use Sun Yuan as an excuse to destroy him later. However, I am afraid that we cannot destroy him now, because the proposal he put forward is indeed very tempting. If we cooperate with him, perhaps the resources needed by the ancestor to break through to the second-grade sorcerer can be gathered. Sorcerers are already in the first grade, not to mention the third grade. Once the ancestor successfully breaks through, perhaps their Sun family will be able to expand their influence again. There is even a threshold for entering the world. Looking at Qi Xuan again, isn't this a qualified white glove, using the other party to expand power, and then occupying the magpie's nest, and finally the Sun family sitting on the world, isn't it beautiful? Unfortunately, Sun Jian couldn't make the decision, otherwise he would have agreed immediately. Okay, but I have limited time. Give me a reply within 3 days. I think there will be no problem. Qi Xuan naturally couldn't wait for the Sun family indefinitely. If the Sun family didn't take the bait, Qi Xuan would change to another one. Anyway, there are many noble families in the world. I can change to another family or a place. But your Sun family doesn't have such a good opportunity. Qi Xuan continued. I will give the king a reply within 3 days. Sun Jian didn't say anything. Time was enough. As for destroying Qi Xuan and eating alone, in the whole plan, Qi Xuan is the one who can't be avoided. If the Sun family does the project by itself, even if it succeeds, it will ruin its reputation. But cooperating with Qi Xuan is different. At that time, the benefits will be 70% for the Sun family and 30% for Qi Xuan, but all the risks will be blamed on Qi Xuan. There is no problem with the division, after all. Some people who want to give 70% to the Sun family don't have the means to do so, so Sun Jian doesn't have many extra ideas. However, for Qi Xuan, the Sun family wants 70%, but Qi Xuan has his eyes on the entire Sun family. At that time, not only will he vomit as much as he eats, but even the family assets will be swallowed up by Qi Xuan. In this case, I will see Mr. Sun off, and I hope we can reach a cooperation. This is a win-win situation, and I believe the ancestor of the Sun family will definitely not refuse. Qi Xuan saw Sun Jian off, and Sun Yuan left his mansion. Don't worry, King, this is not a difficult matter, but I don't manage the Sun family, so I can't agree to it. Sun Jian naturally started to shirk. Please stay, my king. I will go on my own. After saying that, Sun Jian took Sun Yuan to the carriage. After leaving Anju Town, Sun Jian used his spiritual root ability to treat Sun Yuan's injuries. Although he was not fully recovered and needed to rest for a while, he was able to speak. Uncle, this Taiping Heavenly King has bad intentions. We can't cooperate with him. Sun Yuan said hurriedly, as soon as he recovered. Of course I know. He just wants to use the power of the Sun family to strengthen himself. Sun Jian knew the other party's purpose without Sun Yuan's reminder. Otherwise, how could he get benefits? Why did Uncle stand still? Sun Yuan didn't know why. The Taiping Heavenly King is indeed good, but he overlooked one thing. Sun Jian said coldly, he is just a sorcerer who has just entered the middle grade. What kind of storm can he cause? The ancestor of the family is a third-grade sorcerer, not to mention your uncle and others. There are also more than a dozen fourth-grade sorcerers, not to mention fifth and sixth-grade ones. Without absolute strength, no matter how many plans you make, it is just to make wedding clothes for my Sun family. How many warlords in the world today do not have the support of a sorcerer family behind them? The so-called Taiping Heavenly King is seeking nothing more than this matter. Sun Yuan accurately analyzed Qi Xuan's shortcomings and weaknesses. Sun Yuan's expression was not very good, so he deliberately chose Anju Town and then attacked me? Combined with Sun Jian's analysis, Sun Yuan felt that he was calculated. It's quite possible, and it's accurate that you will jump out. Sun Jian said with a smile, maybe it's accurate that the person who came to rescue you is me, your third uncle. He didn't think this was a bad thing for Sun Yuan. People are unlikely to teach people, but things can teach people once and for all. This experience will definitely help Sun Yuan's success. But this is just a little cleverness, strength is absolute. If you have the strength of a top-grade warlock, do you think he dares? He will only kneel down and look at you respectfully. Sun Jian advised Sun Yuan to pay more attention to improving his strength and not waste his talent. Chapter 310. After cooperating with the Sun family, the power of the Taiping Heavenly King expanded rapidly. In less than 10 days, Pinga City was quickly occupied. On the surface, Qi Xuan, the Taiping Heavenly King, made a lot of money, and secretly, the Sun family also plundered resources that were difficult to obtain for decades. More importantly, in this process, many sorcerer families were destroyed and many industries were taken over. These hidden benefits will continue to shine for the Sun family in the future. After such a successful cooperation, the relationship between the two sides became closer. As for Qi Xuan, in addition to harvesting a large amount of fuel, he also obtained various experimental products, which made his research on the spiritual root system advance by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, Pinga City and its surroundings are still relatively poor, and the resource level is only at the level of middle-grade sorcerers. The resources needed by the upper-grade sorcerers are basically too few to look at. As for the third-grade sorcerer ancestor of the Sun family, Qi Xuan also knows something about it. It is a situation where the monkey becomes the king when there is no tiger in the mountain. He is very old now. If he does not find a way to break through, he will be dead in another 30 years. When Qi Xuan heard the words 30 years, he felt that the other party could live much longer than himself. In his situation, he might not be able to live for 30 years. It can only be said that the warlock is indeed one of the few systems that can have both longevity and power among the extraordinary systems he has seen. At the beginning, the ancestor of the Sun family was also forced to leave his hometown after failing in a higher-level struggle and came to Pinga City to spread out. Otherwise, if he really wanted to stay in the prosperous place of the past, he would have died long ago. Even so, his current strength is not as good as before, as if he is injured. He is much stronger than the fourth rank, but much weaker than the normal third rank. Only in this remote area, even a disabled third rank like him can have this strength. If the strength had not declined too much, how could the Sun family be willing to be peaceful? They had already secretly supported warlords to intervene in the troubled times. They would not have waited until Qi Xuan came to have this idea. All aspects revealed that this family, with a third-rank sorcerer sitting in the seat, was more of an empty shell than hard power. After occupying Pinga City and surrounding towns, the Taiping Heavenly King's power entered a period of digestion. The rapid expansion must further deepen the power. However, these things have nothing to do with Qi Xuan, they are all handled by the intelligent brain. Especially with the help of the Sun family, there were no difficulties. It's just a reputation. It's still not good, the whole power structure is bound by interests. This has an advantage that if the enemy can't afford to pay more than the Taiping Heavenly King, then the possibility of rebellion is not great. However, for this group of rotten fish and shrimp, no one is willing to pay a high price, it's better to fight directly. Therefore, this inexplicable balance allows the entire Taiping Heavenly King's power to continue to expand. Anyway, Qi Xuan doesn't quite understand how the intelligent brain works. Just by drawing big cakes, and occasionally delivering interests, a warlord force similar to a grassroots team has been formed. However, there should also be the help of the protagonist's halo, otherwise it can be successful, if it really relies on the intelligent brain, but it is absolutely impossible to expand so fast. There are factors from all aspects, which led to the current result. Bloodline fragments, no, it should be genetic diseases that have begun to have an active tendency. Chi Suan said solemnly. If it was harmless before and could even serve as positive feedback, it could be called a bloodline fragment of a special physique. But now it is different. It has produced some harmful effects, that is, genetic diseases. Genetic diseases from the genetic level, warlocks are in big trouble. It is only active at this stage. If it continues, it may be a disease. The intelligent brain really guessed the end of the spiritual root world, which is derived from the genetic disease of gene fragments after fusion with parasites in the human body. Chi Suan had always believed that the end of the doomsday game was aimed at humans, and now it can be further confirmed. The spiritual root world looks like a cultivation of immortals, but in fact, if it is really divided, it should belong to the extraordinary system of biological transformation. It is not a traditional cultivation of immortals and martial arts. This kind of genetic change is produced on a large scale. In addition to coming from spiritual root parasites, it may also come from the environment. Intelligent brain, are there any changes in the data report projected by the satellite? Chi Suan asked. No changes yet, enough time is needed for observation. During this period of time, Chi Suan has dissected no less than 1,000 sorcerers, from the 9th grade to the 5th grade. And all of them have found signs of active genetic diseases in their bodies. However, the degree of activity starts to increase from the bottom up, that is, the lower the strength, the higher the degree of activity. Especially at the level of the 9th grade sorcerer. It's just that they already have extraordinary bodies, so they can't feel it for the time being. However, they are already sick to the bone. As for ordinary people, there are some, but they are within the safe range, and have not formed a trend of symptoms. But Chi Suan doesn't think there is no problem within the safe range. Once the warlock is affected, the nest will be destroyed. The environment has not changed. Continue to monitor, and then adjust the focus to the spiritual roots. Chi Suan knows that since it is not the environment, it must be the spiritual roots. The natives of the spiritual root world regard it as the source of the extraordinary, but in Chi Suan's view, no matter how much it evolves, it is still a parasite. More importantly, the warlocks do not seem to have complete control over the spiritual roots. After dissecting so many warlocks, Chi Suan found that the relationship between the two sides is still symbiotic. The warlocks did undergo extraordinary transformation surgery to integrate the spiritual roots into their organs and spiritual power, but during this process, the spiritual roots are still alive. On the other hand, the extraordinary organs and abilities possessed by warlocks are themselves made up of spiritual roots. Organs and spiritual power are also integrated by spiritual roots. Now warlocks are in charge. So what about in the future? Especially the combination of spiritual roots and wild beasts can form a third consciousness. The warlock system is indeed much stronger than that of spirit monsters, and it is also gradually advancing. However, the development of warlocks is not to deeply understand the essence, but to constantly explore more efficient refining methods, find stronger spiritual root combinations, and even how to capture better spiritual roots, etc. To this day, warlocks don't know the source of wild spiritual roots, and they all say they are born and raised. I have always known the fact but not the reason. In other words, the sorcerer went in the wrong direction. But this is also normal. They can get the result directly without development. Then they just need to constantly strengthen this tool. There is no need to explore the root cause at all. This is a troublesome thing. After all, if you want to explore, you must have strength, but the exploration process consumes the time of becoming stronger. As for reaching the first level, then you will be entangled in many things. Your research may need to be suspended for a while, and the first wave of harvest can begin, the intelligent brain suddenly reminded Chi Suan. The first wave of harvest, naturally, refers to the Sun family. So soon? Chi Suan was a little surprised. How come it's time to start harvesting after taking over Pingda City for so long? Yes, according to the data model, the Sun family will take action within 3 days, act in a righteous way, and take over your power completely. So we need to strike first and deal with them in advance? The Sun family is so anxious that they don't even want to fatten it up. Then when do we take action? Chi Suan asked directly about the time, without asking whether it would affect the subsequent trapping of other warlock families. Since the intelligent brain dares to do this, it means it has a plan. Action at 12 o'clock tonight. I need you to deal with the 3rd grade warlock ancestor of the Sun family. The rest of the Sun family is not a problem. The real difficulty is the Sun family ancestor in the upper 3rd grade. Based on the limited data at hand, it is speculated that only Chi Suan can win by driving the Tai Sui god and the protagonist's halo. There is no winning rate relying on the intelligent brain and Tai Sui God alone. The Taoist book transformed by the top-grade spiritual root can control the natural power of heaven and earth. With the help of treasures and magic, it can burst out incredible power. Qi Xuan has only seen the strength of the middle-grade magician, which has reached the level of Fan Fingfei. However, in front of Qi Xuan, it is almost as good as paper. However, there is only one top-grade magician in this area, the ancestor of the Sun family, and it is difficult to see him. The Taiping Heavenly King is deep-minded and rebellious, since he has already used his hands to quell the disasters around him. Then we will get rid of this disaster tomorrow morning. Choose a few people from the clan to take over his power, and we will support a warlord ourselves. The ancestor of the Sun family half leaned on the carved railing, and casually sprinkled fish food into the lake. But ancestor, if you raise it for a while, it will be fatter. A fourth-grade magician of the Sun family felt that he could gain more. He can drag our Sun family into the water within 3 days, and he can also drag other sorcerer families into the game within 3 days. The ancestor of the Sun family clapped his hands. Taking over as soon as possible is the hard truth. Everyone looked at each other, thinking that their ancestor was making a fuss. A mid-level sorcerer? What kind of storm can he stir up? The other party can have what they have today, but it is only because of the support of their Sun family. How dare they bite them back? Ancestor, you worry too much. It's just a junior who doesn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Why do you need to care about him? A sorcerer of the Sun family continued. However, the ancestor of the Sun family acted as if he didn't hear it, and re-emphasized, tomorrow morning, get rid of this disaster. Prepare well tonight, so as not to let people run away in the chaos tomorrow. As soon as these 2 sentences came out, the Sun family immediately understood that their ancestor was not discussing with them, but notifying them. Yes, ancestor. At this point, they had no choice but to refuse. After saying this, everyone left. Alas, this small place has been the king for too long. Now that there are no external enemies, there is a lack of successors. The ancestor of the Sun family sighed. The second and third generations who followed him to start the business were also blinded by wealth and honor. Chapter 311. The big data of the intelligent brain is really not a vegetarian. Qi Xuan saw the actions in the Sun family's mansion. From clan members to slaves, from direct descendants to side branches, all were fully mobilized under some kind of order. In this case, it must be a big move. It is either a big threat or a big benefit that can make the Sun family so worthy of such a big move. Now it must be the latter. Intelligent brain, how do you know that the helmsman of the Sun family is not greedy? Qi Xuan asked. If he is greedy, he must be thinking of continuing to fatten up and wait until Qi Xuan's Taiping Heavenly King's power expands to the point where it can be slaughtered, instead of taking action just 2 days after taking over. In the plan given by the intelligent brain, the benefits received by the Sun family have just begun. Now, except for the Taiping Heavenly King's power, it is basically equivalent to killing the goose to get the eggs. Through the big data model, and the intelligent brain first briefly outlined it, and then gave Qi Xuan a report. Qi Xuan just glanced at it briefly, and did not continue to investigate. The inferences based on the information are nothing more than data obtained through satellite projection and reconnaissance networks. It seems that the information system needs to be further improved. Forget it, let's discuss it later. Qi Xuan thought about it, and there was no module bar. What's the situation with your subordinates? Why haven't they taken action yet? Could they have been bribed by the Sun family in advance? Qi Xuan turned his attention back to the Sun family. According to the plan, the monsters under the Taiping Heavenly King's subordinates would take action first, and then he would kill the Sun family ancestor, who was a third-grade sorcerer. The Taiping Heavenly King occupied Pinga City and the surrounding towns, and naturally recruited a lot of sorcerers and spirit monsters as his subordinates. Most of them are not good people, but Qi Xuan is not either. Qi Xuan gives them resources, and they work. It doesn't matter if they have disloyalty, but as long as they don't make small moves and get in Qi Xuan's face, they can be tolerated. Anyway, they are all tools and cannon fodder. When the time comes, and they are still alive, they will be stuffed into the smelting furnace. It's not that no one has challenged Qi Xuan's position. Later, they were stuffed into the smelting furnace, and no one dared to question Qi Xuan. It's just that these sorcerers and spirit monsters are all of a kind who forget their principles when they see profit. As long as the Sun family offers higher benefits, they will rebel without hesitation. However, the Sun family doesn't think highly of these people, and at most they just draw a pie in the sky. If someone really falls for it, It's basically a matter of robbing straw to kill rabbits. At most, they will get rid of you in 2 or 3 months. After all, the sorcerer family is good to the common people, not to the sorcerers who compete with the sorcerer family for resources, even though it is difficult and rare for sorcerers to obtain resources. Don't worry, the Sun family can't afford to pay us such a high price to raise them. Killing them is cheaper than raising them. You hurt their feelings if you say that. Qi Xuan complained, tools and part-time cannon fodder, their status is so low. Not long after, a large number of Jianghu magicians and spirit monsters led soldiers to attack the Sun family. With the dispatch and control of the intelligent brain, the door of the Sun family was broken at lightning speed. Then, of course, the war began. The Sun family was caught off guard, but overall, the strength of the Sun family is much stronger than this group of rabble. After surviving the chaos for the first time, they organized an orderly defense and counterattack. If nothing unexpected happens, this group of monsters will definitely lose. Qi Xuan looked at the situation. Even though he didn't know much about war, he could see the situation clearly. At the beginning, he was able to advance rapidly, but now, he was blocked at the second gate of the mansion, and the casualties were getting bigger and bigger. You should go and kill the ancestor of the Sun family, otherwise this group of rabble will escape sooner or later, the intelligent brain reminded Qi Xuan. The role of the rabble is to attract firepower. As long as the ancestor of the Sun family dies, the rest will not be a problem. In the world of individual power, once the ruler with powerful power dies, the entire management structure will quickly collapse. Qi Xuan then took over Tai Suishan, and quickly locked the ancestor of the Sun family through the reconnaissance network. The opponent's strength is indeed much stronger than Qi Xuan, but it is far from the judgment standard of high-energy life forms. This means that even if he is defeated, he can kill the opponent with the protagonist's halo. The launch silo behind him emerged, and a missile flew out with a sizzle. The intercontinental missile is still in the process of manufacturing since it bombed Longjing City last time. The missile did not land, but was torn into pieces by the invisible wind in midair. Typing Heavenly King? He is indeed very capable. You can plan one step faster than me. The ancestor of the Sun family came in the dark night, stepping on the strong wind. The strong wind on the opponent's body is much stronger than the Gingjin strong wind in the lower grade spiritual root Shan Junling. No, it should be said that it is more perfect. At the same time, the opponent has 3 treasures on his body, namely the green hairpin for hair, the yellow robe on his body, and the gold bracelet on his hand. The energy tends to be wind attributed, and the spiritual root system constructed by the opponent is most likely wind type. This is already a situation that anyone with a discerning eye can see, and there is no need for the intelligent brain to remind him. Qi Xuan didn't take the magic of low-grade spiritual roots, or the treasure of middle-grade spiritual roots, seriously. The truly powerful ones should be the Taoist books of high-grade spiritual roots. Through the reconnaissance network, it can be seen that the energy of the Sun family ancestor's body is not only circulating internally, but also forming a larger cycle with the outside through the high-grade spiritual roots on his body. This means that the opponent can exert more powerful power through this cycle, commonly known as borrowing power to fight power, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to strike at the power of others. It is for this reason that as long as you enter the upper 3rd grade, even if you are old, you can't be defeated by the 4th grade middle grade sorcerer. It's a pity that your strength can't support your plan. No matter what yours is, the Sun family ancestor said endlessly. Qi Xuan directly launched a sneak attack. Obviously, the aura of intelligence reduction has taken effect, otherwise there wouldn't be so many words. Looking at this, if Qi Xuan waited and didn't take action, the other party might tell Qi Xuan about his psychological process. But Qi Xuan didn't want to listen to these. With the cooperation of Fei, a large number of missiles were launched. The Sun family ancestor could ignore the hot weapons such as firearms, so Qi Xuan used missiles. It's just a trick. You don't know the top 3 grades at all. The Sun family ancestor counterattacked with Gang Feng and easily destroyed all the missiles. He really didn't know that the missiles would explode, but he could see that there must be problems with this thing flying at high speed, and it would be better to destroy it in advance. However, he stopped the missiles, but did not stop Qi Xuan and Fei. My top-grade spiritual root is Qingming Gang Feng, which is ranked in the Soul-Searching Atlas. After blocking the attacks of Qi Xuan and Fei with the strong wind, the ancestor of the Sun family showed disdain on his face, and then began to leak his information. Qi Xuan could only say that the strengthening of the protagonist's halo of +9, the effect of reducing intelligence is really not something that ordinary people can bear. But when he thought about it again, he might have to bear the effect of reducing intelligence of the protagonist's halo one day, and he was speechless. The reduction of intelligence does not necessarily fall on the enemy. If there are some extremely valuable things that are contrary to Chi Xuan's reason, the reduction of intelligence will fall on Chi Xuan. At that time, he probably will be like the ancestor of the Sun family in front of him, who doesn't know why he talks so much, but just wants to chat. Then he showed off and boasted about all his family background. But this one is unlikely to work on Chi Xuan. Even if it is a reduction of intelligence, it will not make Chi Xuan trapped in his own cocoon. After all, there is still the protagonist's halo to cover it. The blast of the Sun family ancestor was indeed fierce, but because of the effect of reducing intelligence, his strength was not even 30% of his peak in those days. The crazy cathedral directly trapped Chi Xuan, the Sun family ancestor, and Fei. 4th grade warlock? The first grade is like heaven and earth, not to mention the difference between the upper 3rd grade and the middle 3rd grade. The Sun family ancestor was not surprised. He regarded the Tai Sui god and Fei on Chi Xuan as Chi Xuan's treasures. Although the current crazy cathedral looks strange, it is also natural. Spells are similar to skills, and treasures are equipment, props, and summons. But soon, he found something wrong. Fei was in the crazy cathedral and quickly burst out with more powerful power. And the weird-looking people around him also started singing. He immediately used the strong wind to build a stronger defense. But he was a step slower after all. A high-frequency energy blade with elemental structure penetrated his strong wind, directly broke his neck from behind, and then twisted it, and cut off his head on the spot. From the beginning, whether it was Fei, missiles, or the crazy cathedral, they were all the cover chosen by Chi Xuan. The person who really took action was naturally him with the protagonist's halo. Otherwise, how could these things kill a 3rd grade warlock across levels? The elemental high-frequency energy blade is a melee energy weapon formed by Chi Xuan through the module of high-energy virus enchantment magic array, combined with energy technology. It has the characteristics of high sharpness and high penetration. If the module column is sufficient in the future, it can be used as one of the weapon modules. But for now, just use it. The head of the Sun family ancestor flew up, and was grabbed by Chi Xuan, and then the body was quickly saved. Although his head and body were separated, the tenacious vitality of the 3rd grade warlock did not kill him. As long as Chi Xuan was properly preserved, he would have no problem living forever. If it weren't for the problematic parasites at the root of the spiritual root system, this extraordinary system would indeed be very perfect. The ancestor of the Sun family opened his eyes wide, with an unbelievable look on his face. He couldn't believe that his head was chopped off like this. He wanted to say something, but because he had no lungs, he just opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. Chi Xuan didn't intend to listen to what he said. He sealed the head and isolated it from the body to prevent the other party from controlling the body through the soul. The characteristics of the upper 3rd grade are that the spirit and soul evolve to form a special spiritual structure called the soul. After I deal with the Sun family, let's talk about it, Chi Xuan said, and directly put the sealed head into the subspace pocket. Chapter 312. Without the ancestor of the Sun family, Chi Xuan dealt with the remaining people like cutting melons and vegetables. All the surviving sorcerers were captured and kept as experimental subjects. Then the Sun family's property was consolidated and recorded, and the surviving mob was rewarded. The next step was to prepare for further expansion. After the mob received the rewards that matched their psychological expectations, they naturally had no complaints. The intelligent brain was not stingy, and directly took out 10% of the Sun family's assets. It can only be said that it is worthy of the rich family and the poor sorcerers. As for the remaining 90%, Chi Xuan began to select it himself. Anyway, a part of the wealth was reserved for development, and most of the rest were stuffed into the casting furnace. The number of spiritual roots among them was incredible. Not to mention other things, there were more than 500 high-quality spiritual roots alone. At first, Chi Xuan thought there was an extra digit. As for the middle and lower grades, there are even more. There are nearly 10,000 middle grades, and hundreds of thousands of lower grades. He really didn't expect that the Sun family could have so many spiritual roots. But soon, he knew why, because they reproduce spiritual roots through spiritual roots, so there were so many. Most spiritual roots are actually repeated types, not that each spiritual root is different. Parasites are born in large numbers. For warlocks with aristocratic families, the most abundant thing in growth is spiritual roots, but the resources needed to refine and feed spiritual roots. Therefore, one of the main businesses of the Sun family in extraordinary resources is to sell spiritual roots. The role of spiritual roots is not only to refine and become stronger, but also to have other spiritual root industries. The simplest one is amber jade, which can be used as a carrier. In addition, there are other extraordinary resources that can use spiritual roots as raw materials. On the contrary, the descendants of the Sun family are not competitive. It's not that they don't have high-quality spiritual roots, but they really can't refine them and have no way to break through. If Chi Xuan comes 3 or 5 months earlier, the number of spiritual roots will have to increase by 1 digit and then double. Before, the Sun family sold several batches of spiritual roots and exchanged them for various resources. Otherwise, how can such a large Sun family afford to support a large number of sorcerers? While making huge profits, the daily expenditure is a huge astronomical figure for those Jianghu sorcerers. Not to mention supporting a third-grade sorcerer, their life is called extravagant. I just don't know how many times so many spiritual roots can make Tai Sui God evolve. Not to mention more, these hundreds of thousands of low-quality spiritual roots can only increase Tai Sui God's armor value by 1 point. Therefore, we can only hope for medium-quality and high-quality spiritual roots. It's a problem to collect so many spiritual roots. Chi Xuan sighed. He must pick them up himself, and there is no external collection equipment. Fortunately, with the current modules and strength of Tai Suishan, it doesn't take long to complete the processing. It is recommended that you don't touch the low-grade spiritual roots. There are many, but the benefits are small. Even if you use them all as fuel, you can only increase the armor value by 1 point. It is recommended that you use high-grade spiritual roots as the main ones, and medium-grade spiritual roots as the auxiliary ones. The remaining low-grade spiritual roots are used as resources and materials. When the final harvest is to be carried out in the future, all of them will be used as fuel to make full use of them. Keep it as funds, okay. But it's not that easy for you to play the spiritual root market. The main trading partners in the spiritual root market are the sorcerer families, and only the sorcerer families can consume such a large number of spiritual roots. We have destroyed several sorcerer families, and they may not be willing to cooperate with us. Chi Xuan asked. Yes, they will not cooperate with the Taiping Heavenly King Warlord, but they will not refuse the benefits. The attitude they should have is indeed not less, but the sorcerer families will not give up the benefits they should eat. I understand, they say no, but their bodies are very honest. Chi Xuan immediately understood what the intelligent brain meant. It's nothing more than that they want to save face, and don't want to tear off the fig leaf. That's simple. Don't let things that can't be seen in the light see the light, isn't it good? But we can't give it to them so quickly. We have to do something with this batch of low-grade spiritual roots. Chi Xuan narrowed his eyes. He is not a good person, so there is no psychological pressure to do such things. If successful, it will be a batch of long-range bombs that can release highly toxic substances. Chi Xuan has a pretty good understanding of the structure of low-grade spiritual roots. Although their skills and forms are different, they all have one thing in common. That is the life symbiotic structure. With this structure, there are warlocks and spirit monsters. Chi Xuan only needs to focus on this common point to develop biological weapons. In fact, it is not recommended that you develop long-range bombs. How could the intelligent brain not know what Chi Xuan is going to do? It knows Chi Xuan very well. So it proposed a more sinister plan. You can directly develop a biological extinction virus targeting spiritual roots in one step. Artificially destroy the spiritual roots, and let the entire spiritual root world enter the Dharma ending age. At that time, the resources of the entire world will be at your disposal. Chi Xuan saw the suggestion of the intelligent brain, and could not help but remain silent. He just wanted to get some resources, and kill some sorcerer families. The intelligent brain was too extreme. It directly destroyed all the spiritual roots. After thinking carefully, he said, with my current technology, I can only target low-grade spiritual roots at most. I don't know how to target the middle and upper-grade spiritual roots for the time being. The second is that the mobility of spiritual roots is very poor, and the targeted extinction virus has limited transmission. Unless it is similar to the transmission of concepts and rules, the possibility of doing it is very low. Most sorcerer families purchase spiritual roots to use as raw materials. There is not much interval from storage to manufacturing. Even if there is, it will only spread in a local area, and the possibility of an outbreak of large-scale death of low-grade spiritual roots is not great. It does not necessarily have to be spread through spiritual roots, it can also be spread through people. Through the transformation of low-grade spiritual roots, it can be activated against genetic diseases in human spiritual roots. You release a large number of low-grade spiritual roots into the wild, and human spiritual roots refine them to cause infection, and spread through droplets. The intelligent brain gave a roundabout strategy. Anyway, the final target is the indigenous people. Since there is no way to artificially create the Dharma ending age, then we will enter the era of sequelae for all members. Just think of it as stepping on the accelerator for the end of the world. Your plan is very good, but you have to wait until I have time. And these hundreds of thousands of low-grade spiritual roots are not enough. Reproduce more, and then release them. Especially since our territory is large, we can release them in batches and in different areas. Chi Xuan added. The intelligent brain is only responsible for giving advice, and the subsequent research, transformation, etc., must be handled by Chi Xuan himself. In this regard, the intelligent brain is still not as good as Chi Xuan. After all, Chi Xuan has the aura of the protagonist, and his great luck can make him find the right thing from countless mistakes in a shorter time. Just like a light bulb, a lot of experiments and material explorations were carried out before the tungsten filament was obtained. Even if you have enough knowledge, you still need a certain amount of luck. If you are lucky, it will be better if you can get it with a single draw. After all the matters of the Sun family were dealt with, Chi Xuan returned to his laboratory. He took out the ancestor of the Sun family, whose head was separated from his body. Master of the separation, it's a pity that I don't believe in Guan, Chi Xuan said regretfully. Otherwise, I will grow another circle of beautiful beard, change the image of Fei, and build the energy weapon according to the Qing Long Yanhue sword, and directly cause a Guan Eri. Who are you? The head of the ancestor of the Sun family suddenly opened, and he spoke through his soul in the nutrient solution. If the body's structure cannot speak, then there is no need. If you can live even if your head is torn apart, it is not a big deal to speak without your body organs. Taiping Heavenly King, how can I be such a person who hides his head and shows his tail? Chi Xuan said proudly. This made the Sun family ancestor speechless. You are the only one who has not hidden your head and shown your tail. From beginning to end, no one has seen Chi Xuan's true face. Even he was captured, and he was still wearing precious weapons and armor, refusing to show his true face. Even his name was the so-called Taiping Heavenly King. Now the Sun family ancestor suspects that the man in front of him must have a plan that is definitely not low. Well, I am not as good as others. The Sun family ancestor couldn't help but laugh at himself. Who would have thought that a dignified third-grade sorcerer would condescend to disguise himself as a middle-grade sorcerer? How can someone who can endure such humiliation tell me the truth? In the eyes of the Sun family ancestor, Chi Xuan is not a fourth-grade sorcerer at all. It is definitely possible that he is a third-grade or even higher. Otherwise, how could he be captured alive so easily? Chi Xuan looked strange. Does his protagonist Halo have the effect of making people imagine? He really didn't know very well. After all, he was either studying or killing, and rarely interacted with people. Even if there was, he would be killed by him before the other party could say a few words. In the case of the Sun family ancestor, he must have imagined a lot of conspiracies and shocking layouts in his mind. In fact, there is no such thing. Chi Xuan just wanted to set up a trap for the sorcerer family. It was just a simple murder and robbery. There was no such messy intention. When a person is about to die, don't say so much. Even if you know something, don't say it, so as not to implicate your descendants. Chi Xuan continued to speak along with the other party's words. What else can he do? The other party has already set up a step for him. Just walk down. There is no need to correct the other party. Why talk so much nonsense to a dead person? I just don't understand. Pinga City is rich only for the surrounding areas. For a sorcerer of your status, it is just a remote and poor place. Why choose Pinga City and the Sun family? In the eyes of the Sun family ancestor, from the capture of Sun Yuan to the current host, all were planned by the other party. Of course, it's because it's suitable. Chi Xuan said with a smile. If you have value, you will be used. If you are trash, I won't even look at you. If you want to blame, blame yourselves. Chi Xuan just talked nonsense, and let him fill in the rest in his mind. Chapter 313. The research on the third-grade sorcerer, the ancestor of the Sun family, began soon. The spiritual roots of the three grades, upper, middle and lower, were all related to wind. The combination and inheritance were indeed extraordinary. During this period, Chi Xuan was also chatting with the ancestor of the Sun family. Through the cooperation of the intelligent brain, some information about the ancestor of the Sun family was obtained. The other party was born in a big city, and was just a commoner. Later, by chance, he got a sorcerer inheritance. After refining the spiritual roots, he embarked on the path of sorcerer. It's a pity that he had no background, and no identity, and it was extremely difficult for him to grow up. He went through many aristocratic families, and ended up being abandoned. Fortunately, he was just an abandoned pawn, and was not valued by the big men, so he fled in a panic, and acted tyrannically in Pinga City with injuries. As for going back, that's impossible. The big city is too competitive, and the third grade is just a pawn. On the contrary, here in Pinga City, the ancestor of the Sun family lives a very good life, and no longer has the courage and diligence of the past. Breakthrough to the second level? That's just an idea of his useless descendants. How could he not understand his own physical condition? There is no possibility of breakthrough at all. He can live to the end of his life because of his upper third level soul. As for death, the ancestor of the Sun family is actually very open-minded and not afraid of it. Most of the time, he is planning for his descendants, and for himself, he is more focused on stability and longevity. He has never thought about breakthrough. If he really wants to break through, the entire Sun family will be put in, and it is estimated that they are just betting on a 10% success rate. It's better not to break through. Anyway, no one in Pinga City can look up to him. Then Qi Xuan casually asked about the situation in Jusha town, and the Sun family ancestor naturally knew nothing about it. He didn't even know the place of Jusha town. But he was also cautious. If he could escape, he had to pay more attention. After all, Qi Xuan couldn't ask casually. The lower grade is skills, the middle grade is equipment props, and the upper grade is talent, but it is limited to a type. They are all talents that borrow the power of heaven and earth and communicate with nature. Qi Xuan quickly concluded the type of spiritual roots through research and experiments on the Sun family ancestor. But they are all growth-oriented, not fixed. There is no difference between spiritual roots, they are just different in ability. So the ranking of spiritual roots in the Spirit Search Atlas is only about a single situation. If there is an excellent combination, even if there are only 3 low-grade spiritual roots with a single skill, a treasure with a single ability, and a Taoist book with a single effect, they can all produce a powerful effect. So the ranking is a misleading way to make people deliberately pursue spiritual roots with multiple skills, multiple abilities, and superimposed effects. Qi Xuan couldn't help but think of the former Yunnan dynasty, which was also a noble family, so the ranking was deliberately added to the compiled atlas, most likely to weaken the folk Jianghu sorcerers. As for the sorcerer family, they have a complete inheritance and will not be misled at all. Just like the ancestor of the Sun family, he did not go the wrong way because he obtained a complete inheritance. Their own spiritual roots are all matched with each other, otherwise, he would not be able to break through to the third grade in the extremely fierce competition. It's a pity that one wrong move blocked his way forward. Otherwise, if he continued to sprint, he might not be able to become a first-grade warlock, but he would still have a chance to become a second-grade warlock. Spiritual power is the secretion of spiritual roots, but it is presented in the form of energy, so only middle-grade spiritual roots can be integrated into it. And it is combined with flesh and blood, so that it can pass through various capillaries. At this point, people and spiritual roots have been further integrated. The offspring born will have spiritual root gene fragments far superior to those of the lower 3-grade sorcerers. The spirit of the upper 3-grade comes from the fusion between the spiritual root and the spirit and soul, and finally forms a new spiritual structure. At the same time, the spiritual root gene fragments have already involved the spirit and a series of derivative levels. At this point, even if it is possession or reincarnation, it is difficult to eliminate. Qi Xuan muttered softly, and he also found out why the higher the grade of the sorcerer, the harder it is to have offspring. It's not because of any strong strength that will hurt the vitality, but because the spiritual root gene fragments in the body are becoming more and more complicated. The husband and wife need to have the same spiritual root gene fragments to be able to match successfully, that is, they must have the same symptoms in the genetic disease. Then through the same fragments, coupling, finally can successfully breed. This change is almost forming an effect similar to reproductive isolation. I can only say that this thing is really fierce, almost taking over the magpie's nest. If it continues to develop, the spiritual root human will most likely completely merge with the spiritual root to form the spiritual root race. Or to put it bluntly, it is a parasite human. And this may be just around the corner. Once the genetic disease in the body becomes active, it is the time for the warlock to transform. Are you trying to obtain the inheritance of my Sun family? The ancestor of the Sun family asked when he saw Qi Xuan was silent. He wanted to speak before, but Qi Xuan used Fei to physically shut him up. The soul can pass through the body, but Fei itself is the will of God, which comes from the external evolution of the spirit. It may not be qualified to target the soul of the ancestor of the Sun family, but it can still make him shut up. However, as the research was over, Fei also stopped him from shutting up. No, I'm studying spiritual roots. Do you have any suggestions? Qi Xuan asked back. What is there to see in the inheritance of the Sun family? It's nothing more than a sorcerer. For Chi Xuan, it's not much different from the 9 extremes to the sky. Maybe the content is different, but the overall principle is actually similar. Sorcerers, not much research value. However, the ancestor of the Sun family does have a lot of value. The simplest point is that a lot of useful spiritual root gene fragments have been extracted, that is, fragments of special physiques and symptoms of genetic diseases. And it has also been determined that as long as the timing is right, the species of human beings with spiritual roots can be reversed in an instant. After all, this is the gene fragment of the spiritual root. There is no problem in showing symptoms of genetic diseases in humans. The positive feedback is a special constitution. The combination of spiritual roots? This is not. The ancestor of the Sun family did not understand what Chi Xuan meant. No, it's not a combination, it's the spiritual root itself. Chi Xuan interrupted the other party and continued, the simplest point is that the wild spiritual roots come from where? This question really asked the ancestor of the Sun family. He actually instinctively wanted to say that it was obtained from the spirit monster, but the spirit monster was just an ordinary animal and plant before obtaining the spirit root. It was the spirit roots that came first, and then the spirit monsters. I really don't know, what's the point of your research on this? The Sun family ancestor was a little confused. After becoming a sorcerer, it's nothing more than a word of competition. Fight for more resources, fight for better spirit roots, fight for stronger strength, etc. There is no need to consider these issues. For you, it really doesn't make any sense. It's nothing more than following the path of the predecessors. Chi Xuan said, and began to dissect the head of the Sun family ancestor. He was going to take out the top-grade spirit root Qingming Gang Feng in the other party's head. The other party's value was gone, and Chi Xuan was going to study the top-grade spirit roots in depth. The reason why he didn't choose to use the batch of top-grade spirit roots seized before was naturally because this spirit root had a lot of connections with the Sun family ancestor. Chi Xuan also had the data of the Sun family ancestor, so the research would be twice the result with half the effort. In fact, when he learned that the top-grade spirit roots were artificial talents implanted after birth, he was still very excited. Until I found out that they were all limited to the type of using the power of heaven and earth and communicating with nature, I suddenly lost much interest. Unless it comes from the Doomsday Game, it is almost the same as a holy object in another world. Even if it does not become invalid, its power will be greatly reduced. On the contrary, the talents, skills, equipment and props produced by the Doomsday Game seem to have a certain universality. Tai Sui has experienced so many different Doomsday worlds, and has never had any discomfort. It can be said that the rewards given by the Doomsday Game are stingy, but it cannot be said that the quality of the rewards given by the Doomsday Game is not good. In the end, it still depends on my Yushin virus. Chi Xuan knew that this time the spiritual root system probably couldn't help him break through the upper limit. He didn't want to create any hidden dangers for himself, but he didn't want to give up the benefits brought by the spiritual root system. As a boss, without a second stage transformation, it would be a little incomplete. Chi Xuan narrowed his eyes, thinking that through the spiritual root system and his own Yusui virus, he might be able to create a skill. Probably, he would first transform himself into a hardware foundation called Special Constitution. The follow-up is to use the Yusui virus to infect, erode, and assimilate the spiritual roots as software, and then install it into the software. The process is not difficult. The difficult part is how to change the Special Constitution, and the second is the choice of spiritual roots. There are countless varieties of spiritual roots, and it is not so easy to choose a good combination from them. Chi Xuan plans to use the 9 extreme body as a sample. 3 spiritual roots are definitely not enough, and 9 are not enough either. He wants more. So the overall transformation is a very complicated one. From research and development, training, to implementation, it is a time-consuming and resource-consuming process. Chi Xuan made a rough estimate, and found that it was an astronomical figure. But as long as it succeeds, let alone more, even if he can't beat the spirit monster sealed under Jusha Town, he can still be on par with the other party without increasing his original strength. If the vertical strength cannot be improved, then develop horizontal strength. Chi Xuan is very greedy. As long as it is knowledge that he has never had, and the extraordinary system that he has never seen, he will accept it. Especially when it can make him stronger. Intelligent brain, you have to speed up. I have shown you the plan. If you don't speed up, I don't have the resources to study. Chi Xuan said bluntly. The resources he needs are naturally the resources under the spiritual root system. So he can only search in the spiritual root world, and there is no way to produce and sell it by himself. Chapter 314. After destroying the Sun family, the Taiping Heavenly King's forces were calm for about 3 days, and then launched a war again. And this time, the rhythm was more compact than before. Not only did they conquer the outside world, they also secretly contacted various families with top 3 magicians to form an alliance. The content was nothing more than a fraudulent text message that said, "I am the Taiping Heavenly King, me 50, and I will make you a general." Of course, it was not so straightforward. At least they would paint a big picture first, and then give some sweetness, and it would not be too late to kill the other party after they got into the plate. With the intelligent brain coordinating the overall situation, Qi Xuan began to gather the resources he needed by relying on the power of the Taiping Heavenly King. Because of these unscrupulous measures, the Taiping Heavenly King's forces were also in a mess. In particular, the magician families, who were trapped in the game, would definitely not believe it based on PPT and the malice of lobbyists. So most of them sent people to take up the position. The intelligent brain also accepted everyone who came, and even delegated power on a large scale. There are already a lot of hidden dangers in it, and it doesn't matter if there are more. Anyway, from the beginning to the end, the so-called Taiping Heavenly King's power is used to make money for Qi Xuan. It doesn't matter even if it explodes in the end. As long as the people and resources belong to the smelting furnace, the rest doesn't matter. This also leads to the extreme reputation of the Taiping Heavenly King's power among the people. The beneficiaries are naturally extremely supportive, and those whose interests are infringed must be extremely hateful. The total value of productivity has not changed. After redistribution, some people are happy and some are sad. In the eyes of those real big forces and warlords, the status of the Taiping Heavenly King is a mob. Even if it is said that his reputation has been a bit big recently, it is limited to this. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the hidden dangers inside. It is precisely because of these hidden dangers that the Warlock family is willing to believe the lies told by the people sent there. If it is really a solid block, how can they make a profit? The next step is to make the cake bigger and see who eats more. It is with these ideas that they choose to invest in the Taiping Heavenly King's forces. Everyone is not stupid. They are not thinking about long-term benefits at all. They are all for making a fortune and leaving. However, as the cake continues to grow, the benefits are also getting bigger, making everyone want more. Not everyone is like the ancestor of the Sun family, who escaped after being beaten in a big city, and can see more clearly when facing benefits. Therefore, the Sun family was destroyed. If they continue to be greedy, the intelligent brain will naturally continue to fatten the Sun family, and wait until the time is right to continue to slaughter. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a commoner who has become the ancestor of the Warlock family. He knows what to be greedy, and what not to be greedy. The other helmsmen of the Warlock world with the 3rd grade rank that she now contacted were not from common people, but inherited their father's business. To a certain extent, they still look down on the power of the Taiping Heavenly King. Of course, this is also related to the structural mentality that the Taiping Heavenly King showed to the outside world. Among 10 people, 9 have ulterior motives, and the remaining 1 is being coerced, and will run away when there is a chance. Even dogs would shake their heads when they see such a mob, let alone those helmsmen of aristocratic families with extraordinary wealth. In this regard, Qi Xuan can only say that she now is really powerful, and it is really walking on a tightrope. If you are not careful, the entire power will collapse. In fact, as long as the interest group does not collapse, the entire power is as stable as Mount Tai, and it can even provide Qi Xuan with a steady stream of resources. As for the price, naturally, the middle and lower classes are getting worse and worse. Vicious expansion and currency depreciation, although it is not as high as 500,000 yuan for a piece of bread, if it continues, it is estimated that it will not be far away. Qi Xuan was a little worried that someone in the tavern would start a speech. But after thinking it over again and again, he put these things behind him. In the case that the cake of the Taiping Heavenly King has not grown big enough for the noble families to divide, even if they resist, they must first pass the noble families. Today's Taiping Heavenly King power has become a stock fund suitable for the noble families. It can only go up and cannot fall. It is not allowed to fall until they have harvested the leaks. In addition to expanding the capacity of the 9 extremes body, the next step is to increase the affinity. No, it should be the Yuanling body that reduces the rejection. Then it is. Qi Xuan constantly extracts spiritual root gene fragments, and then starts to splice new special physique fragments through these fragments. Then synthesize the fragments, that is a special physique. The raw material is Qi Xuan's own flesh and blood, with the crazy cathedral's ability to cultivate the deep virus as an aid. With the implantation and transformation of the spiritual root gene fragments, And finally, after assimilation, the foundation of the special physique that Qi Xuan needs can be produced. The follow-up is naturally to cultivate upwards, and then the hardware can be done. As for the spiritual roots required for the software, Qi Xuan has no time to care about it. Without even the foundation, don't even think about the changes later, which is not what he should consider now. Qi Xuan carefully selected thousands of physical fragments for splicing, and naturally failed many times. However, every failure provided him with corresponding data, and with the help of luck, success would not take much time. The real cost was resources, among which experimental products consumed the most. Every time he experimented, he needed the cooperation of the natives of the spiritual root world. However, because of his experimental style, and the fact that the Taiping Heavenly King had recently become wealthy, the consumption was very fast. Fortunately, the expansion speed of the Taiping Heavenly King's power was fast enough, and there were rebels everywhere, whether they were secretly resisting or openly resisting. All those who were caught were sent to Qi Xuan as experimental products. There must be false cases among them, but Qi Xuan didn't care, he just wanted experimental products. No matter who he was. Such consumption would definitely cause dissatisfaction, but because Qi Xuan was the core of the Taiping Heavenly King's stock fund, the beneficiaries turned a blind eye. As for those whose interests were violated, they were sent by the beneficiaries as experimental products, which not only eliminated dissidents, but also served as a means of benefit delivery, killing two birds with one stone. Done. The next step is to wait for time to develop. If it can develop smoothly and the data is correct, it can be devoured. Qi Xuan looked at the wriggling piece of meat in his hand. The whole thing looked like a parasite, but it was much thicker. This is because his flesh and blood and the Yusui virus are absorbing the advantages of the spiritual root gene fragments bit by bit through strong adaptability. It is a biological transformation version of devouring evolution. Of course, in terms of devouring and evolution, it is definitely not as good as the real SSS level talent devouring evolution, and it is more inclined to fusion. The next step is to screen and transform the spiritual roots. This is also a big project, mainly the collection of spiritual root types. Then his eyes fell on the notification sent to him by the intelligent brain. Oh! Tai Sui God has completed his evolution. Qi Xuan looked a little surprised. Currently, 100 high-quality spiritual roots can allow Tai Sui God to gain 1 point of armor value. For medium-quality spiritual roots, 5,000 are needed to achieve 1 point. If you add up the bits and pieces, Tai Sui God is not far from the next evolution. Qi Xuan took a look at the armor value, which reached 107 points. Not all the spiritual roots were thrown into the smelting furnace as fuel. Before, a part of each type was reserved for reproduction. After thinking again and again, Qi Xuan first cut off his own divine will fierce beast Fei and installed it directly on Tai Sui God. SSS Wild Natural Disaster Fierce Beast, as Qi Xuan had imagined. After Fei was installed, it directly merged with the martial arts will evil dragon tiger through feedback, and did not form a new Fei, but instead directly enhanced Qi Xuan's divine will fierce beast Fei through the virus bloodline colonization. Now his Fei has evolved from an external spiritual body to a physical summon, and after swallowing the enemy, it can transmit it to Tai Sui God as evolutionary energy. In addition, it has obtained the blessing of many modules, such as armor penetration, true damage, etc., and passive abilities such as Fei can also be used. If you think this thing is an artificial idiot, in addition to letting the intelligent brain control it, it can also be directly merged with the Crazy Cathedral, or merged with Tai Sui God. You can even directly merge the Crazy Cathedral, Fei, and Tai Sui God into one, and then let Qi Xuan gain more powerful power. Yes, it's not Tai Sui God, it's Qi Xuan. After all, the module of this wild natural disaster beast is just a special module, used to evolve and strengthen Qi Xuan's divine will Fei. It can be used as a summon, as a range aura attack, and as a buff strengthening material. In short, the functions have become comprehensive at once. If the spiritual root system is given another module to Tai Sui God, it will probably be more evil. Qi Xuan tried to merge Fei with the Crazy Cathedral. Fei's body size expanded directly to an extremely large appearance, and then the hair on its back turned into countless priests and monks, like swaying tentacles. At the same time, the range of its aura field expanded directly, and the mutation direction of the Yusui virus would be inclined towards killing. At the same time, it has the ability to produce and control zombies that can be highly infected, highly strong, and have multiple superpowers. The superpowers of zombies are standardized and unified, namely strong physique, sharp bone claws, super healing, super regeneration, and life perception. It is basic at present, and it can be further enhanced and increased in the future. The disadvantage is still very obvious, that is, the zombies cannot leave the range of the halo field. But it's okay, the fused Fae inherited the effect of the crazy cathedral that can absorb zombies to enhance itself. The ability to burst troops is weakened, but it has gained a strengthening effect. There will be a way to deal with large enemies in the future. Chi Xuan knew that this effect of absorbing zombies, to enhance itself, has an upper limit. It is not unlimited absorption, which depends on Chi Xuan's strength and the number of evolutions and armor value of Tai Sui God. However, with the help of other modules, it is not an easy task for Chi Sui to find the upper limit. If it really reaches the upper limit, Fei's strength may not be inferior to the intercontinental missiles in the strategic missile weapon system. It's just that there is no way to last. The absorbed zombies will be digested by Fei, and cannot exist for a long time. Chapter 315. The Taiping Heavenly King's methods are getting more brutal. Guo Rui frowned. She is the eldest daughter of the Yudaigua family, and one of the representatives of the aristocratic families, who were arranged to monitor and control the Taiping Heavenly King. After she came, she also took over some important affairs of the Taiping Heavenly King's army, and had a lot of power in her hands. At the beginning, she was still wary of the mysterious Taiping Heavenly King, but now she is completely afraid of him. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of people in total. The Taiping Heavenly King's army has killed fewer people than him alone. Guo Rui expressed dissatisfaction with this. Because of the support of many aristocratic families, the Taiping Heavenly King's army has no difficulty in conquering cities. In their view, it is nothing more than the sorcerer aristocratic families working together to set up a plan, using the Taiping Heavenly King's army as a shell. Now the Taiping Heavenly King is acting more and more unscrupulously. Then what? You go and kill him. Yang Bing, the eldest son of the Night Walk Yang family, said casually. The Sun family knows that the ancestor of the Sun family was killed by the Taiping Heavenly King. If you can't stand it, you can do it yourself. Yang Bing's tone was very lazy. He looked like a nobleman, but in fact, he was not a good person. He was very good at fanning the wind and igniting ghost fires. Before that, a group of former generals in the Taiping Heavenly King's army were hostile to each other. The family of sorcerers did not need unity within the Taiping Heavenly King's army, so they needed to cause various conflicts. Yang Bing understood what Guo Rui was thinking. She was just planning to find a fool to help her. The ones who could come here to get benefits were not those fools, who were fooled by Guo Rui's appearance and ambiguity. A third-grade sorcerer, even in the former Yunhan dynasty, is not comparable to ordinary people. If it were the ancestors of their clan, that would be fine. Are they, a group of juniors, qualified to plot against others? I'm afraid they are just courting death. From the beginning to the end, they were targeting the Taiping Heavenly King's plan, not the Taiping Heavenly King. Yang Bing easily guessed that Guo Rui was just thinking about expanding his own interests and letting others be reckless. Other children of noble families also watched coldly, and no one responded to Guo Rui. However, there was no change on Guo Rui's face. It was just that the calculation failed. The people present were all children carefully cultivated by the noble families. He was also experienced in the world, and stepped on many big and small pits. He had vision and experience. If someone was really fooled, Guo Rui had to think carefully about whether the other party had any plans. A third-grade sorcerer, I am no match for him. But I can't let him continue to kill like this. A quarter of an hour ago, the Taiping Heavenly King asked for another 3,000 people. Guo Rui changed the subject calmly. This was her own retreat. The others were also thinking, today he wanted 3,000, tomorrow he wanted 5,000, how could there be so many people to supply the Taiping Heavenly King? What kind of spiritual root did the Taiping Heavenly King cultivate? Why does he need so many people? Seeing this, Yang Bing also spoke up and tentatively asked others if they had any information. It's not that he hasn't seen spiritual roots that require human sacrifices for food, but this is the first time he has seen such a large demand. And there is no output, not even a bit of dregs have been transported out. It is indeed mysterious. Yang Bing's question was destined to be unanswered, because the others present didn't know what was going on. Let's put this matter aside for now. It's just a few people. Just give them to him. Instead, a large number of spiritual roots and resources were mobilized, including some high-grade and medium-grade spiritual roots, and there was no output. Another child from aristocratic family said, the Taiping Heavenly King wanted either ordinary people or Jianghu sorcerers, or some spiritual monsters. For them, the only loss was the reputation of the Taiping Heavenly King. But the other party also wanted all kinds of spiritual roots and resources, which was a real loss. So what? He took his share. The 70% of you and me has been divided. Guarui glanced at the person who spoke, just thinking of taking the opportunity to take more. However, he was not strong enough, so he thought of using the general situation to do it. Unfortunately, strength is strength. No matter how absurd the typing Heavenly King's actions were, he was still a third-grade sorcerer, and they could not plan for it. If they are caught by the other party, they will be killed, and the family behind them will also endure it for the sake of interests. Afterwards, they will lose their value, and they will indeed avenge them. However, they are dead, and can they still come back to life after revenge? What else is there to say? Let's adjourn the meeting. I still have a lot of things to deal with. Yang Bing said, without caring about face at all, and got up and left directly. Then Guarui followed. Seeing this, the so-called small meeting was quickly dispersed. Everyone left very neatly, and they looked like they could not unite. Then they went to do their own things. After all, they came here and got the rights, so they naturally had to have corresponding obligations. Otherwise, how can we show that we have power in our hands? Just like those who hold military power have to train soldiers, those who hold food and grass need to dispatch, etc. This group of people are really willing to work hard for me. Every once in a while, they have to put on a show to show their disunity. Qi Xuan looked at the report in his hand, and couldn't help but sneer. This is not the first time that the children of the noble family have held a small meeting, and the purpose of the small meeting is not to target Qi Xuan. It is to express a signal to Qi Xuan that our interests are in conflict, and we can't unite to target you. Normal people know that such small actions can't be concealed from the other party at all. Doing so is just to make Qi Xuan feel at ease, and stay in the Taiping Heavenly King's army as a scapegoat. Otherwise, once Qi Xuan runs away, the Taiping Heavenly King's army will lose everything. So expressing dissatisfaction is not to let Qi Xuan know, but to let Qi Xuan see that it is profitable. This led to the core focus of the entire small meeting, because Qi Xuan is a third-grade sorcerer, and has no way to deal with it. How could they really have no way out? With the support of the sorcerer family, they have plenty of means and skills to target Qi Xuan. However, there is no benefit in targeting, so why would they do this? Well, as long as you are willing to work hard for me, we will always live in the same furnace in the future. With this tacit understanding, we don't have to worry about their intrigues in the furnace. Qi Xuan didn't want to let them go. As long as the interests of the Taiping Heavenly King army reached the expected level, then this group of children from aristocratic families will immediately unite, and will not let Qi Xuan go. After reading the report, Qi Xuan's eyes fell on the special physique again. Now it is the size of a human head, and the whole is a sphere with very regular protrusions and depressions on it. The protrusions swayed like tentacles, while the concave ones contracted and expanded regularly, just like breathing. After feeding so many resources into it, and undergoing thousands of transformations, it finally succeeded. Qi Xuan looked at the special physique in his hand. Its base was the 9 Extremes body, but it could accommodate many more spiritual roots than the 9 Extremes body. The 3 spiritual roots of upper, middle and lower grades could each be refined and accommodated 99 portions, totaling 297 spiritual roots. As for other functions, this is relatively rare. As long as the hardware is hard enough, the functions of other aspects can be filled by the spiritual roots as software. Of course, the ability to refine and accommodate so many spiritual roots is also the result of Qi Xuan's careful combination of the strengths and weaknesses of many special physiques. Otherwise, relying solely on a 9 Extremes body, there is no way to increase the capacity by 11 times. Then, Qi Xuan directly transplanted it into his body. The seeds naturally have to take root and sprout. It's just not through this seed, but a type similar to a vaccine. After being transplanted into the body, the Yusui virus in Qi Xuan's body began to assimilate and absorb the seed. After all, in addition to the spiritual root gene fragment, its main body is Qi Xuan's flesh and blood as the basis, and the Yusui virus as the harmony. In essence, it is a group of spiritual root-type mutant Yusui virus. Qi Xuan naturally could not choose to use the spiritual root gene fragment as the main body, but as the absorbed party. As the absorption progressed, Qi Xuan could feel that all the Yusui viruses in his body began to update and replace. It is expected to take an hour, not a big problem. In the final analysis, it is just a targeted upgrade patch, not something too high-end. It's just that this patch is more difficult to make, but it's very simple to install. After dealing with the hardware, Qi Xuan's eyes fell on the software. That is, spiritual roots. He checked out a lot of spiritual root data that he had studied over the past few days. The first choice is naturally the low-grade spiritual roots. You have to do it in order. After installing all the low-grade spiritual roots, you can install the middle-grade and high-grade spiritual roots. The data flowed in front of Chi Xuan. 99 low-grade spiritual roots provide too many skills. Even if it's just a single low-grade spiritual root, there are 99 of them stacked on your body. What's more, I can't choose all single spells, so I need to match them to form an overall active skill. Let the spells of 99 spiritual roots be melted into one spell. And it's the one that suits me best. This project is huge. First of all, we have to test what spell Chi Xuan is suitable for. He is not very good at fighting, so many spells are not suitable for him. I have no shortage of attack, defense, or even fear of group battles. In theory, I have no shortcomings with Tai Suation. So, it's best to be an auxiliary type. For example, improve my perception and reaction. Chi Xuan knew his situation. He was not weak in terms of strength, but his combat experience was weak. This thing might be difficult for Chi Xuan to practice, so he changed a method. In this case, as long as he can detect the enemy's attack earlier and react faster, he can solve the problem of insufficient combat experience. No, it's not enough. Go directly to the Heavenly Demon Disintegration method. Anyway, it's all about amplification. Why not Krypton Life to directly enhance all attributes? Directly fight and crush the enemy. Let the enemy see what the beauty of numbers is. After all, perception and reaction are not a single effect, but the comprehensive growth of the human body can fully play out. Chapter 316. After completing the special physique upgrade patch, Chi Xuan's siphoning resources went up another level. This time it directly affected the expansion and development of the Taiping Heavenly King Army. However, Chi Xuan didn't care at all. He was originally a tool for making money, and there was no loyal person under his command. How could he have any mercy? Naturally, he squeezed as much as he could. However, the noble family refused, mainly because Chi Xuan was too cruel and affected their interests. Therefore, targeted preparations were secretly started. But Chi Xuan didn't care about these at all. He had completed the matching of inferior spiritual roots in recent days. 99 inferior spiritual roots were stitched together by him through the Yusui virus. The magic of these inferior spiritual roots, from fangs to claws, from internal organs to skin, covers very well. Don't think that this thing is just a synonym for inferior, it is actually the foundation. So selection is very important. Finally, he cultivated it into a huge fusion-type inferior spiritual root. Chi Xuan called the magic he possessed the second stage transformation. Currently, only the initial stage can be used actively to transform into a boss form. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that this thing can be used passively. When the health value drops to 80%, it enters the second stage, and when the health value drops to 50%, it enters the third stage. Then 30, 10, and 5 are each considered a stage, and each stage will increase its own strength and various effects. However, because it is only a low-grade spiritual root, it only has the basics, so it can only reach the second stage at present. The remaining 3, 4, 5, and 6 stages still need to be supplemented by medium-grade and high-grade spiritual roots. As for active use, it is impossible to enter the stage burst, and can only transform into the boss form and obtain basic amplification. Fortunately, it is not just a vital sign, it is very easy for Chi Xuan to control it. It can be activated directly to the final stage in one step. But there will be a price, which is of course the sudden death afterwards that is very characteristic of Chi Xuan. Of course, the later the stage, the faster the sudden death, but the stronger the amplification. Chi Xuan did not hesitate at all, and directly stuffed this software patch into his body. The Yusui virus rushed up and instantly divided up this group of 99 shares of fusion-type inferior spiritual roots. After absorbing it, Chi Xuan's whole body became bigger. Fortunately, he quickly lost weight. It was not because he controlled it, but the excess part was used to upgrade the Yusui virus. This time it was much faster than the special physique upgrade patch. After all, there was a foundation, so the upgrade was completed in just 3 minutes. As for the name, let's call it the deep form for now. Chi Xuan gave it a name. If nothing unexpected happens, this active ability is unlikely to be eliminated in the short term. At least in the next 3 or 5 Doomsday Worlds, if the strength does not increase, it will only be gradually hidden. That's how it is. Chi Xuan grows very fast, especially the stronger the extraordinary system of the Doomsday World, the faster he grows. For example, the previous transformations such as mutant adrenaline, destructive dopamine, and destructive blood, although they are not completely gone, their effects are greatly reduced. They are no longer as effective, as when Chi Xuan was weak. As for the improvement, there is no problem, but the improvement is not valuable. After all, Chi Xuan now has a higher level of deep form. Unless Chi Xuan can get the original talent and further research, it is possible to improve the effect. However, the first batch of survivors have long been dead and nothing is left. The 3 subsequent batches of survivors have no talent, but skills related to their extraordinary system. And relying on his own research? At the beginning, it was just a basic hormone adaptive mutation. If Chi Xuan wants it, he has to make further large-scale destructive changes to his body. The improvement obtained is far less than strengthening himself by absorbing the knowledge of the extraordinary system. In general, the cost is greater than the benefit, so it is better to abandon it directly. If you have this time, you might as well choose a better one. Not everything can keep up with his growth. Maybe one day, Tai Suishan will be eliminated by Chi Xuan. Of course, with the characteristics of Tai Suishan, it is also possible that he will not be eliminated. After all, infinite evolution is not a casual talk, and pseudo-infinity is just Chi Xuan's guess. The actual situation will have to wait until Chi Xuan's strength is improved. Intelligent brain, retrieve my body data. Chi Xuan did not use the deep form to test immediately. Instead, he checked his own data first. After all, this was the first time he used biological transformation to create a skill for himself. Chi Xuan said it was a skill, but it was more like a talent. Later, he could check the classification through the Doomsday Game panel. However, because it was not completed, or perhaps the Doomsday Game did not recognize it, it was not on the panel. A large amount of data appeared in front of Chi Xuan, and Chi Xuan quickly went through it. There were some errors between the overall data and his paper data, but they were all within the controllable range. Then, Chi Xuan activated the deep form, and his whole body began to swell from his original thin appearance. He became a burly little giant, with tight muscles all over his body. He followed the attribute flow, so he adhered to the idea that big is good. Whether it is large in size or large in value, it is what Chi Xuan needs. He said it was a little giant, but in fact it was only 2 meters long. The basic stage of the deep form probably increased my overall strength by about 10%. If it is not upgraded later, the increased percentage is estimated to decrease. The income is not low, and it can be upgraded and updated later. The second is consumption. With the current expenditure, it is barely balanced with the income. I can maintain it for a long time without worrying about sudden death. Chi Xuan muttered, then moved his body to test. A problem was soon discovered. Too big, I'm not used to it. Chi Xuan thought that the bigger he was, the better, and it would be best if he could be as big as Fatan Xiangdi, so that he could slap the enemy to death from a distance of 10,000 miles. The fact is not so. Chi Xuan himself is at the level of an ordinary person in terms of fighting. So he couldn't adapt to the sudden change from a sick ghost to a burly strongman, which affected his strength development. The transformation increased his strength by 10%, but the body shape affected him and prevented him from exerting at least 30% of his strength. My hands are too big, and it's not convenient for me to conduct experiments if I maintain them for a long time. Chi Xuan looked at his thick fingers. Then he began to adjust his body shape, and by modifying the gene entry in the Yusui virus, he quickly returned to his original sick ghost form. The overall enhancement has decreased, and it is not untrue that the body shape affects the hard power. Fortunately, it can be further adjusted to restore the reduced enhancement strength. As for maintaining it for a long time until adaptation, this is possible, but it is not worth it for Chi Xuan. What he values is the enhancement of strength, and the appearance and body shape are just icing on the cake. If you have it, everyone will be happy. It doesn't matter if you don't have it, anyway, it can be used. Next is the middle grade spiritual root. Compared with the magic of the lower grade spiritual root, the extraordinary form formed by the middle grade spiritual root is a treasure. And it is based on spiritual power, that is, in the secretions of the spiritual root, unlike the lower grade spiritual root that is directly rooted in the flesh and blood. Chi Xuan has no spiritual power at all, but the Yusui virus has energy characteristics, which can be replaced in theory. But the problem is that the energy characteristics of the Yusui virus are elements, not spiritual power. Middle grade spiritual roots will be eaten up once they enter, let alone survival. So it needs to be improved. He definitely can't change the middle grade spiritual root. It takes who knows how many years for this thing to evolve to this level. Chi Xuan is not sure that he can do it in a short time. So he can only take a roundabout way to save the country. First take out a part of the deep virus for cultivation and improvement to form an environment suitable for the middle grade spiritual root. Then carry out the old-fashioned erosion, infection, assimilation, and then splice and sew the middle grade spiritual root into one. The process is the same, but the difficulty is completely different, and it takes more time and resources. And it will have an external form, so we have to find a carrier for it. Chi Xuan's first thought was naturally the pineal gland, which is more capable and more laborious. After all, this thing carries a lot of things on it, so it doesn't matter if it suffers a little more. But soon I found that the spiritual root and his composite ability are not so compatible. After thinking about it, I thought about installing a pair of appendages for myself. With one more opponent, Chi Xuan can be more convenient. Just think about it again, the human body structure has evolved for billions of years. It is not perfect, but it is of high-end quality. Chi Xuan's random changes may not be in line with his own wishes. So you need to be cautious in choosing appendages. It's not too late to choose after the mid-grade spiritual root upgrade patch is developed. During this period, you can also test the position of the appendages. There is no need to make a decision so hastily. Not to mention that Chi Xuan may develop a mid-grade spiritual root that does not need an external form. The research has not started yet, and anything can happen. And there is also the protagonist halo. If it doesn't work, ask the protagonist halo for help. There is a data report that you need to look at. If nothing unexpected happens, the spiritual root disease has begun to break out. The intelligent brain suddenly gave Chi Xuan a report. Spiritual root disease is a genetic disease of spiritual root humans. Chi Xuan gave a short name. So fast? Chi Xuan put aside his thoughts and began to read the report carefully. According to the intelligence, a small number of 9th grade sorcerers in the Taiping Heavenly King's army have a high fever that won't go away. This is not the point. The point is that scales, feathers, fangs and other non-human characteristics have begun to grow on their bodies. It is still only a small part, and there has been no large-scale outbreak for the time being. As the intelligence deepens, it is not only the Taiping Heavenly King's army that has this situation, but also a small number of 9th grade sorcerers in various places have experienced this kind of change. But this matter did not attract too much attention, because it was really just a small part, and only 1 out of 1,000 9th grade sorcerers had the disease. Chapter 317. After reading the basic information about the spiritual root disease, Chi Xuan quickly arranged for people to invite all the patients in the Taiping Heavenly King's army. It was an intelligent brain, and the speed was really fast. If it was a little later, these 9th grade warlocks with spiritual root disease would have to be dealt with. Although the proportion was a bit low, there were nearly 10 of them. The symptoms were similar, so it was natural to worry that it was an infectious disease. If it appeared in the army, it must be dealt with as soon as possible. If it was a little later, it would probably have been buried. After getting the patient, Chi Xuan divided some of his energy to start research. Although evolving the deep form was Chi Xuan's top priority, studying the spiritual root disease was also very important to Chi Xuan. The simplest point was whether the crisis of the limited time event of the New World Pass could be resolved in advance. Except for the tiny red blood dragon that had not devoured the world's cold energy in the cold winter world, he survived the limited time events of the New World Pass in other doomsday worlds by luck. The gap between him and the enemy is so huge that it is unbearable to watch. How can he rely on strength? Of course, he has to rely on luck. Therefore, in order to eliminate this kind of crisis in advance, he must take action first. Now that he realizes that this doomsday is related to the spiritual root disease, Chi Xuan can't just sit and wait for death. The protagonist Halo has saved him many times. Relying on luck does not require thinking, but luck is not omnipotent. As long as there is a failure, Chi Xuan will be doomed. He relies on luck, but will not rely on it. The trump card may not be strong enough, but you can't rely on the trump card for everything. The warlock who broke out with the spiritual root disease is also very cooperative, mainly because Chi Xuan said that it can be cured. In fact, he did cure it. It was not through genetic treatment, but simply removing the lesion under anesthesia. It is commonly known as treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. Because the medicine used was wild enough, the patient did not feel any pain. First, he gave the other party hope, and then Chi Xuan said earnestly that the disease had not been cured, and serious cases would endanger life. He used threats and intimidation to control the other party. Of course, it was so easy to succeed because of Chi Xuan's status and strength. He was the Taiping Heavenly King, and a 3rd grade sorcerer, so the other party must be convinced. If it were an unknown person, it would be impossible to believe it. It's only been a short time, less than 12 hours. Chi Xuan looked at the sorcerer in front of him. He looked like a human being, but he had already changed inside. The simplest point is that the internal organs in his body were fused together by the spiritual roots he refined. The change in appearance was the smallest. Qi Xuan suspected that his original speculation that the spiritual root gene fragments invaded humans was wrong. And it was completely wrong. The real disease was more serious than he imagined. At this time, the body of this 9th grade sorcerer had completely turned into a structure similar to a cocoon. The organs were fused together, just like a worm, with activity while absorbing and replacing each other. Even without internal organs, the other party still didn't feel much, and didn't even notice his own changes. If it weren't for the activation of the spiritual root that caused the spiritual root gene fragments in the human body, and the human genes and cells to partially combine, forming an external dominant mutation, otherwise no one would be able to detect the problem. If nothing unexpected happens, the spiritual root organs will further expand, replacing the warlock's flesh and bones, and finally break out of the cocoon when only a human skin is left. This change gave Qi Xuan an inexplicable sense of alien vision. Like a fantasy version of Alien? Of course, the spiritual root will not absorb the genes in the host to evolve, and its own gene fragments are much stronger than humans. I just don't know how smart it is, Qi Xuan muttered. Because the spiritual roots in its body have not yet fully developed, Qi Xuan has no way to determine its level of intelligence. This should be a real cage-changing bird. Qi Xuan also encountered it for the first time, and he couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. Every warlock in the spiritual root world has an extraordinary life form called spiritual root, but actually a parasite in their body. Although ordinary people don't have it, they have spiritual root gene fragments passed down from their ancestors in their bodies. Even if they are not rooted in the spiritual root as seeds, they are also reserves. As long as it is caught and the spiritual root is injected into it, it will become a top-quality cocoon. According to the observed development, in 7 days, a low-grade spiritual root can probably completely devour a 9th-grade warlock. I just hope it will fully develop like the alien and break out of the chest without inheriting the original owner's memory. Otherwise, the spiritual root humans can be said to be hopeless. If they can really keep their human appearance and inherit memories, then these spiritual root insects will definitely lie dormant. When the first-grade warlocks are all devoured by the spiritual roots, the warlocks are basically wiped out, and the spiritual root humans can be said to have no chance of winning. As for the solution, of course, we have one. Now we can solve it by asking all the warlocks to commit suicide. After all, without a host, the spiritual root cannot develop into an adult. Fortunately, I did not follow the original version, but modified it, using the spiritual root version of the Yusui virus as the basis. But now that Doomsday has begun to exert its strength, I have to improve the Yusui form as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the spiritual rootworms really form a force, it will be difficult to collect resources. Intelligent brain, what do you think? Qi Xuan must ask the intelligent brain for resources. The plan is being replanned. If you need to speed up, you need to have more valuable sorcerer families as resource supply. However, this requires the Taiping Heavenly King army to have greater power. At the current expansion speed, it is actually very fast. If it is further implemented, it is likely to trigger the harvesting behavior of the sorcerer families. The advantage is that you can obtain a large number of resources in a short period of time. The disadvantage is that the subsequent pig-killing plate may not be able to attract sorcerer families with more valuable resources. You need to choose carefully. The intelligent brain did not give Qi Xuan any advice, which means that it is sure to let the sorcerer families who invested in the Taiping Heavenly King army take action first. Then Qi Xuan slaughtered them and ate a meal of meat, but if he did so, it would be a bit difficult to deceive other sorcerer families next time. Let's cut off this batch of families first. Qi Xuan chose to eat a meal of meat without hesitation. For him, long-term lines may not necessarily catch big fish. Because the entire fish pond may be blown up, where can there be any fish left? It's better to kill them directly and eat meat. Without saying too much, once he has perfected his deep form and possesses stronger strength, he won't have to use the Taiping Heavenly King's army as a tool to make money. He can just kill them directly. After all, with such a force, he still has to share soup with his subordinates. If Qi Xuan doesn't want such a force, not only will he not have to share it, but even his subordinates will become his fuel. When can we start? Qi Xuan asked. Although he thought about going to the door directly, the intelligent brain thought more than him. He wanted to trick another wave of sorcerer families to come in and be slaughtered like pigs, so he had to be prepared. It is estimated that it will take 7 days to prepare. Qi Xuan can still wait for 7 days, and during this period, he can just observe the transformation process of the spiritual rootworm. From the onset of disease to complete transformation, the 9th grade sorcerer only needs 10 days. Qi Xuan is not sure about the higher grades, After all, only the 9th grade sorcerers have fallen ill so far. And it is only some 9th grade sorcerers. Chi Xuan has not yet determined whether the cause of this disease is individual or random. These all need enough time to verify. Chi Xuan has not been able to start the disease sorcerer for 24 hours. How could so much data and intelligence be determined in such a short time? Okay, get ready as soon as possible, time is running out. We have taken the lead in the spiritual root disease. See if you can take advantage of this opportunity to reap another fortune. Chi Xuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, but the premise is that you need to develop a drug that can inhibit the onset of spiritual root disease. At the same time, you also need to withstand the demands of the 2nd grade and 1st grade sorcerers and the pressure from many forces. The latter is not a problem. The main thing is that the 1st and 2nd grade sorcerers are difficult to deal with. We can directly sell the formula for a one-time buyout and make a lot of money directly. On the contrary, the 1st and 2nd rank sorcerers have strong strength. If we ask too much, the other party will definitely not be willing to give. There may be direct robbing. And there may be direct killing to silence people. They are doing monopoly business themselves. Chi Xuan doesn't know much about psychology, but he understands the greed of the sorcerer family. Such good things are simply unworthy of Chi Xuan, a quack sorcerer. How can such a huge benefit be spread? It can only be in the hands of the sorcerer family, instead of letting those sorcerers without status and background enjoy it. If you want to use medicine, you can either buy it from the sorcerer family at a high price, or become a tribute and give a little. Chi Xuan has seen a lot of these methods in the Taiping Heavenly King army, and those children of the aristocratic families are very skilled in using them. With a big stick in one hand and a sweet date in the other, many traders who earn 2 salaries are raised in the Taiping Heavenly King army. After all, no one is optimistic about the Taiping Heavenly King's army. In order to gain benefits, the Jianghu magicians must consider their own way out. And the recruitment of children from aristocratic families is very consistent with their speculation of a way out. Sometimes, there is no way to kneel down. Now that the young master and the young lady have personally recruited them as a team, they have to bow down. So you need to have enough strength to deter. The intelligent brain gave the most convenient solution. Chi Xuan shook his head. It can't be done, but there is a solution. Let's only sell the gene suppression drug of the 9th grade magician first, and sell the formula to the magician family at a high price. And the finished drug is sold to the Jianghu magicians, choosing small profits but quick turnover. Directly make 2 shares of the money, Chi Xuan said. As for the fact that the spiritual root world has no copyright awareness, when all is leaked out, it doesn't matter. This thing only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. Moreover, Chi Xuan just wants to make a big fortune and has never thought about the future. Chapter 318. The spread of the spiritual root disease began to accelerate gradually, and the proportion began to increase among the 9th grade sorcerers. This naturally attracted the attention of various forces. Not only the Jianghu sorcerers had this disease, but also the new generation of 9th grade sorcerers from the sorcerer family had the disease. Otherwise, if some Jianghu sorcerers died, no one would care. Only when the children of the sorcerer family also got into trouble, there was a follow-up. However, no one could treat this disease, and for a while, they were at a loss. Fortunately, the number of infected people was not mainstream compared to the overall 9th grade sorcerers, so they just noticed it and didn't pay much attention to it. The solution was also very simple. Just cut it off directly, and then directly recover it through the healing magic of the lower grade spiritual root. However, there were also 9th grade sorcerers who clearly stated that this was only a temporary solution and it would still grow out. But this did not attract much attention. After all, the 6 sorcerers didn't feel much at all. Although it caused a stir, the 9th grade sorcerers were numerous but weak, and it calmed down within 2 days. Of course, there was also the guidance of public opinion between the warlords and the sorcerer families. After all, these things were not a good thing for them, and would affect their interests. They also considered the expansion of the impact of this disease. So they chose to cure the root cause. That is to deal with all the sick 9th grade Jianghu sorcerers. What? What about the children of the aristocratic families? The treatment would definitely be different. The 9th grade Jianghu sorcerers were directly killed and burned and buried, while the children of the aristocratic families with 9th grade strength were treated and isolated. Not to mention the impact at all. The warlock family can still distinguish between their own people and outsiders. And they are still in the name of justice, saying that they have to do this for the sake of the people of the world. Chi Xuan disdains eating people and covering it up. On the contrary, Chi Xuan has been like a fish in water during this period of time. Experimental subjects and resources have been consumed to a large extent. Whether it is the improvement of the deep form or the research on the spiritual root disease, the progress is very fast. It may be because the Warlock family has attracted part of its attention to the spiritual root disease in the past few days, so Chi Xuan has been able to control it so much. It has completely turned into a big insect in human skin. Chi Xuan's eyes fell on the first batch of sick warlocks. Now, there is a slippery strange insect in the body, and the bones, flesh, organs, etc. have been completely replaced. But even if there is only a human skin left, it seems to still retain the original consciousness. It was only after Chi Xuan's in-depth research that he discovered that the consciousness had long disappeared. What remained here was just a simulated consciousness. As for the spiritual rootworm itself, it was still in a dormant state. Simulated consciousness is just a passive imitation. If the system in my body was not a spiritual root system, I would not have noticed that a person was only a skin, and under the skin was a parasite. The extraordinary power used by the sorcerer came from the spiritual root. So no matter what kind of magic, treasure, or Taoist book, how could it be detected? It's just like asking a mouse to watch a granary, or a monkey to watch an orchard. Therefore, this is essentially an unsolvable situation, especially when the spiritual rootworm is dormant and not taking action. There is no abnormality. Even if it is injured, its flesh, blood, and bones under the skin have bionic forms, exactly the same as humans. The parasite is no longer parasitic, but has taken over the body. This change is quite big. Chi Xuan's doubts were not reduced at all. He did understand the transformation method of the inferior spiritual root, but he still didn't understand why there was such an abrupt change. The simplest point is that the evolution process is a big reversal. The original way of survival of the spiritual root has always been symbiosis, so there will be no harm to the host. However, in such a short period of time, the style has taken a 180-degree turn, which is really too incredible. So Chi Xuan suspected that the transformation of the spiritual root has some kind of source control. Unfortunately, Chi Xuan couldn't find this data, so he could only give up. This source control was probably predetermined a long time ago, and it was triggered automatically when the time and environment were ripe. It is very likely that this problem started with a certain batch of spiritual roots, so only some of them have it. If this conjecture is true, spiritual root humans are not without the strength to resist. I am afraid that there is a more advanced coordinated control technology, the kind that even Chi Xuan cannot observe, which is the most terrible result. If there is no way to detect it, it is naturally inferior in strength. Chi Xuan does not think that the object he cannot observe is weaker than himself. This is too unbelievable. 7 days are almost up. How is the layout? Chi Xuan asked. The matter of the spiritual rootworm can be put aside for the time being, and harvesting resources first. As for targeting, there is no rush. Becoming stronger is the hard truth, and you can spare some spare time to study. The plan has been sent to you. Tonight, you will kill the family in order. The intelligent brain replied to Chi Xuan and sent the plan immediately. Chi Xuan checked the plan and found a problem. I can understand killing the family in order, but it's not good for you to let me fight so many third-grade warlocks alone. Chi Xuan glanced at the report with a strange look. The report stated that under the guidance of the intelligent brain, all the ancestors of the warlock families who invested in the Taiping Heavenly King Army will hold a meeting tonight. The content of the meeting is naturally to start dividing the cake of the Taiping Heavenly King Army. Chi Xuan accelerated, so the benefits reached the expectations of the ancestors, and it was natural to start. Therefore, as long as Chi Xuan killed all these third-grade warlocks, the rest would be easy. Just go and kill them one by one and then plunder their resources. But the problem is that he is not a match for the third-grade sorcerer. There were many factors in the last killing of the Sun family ancestor. In addition to the help of the protagonist's halo, there were also reasons such as the old age of the Sun family ancestor, the decline of strength, and injuries on his body. But this group of third-grade sorcerers are all in their prime, and there are quite a few of them. It is really not something he can kill. The protagonist's halo is sometimes a bit weird, but it is not so strong that it is illogical. If his deep form completes the stage of the middle-grade spiritual root, Chi Xuan is not afraid. Can it be pushed? Wait for about 7 days, and I can complete the deep form of the middle-grade spiritual root. Chi Xuan thought it was safe. Don't worry, we have already thought of a solution for you. The armor value of Tai Sui has reached 110 points, and it has completed an evolution. You have an additional module column. This module can choose a weapon module, and the high-frequency energy blade used for close combat before is used as a module. Through Fei, the fusion of the crazy cathedral Tai Sui, plus your initial stage of the deep form, combined with the protagonist's halo and high-concentration death potion, is enough to kill them, The intelligent brain has been prepared for a long time, otherwise it would not dare to implement it. Of course, even if Tai Sui has not completed the evolution, the intelligent brain can solve it. The intercontinental missiles in the strategic weapon missile system have been manufactured and can be directly bombed. If it really doesn't work, use the floating gun. At worst, you don't need these third-grade warlocks as fuel, and you can kill them. You are calculating carefully enough. Chi Suan was also amused and helpless about this. He really didn't pay too much attention to the armor value and evolution of Tai Sui. In fact, he was also prepared for the next module column. He planned to install an energy equipment module for perception and detection to supplement the deficiencies of the reconnaissance network and satellites, and further strengthen the information advantage. But now, it is obvious that the plan cannot keep up with the changes. Well, if we take in this batch of warlock families, the high-quality spiritual root reserves they have will probably allow Tai Sui to evolve twice. Chi Suan finally chose to listen to the advice of the intelligent brain. In the development of Tai Sui, Chi Suan has always been based on the intelligent brain. As for his own growth, the advice of the intelligent brain is only for reference, and he still focuses on his own planning. Chi Suan took out the high-frequency energy blade and installed it directly into the module column. SSS polymorphic energy weaving device, interesting. Chi Suan found that this weapon module not only inherited the effect of the high-frequency energy blade in close combat, but also inherited many advantages. The overall appearance is a beam formed by multiple energies, which can be shaped and adjusted. It can even be thrown out. Swords, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks and forks are all fine, no matter whether they are long or short weapons, even strange weapons. Chi Suan looked at the constant changes in the energy weapons in his hand. He could weave the energy to make it tough, hard, sharp, flexible, etc. But there is a problem now, that is, I am not good at weapons. Chi Suan found the key problem. Don't worry, the Jinwu Jade Vein Lotus module comes with the corresponding melee weapon capabilities, and Tai Sui God will guide and adjust your moves and attacks. In your case, you only need to take out about an hour every day, and your weapon skills will be greatly improved in up to 3 months. Of course, if you choose a special mechanical module that can combine electromagnetic guns and high-frequency energy blades in the next module column, you can combine the floating gun and the weaving device into one, and get better results. Forget it, I'd better choose to practice. Where can I find this thing? Chi Suan directly refused, and then said, if you have this spare time, you might as well add a strengthening module. Not only can it increase the power of melee weapons, but it can also deepen control, and then it can become a flying sword. Chi Suan's module column is too sparse, and these ideas are far less than the required perception and reconnaissance. For Chi Suan, melee weapons are not a necessity, but they can better obtain fuel. After all, he has no shortage of high-attack modules. On the contrary, other auxiliary modules can better help Chi Suan grow and become stronger. Chapter 319. Keep it for a while longer? Aren't you afraid that it will get out of control? The ancestor of the Yudaigua family knocked on the table and said impatiently, today's meeting is to discuss how to divide the big cake of the Taiping Heavenly King Army. As a result, there are still people who want more. Everyone present saw how fast the Taiping Heavenly King Army is developing. If this continues, it will be a matter of time before they are attacked. They are the ancestors of the Sorcerer family, but they have also seen the destruction of the Sorcerer family, and the sorcerers in the world becoming the new Sorcerer family. The Taiping Heavenly King Army has already had a tendency to get out of control. If it continues, they will be swallowed by the other party. Yes, if someone holds a different opinion, he can be allowed to withdraw by default. The ancestor of the Yeshingyang family echoed. Originally, it was just raising pigs. If a wild boar is raised, it will be a lot of fun. It is not impossible to kill them all by then. If the Taiping Heavenly King was only a mid-level sorcerer, it wouldn't matter. However, he was a third-level sorcerer like them, which was a big risk. With the two of them singing the same tune, the remaining ancestors of the aristocratic families didn't say anything and all agreed. After all, this was just an appetizer, and the real benefits were in the future division. In that case, my Gua family wants it, the ancestor of the Gua family said, and directly divided a piece of benefits for himself. Then, the ancestors of each family began to divide the whole cake according to their previously planned plans. Although there were some minor conflicts, they were soon negotiated. In fact, the division of benefits, this time had already been made when the investment was made. The children arranged by each family would naturally share the benefits of the position they were assigned. Therefore, there was no unpleasant conflict. Well, there is one thing I don't agree with. Chi Suan said, Why should my Taiping Heavenly King army be divided up by you bastards without leaving anything for me? As Qi Xuan said this, a flash of light flashed in his hand, and the ancestor of the Guo family was split in two. The energy weapon formed by the polymorphic energy weaving instrument directly killed the ancestor of the Guo family. Even though he was powerful and had strong vitality, the energy used by Qi Xuan was a mixture of multiple elements. Although it was not specifically able to counter the ability of strong regeneration and high self-healing, it still had the ability to kill the third-grade warlock with one blow. In particular, Qi Xuan knew that the weakness of the warlock was the spiritual root, and it was not a big deal to attack the spiritual root directly through polymorphic energy, and it was not a big deal to die on the spot. It's you, Taiping Heavenly King, do it. The ancestor of the Yang family reacted instantly. His expression was shocked and angry. He was surprised that Qi Xuan could kill a third-grade warlock instantly, and he was angry that the other party was too arrogant. He actually dared to break in. Before he finished speaking, the polymorphic energy in Qi Xuan's hand pierced through the other party's heart on the spot. Since the fight had already started, he naturally wouldn't say anything. At the same time, Fei, who had merged with the crazy cathedral, directly blasted the entire courtyard and rushed in. Qi Xuan was actually thinking that the intelligent brain still underestimated himself. He cooperated with Fei, plus Tai Suishan. Especially with this close combat weapon module, the lethality increased sharply. Before this group of third-grade warlocks could even launch an attack, he had already killed two of them. This behavior naturally scared the remaining third-grade warlocks. They all wanted to retreat, and had no intention of confronting Qi Xuan head-on. The preemptive strike, the show of power, and sufficient strength were enough to intimidate this group of third-grade warlocks. Then, of course, they were defeated one by one. Run? Huh. Qi Xuan looked at the third-grade ancestors, who were trying to escape with magic, and sneered as he threw the polymorphic energy in his hand. It is said to be a melee weapon, but in fact it is a controllable energy body formed by the composite processing of multiple elemental energies, and the multiple forms are the changes formed by the arrangement and combination of elements. So as long as Qi Xuan is strong enough, he can use it as a long-range weapon. The polymorphic energy directly penetrated the brain of a third-grade warlock, and then the armor-breaking, true damage, etc. burst out, directly taking the opponent's life. If this group of third-grade sorcerers did not run away and attack Qi Xuan together, Qi Xuan would have no choice but to proceed according to the predetermined plan. But people's hearts were not so united. As the saying goes, a friend dies, but a poor Taoist dies. None of them wanted to outrun Qi Xuan, but just outrun others. The idea was good, and the speed was fast. Qi Xuan really had no way to catch up with them all, but Fei was not a person who just wanted to eat for free. Through his huge body, he directly formed a blockade. It didn't take long to stop this group of third-grade sorcerers. Only 30 seconds were enough for Qi Xuan to kill them all. The polymorphic energy had no shape, but it easily harvested the lives of this group of third-grade sorcerers. Wait, you can't kill me. Once you kill us, the Taiping Heavenly King army will be the public enemy of all the sorcerer families. Don't even think about achieving great things. By then, all the warlords will be hostile to you and launch attacks. A third-grade sorcerer from a noble family said in panic. He intended to save his life by explaining the pros and cons to Qi Xuan. But Qi Xuan didn't answer at all and killed the other party directly. Qi Xuan didn't tolerate the other party's bandit logic. Your sorcerer family wants his Taiping Heavenly King army, and he can't resist. If he resists, he will be the public enemy of the world. If these noble families and warlords really think this way, then Qi Xuan will just kill them all as fuel. Qi Xuan doesn't have the bandit logic, but he has the more useful logic of the Great Western King and Chongtian General. The former is good at slaughtering, and the latter is good at trampling on the bones of the nobles in the streets. Seeing that the threat failed and he couldn't escape, someone finally resisted. But there were too few people, and before they could resist, they were slapped by Qi Xuan and died on the spot. This slap was made of polymorphic energy. Qi Xuan immediately found the usefulness of the big handprint, especially when thrown out to hit people directly. Combined with the effect of polymorphic energy, they were directly smashed into meat paste. It doesn't matter if it's incomplete, the meat paste can also be picked up and thrown into the melting furnace. As long as they don't die like floating guns and intercontinental missiles, even if they die in a shabby way, Qi Xuan doesn't mind. Big handprint, big handprint, big handprint, Qi Xuan muttered while attacking with the big pocket formed by the polymorphic energy wrapped around his hands. This is much more enjoyable than any swords, spears, swords and halberds. Qi Xuan also hit them on the cheeks. Even if he meets a strong man who can withstand polymorphic energy in the future, He can leave a bunch of evenly symmetrical palm prints on the other party's face. The attack may not be lethal enough to the strong, but it is definitely insulting. A few minutes later, all the third-grade sorcerers present were killed by Qi Xuan. The next step is to clean up the scene. Qi Xuan accepted all the dead, whether they were dead or had their heads exploded, or were just a pile of mud. By the way, when did we cut off the typing Heavenly King's army? I don't want to maintain my power anymore. Qi Xuan asked the intelligent brain while cleaning up. Just like this action, because the power below was divided, it was no longer possible to mobilize troops to attack the Sun family and other sorcerer families like before. Qi Xuan had bad intentions towards them, but they didn't have to worry about food and drink, and they were paid enough. As a result, they didn't listen to orders. After you wipe out the family, take advantage of the time difference, and sell the typing Heavenly King army directly to a famous family with a first-class sorcerer. Get the profit and find an opportunity to wipe them out. For example, pay them at the parade ground or just let Faye eat them. The intelligent brain gave a solution, which means that you should first destroy the family, and then kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the subsequent development plan, it has been abandoned by the intelligent brain. The outbreak of the spiritual root disease indicates that the end of the world has arrived, and the power's ability to make money has dropped significantly, from a help to a drag. That's why Qi Xuan was too lazy to raise it, and thought of just plucking up the leek roots. Okay, if you want to talk about cruelty, you have to be cruel. I just want to harvest it directly, and you still want to cheat the big customers. But can it work? Or can the typing Heavenly King army really hold on until we sell it? It's impossible to conceal the extermination of so many warlock families. Qi Xuan is worried that no one will be fooled after the news leaks out. As for other things, Qi Xuan doesn't care at all. There is a certain risk of failure, so I've contacted the buyer 3 days ago. And the price has been negotiated. If nothing unexpected happens, the resources will be available in 2 days at most. It is still possible to prevent the spread of news within 2 days through control, slaughter, etc. It's just that this transaction is risky. After all, we have a history of exterminating the Sun family before. Therefore, there is a probability of black eating black. However, with your current strength, a first-grade warlock can pay a price to escape. A second-grade warlock can only stalemate and cannot defeat you. The intelligent brain naturally considered the consequences, so it chose such a plan. The greater the risk, the greater the benefit. Qi Xuan took in the 3 resources of extermination, fraud and typing Heavenly King army, and the perfection of the deep form was more than enough. The fuel of Tai Sui God has also been settled. Without saying too much, 3 evolutions are the minimum. Since leaving the holy world, you have become more and more extreme. But I like this benefit. If there is really no risk, I suspect that it is a trap for me. Qi Xuan approved the plan of the intelligent brain. He is in a different camp from the natives and survivors, so it is normal for them to be enemies. Without their help, how can Qi Xuan grow and become stronger? He has no way to become stronger out of thin air, so he can only choose to target the natives and survivors. As for peaceful coexistence, it is possible, but how can he become stronger quickly? He is willing, but the Doomsday game is not willing. The intensity of the Doomsday world will be higher and higher. If he is not ruthless, once his own strength cannot keep up, he will only end up with death. Chapter 320. I almost got sick from killing. Tai Sui's speed is still not fast enough. If it's faster, I can be more efficient in exterminating the whole family. Qi Xuan felt sick not because he killed too many people, but because he had to rush to the road between other warlock families. Download the next module column, and add another acceleration module to Tai Sui. Qi Xuan thought again, and felt that it was important to run away. He himself was not satisfied, let alone using it when escaping. Qi Xuan hurried, and used the multi-state big handprint and strategic weapon missile system bombing to complete the extermination of the whole family in one night. The harvest was great. Tai Sui's 2 breakthroughs, and the middle-grade spiritual root resources in the deep form were stable. It just took some time to realize them. After dealing with it, he rushed back to the typing Heavenly King army for bloody cleansing and personnel control. The purpose was naturally to avoid leaking the news and losing some resources. After these things were dealt with, it was already near dusk. Qi Xuan was either killing people or on his way to kill people. Fortunately, there was Tai Sui God who could hang up, otherwise it would be a troublesome thing for Qi Xuan to kill people at such a high intensity. Maybe after killing for 10 hours, he would think of directly using intercontinental missiles to flatten the place. It was really too troublesome. After taking a break, the generals who had been flirting with the children of the noble families suddenly became loyal. They really didn't expect that this typing heavenly king would dare to kill so recklessly. He even didn't let go of the corpses. They were all silent, fearing that they would be eaten alive by Chi Xuan. Chi Xuan didn't eat people, but he would eat them. For this purpose, more than 1,000 zombies were created, and they are still wandering outside Chi Xuan's tent. He wanted to ensure stability, so he did not put away Fei, but let it lie outside the tent. After Fei merged with the crazy cathedral, its size was naturally very large. Generally speaking, if Chi Xuan did not use the crazy cathedral as a culture dish, he would not cancel the fusion of the two. Mainly after the fusion, the Yusui virus cultivated by it would tend to be killing type, and Chi Xuan wanted a functional Yusui virus. The success rate is higher when using a single crazy cathedral as a culture dish. In troubled times, you really have to be ruthless to gain a foothold. I haven't killed for a while, and these people dare to undermine me. Chi Xuan cursed. Look, I killed a lot of blood, and I am a loyal minister. Chi Xuan shook his head. This group of people really feared power, but not virtue. I provided them with good food and drink, and they didn't even cut the knife, but they were thinking about life after betrayal. If you can betray once, you can betray 2, 3, or 4 times. So it is not a big problem to surrender under force. Alas, why is there no world with good people? In the 2 recent Doomsday worlds, they will not stop until the blood is shed. Chi Xuan was helpless about this. Before the Holy World, there were also massacres, but rarely on such a large scale. Now it is common to wipe out a whole family. Then he glanced at the number of survivors. There was a loss, nearly half of them were gone, and now there are only 41 people left. But the death rate is also slowing down. It is obvious that they have adapted to the new Doomsday world, and are beginning to stabilize. It's really troublesome to deal with these few people. Chi Xuan shook his head. I just felt that it was really difficult to deal with. The fewer people, the harder it is to find. After resting for a while, Chi Xuan started a new round of work. A large number of medium-grade spiritual roots were taken out for screening. The purpose was to find a suitable spiritual root. There are many types of spiritual roots. Chi Xuan naturally had to carefully select them. It doesn't mean that he can accommodate 99 spiritual roots, and can use them casually. The key is to match and match them. Then the 3 types of upper, middle and lower spiritual roots can be constructed into a whole. It was not until the intelligent brain gave a reminder that someone came to visit that Chi Xuan came back to his senses. The big pig you deceived is here. Chi Xuan narrowed his eyes, and packed up his things directly. Yes, there are just some problems. You may need to be prepared. What's the problem? The other party's basic attributes have reached 10 points, and he is a little arrogant? Chi Xuan said with a chuckle. No, if it is as you said, it might be even better. According to the data feedback, the opponent is a 2nd-grade warlock, but the basic attribute is still within the range of 9 points, not reaching the 10 points you estimated before. As soon as this came out, Chi Xuan's face changed slightly. In his estimation, the basic attribute of a 2nd-grade warlock is 10 points, and that of a 1st-grade warlock is 11 points. But now, it has not reached this standard, which means that a 1st-grade warlock may only have 9 points. As for why it is stronger, of course, it is because of the spiritual roots. It is equivalent to the extra basic attributes, which do not come from them themselves, but from the additional increase in talents, skills, and templates given by the spiritual roots. That's not good news. This means that the path of the warlock is actually the path of Chi Xuan. The difference is that the types of blessing are different. Chi Xuan is half talent and half skill, while the other party is a single type. In this way, the spiritual root system has no way to help him break through the original limit. What he grows is the horizontal strength, not the real upper limit. It's really troublesome. Let's meet him first. Chi Xuan was not discouraged. The upper limit is not so easy to improve. Anyway, it's okay to get stronger. For now, let's get the resources first. Not long after, someone came to report, and Chi Xuan went out to meet the other party in person. An old man of the Zijinghu family is an old man named Hu Hao. He is not arrogant, but looks like a good old man, and he is very warm when he meets. After being welcomed into the tent, he also chatted with Chi Xuan, and did not talk about business directly. Seeing this, Chi Xuan directly threw it to Jinao, asking him to deal with the social etiquette of Jinao. In this respect, Jinao is indeed more like a human than him. If Chi Xuan comes, he must be straightforward. If the other party gives him a riddle, Chi Xuan will directly assume that the transaction has failed and then take action. The conversation between the two sides made Hu Hao feel that the Taiping Heavenly King army in front of him was indeed very difficult. Especially the one who was talking nonsense with him was back and forth, not like a young man at all. Therefore, he was also confused in his heart. It can be seen from his words that he has extraordinary abilities, so why was he sidelined by other families? It can't be a fake trick that only talks but does not practice. If it is not sidelined, then why did they contact their Who family and say that they want to sell the Taiping Heavenly King army, which means there is a trap in it? Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up such a huge family business. These are all doubts. The Heavenly King is indeed a man of great literary talent, but it's a pity that the world is unpredictable, which made the Heavenly King become a bandit. If the Yunnan dynasty was still there, the Heavenly King would definitely be a famous minister in the court. Hu Hao first complimented him, and then said, "Are you serious about what you planned before?" "Of course it's true. I am willing to give up the throne of the Heavenly King and concentrate on practicing. In this world, I can't beat your family. If they want my life, I will sell it for a good price." Qi Xuan looked aggrieved. Now my order will not be listened to after leaving the tent. What can a third-grade sorcerer do? Which of those families doesn't have one? The Zijinghu family is a famous family in the world, so I think they can keep it under control. Qi Xuan said here, teasing. Hu Hao was not fooled by such a cheap provocation, and said calmly, "My Hu family is protecting General Wang Qi. If the king is willing, it's enough to vote for him, and the reward will be paid later." Qi Xuan interrupted him before he finished speaking. "I want to see the reward first. It's not uncommon for people from aristocratic families to betray their loyalty under the guise of Zhang Dai. I have suffered this pain. If your Hu family can't afford this business, I can also change one. There are more famous families in the world than just your Hu family," Qi Xuan said calmly. After the voice fell, Hu Hao's eyes changed, and he exerted a sharp pressure, and at the same time, he released his aura of a second-grade sorcerer. However, Qi Xuan was unmoved, and Fei's huge head just poked in. The polymorphic energy differentiated into the appearance of evil dragons and tigers, guarding around Qi Xuan. Seeing this, Hu Hao's face slightly restrained. No wonder the king wants to do this deal. It turns out that the Taiping Heavenly King's army can no longer accommodate the king, a second-grade sorcerer. Hu Hao didn't see the depth of Qi Xuan, but from his performance, he is already a second-grade sorcerer. It is very likely that he has just made a breakthrough recently, so he wants to get rid of the Taiping Heavenly King's army. I can only say that he is indeed a ruthless person, so decisive. If it were him, he would have killed those families with only third-grade sorcerers in charge directly, as the basis for dominating the world. Surrendering to General Wang Qi is something that the king must do. But since the king is a second-grade sorcerer, it is definitely not appropriate to give the reward later. The things will arrive in 3/4 of an hour. The king can rest assured. Hu Hao gave in a step. Happy cooperation. Qi Xuan smiled. Ask him to surrender to the warlord? Just eat it all at once. It's not that he forced it. After all, his original intention was to let the other party send someone to take over. But it's not his fault that he had to make such a fuss. I don't know if the king has considered my Hu family when he retires in the future. I see that the king is alone, and the Hu family has a legitimate daughter who is only 18 years old. She is quite a match for the king. Hu Hao said. Recruit, give the legitimate daughter, as long as you join, you will be rich and prosperous in the future. This is already one of the top recruitments. A certain family is aiming for the first rank. If you are lucky enough to break through, you can continue to cooperate with the Hu family on some matters. Qi Xuan tactfully refused. When his deep form is completed, he will definitely visit in person to ensure that no one will be left alive. Then congratulate the Heavenly King in advance for achieving the first rank. Hu Hao was disdainful in his heart, but he didn't show it. Is it so easy to break through to the first rank? Even the children of aristocratic families can't do it even with a favorable environment, not to mention that you, the Heavenly King of Taiping, played a trick on the aristocratic families in the world, and you will be liquidated sooner or later. But he didn't know that Qi Xuan didn't play tricks on the aristocratic families, but planned to slaughter them. Chapter 321. The Hu family was very efficient, and arranged people to take over the Taiping Heavenly King army within 3 days. However, when they arrived, they were dumbfounded. It was empty like a ghost town, without any life, not just one, but all of them. From top to bottom, it can't be said that there were no living people, but it was very different from what they should have seen. Then, they got a terrible news. That is, the sorcerer family behind the Taiping Heavenly King army was also wiped out. This matter exploded all of a sudden. The mysterious Taiping Heavenly King also disappeared. No matter how stupid the Hu family was, they knew they were fooled. However, they couldn't find the other party, and finally they could only bite their teeth and take over the land with a greatly reduced value. But the problem is that they found that the warlord they supported also had problems. According to an investigation, one thing was confirmed, that is, the Taiping Heavenly King surrendered, and then they took action directly. Not only did they kill the warlord they supported, but they also carried out large-scale destruction and looted a huge amount of resources. When the head of the Hu family heard the news, he almost couldn't breathe. Not to mention the losses, the fact that they were slapped twice in a row by the other party made the Hu family lose face. So after recovering, they immediately issued a wanted order and a hunting order. The value of death is high, and the value of life is 10 times higher. However, there are very few people who respond. For no other reason, a second-grade sorcerer, except for the top first-grade sorcerer, no one wants to mess with him. But this reward is not worth the first-grade sorcerer's eyes, and it is not worth it for the second-grade sorcerer to exchange his life for this reward. Anyone with a bit of brains would just ignore it, instead of thinking that they were so high that they could kill a strong man who could destroy their own forces and cripple the world's famous warlords in a short period of time. The main reason was that this rank was too embarrassing. The first rank couldn't afford it, the second rank didn't look down on it, and the third rank and below couldn't beat it. It was true that no one did it, but the Hu family also wanted to save face, not only offering a reward to the outside world, but also letting the second-rank members of the Hu family form a hunting group. Started tracking the traces of the Taiping Heavenly King. In addition to venting their anger, they also wanted to protect their reputation. If they didn't kill the Taiping Heavenly King as a warning, someone would be so bold as to deceive them in the future. It was also to prove that the Hu family was not weak. Because of this incident, many famous families with the same first-rank sorcerer had begun to test it. If the Hu family was noticed to be a little tired or weak, these famous families would rush forward without hesitation. Even if it was just a nap, if enough famous families attacked at the same time, the Hu family would be completely wiped out even in its heyday. So in order to avoid this from happening, the Hu family must hold up their own frame. It can only be said that there is no humanity between the warlock families, all of which are conflicts of interest. Of course, because of this incident, the Hu family had to withdraw from this hegemony. It is not so easy to start from scratch. The warlords they supported died suddenly, and the resources they invested were wasted. If they continue, they will not be able to rise without a good opportunity. Even if they support it again, they will not be able to rise. They will only be suppressed by other warlords instead of becoming a major force again. As the big winner, Qi Xuan found a place to continue his experiments and research after the harvest, and the ups and downs of the outside world were blocked at once. Since he stopped being the Taiping Heavenly King, he felt relaxed. At least the intelligent brain no longer had to worry about all kinds of messy things. In 3 days, Qi Xuan quickly improved his deep form to the middle-grade spiritual root stage through the resources he harvested. Mainly Krypton gold, otherwise it would not be so fast. There are enough resources, plus luck, even pigs can be piled up. After Qi Xuan completed the former, the improvement process was very smooth. There were no accidents when transplanting, absorbing, upgrading, and improving the deep form, and it was upgraded so simply. At the same time, a big bag suddenly bulged out at the back of Qi Xuan's neck. It was covered with a scaly stratum corneum, which rose and fell from time to time, looking like it was sucking something, which looked very strange. This is the manifestation of the deep form, but it has not yet hatched. The upgrade patch has been installed, and the ability can be used, but the free appendages will take some time to develop. Qi Xuan touched the bulge on the back of his neck. The reason for choosing the back of the neck is naturally to protect the blind spot of vision. Of course, because the neck is relatively fragile and close to the head, the appendages can be used as a shield behind the back. Currently, the effect of losing blood to improve the form and enhance strength has been improved. Try it first, Qi Xuan said, controlling his body state through the Yusui virus. His first stage was the basic stage, which he maintained, so he entered the second stage directly. The Yusui virus in his body escaped outward, like a thin layer of mist surrounding Qi Xuan. This was the indiscriminate attack provided by the Yusui form. Qi Xuan recorded the data, and then entered the third stage. The skin on his body began to wriggle, and black lines appeared. This was the Yusui virus being stimulated and appearing on the skin. Quickly enter the final stage. Qi Xuan didn't have the heart to test it at all. Anyway, for him, the passive of losing blood in stages is useful except when being attacked by surprise. Otherwise it is to directly control the blood line to the lowest. As for the data in the middle stage, it is more used for transition, not really valuable. The fourth and fifth stages soar directly to the final stage at a very fast speed. At this time, Chi Xuan has become a weird appearance covered with a lot of black scales, hideous, terrible, like a monster. Chi Xuan's carefully designed appearance is suitable for scenes such as slaughter, running, fighting, etc. No matter how many second-grade warlocks there are, I can tear them apart alive. Chi Xuan compared the data of the second-grade warlock of the Hu family that he had seen before. The opponent may have many skills, but Chi Xuan's additional attributes can crush them. Even if it is a first-grade warlock, as long as there are no more than 10 people, it is not difficult to kill them. Whether it is physical damage or energy attack, as long as the basic attributes have not undergone a qualitative change to reach 10 points and X-level talents, it is just a tickling damage to me. Even if he has a boss template, strong skills, and SSS level talents, even if he can't win, it can be the same. As for winning, of course, he had to let the deep form complete the last high-grade spiritual route. Otherwise, how could he win? Then, there is the duration, which can only last about 10 minutes. Chi Xuan finished speaking. Watching the countdown, he set return to 0, and the whole person just broke into a pool of pus. Then the death recast started, and he watched the advertisement and resurrected. I used to think that reducing the length of the advertisement was a waste, but now it seems that I really misunderstood. I just don't know if the time can be reduced to a lower level. Then his eyes fell on the data of the deep form. The duration is a bit difficult to deal with. According to the current data estimate, the complete deep form can only last about 15 seconds at most, and I will die suddenly because of it. 10 minutes is okay, it can be solved, but 15 seconds is a bit too bad. As for the fact that after the level is upgraded, not only the power is enhanced, but the duration is also increased, this is not a traditional protagonist ability, but an ability developed based on overload and overdraft. The stronger the power, the shorter the life. It is equivalent to compressing all the future life to the present, so as to form an effect similar to the explosion. He has no potential, so naturally he can't be like those regular protagonists, shouting "break it for me," and then the strength will directly increase. Chi Xuan can't do it at all. He has no potential for a long time. He relies on his own transformation to expand the upper limit, so there is no potential to give him the effect of "break it for me" and then the explosion. If you want to explode, you can only spend your life. In essence, it is the law of conservation, which is nothing more than using high efficiency to improve and squeeze it to the extreme. As for saying that if you are a transcendent, you can disobey the law of conservation, if Chi Xuan has this ability, let alone the Doomsday Game, he can blow up the world. With his shallow knowledge, there are 100 ways to use the powerful use brought by not abiding by the law of conservation, not to mention 10,000 ways. What potential and upper limit are all past tense for Chi Xuan. As for those who practice immortality and martial arts, they don't need to abide by it. That's nonsense. If they really don't abide by it, there is no need to practice Qi and build a foundation, and there is no bottleneck, not to mention the resources needed for poor literature, rich martial arts, and cultivation of Taoism and ruining the family. Promotion requires resources, and it means that you can disobey the law of conservation, which means that this so-called transcendent is a fool who has been effectively reduced in intelligence. Alas, the upper-grade spiritual root Chi Xuan turned his eyes back to the original plan. The next step is the last step, but the upper-grade spiritual root requires a third-grade warlock as an experimental subject. Compared to the lower-grade warlock, there are not so many third-grade warlocks. The number is also very limited. Take the first-grade sorcerer as an example. There are only 24 of them in the open. Most of them are the helmsmen of famous families, and they are extremely superior in both financial resources and strength. The number of second-grade and third-grade ones is indeed more, but compared with the number of experimental subjects Chi Xuan needs, it is a bit less. Forget it, let's catch the first-grade sorcerer. It's a little less, but if you use it sparingly, it should be enough. Chi Xuan thought again and decided to choose the Hu family, which he had cheated, as the target. The Tai Sui god seems to be a bit behind. Chi Xuan suddenly thought that as long as he activated the deep form, the first-grade sorcerer would not be his opponent. However, the Tai Sui god could not do it. Its current defense, shield, material and other modules can only withstand the second-grade sorcerer at most. This is the first time Chi Xuan has surpassed the Tai Sui god. Even if it lasts for 10 minutes, he will die suddenly. Chapter 322. As the helmsman of a famous family, and the contemporary ancestor of the Hu family, Hu Hong has a lot of troubles. Especially the mistakes in the layout of the world hegemony. Originally, he had the opportunity to conquer the world, but he failed because of being calculated. Later, because of various messy things, he was even more upset. If I could break through the realm above the first level, why would I be so distressed? Hu Hong rubbed his temples. In the eyes of outsiders, the Hu family is a cluster of flowers and splendid flowers. He also knows the actual situation. Although it is not an empty frame that can be blown down, the expenses of supporting such a large family of sorcerers are enough to give Hu Hong a headache. Ancient books say that if you have a fairy root, you can become a fairy and turn into a butterfly. But there is no such thing as a fairy root. I'm afraid this ancient book is just a lie. All first-grade sorcerers are looking for a way to break through, but their spiritual roots are only of upper, middle and lower levels, which can only cope with 9 levels of sorcerers. However, there are many ancient books that have recorded the contents of fairy sorcerers, all of which involve the existence of fairy roots. It's a pity that even the powerful and famous families have not found any trace of fairy roots. This has led to the highest strength being only first grade. Of course, there are differences between first grade and first grade. If a first-grade sorcerer comes from a noble family, he has a very good combination of spiritual roots, plus a good education, financial resources, and combat power, so he will naturally be stronger. The premise is not to fight to the death, otherwise life and death are unknown. After all, they have fought hard, and those who are barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes, so they will not necessarily lose. However, after reaching the first-grade level, there are fewer fights. After all, they have worked hard to cultivate to this level, so they must cherish their lives. If it is not necessary, they will not take action. If there is anything, they can just ask the second-grade sorcerers under their family to do it. After complaining, Hu Hong continued to handle the affairs of the Hu family. There are many major matters that require his approval before they can be implemented. In any case, it involves some of the economic and resource-related lifelines of the Hu family. As the helmsman, he must take charge of it. Huh? He suddenly raised his head with a puzzled look. Is there danger? What's the situation? He didn't quite understand why he had such a perception. Could it be that several first-grade sorcerers had joined forces? Hu Hong has fought with other first-grade sorcerers before. As long as they don't fight hard in a one-on-one fight, they won't have this sense of danger. This is a magic technique carried by his lower-grade spiritual root. Lower grade is the foundation, not the quality. Of course, even if it is the first grade, it is still useful. Therefore, the biggest possibility is that more than 2 first-grade sorcerers will take action, which will give him this sense of crisis. Do you think my Hu family is in trouble? A cold light flashed in Hu Hong's eyes. If it is really so serious, then he can only take one person away at most. As for regrets and annoyances, they do not exist. Why should he have these emotions when others come to cause trouble? He casually put on a purple robe, which is the treasure transformed from his middle-grade spiritual root. Then he drew out the Panlong staff, waved his hand, and the eagle that was dozing in the study flew over and landed on his shoulder. These 2 are also his treasures, covering 3 types of defense, attack, and assistance. Since you're here, if we really want to fight to the death, at least one person must be left alive. Hu Hong was naturally not arrogant enough to think that he could leave everyone alive. But as long as a first-class sorcerer died, it meant that a famous family would be buried with his Hu family. What he had to do was not to deal with all the enemies, but to choose one enemy and beat him to death. Here it comes. Flame. A fire flashed in the dragon's eyes on the Panlong staff in Hu Hong's hand. In an instant, the spiritual power turned into flames and quickly swept the entire study. A black shadow rushed straight into the flames at an extremely fast speed, and a pair of sharp claws actually tore open the flames he summoned. Clang. The Panlong staff in his hand blocked the claws coming towards his face. However, the pure brute force actually directly passed the majestic force along the Panlong staff to his hands. If it weren't for the flash of lightning from the red and purple cannon on his body, which eliminated the power, he would have been in trouble even if he was not seriously injured. Soul Thunder Fire Spirit Lord. Hu Hong retreated several steps and directly used his trump card. The 3 Taoist books transformed from the top-grade spiritual roots emerged. Qi Xuan, who attacked suddenly, naturally recognized that these 3 top-grade spiritual roots were Heavenly Thunder Punishment, Earth Fire Tian Shan, and the Evil Spirit General. The abilities are similar to the names. The first 2 are of thunder and fire attributes, and the last one is of soul attribute. With these 3 Taoist books transformed from the top-grade spiritual roots combined with the soul, an effect similar to the fire armor is formed. The Panlong staff in Hu Hong's hand, the red and purple robe on his body, and the eagle on his shoulder are all wrapped in it. The light of thunder and fire flashed by, and when he looked again, Hu Hong had become a godlike appearance, holding thunder in his left hand and fire in his right hand, and his eyes were as fascinating as a falcon. Fancy. Chi Xuan commented, then rushed forward and kicked the opponent in a simple way. Seeing this, Hu Hong controlled the thunder and fire, and was decisively kicked into a hunched shrimp by Chi Xuan's kick. Melee mages should stack up buffs, and elemental mages should keep a distance. If it doesn't work, warriors should charge in advance. But the opponent was too abstract, and he was still reading after transformation. If he didn't get beaten, who would? Chi Xuan was sure that his kick might have a critical effect and even shatter the opponent. The main reason was that Hu Hong didn't expect Chi Xuan to use such a cheap move as the kick. He had seen killing moves, and he had also guarded against dirty moves, but he had thought of such a dirty move, but he didn't expect anyone to use it. You have the ability to attack him directly at his vital points. Fortunately, he was a first-class warlock, and his body had a strong ability to regenerate and heal. The pain subsided in an instant. He struggled to raise his head, and saw the ferocious black armor. A flash of thought passed through his mind, and he couldn't find the corresponding first-class warlock candidate. But soon, he knew that he shouldn't think about these things. He saw Chi Xuan's sharp claws coming directly to his face. If he couldn't block it, even if he couldn't poke 5 holes in his face, his eyes would be blinded. The embarrassing thing was that his hands were still instinctively in a protective state, and he didn't have time to stretch them back. He couldn't hide even if he wanted to, because his posture didn't have the conditions to dodge. The final result was naturally that the sharp claws pierced his face. The opponent not only blinded his eyes, but also pulled them out. He even pulled out part of his brain. Severe pain came, but Hu Hong didn't care about so much at this time. He forcibly broke free from the enemy's control and began to retreat. Losing his eyes didn't have much impact on Hu Hong. After all, he still had the assistance of magic and Taoism. It was just a little inconvenient at most. The most important thing to consider now was to find a way to escape. The opponent had used a total of 3 moves since arriving until now, but he only withstood the opponent's first wave of sneak attacks. No matter whether it was a crotch kick or an eye piercing, there was no counterattack. To be honest, he was also confused in his heart. How could he be so much stronger than himself as a first-grade sorcerer? In an instant, the 3 words Immortal Root appeared in his mind. You have obtained the Immortal Root. Hu Hong's voice was not small at all, and everyone in the Hu family heard it. Only the Immortal Root has been obtained but not fully refined, which belongs to the realm of a half-step immortal sorcerer. That's why he was able to crush him, but couldn't kill him instantly. When Chi Xuan heard this, he moved fiercely, and his claws pierced Hu Hong's throat directly. However, his expression was rather confused. He had thought that there were some divine and immortal items, but he thought it was just his imagination. Unexpectedly, there really were. And the other party mistakenly believed that he also had them. Where did Chi Xuan get his immortal spiritual roots? He was so strong because he had 99 lower grade and middle grade spiritual roots. But he also kept a watchful eye. After capturing the helmsman of the Hu family alive, Chi Xuan would be more careful when searching to see if he could find what he wanted. Now that he was here, Chi Xuan would definitely not only capture this first-grade sorcerer, but also kill all the others and throw them into the smelting furnace for disposal. Then take away everything you can take away, and naturally put the things you can't take away into the smelting furnace as fuel. You can't just leave it here, it would be such a waste. Ha ha ha, you can't hide this. Once other first-grade sorcerers know about it, I'm afraid you won't have any chance to survive. Hu Hong noticed Chi Xuan's situation. The other party is far better than a first-grade sorcerer, but he is also within the range of a first-grade sorcerer, not extraordinary. Chi Xuan was speechless about this. Do you know who I am? I can't hide it. With his appearance, I didn't recognize him a month ago. So the other party's threat was just nonsense. Chi Xuan pulled his claws out of the other party's throat, and Hu Hong's body softened. The cool transformation form was directly lifted, and the treasure transformed by the middle-grade spiritual root returned to Hu Hong's body, while the Taoist book of the upper-grade spiritual root looked dim. It was obviously Chi Xuan's attack, and the upper-grade spiritual root, as the main force of amplification, was also affected. With a twist of his hand, Hu Hong's head was twisted off. The separation of the head and body is the basis of being captured. As for whether he will die, then he can only use anesthetics. For a first-grade sorcerer like Hu Hong, decapitation will not kill him at all, and more importantly, anesthetics cannot take effect because of his strong body. Chi Xuan does not have so much energy to develop more powerful anesthetics for the time being, and physical control is more convenient. Hu Hong noticed Chi Xuan's thoughts, and wanted to struggle through his soul. However, He was directly sealed and controlled by Chi Sui, and then Fei was summoned to suppress Hu Hong's soul. Fei is the will of God, which belongs to the spiritual release type evolution, and Hu Hong's soul is a special structure formed by the upper grade spiritual root and the spirit. In essence, it is similar to the spirit. Now Hu Hong's upper grade spiritual root's Tao book has been severely damaged, and Chi Sui's deep form has given Fei an enhancement. All Hu Hong's original plans fell through. Chi Sui processed and packaged it easily, and then notified Tai Sui God to enter. That's right, this time he didn't wear Tai Sui God, but relied on his own strength. Chapter 323. The destruction of the Hu family directly triggered the vigilance of all the families. It was not that there was no news. The person who did it was not clear yet, but according to some information narrated by some survivors. What touched everyone's heart the most was naturally a sentence said by the ancestor, who was the helmsman of the Hu family before his death. That is the 7 words: you have obtained the immortal root. All the first-grade sorcerers in high positions want to break through to a higher level of immortal sorcerers. It's a pity that there is no trace so far, and it is basically considered a rumor until now. However, a first-grade sorcerer used his life to prove that this is not a rumor, but a real existence. As a result, all the first-grade sorcerers in the world were excited. Then, under the banner of revenge for the Hu family, they annexed the Hu family's industry while starting to investigate people suspected of having immortal roots, with the Hu family as the center. They can be sure of one thing, that is, the owner of the immortal root has not yet completely refined the immortal root to become an immortal sorcerer. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to kill someone and run away. If it was really a fairy sorcerer, their strength was not something they could resist. They should have run away. As for the idea of hiding their identities and not fighting, it was indeed possible. But they were unwilling to admit that if this was the case, they would have nothing to gain. Besides, the traces of the battle at the beginning did not seem to be at the level of a fairy sorcerer. Although they were strong, they were not extraordinary. This gave them the confidence. All the first-class sorcerers spoke at the same time, forcing the chaotic world to press the pause button. Warlords and rebels are helping the famous families to track down the trail. If anyone dares not to give this face, let them all die. Chi Sui also knew this, so he hid very deeply. This time he really stirred up a hornet's nest. The temptation of the immortal root is much greater than he imagined. Fortunately, the spiritual root system is not as powerful as the holy object system. Chi Sui hid it well, and with the help of modules such as concealment, as long as he did not actively expose himself, a first-grade warlock would be blind. You really don't have immortal roots? Hu Hong's soul asked in confusion. His head and body were separated, so he naturally couldn't speak in a conventional way. Of course, I am a natural warlock, and I also have the 9 extremes body in this special physique. So it's normal to be a little stronger, Chi Sui said. Hu Hong thought for a while, and soon found the general information about the 9 extremes body. The last person with the 9 extremes body disappeared without a trace after dominating his life. I don't know where he went. But he knew the effectiveness of the 9 extremes body. If they cooperated properly, they could indeed bring out the opponent's powerful strength. 90 times the same level, it can indeed beat me. But where did you come from? There haven't been any special physiques for many years. The last special physique was also the 9 extremes body. How could there be a repetition? Hu Hong was a little confused. There are many kinds of special physiques, but there are few repetitive special physiques. More importantly, since the last special physique of the 9 extremes body disappeared, no new special physiques have appeared for hundreds of years. It's like it's cut off. What? There are no special physiques among first-grade warlocks. This is true, but all first-grade warlocks are natural warlocks. They start with 3 low-grade spiritual roots that are most suitable for themselves. They only need to refine them step by step to become 7th-grade warlocks. Even as long as there are middle-grade spiritual roots, it's only a matter of time before they become 3rd grade. It's just luck. Who can tell about such things? Chi Sui said casually while dissecting Hu Hong to study his spiritual roots. Why not talk about fairy spiritual roots? I, a country bumpkin, want to hear something new. When Chi Sui exterminated the Hu family, he also searched for some information about fairy spiritual roots. The general content is that after refining fairy spiritual roots, one can become a fairy warlock, which is similar. I don't know. Even the latest records of things related to the fairy roots were all from 10,000 years ago. The lifespan of a first-class sorcerer is only 1,000 years. The sorcerers who know about the fairy roots have long turned into bones. Hu Hong did not lie. Chi Sui heard that it was 10,000 years and 1,000 years. This history is indeed long enough. How can a person with hands and feet develop into this kind of character? Qi Xuan sighed. It can be confirmed that sorcerers with extraordinary powers have appeared for at least 10,000 years. As a result, the whole world still has such low productivity, and is in the decadent feudal era without any progress. Even the sorcerers look very rough, and their evolution is seriously insufficient. They are not a group of brainless stones, but a pool of stagnant water. What? Hu Hong did not understand what Qi Xuan meant. I mean, you just need some Dharma ending age to boost you up, Qi Xuan said. Just like the Winter World, when the cold wave returned, the overlords of the previous era were all confused, and a group of weak humans almost killed them with hot weapons. If there was no Qi Xuan, the group of cold energy monsters would have to sing and dance. Strange words, you seem a little crazy. Hu Hong was not difficult to understand, but it didn't affect his scolding Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan did not continue to pay attention to the other party, but began to further study Hu Hong's soul. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a first-grade sorcerer. In terms of data completeness, it is indeed much more valuable than the third grade. I wanted to ask before, what is that? Hu Hong's soul pointed to the spiritual root insect man soaked in nutrient solution. It must be said that Hu Hong is indeed a character. Even if he is being studied, he is still calm, and still asks for information. Qi Xuan didn't even look up, and said directly, spiritual roots. He didn't mind revealing a little information to let Hu Hong maintain a good mood, so as not to affect the research of the soul, due to excessive emotional fluctuations. In some aspects, emotions and spirits have a very high degree of unity. Hu Hong's soul face showed obvious confusion. That thing looks like a person. Although it has many characteristics of spiritual roots, how can a spiritual root be so big? This can't be the immortal spiritual root. Since Qi Xuan answered this way, Hu Hong also said the next thing. You are crazy. That is the spiritual root I dug out from the body of a 9th grade warlock, who suffered from spiritual root disease. It only takes 10 days for a 9th grade warlock to be completely devoured by the spiritual root, and then replaced. Qi Xuan did not hide it. When Hu Hong heard this, his first thought was definitely not to believe it. But soon, his face suddenly changed. Because Qi Xuan had no intention of lying to him. How is this possible? How can the spiritual root? Hu Hong believed it, and his mind was in a mess now. Don't think so much, it affects my research. Qi Xuan winked at Fei, and Fei came over and slapped Hu Hong's soul directly. He directly beat the other party back to normal. I don't know why this happened. I only saw it when I was peeling the skin. Qi Xuan saw that the other party had calmed down, and then he spoke. Hu Hong looked at the spiritual root insect man again, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind. The fairy spiritual root 10,000 years ago may be related to them. Hu Hong suddenly said this. Qi Xuan showed an interested expression. Go on. It's a little story that teaches and entertains. If I hadn't seen this spiritual root, I wouldn't have remembered it. Hu Hong roughly told this little story. It's probably about personifying the spiritual root and then talking to the sorcerer. The overall content is to guide people to be good and positive. But there is a plot in it, that is, the sorcerer is not satisfied with what he has done, and the spiritual root takes over his body to do good things. After experiencing these, the sorcerer repents, and the spiritual root also accompanies the sorcerer all the way to rise. At the end of the story, the personified spiritual root said that it was actually a fairy spiritual root, and the sorcerer took the right path, and the perfect merit took him to become a fairy sorcerer. There are many loopholes in the content. For example, at the beginning, this fairy root was just a low-grade root. Why did it change its words later? So under normal circumstances, even if this little story is known to the sorcerer, it will just laugh it off, saying that it is a mess made up by a fool. But now, Hu Hong doesn't think so. Because he really met a low-grade root that looks like a human. Then can your low-grade root speak? Hu Hong asked the key question. Yes, and it is not much different from the anthropomorphic root in the story you told. Qi Xuan also said with a strange look. So the so-called fairy root is actually the root insect man after the outbreak of the root disease? The root disease can breed fairy roots. Hu Hong said in a sonorous and powerful way. Although I really want to agree with you, you think too much. Qi Xuan said speechlessly. Spiritual roots are still spiritual roots, but they are only low-grade spiritual roots, not immortal spiritual roots. Qi Xuan has done research in dissection before, so he is very familiar with the spiritual root insects created by spiritual root diseases. The simplest point is that this thing is a parasite, as a whole. Qi Xuan briefly explained to Hu Hong. Hu Hong didn't understand, but instead believed that Qi Xuan had immortal spiritual roots, But he didn't know the gold and jade, so he wasted it. Seeing that Hu Hong didn't listen to his explanation, Qi Xuan ignored him directly. Okay, it's an immortal spiritual root. You cooperate with my experiment first, and when I finish the experiment, I will give you one. Qi Xuan coaxed the other party. Instead of giving me one, it's better to let me live. How could Hu Hong not understand what Qi Xuan meant? People are dead, what's the use of immortal spiritual roots? Besides, if he can survive, he can find a 9th grade sorcerer who is sick and wait for 10 days. No, you are dead, I said. Qi Xuan refused directly. It's okay to comfort him before he dies, but there is no chance of survival. Although the 1st grade sorcerer is not his opponent, he is not an ordinary person, not to mention that he knows a lot of information. How can there be a way to survive? Chapter 324. While the 1st grade sorcerers used their influence to search for the so-called immortal spiritual roots, the spiritual root disease was also spreading quietly. Some of the 8th grade sorcerers had already been infected, but at the beginning, the proportion was small, and the impact was not great, so they were directly cut off. The 9th grade sorcerers were much more vigorous. After all, they were the largest group among the sorcerers. But these spiritual root diseases were not fatal, and did not hurt, and with the influence of the 1st grade sorcerers, naturally they did not cause much waves. However, for Qi Xuan, it was a brand new research. He took the time to catch some sick 8th grade sorcerers for dissection. Found an interesting thing. 2 low-grade spiritual roots merged to form the embryo of a spiritual root insect man. This means that the new spiritual root insect man will have stronger strength and ability. You said, the spiritual root insect man born from the 1st grade sorcerer, will it be the immortal spiritual root you mentioned? Qi Xuan turned his eyes to Hu Hong's soul. The body has been classified, and the soul has its own special features. Qi Xuan needs the other party's information, so only limited restrictions are imposed. After all, he has lived for hundreds of years, and he can give Qi Xuan some help in terms of knowledge reserves. Hu Hong was greatly shocked after reading Qi Xuan's autopsy. He is not familiar with all kinds of modern knowledge, but he is a first-class sorcerer after all, and his learning ability and logical ability are extremely strong. So after reading the autopsy, he naturally understood the true situation of the spiritual root. After he restrained his shock, he said, I don't know. But I can be sure of one thing, that is, the spiritual root insect people have already infiltrated our human race. If this disaster is not solved as soon as possible, I am afraid there will be no human race. Hu Hong naturally stood on the side of the human race. Everything he has is the benefit of his own race. If he is completely replaced, even if he gets out alive, he may not have a good ending. Sorry, it can't be solved. Qi Xuan refused directly. He is not a native life form in the spiritual root world. Qi Xuan didn't even dare to classify his race as human. After all, he also knew what kind of character he was now. You? Hu Hong glared at Qi Xuan. Why is this kid so stubborn? Finally, he sighed and said, What do you want? Tell me. At this point, he could only say this. Qi Xuan just smiled and said nothing. What's the harm in saying it? Hu Hong is his experiment, even the person is his, but he actually plans to exchange Qi Xuan's things with Qi Xuan? Isn't this too absurd? What do you mean? Hu Hong's anger is getting heavier. I don't mean anything. Qi Xuan replied casually. It's just that you have to put yourself in the right position and recognize your own value. It is undeniable that Qi Xuan does want the other party's knowledge reserve, but it is not necessary. It would be best if he could get it, but it would not have much impact if he could not get it. In Qi Xuan's view, Hu Hong's surplus value is not much now. If he doesn't explode some gold coins, Qi Xuan will think of throwing him into the smelting furnace as fuel. After all, he is a first-class warlock, so the burning value is definitely not low. Speaking of fuel, Qi Xuan's eyes fell on the armor value of Tai Sui. During this period of time, he threw a lot of fuel into Tai Sui. For example, the waste from the failed experiments in the deep form, various spiritual roots that are not used, etc. Qi Xuan can't use it, but it is still worth it as fuel. Adding the previous fuel, it is almost time to burn out 3 points of armor value for evolution. Why didn't you remind the intelligent brain? It has already evolved. Qi Xuan said, grabbing Hu Hong and stuffing his body and soul into the casting furnace. Value? If you can't squeeze it out, don't squeeze it, just burn it directly. Qi Xuan doesn't plan to help the spiritual root human. Hu Hong will definitely turn against him. The experiments and research are almost done, and he refuses to cooperate next, so just get rid of it. At this time, Tai Sui's armor value has reached 113 points, and he has completed an evolution, leaving a module column. You are busy, and you don't need it for the time being, so there is no need to waste your time. In the judgment of the intelligent brain, Chi Xuan is not invincible in the world of spiritual roots, but he is also invincible. In the past, he would remind Chi Xuan as soon as he completed it because he lacked strength. Now that he has no lack of strength, he will remind Chi Xuan after he has enough free time. Unfortunately, Chi Xuan has no free time at all, so the intelligent brain will postpone it temporarily and remind him when there is a next plan. You did the right thing. Chi Xuan recognized the actions of the intelligent brain, and there is really no rush now. In terms of life, the intelligent brain really understands Chi Xuan's thoughts. Then, Chi Xuan began to search in the pocket of the subspace for an energy device he had made for perception. Found it. Chi Xuan held an item similar to a night vision device in his hand. This thing can observe various energy fluctuations, force field ranges, etc. Then he installed it. SSS Inspirational Layer Vision Radar. With the addition of this perception module, Tai Sui's vision, map, satellite, and even communication modules have been strengthened at the same time. The simplest point is that it has gained the ability to counter stealth and target space-type fluctuations. The next time someone uses space jumps and space transmission to target him, he will be able to detect it before the other party comes. Of course, in addition to these abilities, it can also observe climate changes, etc. There is also an increase in the weapon module. After all, there is also the word radar, which means that the accuracy of the strategic weapon missile system is further improved, and the predictability of the floating gun is also stronger. As for the polymorphic energy weaving device, the increase is relatively small. After all, this thing can be used at a long distance, but it is actually a close combat weapon. Just like a spear, you can throw it out, but if you keep it in your hand, the lethality will last longer. So it only increases the control accuracy by a small amount, and there is not much increase. Then will you choose the acceleration module for your next module? The intelligent brain asked its doubts. The acceleration module was needed before because Chi Xuan was not strong enough. Now that he is strong enough, he naturally does not need it. After a little thought, Chi Xuan said directly, "Of course, the ability to run away will never be lacking. Perhaps you have any suggestions?" Chi Xuan asked back, "Yes, but you are unlikely to choose to accept it." Overall, it involves. The intelligent brain provided Chi Xuan with a lot of suggestions, such as defense and material modules for blunt injuries, sharp injuries, and firearm injuries. Materials used to resist corrosion, high voltage, lightning, etc., and supporting auxiliary modules, as well as previous tracking, positioning, etc. With Chi Xuan's strength, it is much more suitable than adding another acceleration module. You are right, but the martial arts in the world are indestructible, only speed is indestructible. The suggestions you provided are long-term benefits that can only be obtained with matching. If you can reach a special world similar to the Holy World and let Tai Sui God evolve multiple times, then you can do it. For us now, the help is relatively limited. Chi Xuan said that the intelligent brain really understood him and knew that even if it was proposed, Chi Xuan would not choose to accept it. But Chi Xuan also looked at it and said that he would install it later. As for what comes after the acceleration module, of course, he stuffed his deep form into the module column. He estimated that in the future, the spiritual root world will have 2 or 3 more evolutions at most, and it will not be of much value after that, unless he can stuff the source of this doomsday into the smelting furnace. However, Chi Xuan is not so arrogant as to think that he can be the opponent. It is best to make a conservative estimate and run away in advance. To avoid accidents. Let's not talk about these. How is the form of the spiritual root world being deduced? Chi Xuan asked. The area where he was in the spiritual root world did not seem to be a planet, nor was it like the horizontal world of the polar day world, but a structure similar to the plane. So Chi Xuan was not sure whether he would enter the universe instead of some strange star world or more dangerous area, such as the fairy world, if he flew into the sky. Previously, the intelligent brain had been collecting data for analysis through satellite projection. Now with the help of the inspiration layer vision radar, there should be more progress. Through the data, a rough 3-dimensional layer has been deduced. This is not good news. You may not be able to hide in the universe next. The intelligent brain presented a projection to Chi Xuan, which looked like a square bread with clear layers. The upper layer is the sky, the middle layer is the space, and the lower layer is the ground. It's like a sandwich, and it has an upper limit, etc. What do you think? When we go up to the sky, we can make a hole in the limit of the sky and use the fallen fragments as modules. After all, it is used to protect the world. Whether it is a material module, a defense module, or even a shield module, It is absolutely the best. Chi Suan suddenly thought of such a good thing. Your idea is very good, but you ignore two problems. The first is that you may not be able to break it, and the second is that the quality may reach SSS level. It may be used by the intelligent brain, but Chi Suan can't tell that it is euphemistic. In fact, it is impossible to break it, and the quality is guaranteed to be SSS level. Not to mention whether it can be obtained. Even if it is obtained, it can't be used. Hearing this, Chi Suan immediately stopped. Next time, when I am strong enough, I will definitely be able to use it. Chi Suan has his own choice in listening to advice. If it is suitable for him, he will definitely listen, and if it is not suitable for him, he will naturally turn a deaf ear to it. You continue to deduce, and see if you can find a usable escape route, and save it for the limited time event of the New World Pass. Chi Suan didn't expect to really find it, he just used it as a backup plan. Chapter 325. It's almost time. It should come out. Chi Suan touched the bulging flesh on the back of his neck. As soon as he finished speaking, a ferocious black strange worm with keratin scales broke out of its shell. But only the front half, the back half was connected to the back of Chi Suan's neck. Chi Suan imitated the flexible tentacles and the external features of the death worm to form an appendage. It's soft and has no additional control nerves. A failure. Chi Suan reached out and grabbed the black worm that was hanging behind him. If this thing is useful, it's not a big problem to throw it and hit people. But in practice, it's just a waste. It's useless except for hitting and beating people. Chi Suan cut it off directly. It's a pity that I didn't get the appendage. But this thing is still useful. Chi Suan thought about it for a while, and thought of a way to make use of the waste. After all, it is a treasure born from the spiritual root, and it is his own flesh and blood. Modify it, and combine it with the enchantment of the deep element, and it can be made into a weapon. Another point, using it as a carrier of the deep form, and then as a module, is also a kind of saving. Even if it is not modified, it can be directly inserted into the module, when Tai Sui has a spare module column, but I don't know what it will become. Victory and defeat are common in the military. Come next time, young man. Chi Suan sealed it, and threw it directly into the subspace pocket. The treasure of the middle grade spiritual root is not needed. Anyway, as long as the attributes are added, it is not useless, it is just a deformed product. After all, it was transformed from a spiritual root and assimilated by the Yusui virus, so it is naturally impossible to be completely the same as the original. Chi Suan can only guarantee the effects within his plan. For things like this that belong to the extra plan, it would be best if he could get them, but if he couldn't get them, there would not be much loss. Not to mention that he got a piece of material for free. After processing, Chi Suan invested in the next plan. That is to improve the upper grade spiritual root stage of the Yusui form. The research has actually been completed. After all, Chi Suan has data on the lower grade and middle grade spiritual root stages, plus the full cooperation of Hu Hong, a first grade warlock. How could the efficiency be slow? So it was completed yesterday, but because the appendages had not yet hatched, the installation was afraid that it would be affected. If he had known that it would fail, Chi Suan would have dug it out yesterday, and he would not have waited until today. There were not many problems in the installation process. This time, the upgrade patch mainly strengthened the utilization rate and absorption rate after the transformation to the limit of the effect. At the same time, it enhanced the duration and strength of the form, which is the key point. That is to say, using the ability of borrowing the power of heaven and earth and communicating with nature granted by the Taoist book of the top-grade spiritual root. Of course, Chi Suan cannot use this kind of ability because his race does not match, so Chi Suan connects to the supernova nuclear reactor of Tai Sui God. Otherwise, where can Chi Suan borrow it from? Others can borrow it from the world, but Chi Suan is an invader, so others must be willing to lend it to him. So Chi Suan set his sights on the energy of Tai Sui God. No magic, no treasure, no Taoist book. No spiritual power and soul. The spiritual root system has indeed been torn to pieces by me, and all the dross has been thrown away. If it weren't for the fact that humans in the spiritual root world only have warlocks as a supernatural channel, they would definitely not think Chi Suan is a warlock. The supernatural power is single, Chi Suan has nothing here and there, but his attributes are on par with those of a first-class warlock. The complete deep form can only last for 5 minutes, but there is a solution. You can gradually adapt to the intensity through the strengthening effect of the protagonist's halo of super strong adaptability, and finally make the deep form completely fixed. But it requires a long enough time, and a sufficient number of deaths. In addition, it will be weakened and unable to maintain a complete form. After all, This thing is just adaptation, not evolution. Qi Xuan began to calculate his own data and the subsequent plan to change the deep form from an active skill to a passive skill. The so-called complete form means that the appearance of the black keratin armor cannot exist, and the sharp teeth and claws will degenerate. Essentially, it is to make the deep form adapt to Qi Xuan, rather than Qi Xuan adapting to the deep form. It is equivalent to the appearance suitable for killing cannot be inherited, but the additional attributes remain unchanged. Qi Xuan doesn't care, it is easier to disguise when it looks like a human. The disadvantage is that it needs to take in a lot of nutrients. Its essence is to replace nutrients to offset the consumption of overload and overdraft. The feast energy is definitely not enough, so it can only go through the account of Tai Sui God. As the record was recorded, Qi Xuan also found a shortcoming of his own. That is, he lacked a qualitative energy organ. For example, Dantian, Qihai and other things, people who practice martial arts have their own magic power and true Qi, which can be used as a continuous consumable. Qi Xuan doesn't have it, but the feast energy can be used as a substitute, but there is still a difference. Energy organs produce energy, while the feast power produced by the feast power is essentially similar to honey, which is a resource. It can be converted into required energy through the feast energy, and it can also be used as a nutrient supplement, but there is no way to use it directly. To put it bluntly, it is the nutrients produced by Qi Xuan's photosynthesis. As for the Yusui virus, it also has energy properties, but it is not only energy, but also not an energy organ. There is no good extraordinary system to refer to. Qi Xuan has no way to make it up out of thin air. He certainly can't do things that are beyond his knowledge blind spot. If you want to blame, you can only blame the Doomsday Game, you can't blame himself. It's not that he can control what type of Doomsday world to choose. It is not impossible to transform it according to his own extraordinary system, but the effect is relatively poor and cannot meet Qi Xuan's expectations. Not only does it waste time to study, but it also cannot provide much help. If there is a better extraordinary system to refer to in the future, he will have to cut it again. It is too troublesome, so it is better to use Tai Sui for the time being. Intelligent brain, estimate how long it will take for me to make the deep form my permanent residence. Qi Xuan asked. He provided the data, and the intelligent brain calculated it immediately. For Qi Xuan, it will take at least 10 minutes. According to the data calculation, it is estimated that it will take 10 years, but your protagonist Halo has a high-speed growth effect, and the time will be greatly shortened. The detailed time cannot be accurately estimated. In other words, cut a 10 months. Qi Xuan muttered and further calculated. It's too long, half a month. He took the data from the intelligent computer and recalculated it. It took him 15 seconds to get the result of half a month. Calculating with data and calculating without data will definitely not be the same speed. It is equivalent to the intelligent computer giving all the answers to Qi Xuan, and Qi Xuan added a sum to get the result. It's just that the number of deaths may be a bit too many. On average, you will die once every 5 minutes, and it will last for at least 5 days. After that, the survival time will continue to increase. It will definitely take enough time for the super strong adaptability to take effect and adapt. Until half a month later, your own metabolism will increase significantly, and your own consumption will also increase greatly. But the deep form will be completely solidified into permanent power. I just don't know if it will change from additional attributes to basic attributes. If it can be changed, even if it breaks through from 9 attributes to 10 attributes, or even 11 points. Qi Xuan was stunned when he said this, as if he remembered something. Wait, the spirit monster under Zhusha Town has fairy roots. Qi Xuan had a flash of inspiration in his mind. It is known that the first-grade warlock still has 9 basic attributes, so the sealed spirit monster under Zhusha Town, through data calculation, has 11 basic attributes, not additional attributes improved by talents and skills. So if they are equal, it means that the spirit roots in the spirit monster are the fairy roots that the first-grade warlocks are looking for. It is worthy of the protagonist's halo. This opportunity is really important. It is worthy of the Doomsday Game. It always sends me to the boss. Opportunity and boss are not in conflict. If Qi Xuan can kill this fairy spirit monster, he can get the fairy spirit root, which must be of great value. With proper research, Qi Xuan can easily break through the existing limit. Not only the fairy spirit root, but such a big spirit monster, if put into the smelting furnace, can at least make Tai Sui evolve once. Qi Xuan looked at the fuel in Tai Sui's smelting furnace, which can provide at most 2 times after burning. The one evolution he mentioned refers to the needs of Tai Sui after 2 more evolutions. It's a pity that there is only one fairy spirit root. If there were another 99, I would just put them all in the smelting furnace. Everything is about being appropriate. The 3-grade spirit roots of upper, middle and lower grades are Chi Swayan's bullying of the week. The fairy spirit root is like a snake swallowing an elephant. Swallowing one is fine, but swallowing 99 will make you die of bloating. Chi Swayan is still very savvy about himself. After many twists and turns, we have to go back to Jusha town. Chi Swayan is determined to get the immortal root. Moreover, he is not afraid of the demon now. After all, he has 5 minutes to be a real man. No, grab a wave of warlock families first. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. By the way, let the deep form stay on your body. If you are more prepared, you will have a higher chance of winning. There are definitely hidden dangers, such as someone getting there first, or the demon breaking the seal. However, for Chi Swayan, as long as he has enough strength, he can solve them. If he gets there first, he can grab it back. If he breaks the seal, he can beat the other party to the point where he can't take care of himself. If he is not strong enough, he needs to look ahead and behind. Although Chi Swayan is not invincible yet, he can still do it without making choices in some things. Chapter 326. It's you who got the immortal root. Shinhan's eyes fell on the strange man not far away. He looked vaguely human, and behind him was a strange iron lump, which seemed to be some kind of treasure. The other party did not use magic, nor did he have the effect of Taoist books, but only had an unmatched physical strength. No matter what means he used, the other party could easily tear him apart as long as he rushed forward. It was as if he was invincible. Even though he was a first-class sorcerer and the helmsman of a famous family, he had no way to deal with this man. He was hit by a punch from the other party just now, and his left half of his body was directly broken. Although he is recovered now, there is still some kind of power lingering in his injuries. Therefore, Shinhan thought of the immortal root at the first time. It was rumored before, but there was no gain from the investigation. He never thought that when he got the clue, it would be his death. However, the opponent did not answer at all, but launched the attack without hesitation. Shinhan, who was already in a bad state, was hit in the head by the opponent on the spot. Fortunately, he did not die. He was a first-grade warlock, and his head, heart and other fatal parts were no longer fatal. As long as the soul was not completely destroyed, as long as there was only a little left, he could still survive. Unfortunately, he had no chance to recover. By the time he reacted, he had been stuffed into the smelting furnace by Chi Swayan. These first-grade warlocks are really crazy for the so-called immortal roots. Chi Swayan muttered. Shinhan was not the first-grade warlock he went out to kill. Anyway, every first-grade warlock who was hit by Chi Swayan twice thought of Chi Swayan's immortal roots. I never thought that Chi Swayan had other extraordinary ways. But this is also the limitation of the times. If the source of the spiritual root disease has not been found, I dare not be too reckless and can only do a simple massacre. Otherwise, I must experience what it feels like to be an Azu. Chi Swayan knew that he was not invincible. The first-grade warlock was the strongest on the surface, but it was not clear in secret. What if he arrogantly thought that he was invincible in the world, but the enemy came from the sky the next day and slapped his face? Wouldn't his face be swollen? But the first-grade warlock is indeed digging vertically. If this becomes a survivor, it is estimated that he will have a body of derivative talents and skills. Unfortunately, I met the wrong person, and the spiritual root is not a good thing, Chi Swayan muttered. Then he began to confiscate all the assets and personnel of the Shin family. Those who might be useful will be kept for the time being, and those who are useless at a glance will be directly stuffed into the smelting furnace. With Chi Swayan's strength and Tai Sui's plundering skills, it didn't take long for the Shin family, a family of sorcerers, to be emptied out. Fortunately, Chi Swayan is not as crazy as he was before. Otherwise, not to mention the house, even the foundation can be dug out by Chi Swayan as fuel. The main reason is that these things really don't have much value to burn. After all, they are not extraordinary items. The time cost of throwing them into the smelting furnace is higher than the evolutionary energy burned out. So this deal is a loss, so Chi Swayan didn't choose to use them as fuel. However, Chi Swayan let Fei eat it. Fei, who is merged with the crazy cathedral, is a behemoth, and the items it swallows will be directly converted into evolutionary energy. Although the efficiency is not as good as the 3-piece growth set of Tai Suishin, it can be regarded as a channel. So let it eat this big object with low returns. Anyway, it is not a normal life form, and has no self-awareness, so it is not wronged. After the entire Shin family was razed to the ground, Chi Swayan nodded with satisfaction. The next thing is to go. Chi Swayan put on Tai Sui's clothes again, and let the intelligent brain control Tai Sui's direction. Qi Xuan's strength is indeed stronger than Tai Sui's, but he is not as functional as Tai Sui's. Especially in terms of speed, Tai Sui's is much faster than Qi Xuan. Another person can also navigate, so there is no need to worry about getting lost. So Qi Xuan is only better at fighting than Tai Sui. It is suspected that a first-grade warlock is approaching, and they can be stuffed into the smelting furnace together before setting off. The intelligent brain gave a prompt. Qi Xuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard this. Come for me. Qi Xuan is about to become a disaster star. Who dares to approach him? Purpose unknown. Possibly the Shin family. Oh, I'm the one coming. Qi Xuan subconsciously regarded this place as his own territory. Just right, the one coming has bad intentions. Qi Xuan showed a grim smile. Since he's here, let's go sit in the smelting furnace. Find a place to hide, and I give him a hard time when the time comes. Qi Xuan said. He is indeed stronger than the opponent, but he can sneak attack and kill with one blow. Isn't it wonderful? Qi Xuan chose to end the battle as quickly as possible by crushing, rather than choosing the style of a strong man. The enemy is dead, the battle is over. This is the result Qi Xuan pursues. It doesn't matter if it's not cool enough, as long as it's effective. With the help of Tai Sui, Qi Xuan quickly found a blind spot suitable for sneak attacks. With the shielding module, the opponent's soul would definitely not notice it. Soon, a person wearing unusual clothes flew over from the sky. A minute later, he flew back and landed on the ruins of the Shin family, with a look of confusion on his face. He was already a first-class sorcerer, so his memory must be very good, so he couldn't have gone to the wrong place. The Shin family was destroyed? He really didn't expect such a thing to happen. This was a famous family with a first-class sorcerer in charge, but it was destroyed so quietly that it seemed that no living person could escape. Then, a strong wind whistled in his ears, and he hurriedly dodged. The enemy's attack was close, but he didn't notice it until he realized it, which frightened him. Bang! Embarrassingly, he didn't dodge it and was hit head-on. Fortunately, his magic, treasures, and Taoist books were all mainly for defense. The punch didn't break his head, but the huge force made him fly backwards, and a long gully was blasted out of his body. Wait, I am Luo Yu, the Prince of Yunhan Chali. Please, he shouted before he could even get up. However, Qi Xuan ignored him, thinking that this man was really strong, and he was the first-class sorcerer who could still speak after being hit by him. Besides, his grandmother was the Prince of Li. It was none of his business. She was not Qi Xuan's grandmother. So he went over and punched his head 3 times in a row. His head was flat, but he didn't faint. And he is still recovering quickly. Obviously, this person's upper, middle, and lower spiritual roots are all biased towards defense, life, and recovery. So this is why he has such strength. Now the extreme addition of points makes the opponent far inferior to the warlock of the same level in terms of strength and agility. But he is really tough. The previous Shin family helmsman was beaten to the point of losing resistance, with just 2 punches. But the man in front of him can still speak. Qi Xuan stopped his hand. He suspected it was some kind of opportunity. Okay, tell me about your grandmother, Princely Luo Yu, Qi Xuan said. Luo Yu's head was buzzing. Although he was resistant to beatings, he didn't ignore the damage. He still had the injuries he should have, but he just took it harder and recovered faster. My grandmother, I am Princely Luo Yu. Luo Yu subconsciously followed Qi Xuan's words and said, fortunately he reacted quickly. Obviously Qi Xuan heard it wrong. Qi Xuan was also a little embarrassed, thinking that he had overheard. But it didn't matter, he was thick-skinned, so he didn't look embarrassed. Okay, then if you have anything to say, just say it quickly. If you can't satisfy me, I will beat you to death, Qi Xuan said bluntly. Just because Luo Yu didn't die with 4 punches doesn't mean Qi Xuan can't kill him. At that time, he will be beaten into a pulp, not to mention killing him. Even beating him into ostrich meatballs will do. If you are willing to help Yunhan dynasty restore the country, I am willing to pay you with fairy roots. Luo Yu gave the answer concisely and clearly. He came to find Shin Han, the helmsman of the Shin family. He was trying to win over the famous family to restore the country. Ah? Qi Xuan was a little confused. How could another fairy root appear? You were able to destroy the Shin family, and you did it so quietly. I guess you are the senior who has the immortal root. Luo Yu continued. Although you already have 1 immortal root, the ancient books say that 3 roots are needed to give birth to all things. If you want to become an immortal, you need 2 immortal roots. There is another immortal root in the Yunhan royal family. If you help Yunhan restore the country, you can give it as a gift. Don't think that if you kill us, it will be yours. The location of this thing is secret, and no one knows it. Hearing this, Chi Xuan swallowed the words that were already on his lips. It's so stupid. If I kill you, it will all be mine. Then he reacted to a question. No one knows about you. How can you give it to me? Chi Xuan asked. It is stored in the spiritual instrument, and it needs to be guided by the soul of the royal sorcerer to appear. Luo Yu did not hide it. You are really calculating. Chi Xuan said speechlessly. It's too troublesome, I'd better kill you. Chi Xuan thought, the opportunity of restoring the country and the spiritual weapon is good, but it's complicated. There are too many variables in the middle, and it's easy to go wrong. There is not much difference between one fairy root and 2 fairy roots for Chi Xuan. He didn't transplant it himself, but used it as a sample. Luo Yu's expression changed. He really didn't expect Chi Xuan's brain to not think at all. Wait, we can discuss it, we can discuss it. When he saw Chi Xuan raising his hand, he hurriedly said. He couldn't die. If he died, without a first-grade sorcerer like him, Yunhan dynasty would have no hope of restoring the country. If it was another first-grade sorcerer, he would definitely be fearless. But the one in front of him was already a half-step immortal, and he could really kill him. Then let's discuss it again. I hope you think before you speak, and don't always try to control me. Chi Xuan said in a cold voice. Chapter 327. After a friendly exchange, Luo Yu, the principally of the Yunhan dynasty, became very talkative. Whatever Chi Xuan asked, the other party answered honestly. It can only be said that the Yunhan dynasty is worthy of being a dynasty that once ruled the sorcerer family. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Chi Xuan obtained a lot of information about immortal roots from Luo Yu. Just like the 3-grade spiritual roots of upper, middle and lower grades, only 1 immortal root is not enough to become an immortal, and 3 are also required. Every extra immortal root can immortalize a part of oneself. The order is body, spiritual power, and soul. Only after these 3 are completely immortalized can one become an immortal and ascend to the upper realm. When Chi Xuan heard this, he was also a little confused. Your small place actually has an upper realm. It can't be a nesting doll type immortal realm, god realm, chaos realm, etc. But he soon realized what the hell was going on. He suspected that the so-called immortalization was just a scam. Ascending to the so-called upper realm was just wrapping oneself in breadcrumbs, frying oneself, and sending oneself to the mouth of some big insects. The reason was simple. The spiritual roots were parasites. If we substitute all of this for some breeding farms, wouldn't it be very appropriate? The disappearance of the immortal spiritual roots in those days might be because some sorcerers noticed the truth and destroyed them. Although the way forward was cut off, the human race was saved. From the attitude of Hu Hong, the ancestor of the Hu family, it can be seen that in terms of the overall situation and justice, they still sat firmly in the human camp. Otherwise, they would not have been controlled by Chi Xuan. Therefore, most first-class sorcerers will choose to fight for humans. After all, everything they have is based on humans. So knowing that there is a problem with the fairy root, it is possible to cut it off with pain. As for why there are remnants, the same rice can raise 100 kinds of people, and it is common for 1 or 2 people with different minds to appear. Yunhan dynasty took advantage of the situation in a certain period of time after the extinction of the fairy root, and some information was left. Sir, the matter of restoring the country, Luo Yu said carefully. I want things, but I don't want to do things. What do you think I should do? Chi Xuan stared at Luo Yu. This is indeed not very moral, but it's okay. Chi Xuan feels that he has already belonged to the moral depression. A little bit inflexible, mainly because the lower limit is too low and the upper limit has also been reduced. Facing an unreasonable person like Chi Xuan, Luo Yu was speechless. He wanted to give Chi Xuan a good look, but the problem was that he couldn't beat him. Luo Yu understood why Chi Xuan was so strong. If he was a little weaker, he would have been beaten to death with such an unbridled and arrogant character. However, Chi Xuan felt that he had restrained himself and could not be described by these 2 words. At most, he was just unreasonable. Then you should kill me. Luo Yu sighed and said helplessly. You want to take all the benefits, so it's better not to give them. How could he not know that if he really gave the things to Chi Xuan would definitely beat him to death instead of letting him go or fulfilling his promise? The extermination of the family was done casually, and betrayal was just a matter of a word. Besides, without this clue of suspected immortal root as bait, how can he restore his country? Death is the end of everything. Other people from Yunhan dynasty? He can hardly take care of them. How can he take care of others? No, let's talk about it again. Give me your things and I won't kill you. Chi Xuan felt that he still had to fight for it. However, Luo Yu was unmoved, and Chi Xuan finally sighed. Well, I sent you on your way. Since he couldn't fight for it, he would just kill them. See where those people from Yunhan dynasty are, catch them, and torture them one by one. A first-grade sorcerer is good at defense, and the effect of torture will be much worse, but those pampered royal family members may not be. Just use it as fuel. Luo Yu closed his eyes directly, and didn't resist. After all, there is no point in resisting. Chi Xuan's attack fell, and Luo Yu could feel his vitality fading. In 3 seconds at most, his life will end. Space fluctuation detected. The intelligent brain sent a timely reminder, and Chi Xuan's hand movements could not help but stagnate, and then retreated to a safe distance at a very fast speed. A space blade cut out in an instant, forming a hole. "Fifth uncle, are you okay?" A kind and gentle voice came. In the hole, a tall and handsome man with extraordinary temperament between his eyebrows walked out. He was dressed in luxurious brocade but still elegant, and looked noble. There was a kind of majesty of a superior on his face, and a kind of unruly and sharp breath was inadvertently revealed. Chi Xuan looked at the other party, and then looked at himself. That person was the protagonist, and he was almost like a villain. "Ninth Prince, why is it you?" Luo Yu was shocked. He didn't expect that the ninth prince Luo Geng, who had always been ridiculed as a waste, would have such a strong strength. And he would save himself at the critical moment. The person he had been pushing was his eldest nephew, who was also the eldest prince. As for the ninth prince Luo Geng, he was also impressed, but the other party was negative. "I didn't expect that he was so hidden." Not only was he a first-class sorcerer at a young age, but he was also able to force back a half-step immortal. It was so terrifying. Uncle Wu is busy with official duties on weekdays, and has never paid attention to me. It's normal that he doesn't know me well, Luo Geng said gently. This made Luo Yu's face reveal a guilty look. He was about to say some warm words to reminisce about the past, but Chi Xuan couldn't stand it. He launched an attack immediately. The target was not Luo Yu, but Luo Geng, who was suspected to be the protagonist in front of him. "It's just brute force. Don't you know that space is supreme?" Luo Geng did not disdain Chi Xuan's strength. After all, even Luo Yu, a first-grade warlock who is good at defense, couldn't withstand it. However, brute force alone is not to be feared. A world away, no matter how fast you are, can you? Before Luo Geng finished speaking, Chi Xuan stretched out his hand and grabbed the polymorphic energy, and then the floating cannon launched an attack at the same time. The space extension structure formed by the opponent was broken on the spot, and even the space barrier formed by the opponent could not be blocked. Chi Xuan naturally had more than brute force. "You are really good for destroying the Shen family." Luo Geng's eyes glowed with white light, causing ripples in the surrounding space. Chi Xuan stopped his footsteps. "My immortal roots are fake, but your immortal roots are real." Chi Xuan didn't expect that he would meet the real master. As soon as he finished speaking, cracks appeared in the space, and it turned into countless fragments and began to break apart. The other party was serious. "You have good eyesight, but your strength is a little bit lacking." Luo Geng chuckled. All the fragments of space turned into a terrifying vortex, trying to swallow Chi Xuan directly. Luo Geng, a natural warlock, has a special physique, an innate immortal body. This special physique not only provides him with great affinity for spiritual roots, but also allows him to accommodate a portion of immortal roots in advance. So when he was born, he had a space attribute immortal root, which was called the 4 directions of heaven and earth. Later, he used the immortal root as the basis, and the 3 spiritual roots of upper, middle and lower grades were all space-based. At such a young age, he became a first-class sorcerer in just a few years, completing the journey that those sorcerers could not complete in 100 years. Then, he began to refine the immortal root in his body, the 4 directions of heaven and earth, and became a half-step immortal. As a result, when he came out of retreat, he found that Yunhan Xiao was gone. But he didn't care much. After all, he had suffered a lot of cold eyes and sarcasm for hiding his shortcomings. It was only because of the grace of raising him, and the immortal root that Yunhan Xiao had that he rescued Luo Yu. As for the origin of the immortal root in his body, the 4 directions of heaven and earth, he didn't know. "Indeed, I can't compare to you." Chi Xuan's voice came from the space vortex. At this time, Chi Xuan had put on the Tai Sui God again, and the psionic storm of the floating cannon bloomed everywhere, tearing the space vortex on the spot. After becoming a fairy, he can easily control the entire space with just a few gestures. Chi Xuan walked out, his expression uncertain. It was confirmed that the other party was the protagonist of the spiritual root world, but not in the developmental stage, but a protagonist who had grown up. Qi Xuan finally understood. No wonder Yunhan dynasty had a fairy root, it must have been prepared for him. It's a pity that Qi Xuan failed to intercept it. What's more, if Qi Xuan hadn't had the fairy root in the body of the spirit monster under Jusha town, it would have belonged to the 9th prince of Yunhan dynasty in front of him. That's right, it's as simple as eating and drinking water. The fairy root is no longer borrowing power, but I am the power of heaven and earth. As Luogong spoke, he caused the space to roll. Qi Xuan said nothing and directly used the floating gun to clear the way. Yes, he couldn't beat the other party, so he had to run away. Although he thought that the other party's words were water, he couldn't beat him. To achieve the goal of I am the power of heaven and earth, at least 3 immortal roots must be refined. Now the other party only has 1, and the probability is that the degree of fit is full. From a glimpse of the leopard, it can be seen that the immortal sorcerer may not have a good end. The best case is to unite the heaven and earth. Strange treasure. Luogong did not stop Qi Xuan from leaving. The other party is not as good as himself, and he does not have the immortal root he needs. After he obtains the immortal root of Yunhan dynasty and becomes immortal, the other party will definitely retreat wherever he passes. It's just a dead bone in the tomb. Luo Yu's expression was complicated and shocked. He never thought that one of his nephews would become an immortal sorcerer. In his opinion, as long as the immortal root is refined, it means entering the realm of immortal sorcerers. Fifth uncle, I want that immortal root. I will support you in the matter of restoring the country. How? Luogong made his request. Of course, he didn't need to take any action, he just needed to scare them. Chapter 328. After thousands of years, a new immortal sorcerer was born, which directly triggered public opinion all over the world. What was even more shocking was that this immortal sorcerer was the 9th prince of the Yunhan dynasty, who was not famous. Afterwards, various information quickly spread out. How could a waste become an immortal sorcerer? This was too absurd. For a while, doubts arose one after another, and there were even various ridicules. They cursed the remnants of the Yunhan dynasty for using any stupid tricks to restore the country. It was not until an invisible force flattened several first-grade sorcerers, who came to find trouble in the sky above Tianhai, that everyone realized that this was not a lie at all, but the truth. Then, the Yunhan dynasty was restored. They didn't even make a move. All places bowed their heads and surrendered. At the same time, the rebels scattered and the warlords surrendered. The spirit monster with ulterior motives also shouted that I am a monster of the Yunhan dynasty, and I was coerced before. The whole process went smoothly. Except for the dead people, everything returned to its original peace and tranquility. Then, the 9th prince, Luogong, ascended the throne and became the emperor. He issued an edict to let the former warlords report to the capital. He also issued many policies targeting the sorcerer families. This was naturally not the work of Luogong, but the work of the regent, Princely Luo Yu. The sorcerer families complained bitterly, but they did not dare to disobey. At most, they just made some small moves in secret. It was simply unwise to go against a fairy sorcerer. As for Emperor Luogong, who had just ascended the throne not long ago, he entered into seclusion again. No one knew what he was doing. It was not that no one was spying, but that all the people who were spying were dead. Under the powerful force, all the discordant voices disappeared. Even the weapon of public opinion that the sorcerer family used to be invincible was not dared to be used. Public opinion condemned them at most, but Luogong really dared to kill them. Qi Xuan also paid attention to some of the situation in Yunhan dynasty, but did not pay too much attention to it. At this time, he had returned to Jusha town. This place is located in a remote area, and the impact is not much. On the contrary, the spiritual root disease has now spread to the 6th grade sorcerers. The overall proportion has also increased significantly. However, because of major events such as the birth of immortal sorcerers and the enthronement of the new emperor, it was buried again. How could there be abnormal sounds on such a good day? In addition, the speed of possession is very fast, and it is very easy to treat, so it did not attract too much attention. At worst, it can be cut and grow again, so now there are not many people who care about the situation of spiritual root disease. Many people even think that this is a characteristic of some spiritual roots and promote it. After all, if there are many people, anything can be discovered. After Qi Xuan came back, he found that Yuanan seemed to no longer work in Jusha town. He didn't know whether he died or was promoted. There was just one problem, that is, there seemed to be no sorcerer in Jusha town. It was probably because there were too many affairs to be restored by the Yunhan dynasty, and there was really no way to solve them. Jusha town was just a small place, and there was definitely no way to take care of it. So it was normal for it to be vacant. After Chi Xuan walked around, he planned to open the seal, kill the spirit monster as a smelting furnace, and take away the fairy root. Don't say it, this seal is really strong. It is probably set by a fairy sorcerer. Chi Xuan came to this conclusion after checking around. Chi Xuan estimated the strength of the seal, and after some calculations, he concluded that he could not break it by himself. That's easy, just use the floating cannon. There are only a few floating cannons that can withstand the psionic rays. We have to find the core position before we start. Chi Xuan naturally knew where the core position was. It was at the location of the banker. The banker's house had long been dilapidated. It has been vacant until now, but no one dared to occupy it. After all, the whole family disappeared inexplicably. Such a strange thing. No one would dare to touch the bad luck. What if I moved in and disappeared too? So in Jusha town, the banker's mansion became a notorious haunted house. This is actually a good thing for Chi Xuan, otherwise Chi Xuan would have to kill people to clean up the scene. As for Jusha town not being cleaned up, it's okay. When the seal is lifted, it may form an energy shock. Not to mention people, even the whole town can't survive. Chi Xuan naturally won't save anyone. Such an important matter must be kept secret. There will be no dead people leaking secrets in the spiritual root world for the time being, not to mention that this group of dead people will most likely have no bones left, so there is no condition for leaking secrets. Such a good house, what a pity. If you had a tougher life and better luck, you wouldn't be so unlucky to meet me. Otherwise, if you continue to be a local rich man, this banker wouldn't be. Oh, the banker's eldest line seems to be gone, Chi Xuan said, while controlling the floating gun to select the direction. The size of the spirit monster is not small. Once it is unsealed, it will definitely make a lot of noise. I just don't know if my behavior will attract Luo Geng. The other party's spatial ability is indeed convenient, especially after becoming immortal. Luo Geng may not know the situation in Jusha town, but he must have obtained Yunhancha's immortal root. Even if it is not completely refined, it can be used after completing parasitism. But now that things have come to this, Chi Xuan is worried, but he will not choose to give up. Maximum power. After the 4 words were spoken, the floating gun began to accumulate energy. After the psionic energy gathered to the extreme, it was fired directly. The psionic ray penetrated the ground directly, went deep into the ground and touched the seal. The seal was directly decomposed as soon as it came into contact with the psionic ray. At the same time, the spirit monster in the seal suddenly opened his eyes when he noticed that the seal was damaged. The spiritual power on his body began to rise continuously, and his soul gradually rose. The huge body struggled to get up, and the broken seal reduced the pressure of the seal that bound it. Who is the one who resorted to such violent means? The spirit demon Zimeng blinked his compound eyes, looking somewhat puzzled. It was in the form of a giant purple spider, surrounded by clouds like a dream. It had a space-based immortal root called the Endless Universe, and 3 spiritual roots of the dream and illusion systems. However, this immortal root was not his, but was forcibly transplanted into his body, and could not be fully used. To a certain extent, it not only failed to help it, but also affected its original spiritual root ability. It could be sure that the person who did it was definitely not the one who caught and sealed it in the first place. Good opportunity. Before it could think too much, Zimeng realized that the seal was completely broken, and without hesitation, he activated the ability of the space-based fairy root of the universe. He immediately left the sealed space. At the same time, the sealed space was broken, forming a terrifying impact, surging from the bottom to the top. The entire Jusha town was directly swallowed up, and a violent space fluctuation was formed. It came out, it is indeed a fairy root of the space system. A voice appeared beside Zimeng's ears. He turned his head and looked over. A black armored fist as big as a casserole was constantly expanding in his field of vision. Fortunately, it was not an ordinary spirit monster. It stretched the space at the first time, formed multiple space defenses and escaped. The effect was very good. It did avoid the attack of this punch, but it was cut by the space and suffered a lot of injuries. After all, the fairy root of the universe is not its spiritual root, but an external host. Even if it can be used forcibly, it cannot exert its full strength. However, before it could be happy for too long, it discovered that the enemy had actually broken through all the spatial sanctions and approached in an instant. In a short period of time, it had no way to activate the immortal root Endless Universe again, so it could only use its own illusion and dream-type spiritual roots. Transfer. Bang! Without the immortal root, Is it qualified to fight Qi Xuan head-on? Ziming's spider head was directly smashed, and most of the chest cavity exploded as a result. Not dead, but almost dead. When Qi Xuan was about to kill him, a certain feeling of palpitation emerged, and he pulled the half-broken Ziming to his side without hesitation, and then retreated several steps. At the original position, a hand cut through the space and grabbed nothing. Qi Xuan certainly recognized this hand. It couldn't be the Emperor of Yunhan Dynasty, Luogang. The other party was indeed attracted by the spatial fluctuations. After all, the other party also had the immortal root of the space system on his body, so it was not difficult to detect it. Hand over the immortal root, and the matter will be over. My ambition is to ascend to heaven. After I leave, Yunhan Dynasty is at your disposal. Luogang's cold voice came out. The other party seemed to be at the critical moment of refining, and had no way to get out. Seeing this, Qi Xuan violently pulled out the immortal root in the body of the spirit demon Ziming. He threw it over casually. After the hand took the immortal root, it slowly smoothed the folds of the space, and then retreated into the gap of the space and disappeared without a trace. Why did you give away the fairy root? The recovered Ziming was shocked. It couldn't understand why Qi Xuan would give away such a precious fairy root. Shouldn't he keep it for himself? Qi Xuan couldn't help but smile. Blessings and disasters are dependent on each other. Before seeing the fairy root, Qi Xuan certainly wanted it. But after seeing it, he didn't need it anymore. For no other reason, it was because the so-called fairy root was the source of the spiritual root disease. That's why the spiritual root disease broke out so strangely. It didn't take effect through conventional channels at all, but was directly transmitted through space ability. And the anchor point is naturally a genetic disease in everyone's body. Of course, if there were only these problems, Qi Xuan wouldn't give it away. The real reason is that the fairy root's thinking is extremely active and has self-ability. This means that the fairy root is actually an alternative intelligent creature and can directly use its own ability. In some ways, the power of the immortal spirit root is stronger than Qi Xuan. So even if it falls into Qi Xuan's hands, he is not sure that he can control the immortal spirit root. Chapter 329. You look ordinary. Why did they choose you as a carrier? Qi Xuan did not kill the spirit demon Ziming. After the exchange of force and torture, the spirit demon became much more humble. Then Qi Xuan asked his doubts. I don't know. I thought it was luck at the time. Someone gave me a fairy root. As long as I can refine it, it won't be a problem to become a fairy demon. But I was locked in the seal before I could be proud for 2 days. I can live to this day, thanks to the fairy root. Ziming didn't know so much. In its era, although it could be compared to a first-grade sorcerer, it was not a strong one. Back then, there were fairy sorcerers everywhere, and a first-grade sorcerer was worse than a dog. But that was the last glory. What about ascension? What is the situation? Qi Xuan continued to ask. Well, I know something about this. Ziming said quickly. After refining the 4 spiritual roots of upper, middle, lower and immortal, you can impact the heavenly gate. If you succeed, you can ascend to the upper realm. If you fail, it depends on luck. If you are lucky, you can survive and have a chance to ascend again after resting. But if you are too seriously injured, I am afraid you can only live a miserable life. If you are unlucky, you will die on the spot, and it will be a complete end. Ziming told Qi Xuan about an ascension it had seen that year. Anything else? I want to know the situation after ascension, and some changes before ascension. Qi Xuan didn't care much about ascension. Then I don't know. I'm not an immortal demon. Ziming's compound eyes blinked. It did have immortal spiritual roots, but it didn't mean it had entered the realm of immortal demons. With the immortal root Endless Universe on it, it is a temporary immortal demon. Unfortunately, it was sealed before it could show off for long. It was pulled out by Qi Xuan before, so it was naturally beaten back to its original form. But as for why I was asked to be the carrier of the immortal root Endless Universe, it may be because my spiritual root is of the dream type. With the help of Endless Universe, my lifespan can be stagnant, so as to ensure the continuation of this immortal root. Ziming said her guess. Qi Xuan ignored the principle for the time being and asked, Then do you know that the immortal root is extinct? Ziming was stunned when she heard this, and her spider appearance showed human confusion. Immortal root is extinct? In its era, immortal root is a precious thing, but if it is a first-grade warlock, as long as the luck is not bad and no one interferes, it is not difficult to spend 100 years to find an immortal root. The difficulty lies in the refining process. That's right. There are only 3 immortal roots in the world now. Qi Xuan answered calmly. Ziming's attitude was within his expectations. From the other party's tone of voice, Chi Xuan could guess that the immortal roots still existed in the other party's era. In other words, the immortal roots became extinct after the other party was sealed. It may even be in progress, otherwise Ziming would not have this unexpected disaster and would have died cleanly. It can't be in the hands of the same person. Ziming couldn't help but think of that hand and Chi Xuan's confession. You are wrong about one thing. The other party was a human before, but he may not be a human now. Chi Xuan corrected the problem in the other party's words. It seems that you don't know much. Well, take a seat in the smelting furnace. Chi Xuan sighed helplessly. Ziming provided Chi Xuan with all outdated news. None of the useful information was useless, and the truth he wanted to know was even more confusing. More importantly, his strength has not yet reached Chi Xuan's expectations. I thought it could make Tai Sui evolve once, but unfortunately it was an empty frame supported by the fairy roots, and could only be sent in as fuel. Wait, I am still valuable. With my strength and physique. Whether I am your thug or cannon fodder, it is more than enough. If it doesn't work, you can use me as a mount, there is no need to kill me, Ziming said hurriedly. At this time, I must fight for a chance to survive. Chi Xuan looked Ziming up and down and asked, You are not called Peter Parker, and you don't have a spider totem. Besides, I already know your location. After the voice fell, the huge Fei poked his head down, with mutant zombies swaying like tentacles on his body. The cold eyes made Ziming's heart cold. In fact, they did not have a cold or angry expression, and his expression could be controlled. The so-called coldness is actually a hollow look in the eyes, but it is only with the background of the environment and the imagination that this feeling will appear. In fact, Chi Xuan asked Fei to come and swallow Ziming in one bite. The opponent's body is too big, it is a bit troublesome to put it into the melting furnace, and it is easy to splash liquid when cutting, so let Fei swallow it in one bite, and then transfer it to the melting furnace. I still have Ziming felt that she could still struggle. Unfortunately, Fei swallowed it in one gulp before he could finish his words. After chewing it twice, he swallowed it into the smelting furnace. This is a big loss. The fairy root is a pitfall. The fairy sorcerer is probably not a good thing either. The protagonist has developed fully, so he must be defeated. What should we do next? Chi Xuan had no solution at this time. It is recommended that you choose to go to the sky, maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. The intelligent brain provided a solution in time. Shoulder to shoulder with the sun, right? It is indeed a good plan. That's fine. It's a good opportunity to see what's going on in the sky. Maybe you can find some way to break the deadlock. Then what is the basis for giving me this suggestion? Chi Xuan asked. It can't be that he can think of it in his mind. He has the protagonist halo, of course, but Tai Sui God doesn't, so the intelligent brain must have a basis for providing suggestions. The intelligent brain sent a report as soon as possible. Heavenly Gate? Oh yes, it's in the sky, right? Combined with some previous restrictions, you think you can kill someone with a borrowed knife. Chi Xuan touched his chin and read the report provided by the intelligent brain. Good idea. There is no solution anyway. If you really guessed it right, it would be a good thing. Chi Xuan agreed with the intelligent brain. This was originally one of his plans, but it was shelved after being disrupted. Tai Sui has completed the evolution. It is recommended that you install the module before going. Oh, if nothing unexpected happens, it is the last module slot in the spiritual root world. Chi Xuan looked at the armor value of 116 and the empty module slot, and installed the originally scheduled acceleration module for Tai Sui. SSS Violent Element Ion Thruster, compared to the previous Microelement Particle Accelerator, which is better at long-distance raids. This Violent Element Ion Thruster is for starting acceleration and short-distance advances. When combined, they complement each other's shortcomings and form a complementary structure. With both acceleration modules turned on, Chi Xuan estimated that even if Luo Geng refined 3 fairy roots, plus his spiritual roots with all spatial attributes, it would be impossible to keep Chi Xuan. As for why Chi Xuan did not choose a spatial displacement module, it's not that he didn't want to, but the conditions were not good. When it comes to space, multiple modules need to be matched. Otherwise, only one space transmission or space jump is used for displacement, which is easy to be targeted. With the materials and shields of Tai Sui Shen, once the spatial data is destroyed during the displacement process and errors are caused, Chi Xuan can withstand it, but Tai Sui Shen will die suddenly. So in terms of safety performance, it is not enough for the time being. On the contrary, Tai Sui Shen has become mature in energy-type movement, acceleration, flight and other modules. Whether it is safety or speed, there is a guarantee. This acceleration module is also the last guarantee Chi Xuan gives himself. If there is no way to go to heaven or earth in the end, just use Tai Sui and Luogang to consume the limited time event of the New World Pass. With the help of reconnaissance network, vision radar, satellite projection, etc., the intelligent brain can take Qi Xuan to fly around the world for hundreds of years without stopping. No matter how high the opponent's attack power is, Qi Xuan's dodge points are full, and if he can't hit him, then everything is over. Especially Qi Xuan still has the aura of the protagonist. Not to mention winning the opponent, it is not a problem to say that he can pull the opponent to the limit for hundreds of years. They are all space-related immortal spiritual roots. This Luogang looked at the endless universe in his hand, plus the 4 directions of heaven and earth he had come from, and the 8 wastelands and 6 directions he got from the Taimyu of Yunnan dynasty. All 3 immortal spiritual roots are space-related, which makes it hard for him not to think too much. If it was just one, he could understand, but all of them, even if he was not suspicious, it would look strange. Well, it's time and fate. Maybe my luck has come. Luogang knew that he had no way out. The road to ascension is right in front of him. If he hesitates, he will be trapped in this world for the rest of his life. Only by ascending to the upper realm can he be immortal, and not restricted by lifespan. Refine it into your body first. After saying that, Luogang grabbed the spiritual root, the endless universe, and refined it into his body in an instant. Just wanting to refine 3 immortal spiritual roots is not an easy thing. With his talent, it will take decades. What he didn't know was that when the immortal spiritual root was refined into his body, all the spiritual roots in his body changed. The immortal spiritual roots intertwined together and turned into a shape similar to a human brain, with a lively eye growing in the center. The top-grade spiritual roots gathered into one, resembling a twisted human face. The middle-grade spiritual roots began to wriggle, and the spiritual power they secreted was like surging blood. The low-grade spiritual roots dispersed and spread out like the meridians of the human body. Finally, they were coordinated by the immortal spiritual roots, intending to form a brand new whole. Just wait for Luogang to completely refine the remaining 2 immortal spiritual roots. Luogang naturally didn't notice these abnormalities, but he keenly discovered a problem. The refining speed has increased by 100 times? Could it be the credit of the endless spiritual root of the universe? Luogang was shocked. It should have taken 50 years, but it only took 180 days. How fast, but also extremely strange. Chapter 330. In the air, a fierce gale blew on the body of Tai Sui God. There is no atmosphere in the spiritual root world, but a violent gale layer. And the oxygen in the air is extremely thin, and only a first-grade sorcerer can step into it to explore. It's not that there have been sorcerers who have explored the sky from ancient times to the present, but they have no way to break through the gale layer to reach a higher level. Qi Xuan is now stuck in this dilemma. No wonder only immortal sorcerers can impact the sky gate and ascend to the upper realm. It's difficult to break through this gale layer. The area he is in now is still on the periphery of the gale layer, and has not yet penetrated into it. If they really want to continue moving forward, both Qi Xuan and Tai Sui God will have to be resurrected. Intelligent brain, how is the scan? Qi Xuan asked. At this time, Qi Xuan can only rely on Tai Sui God's reconnaissance network. High concentration energy flows in the gale layer, forming strong interference, and the reconnaissance network cannot effectively obtain data. High concentration. How high? Qi Xuan heard this answer, thought for a while, and asked, how about using missiles to blow it open? Qi Xuan thought of a simple and crude solution. The missile he mentioned is not as direct as the intercontinental missile as a trump card, but it is not a conventional missile. It is a missile that has been strengthened by a series of modules such as elements, deep, and armor-piercing. Although its power is not as powerful as the floating gun that can kill everywhere in target space, according to the data fed back by the reconnaissance network, it is still no problem to open a gap. You can try it. Do you want to prepare? Follow the process. Just blow it up for me. Qi Xuan would never give up. Behind the Tai Sui God, the launch silo slowly emerged, and a missile was launched in an instant. It spiraled into the depths of the gangphone layer, and then burst into a roar, directly tearing the gangphone layer into a fault hole. Quick, the second one. The first missile was blocked by the gangphone layer, so it only blew a fault, and did not completely break the gangphone layer. However, he did not move, and Qi Xuan keenly sensed some strange breath coming from the fault position. This feeling is like looking out through frosted glass. It may be a beauty, or it may be an ugly man. Before seeing the true face, Qi Xuan would not choose to move. The second missile immediately followed. The speed was about 3 points faster than the previous one. The main reason was that the fault of the gangphone layer was creeping to repair the hole. At most, it would take about 3 minutes for the hole to be completely repaired. At that time, if Chi Swain wanted to observe again, it would be simple, just continue to launch missiles. So he had to be fast. If he was slow, the first missile would be wasted. The second missile whizzed and hit the target. The physical gunpowder explosion combined with the extraordinary energy opened a path for Chi Swain to move forward. At the same time, it also allowed Chi Swain to truly see the truth in the sky and what the so-called Heaven's Gate was. You need to attack to die, why not just deliver yourself to the door directly? What he saw was not the barrier, or some kind of huge door he imagined. Instead, it was a part of the limbs of some huge insect body, just hovering above the spiritual root world. The limbs are made of some kind of carapace material with fluff, and the whole thing is like a part of a spider, and the limbs are tightly bound to the outer layer of the world. The carapace is full of strange and wriggling patterns, and it seems to have noticed Chi Swain's vision and began to wriggle. Combined with the fluff, it turned into a strange face, not like a human, not like an animal. What's more terrifying is that the gaze of this face fell on Chi Swain and smiled. That glance was like smiling at him. Fortunately, this glimpse ended quickly. It seemed that it was stimulated by a part of the body of this terrifying existence that spanned countless worlds, and the Gale layer quickly closed over. What indescribable thing? The world is the node of the spider web woven by him. When seeing the human face on the spider leg, Chi Swain gained a lot of knowledge related to spiritual roots, including the process of parasites evolving into spiritual roots, and the truth of the final evolution. Spider God, Adlaknakia. Why does the name sound familiar? Why does it sound a bit like the old ones in Cthulhu? Chi Swain had some knowledge of Cthulhu in his previous life, but now that he has lived to this day, it is impossible for him to remember everything clearly. So he has almost forgotten it. But there is also good news. Adlaknakia doesn't seem to care about the spiritual root world. The other party is so powerful that he doesn't care about the birth and death of the world. He doesn't care that a weak person like Chi Swain has noticed one of his spider legs, but generously gave him the knowledge he wanted. As for how the other party knew it, this existence even weaves the world into a part of the spider web. How could he not see through his thoughts? What we really need to deal with are the spiritual root parasites, which are extraordinary beings born from the insignificant influence of Adlaknakia. The ultimate goal is to become his followers. And now, it is very close. The extinction of the fairy roots is the result of the magician's discovery of their transformation rituals and the large-scale strangulation. As for the so-called Heaven Gate, Ascension, etc., they are actually the sacrifices made by the spiritual root parasites to the spider god Adlaknakia. Only qualified sacrifices can be offered to the spider god, that is, the fairy magicians who successfully ascended through the Heaven Gate. Facing such a terrifying existence, there is no possibility of survival. Even if there is, when observing a part of Adlaknakia at close range, it will be contaminated by a large amount of information. After the last failure, the spiritual root parasites were severely damaged, leaving only 3 fairy roots as a backup, in an attempt to complete the ritual again and become his followers. So Luoging is the priest carrier chosen by the spiritual root parasite clan. The protagonist, with good talent, is quite suitable. Fortunately, I didn't get the fairy root, I was almost cheated. Thanks to my protagonist's aura. Chi Swain thought that when he handed over the fairy root, the endless universe, he might have been reduced in intelligence. Otherwise, with his greedy thoughts, he might have to fight first, instead of decisively handing it over after realizing that there was a problem. Reducing intelligence is not simply lowering IQ, but it may affect logical thinking. This is a blessing in disguise. Chi Swain looked at the knowledge of spiritual root parasites in his mind. The fairy root required for the more advanced deep form, I can make it myself. The appendages that fail before can be used as raw materials for immortal spiritual roots. In theory, the deep form can only reach the upper grade spiritual roots. After all, immortal spiritual roots are not normal things. But Chi Swain was lucky, and he directly obtained the extraordinary knowledge related to spiritual root parasites, which gave him the opportunity to improve. Hey, I wonder if Doomsday Game is okay. Chi Swain suddenly remembered Doomsday Game, who had tortured him for a long time. It's obvious that this crappy thing can't compare to the spider god Adlaknakia. Theoretically, Doomsday Game has also been seen. Chi Swain is fine, but it doesn't mean that Doomsday Game is also fine. Opening the panel to check, there is not much change. Chi Swain tried to open the inventory and other functions, but it was still in a banned state. It seems that there is nothing wrong, maybe it is blocked. Chi Swain also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Doomsday Game would not survive, and died suddenly. The spiritual root world can't stay for a while. Other Doomsday worlds are better, at least they are not the property of some indescribable existence. If Chi Xuan is left in this world, it will be a disaster. Apparently, the spider god at Lacnakia also despises the Doomsday Game, so there is no big move. Just like a billionaire, it is unlikely to embarrass a beggar, and even give alms when he meets one. Chi Xuan has gained extraordinary knowledge of spiritual root parasites. Not only did he not feel any humiliation, he also thought, "Big brother, please give me more alms, I can bear it." Unfortunately, he didn't have the courage to blow up the gang phone layer again. The first time can be explained as an accident. People think you are interesting, so they give you some small things. If it happens again for the second time, who knows what the outcome will be. Chi Xuan is afraid of death and cherishes his life, so he will definitely not think about what will happen the second time. Although we are in a cold war, we can't live without each other. If it weren't for me, would you be able to afford such good brand? Chi Xuan muttered as he descended. He didn't care whether Doomsday Game could hear him or not, he just said it. Doomsday Game was still aloof, and didn't give any response at all. The next step is to stop it, but I can't beat it. Chi Xuan's face fell. Liu Geng was very strong. He was no match for him. At the same time, his mind kept running. In this case, we can only dig the roots. I can't do anything to Liu Geng, but I can't do anything to the spiritual roots? Chi Xuan had a complete knowledge of spiritual root parasites in his hands. Therefore, it is still possible to create a genetic weapon against the spiritual root parasite race. With the help of the protagonist's halo, Chi Xuan is confident that he can kill all the spiritual root parasites within 100 days. Even if they cannot be killed, they will become spiritual root insect zombies. At that time, only the immortal spiritual roots will be left. Let's see how they perform the ceremony. All the spiritual root insects are actually the precursors of the clan. They just need to take off their human skin and become a member of the giant ceremony when everything is ready. After success, whether it is the spiritual root insect, the spiritual root parasite or the spiritual root insect, they will be completely transformed into an indescribable clan. As for these three, they are actually the three stages of the spiritual root. The spiritual root parasite is the normal spiritual root, which belongs to the nymph state, while the spiritual root insect is in the cocoon state. The spiritual root insect is naturally the adult stage. Chapter 331. Done. Chi Xuan looked at the slightly green medicine in his hand. This is a new type of Yusui virus, a genetic weapon specifically targeting spiritual roots. As long as the spiritual roots are infected, they will initially become listless and then develop lesions. Within 72 hours, they will either remain dormant and continue to mutate, or become zombies. As for the transmission method, it can only be transmitted through the respiratory tract, digestive tract transmission and contact transmission for the time being. No matter how much Chi Xuan has, there is no way. At this stage, Chi Xuan is actually still a partial subject. He adds more points in survival and combat, after all, in order to survive, but in other aspects, he really does not have enough energy to study in depth. So it is impossible to achieve a similar concept of transmission. Fortunately, this genetic weapon is not only targeted at spiritual roots, but also, to some extent, can have an effect on human genetic diseases. So it can be transmitted between humans and spiritual roots. As long as one party is infected, it can be transmitted to the other party. Because the spiritual root world has returned to the feudal monarchy, transportation is still closed. Chi Xuan would choose 72 hours, but once it spreads to the 5th generation, the time will be greatly reduced. As for whether this behavior will cause Chi Xuan to offend the spider god, perhaps, but Chi Xuan has no choice. If he does nothing, his fate will be to be a sacrifice in the transformation ceremony of the spiritual root's family, and his fate will be death. But if the spiritual root is destroyed, the spider god may not care about this little thing. The former has no chance of survival, while the latter may still survive, so Chi Xuan naturally has to take a gamble. The next step is to spread the word. We need to spread the word in many places, and we need to select the right people. Chi Xuan's target is naturally the sorcerers, and the people in the sorcerer families, who are responsible for external communication. This kind of people will travel frequently, and have a high mobility. So with their help, he can achieve the goal he needs. Ordinary people such as peddlers and escorts can also be used, but their movement speed is too slow. The spiritual root gene weapon in Chi Xuan's hand will have the final effect within 72 hours, but it does not mean that there will be no problems during this period. The symptoms during this period are harmless to sorcerers, but it may not be the case for ordinary people. A fever and cold may kill ordinary people. This is not a modern urban world. Productivity, medical technology, etc. are not developed. To put it simply, ordinary people rarely can afford to see a doctor, and they will die from minor illnesses and major illnesses. With the help of the intelligent brain, Chi Suan quickly selected the first batch of candidates. Then naturally, the spread began. Because of his strong strength, the spread was very fast. And the whole process was silent. Now, the people who can detect Chi Suan must be the first-class sorcerers who are good at reconnaissance and perception, and the second is the protagonist who is out of the standard, Luoging. Others simply cannot detect Chi Suan. It's a pity that the Doomsday Game brought him to this world too late. If it was earlier, he might be able to intercept some important opportunities of Luoging in advance. Maybe there is no need to rush. The simplest point is the red dot on the treasure map of the Lost. If he gets it first, it is estimated that it can indirectly destroy the transformation ceremony of the Spiritual Roots family, and he doesn't have to do it himself. Chi Suan spent 2 days to complete the initial deployment of the first batch. As for the second batch, the planning will be carried out after the first batch is completed. Chi Suan needs the corresponding data of the first batch to be able to get it done. Then, it was handed over to the intelligent brain for monitoring through satellite projection, and he began the work of artificially manufacturing fairy roots. The raw material is the failed appendage. This appendage was preserved very well by him, just like it was just cut off from his own body. Failure is failure, but it is still a piece of flesh on his body, and it still has value. The spiritual root family is essentially a kind of extraordinary evolution formed by conceptual pollution of parasites in a large category. So this is why all the parasites in the world have become a unique species called spiritual rootworms. But the essence has not changed at all, and it is still mainly parasitic. Let's not talk about how they know that their source is the spider god. Let's talk about their behavior, which is actually to transform the parasite object from humans to that indescribable person. The idea is very good, but the action is relatively lame. Chi Suan's hands are constantly transforming the appendages. The predecessor of the appendages is a treasure, as a template, and the treasure is a manifestation of the middle-grade spiritual root. To put it simply, the appendages are approximately equal to the middle-grade spiritual root. So what he has to do is very simple: change the type of spiritual root, and change the middle grade to the immortal grade. Yes, the so-called grade, in Chi Suan's view, is just the race of each spiritual root. Although there are many parasites, they are divided into 4 varieties. The upper, middle and lower ones correspond to the essence, energy and spirit respectively, while the fairy roots belong to special categories such as rulers and royal families. Chi Suan didn't have immortal spiritual roots to experiment with, but he had the corresponding data in his mind. So changing the species was not a difficult task. Even if it was done, it wouldn't be a problem to clone 99 copies directly. After all, his appendages were only approximately equal to the middle-grade spiritual roots, not completely equal, and they had a substitute effect, but they were not real spiritual roots. The process was not difficult, and the appendages in Chi Suan's hands soon became more and more weird. This form seems to have been adjusted a bit too much. Chi Suan looked at the appendages that occasionally moved. It looked like a tentacle before, but now it looks a bit like a ball of wool. There is no problem with the data, that is, it is because of the middle-grade spiritual roots. Chi Suan quickly found the root cause, and it was thanks to the aggregation effect caused by the 99 middle-grade spiritual roots he used to perfect his deep form. Material composed of continuous and discontinuous filaments. It looks a bit like natural fiber, and has a protein structure in the form of cellulose and polyamide polymer. So it looks like a fiber worm, and it has to be prefixed with a virus. Looking at the research results, it should be the structure of a semi-immortal root at present, and it needs to be transformed later. So what are the benefits? Chi Suan further studied that after he transplanted it, there must be some gains. This is the remaining half of the immortal root structure. You can't just install it on yourself without any benefits. That would be a bit of a waste of resources. His goal is to further transform the deep form, and even make all the additional additions become basic attributes as permanent strength. Then the follow-up will be difficult. Chi Suan thought about it for a long time, not quite understanding what he needed. He needed strong basic attributes, but this was a basic welfare benefit of qualitative change, and he also needed an extra one. Evolution fee stability to SS level? Chi Suan found a goal, and gave up decisively. SS level is not something he can get now, and it cannot be changed for the time being. So he can only change a goal. It has to be combined with my spiritual roots and my own characteristics. After thinking again and again, Chi Suan came up with an idea. The devouring evolution of the zombie master. This SSS level talent was once one of my talent evolution paths. If I only take the devouring structure and combine it with the fiber worm, wouldn't it be able to form an effect similar to a black hole? As for evolution? In fact, devouring evolution is not one effect, but two effects, namely devouring and evolving. The former is similar to the ability to absorb and eat. If there is no evolutionary ability, it is probably similar to eating, and low-quality ones may not even be able to absorb energy. Evolution plus devouring is another effect. After absorbing through consumption, the energy taken in is analyzed, and the corresponding structure is evolved. This is the complete devouring evolution. Otherwise, if one is missing, it is estimated that the quality is at most S level. Chi Suan only needs the devouring structure, and he does not need the evolution effect. Whether it is energy intake or attack effect, it is extremely helpful. Evolution, to put it bluntly, what he is doing now is artificial evolution, and because of his own intervention, the effect is far stronger than devouring evolution. Devouring evolution is more like a dead thing, accepting everything. Even if he has the aura of the protagonist, Chi Suan doesn't want to bet whether it will affect his growth. Moreover, he does not have the X-level talent of the reborn for superdimensional evolution, and a lot of low-level talents will not work at all. It's okay to improve yourself, but if you have too many talents, your body structure will become complicated. A single move will affect the whole body, which will make it difficult to transform and enhance the extraordinary system, which is like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. And there is a very serious problem here, that is, the current Doomsday game is no longer the Doomsday game of the Reborn, and it is more difficult and stronger. 9 out of 10 people with good talents are strong, not like the low level of the world in the past, who can get started directly. No, it's better. I will just let the fiber worms go out to eat, and then bring them back to me after eating. Similar to the structure of beehive consciousness. Chi Suan thought it would be too troublesome to do it himself. Just let the worms go over and eat it all. You know what, there's something to it. Especially since the fiber worm is essentially a part of the deep form, it can also be installed as a module on the body of the Tai Sui god. In this way, it will be great to get an extra boost. You don't even have to worry about not being able to keep up with me in the future. As long as the Tai Sui god keeps evolving, the deep form and the fiber worm can also evolve. Chi Suan must not have thought of being down to earth to be able to get stuck in the BUG. Otherwise, normally, if you want to improve further, you should optimize and improve it yourself, and then make an upgrade patch to apply it to yourself. I just don't know how long this bug can last. Chi Suan muttered. Because of the growth trap, the evolution efficiency of the Tai Sui god has been declining. Chapter 332. An unknown plague swept the entire Yunnan dynasty at a very fast speed. Ordinary people just fell ill, and there was no crisis for the time being. It was just a manifestation of the cold. However, the warlocks were even worse. First, their lower grade spiritual roots shriveled, and soon spread to the middle grade, and finally even the upper grade were affected. Fortunately, they were warlocks with extraordinary powers, so they could still hold on for the time being. But they also estimated that they would change within 3 days, and for a while many warlocks were begging for treatment. However, before they found a treatment, they received a shocking bad news. The truth about the spiritual root disease. The first to be affected by the plague were not human warlocks, but the group of spiritual root insects, who had taken over the bodies of human warlocks and fell into a deep sleep. For ordinary people, this plague is a cold. For warlocks, it is a terminal illness, but they have enough time to react. But for the spiritual root insects, it is directly poison, and the speed of onset is extremely fast. The sorcerers learned that those who had spiritual root diseases had their bodies hollowed out silently, and were covered with human skin by insects, lurking around them in disguise. If there were only 1 or 2, it would not cause any waves. But the number was ridiculously large, and the highest was even a 3rd-grade sorcerer who was replaced by an insect. It really caused 1,000 waves. Yunnan dynasty, the sorcerer family, etc. immediately began to investigate. They didn't want to be eaten by insects quietly one day, and only a layer of skin was left. At the same time, they also began to trace the source of the insects. The target was naturally the most suspected spiritual monster. As for the spiritual root, they could not have thought of this at all. Because the transformation of spiritual roots into insects is against logic and common sense in the eyes of warlocks. And the unknown plague was ranked 2nd. The reason is very simple. After learning about the plague, warlocks still have a solution. Before being infected, they can effectively avoid being infected by using protective spells and treasures to isolate, screen and purify. For warlocks who have been infected, there is nothing they can do but wait to die. Ordinary people's colds don't matter. If they die too much, there will always be good ones. Yunhan dynasty did arrange personnel to actively rescue the disaster, but the effect was very poor. After all, they didn't know what the plague was. Fortunately, the population base of ordinary people is large, and they recovered quickly. Then, they treated the plague as normal. The follow-up is that many ordinary people and warlocks have become some kind of monsters similar to zombies. Ordinary people are fine. They just cut off their heads and threw them into the fire to burn them. On the contrary, the warlocks became zombies and possessed extraordinary powers, and also had the ability to infect, which consumed a lot of resources to control the whole process. Of course, not everyone became zombies, and many people survived. But Yun Han Chao also understood that things would definitely not end so easily. So while tracking down the insect people, they were also tracking down the source of the plague. Unfortunately, no matter which one, there was no clue. Because of these two things, Yun Han Chao and the Warlock family got married on the spot and entered the honeymoon period. Otherwise, in the past, even if they fought openly or secretly, they would have to toss each other. Resources and benefits are limited, and they must be distributed by you and me later. It is impossible to get them just by speaking. Not only people are affected, but also spiritual roots are the most important affected areas. Luo Yu frowned as he looked at the information in his hand. The spiritual root market began to decline, and at the same time, the value of spiritual roots rose sharply. The warlocks barely survived the plague, but the real killer of the plague was the spiritual roots. Not only did the spiritual roots cultivated by the major warlock families directly reduce production by 30%, but the same was true for the industries of the royal family of the Yunhan dynasty, and this proportion was still expanding. In addition, the number of wild spiritual roots also began to decline. If this continues, there will inevitably be problems in the warlock group. Spiritual roots are not only used as the foundation of warlocks, but also as resources for warlocks to practice. Basically, 90% of the resources are made from spiritual roots. Increase protection, and remember to keep this matter confidential. Luo Yu put down the information in his hand and said, "Go and deal with it." Although he is a regent, he actually manages the entire Yunhan dynasty. After Luo Gong ascended the throne, he never showed up. He had been in seclusion to refine his immortal roots. This situation would take at least several decades to end. As for the other princes, after learning about Luo Gong's situation, they gave up the idea of competing for the throne, and all lay down and lived the life of a free and easy prince. Anyone who tempted them to seize the throne was chopped off and sent to Luo Yu. If Luo Gong was a first-class sorcerer, they could still have some thoughts, but as an immortal sorcerer, there was already a difference between immortals and mortals. He just made a move and let the Yunhan dynasty return to the throne. If it were them, they would not be able to do it at all. The plague matter still needs to be reported to His Majesty for a decision. Luo Yu knew that this matter still needed Luo Gong's help. The insect people can be ignored for the time being. After all, after knowing the truth, there is still a way to distinguish them, and they have not caused too much damage. On the contrary, the plague has affected the spiritual roots. If it is not resolved, even if the sorcerers do not perish, they will be greatly reduced, and even the upper limit will fall. As a first-grade sorcerer, he has no way to solve it. He can only protect himself, so he can only rely on Luo Gong, the immortal sorcerer. After handling the affairs at hand, Luo Yu went to Luo Gong's retreat. "Your Majesty, I have something to report. There is a big epidemic among the people." Luo Yu reported the plague and some facts and reports. After that, the news from Luo Gong came from the secret room. "I already know about the spiritual roots. You find a way to collect a sick spiritual root or sorcerer, and I will find a solution." Luo Gong's voice came out. However, Luo Yu felt that Luo Gong's tone and voice seemed a little strange. However, this thought flashed through his mind, and he didn't take it seriously. He just thought that the energy spent on refining the immortal root was too much, which led to the difference. Remember, take good precautions, and don't let it leak out. The origin of this plague may be extraordinary. Luo Gong warned again. Needless to say, Luo Yu also understood. If this broke out in the palace, even if it was put out in time, it would be a stain on the royal family. "Your Majesty, don't worry, I saved it." Luo Yu hurriedly responded. In fact, he was relieved in his heart, because he was afraid that Luo Gong would not be willing to help. He could see that Luo Gong didn't have much affection for Yunhan dynasty. The reason why he agreed to the restoration and succession was also because of the past upbringing and the face of the immortal root. That's why he didn't care about anything. So even if Luo Gong refused to help, It was not normal. I wonder if your majesty has any other instructions. Luo Yu asked again. Nothing, leave. After Luo Gong finished speaking, there was no movement. Seeing this, Luo Yu could only bow and leave, and then hurried away to make arrangements. Not long after, several sick spiritual roots and sorcerers were arranged to come over, and then they were directly sent to the secret room where Luo Gong was in seclusion. Through the darkness, he could see a large number of space-breaking cracks in the secret room. The pressure it exuded made him feel palpitations. This kind of power is 7 times stronger than before. Your Majesty's progress in refining the second fairy spiritual root is gratifying. Luo Yu was also happy in his heart. The stronger Luo Gong is, the more beneficial it is for their Yunhan dynasty. It's a pity that the space gap in the secret room is too strong, so he couldn't see Luo Gong's appearance clearly, and could only vaguely see his outline. Your Majesty, you seem to have gained some weight? Luo Yu compared the outline, and felt a little strange. It shouldn't be like this, after all, he is already a fairy sorcerer, how can he gain weight? But before he could take a closer look, the door of the secret room was closed. This made him very regretful. Come to me again in 10 days. Luo Gong's voice came out again. Yes, your Majesty. Luo Yu hurriedly said, his expression more relaxed. In his opinion, since Luo Gong dared to give 10 days, it means that the other party has a solution. After dealing with the plague, the turmoil in Yunhan dynasty will subside. As for the insect people, they will never become a big deal. It's just a matter of time to kill them all. Even if there is no way to kill them all, in front of Yunhan Shao, the final result is just like a spirit monster, which can't cause any trouble. In the secret room, Luo Gong's body was covered with a layer of sticky secretions, which coupled with the space and forcibly restrained him. Heh, you are such a wolfish and ambitious person. You actually want to overthrow the human race. You bugs are not worthy. Half of Luo Gong's face looked at the 6 spirit root and the warlock, and he couldn't help but reveal a mocking look. However, the other face was extremely calm, without much ripples. Not long ago, he refined the second fairy spirit root at a very fast speed, and then a sudden change occurred. The spirit root in his body turned the tables, quickly controlled Luo Gong, and began to refine the third spirit root. He thought it would take 180 days, but the facts proved that he was wrong. Because of the deep integration with the spirit root, he naturally got the memory of the fairy spirit root and knew the truth, so he had been resisting. Of course, the immortal root in his body also got his memory, so it could imitate him to speak. Someone is deliberately targeting that unknown mysterious person. The double voice spoke, and soon determined that the so-called plague on the spiritual root was harmless to humans, but it was a disaster for the spiritual root. The human race has a capable person, ha ha ha, how happy. Luo Gong couldn't help but laugh out loud. He and the immortal root are in tune with each other, so he knows how difficult this plague is. Solve it in 10 days? I'm afraid it will be difficult for 10 years. The spiritual root can't last for 10 years. If the plague is not solved in a short time, it will directly affect the family transformation ceremony of the spiritual root clan. It's a pity that I don't know who it is, otherwise I will die and let you die without a burial place. Luo Gong hated the spiritual root clan so much that he wished they would die as miserably as possible. How could he swallow the humiliation of becoming a puppet that was neither human nor ghost? Chapter 333. Done. Qi Xuan watched the numerous tiny fiber worms in his hand slowly move, constantly craving for food. Once out of Qi Xuan's control, they will become ferocious predators, all for the purpose of satisfying the hunger that can never feel full. Then implant it into the body as an upgrade patch. A large amount of information began to replace the Yusui virus in Qi Xuan's body to upgrade. Intense pain, uncontrollable numbness and itching, and a series of inhuman torture-like senses constantly alternate on the body. Qi Xuan's expression did not change at all. It was impossible to be immune, but he had gotten used to it. He wanted to relieve pain and calm down, but unfortunately, because he was no longer a human being, and had become an energy-type virus-type humanoid creature, this type of drug was no longer useful to him. I was too lazy to research and develop it. It was just a little torture, and I would get used to it, and it could also temper my will. On the whole, the benefits outweighed the disadvantages, so Qi Xuan ignored it. Soon, another talent appeared on the Doomsday Game panel. A-level talent. Body of the Hungry. It's only A-level for now, but S-level shouldn't be a problem. It takes some time to upgrade. A-level is just the foundation, and it can be further upgraded later. As for how to upgrade, that's easy, just transform it, what else can you do? But this is a big project, after all, it's an A-level upgrade to S-level. Qi Xuan stretched out his hand, and countless tiny, dust-like, amorphous fiber worms emerged. Then they continued to expand, and turned into flies. The divine will has also evolved, and the fiber worms have become lethal. Combined with the Yusui virus, it is a bit like a nanorobot. There will be sequelae. Qi Xuan watched the fiber worms in his hand begin to devour each other because of hunger. This can be regarded as a side effect of the devouring type combined with the hunger effect. When there is no external food to eat, the fiber worms will attack their own kind. After all, this thing has no self, but only has the individual thinking logic of brutal hunting and predation. However, this side effect has two sides. If Qi Xuan is not restrained, the fiber worms will turn into powerful predators, regardless of their own life and death, and their only purpose is to devour everything. Qi Xuan can specify the target to attack, otherwise why did Qi Xuan create the fiber worms? But the individual's thinking logic alone is not enough. Fiber worms have no brains, and are prone to problems, so it is best to have a server for transfer and regulation. Qi Xuan looked at Fei. In Fei's body structure, the materialized structure has now been changed to fiber worms as materials, and it has been modified through the spirit projection technology. It is very useful to use it as a server for fiber worms. In this way, fiber worms can aggregate and form more forms. Even if the number of aggregates is large enough, it can completely form a fiber worm virus army. The evolution of the A-level talent-hungry body should be towards group growth. Qi Xuan's current deep form is officially renamed the Hungry Body, although the name is a bit strange. But it doesn't matter. After the evolution, the name will most likely change again, and the fiber worm will still be the main body. As for what it will look like in the end, it depends on how Qi Xuan transforms it. No, it's not a group type, it should be my strength enhancement. In essence, the fiber worm is also a derivative of the Yusui virus, but after combining the characteristics of the spiritual root, it finally forms a similar unique effect. It is equivalent to releasing my own macrophages as a means of attack. So it seems to be a group type enhancement, but in fact it is aimed at my own talent improvement. And this is also an opportunity for my basic attributes to break through from 9 points to 10 points. Qi Xuan quickly determined the direction. He almost went the wrong way. Whether it is Fei or the fiber worm, at first glance, it is his summoned creature, but in fact it is just a secondary Yusui virus product derived from his spirit and physique. They are not independent individuals, but just a part of Qi Xuan's body, so they cannot be regarded as group enhancement. On the contrary, zombies infected by the Yusui virus are independent individuals. Even if Qi Xuan can control them, this control is not mastery, but similar to remote control. So no matter how much the improvement is, it is of no use to Qi Xuan. On the contrary, the improvement of the flies and fiber worms represents the enhancement of Qi Xuan. The good news is that I no longer need close combat. I just need to cut a piece of meat, and let the worms eat people. Not only can the meat eaten be brought back as nutrients, but it can also kill the enemy. It is simply killing two birds with one stone. Qi Xuan has never liked close combat very much. Now there is a better way, which is naturally wonderful. The strength of the fiber worms is naturally not as good as Qi Xuan, but the number is really large. If he wants, he can collapse himself into a fiber worm and open the fiber worm's self-replication ability at the same time, and develop a fiber worm army that covers the sky and the sun. But there is a problem with doing this, that is, Qi Xuan's consciousness will not be able to control it. So at most, the fiber worm's self-replication ability can be opened, and it will not completely collapse. The fiber worm is the effect of the transformation of the Yusui virus, and naturally inherits the self-replication ability of the virus. As long as a certain amount of energy is consumed, the replication, transcription, and translation capabilities of the Yusui virus will be activated in the fiber worm. When the number increases, it will begin to aggregate, turning into a sandstorm and starting to further devour and expand. As for forming a biological structure, it is possible, but it does not have much practical use. After all, it is better to swarm and eat nothing than to kill the opponent. Qi Xuan took back the fiber worms that were released, returned to his body, and then converted to the regular Yusui virus. Outside is the fiber worm, inside is naturally the Yusui virus. Qi Xuan plans to find a suitable place to release the fiber worm. Intelligent brain, how is the effect of the spiritual root type gene weapon? Qi Xuan collected various materials and data before asking. The expansion speed has slowed down. The warlocks use magic and treasures to effectively protect themselves. Ordinary people have mutated to the 4th generation. In 2 days at most, the 5th generation of mutation will be completed. At that time, the spiritual root gene fragments will be used to ignore the spiritual root protection effect. Don't worry about the warlocks. They are just a group of dry bones in the tomb. Chi Xuan didn't care about the life and death of the warlocks. Anyway, it was a matter of early or late death. What I want is the data of the spiritual root. The overall activity of wild spiritual roots has decreased by 40%, and the overall production of cultivated spiritual roots has decreased by about 60%. The Warlock family and Yunhan dynasty are actively looking for solutions. At the same time, the mortality rate and degeneration rate of spiritual monsters are as high as 70%. It is predicted that the first species to become extinct is likely to be spiritual monsters. Chi Xuan was also a little amused. He did not deliberately target the spiritual monsters, but he did not expect that the first to suffer would be the spiritual monsters. But it is also true that the spiritual monsters have not formed a complete social structure. In essence, they are a special race relying on human civilization. The warlocks among humans can protect themselves, but the spiritual monsters are slow to react. By the time they react, everything is too late. If they are lucky, the spiritual roots on their bodies will die, and the spiritual monsters will degenerate into beasts and plants again, and live their previous muddle-headed lives. If they are unlucky, of course, even the spiritual monsters will die suddenly, without any hope. Who made the spirit monster the first host of the spirit root? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being the innocent victim. Chi Xuan had no mercy. He had already burned, killed and looted for his own life, so how could he care about the spirit monster? They were not of the same race as him anyway, so he would kill them without mercy. It's time to release the second batch. After the release, I have to come back to improve my talent, so let's speed up. Chi Xuan finished reading the report and prepared to implement the second phase of the plan. It's not possible to make the spirit roots extinct with just one release. Either Chi Xuan destroyed all the spirit roots, or Luo Gong came out of retreat and fought him to the death, and Chi Xuan would not compromise even if there was a third option. 10 days passed in a flash, and Luo Yu once again came to Luo Gong's retreat room. Your Majesty, the 10th day has come, please give me a way to cure the plague. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spoke directly. It's already this time, don't flatter me, one more day, they will lose a lot of resources. After waiting for a long time, Luo Gong's voice came. Wait another half a month. Luo Gong's voice became more weird, which made Luo Yu inexplicably feel uneasy. But because of Luo Gong's strong strength, he could only suppress these thoughts. Then he said, yes, Your Majesty, but now the spiritual root production has decreased by more than 70%. If I wait for another half a month, I'm afraid. I said, half a month is half a month. Luo Gong interrupted Luo Yu without hesitation. He was notifying, not discussing. Seeing this, Luo Yu could only helplessly reply, yes, Your Majesty. Obviously, even the immortal sorcerer couldn't cure the plague, otherwise he wouldn't have this attitude. He turned around and left, but suddenly paused. He keenly noticed a space crack flashing in front of his eyes. He was about to say something, but saw a line of tiny words appear on the space crack. Don't make a sound, the spiritual root is different, it is the insect man who took over the body, quickly find someone who disperses the plague, save. The words collapsed before they were fully presented, but Luo Yu recognized that it was Luo Gong's handwriting, and only Luo Gong had this ability. Luo Yu certainly understood the meaning of this line of words, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and secretly turned back to look at Luo Gong's retreat room. A huge wave was set off in his heart. Your Majesty, something happened. Such a sentence appeared in his mind. Things have gone out of control in a direction he could not predict. He never thought that the plague, the insect man, and the spiritual root would have such a close relationship. Chapter 334. Chi Xuan's second batch of spiritual root gene weapons was deployed smoothly, but because of the first batch of operations, the warlocks were prepared. So Chi Xuan spent more time, but fortunately, Tai Sui God worked throughout the process, so Chi Xuan had nothing to complain about. But there was also good news. He was lucky, and found the fourth batch of survivors to participate. This group of people huddled together for warmth, and built a village in a pretty good place. With the power of its divine will system, it can be said that it has gained a firm foothold. Compared with the holy world, the doomsday in the spiritual root world is more hidden. If you are not involved or do not reach a certain level of strength, you will not be exposed. So the biggest enemy of this group of survivors is still the warlocks and spirit monsters. It's just that they act more low-key, so there are not many crises, but they live much more comfortably than Chi Xuan. How can Chi Xuan tolerate it? He is a violator who runs around all day, and he also has to consider strong enemies. Where can you survive? So the first thought was to kill them directly. However, after Chi Xuan approached the survivors' village, he received a warning from Doomsday Game. Warning: survivors are Doomsday Game's property, and large-scale killing without reason is prohibited. This means that this group of survivors is the only one left, and you can't kill them. The human survivors from the Gods world are the strongest and highest among the 4 groups in terms of strength and potential. Now Doomsday Game and Chi Xuan have entered a cold war, and they had previously agreed not to kill without reason. As a result, Chi Xuan was still thinking about breaking the contract, so he reminded him. As for the large-scale death in the Holy Relic world at the beginning, that was done by the world-destroying Holy Relic, and it had nothing to do with Chi Xuan. No, you. Chi Xuan's eyes twitched. There were only so many people left. Wouldn't it be better to kill them and add another batch? After 3 minutes of silence, Chi Xuan continued, this number of people is not considered large-scale. With your strength, Doomsday Game, you can barely use the word large-scale if millions of people die. Their 2-digit number is not even small-scale. But Doomsday Game ignored Chi Xuan's complaints and resurfaced the warning just now. It means no. Well, I am known as an honest and trustworthy young man. If you say large-scale, then large-scale, I won't kill. Chi Xuan patted his chest to indicate that it was okay. If you can't kill directly, then kill indirectly. Anyway, Chi Xuan's purpose is not to kill, but to let these survivors die. So he plans to use a bug to let them die in the hands of the natives of the spiritual root world. It's nothing more than a means of diverting trouble and killing with a borrowed knife. This is easy to solve. Chi Xuan never worried about how to kill these survivors. The real trouble was that they couldn't be found. Now it seems that the 4th batch of survivors, who came to the spiritual root world from the Holy Relic world, were also deployed as a force unit. Unfortunately, 1 less person died. The strength is generally not strong, and the strongest is not much different from a 6th grade warlock. However, because everyone is extraordinary, and they can survive from the Holy Relic world, the weakest has the strength of an 8th grade warlock. No wonder the Doomsday Game is so precious. The potential is indeed good, and it can be realized relatively quickly. Chi Xuan quickly collected the data of all the survivors through the reconnaissance network. None of them escaped, all of them were in this village. If he wasn't worried that his behavior would anger the Doomsday Game and give him a permanent activity survivor, he would have just fired a missile and killed them all easily. The Doomsday Game's judgment of the large-scale survival of survivors is probably not based on the number, but on the trend of extinction. So even if there are only a few people left, I kill them all, it would still be a large-scale killing. If there are hundreds of millions of people, I will kill millions of survivors, and the Doomsday Game will not warn. It's not like Chi Xuan hasn't killed before. He used an intercontinental missile to destroy Longjing City before. But there was still no warning. Because Chi Xuan didn't kill all the survivors at that time, and many survivors escaped. Later, the deaths of these survivors were also caused by the world-destroying holy objects in the holy world, which had little to do with Chi Xuan. At most, he indirectly caused the world-destroying holy objects. Intelligent brain, make a plan. I want these survivors to die at the hands of the natives of the spiritual root world. Chi Xuan didn't plan to do this kind of trivial matter by himself. He let the intelligent brain give the plan, and Tai Sui God execute it. The rest was just sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. He planned to find a place nearby to build a temporary laboratory, while improving his A-level talent-hungry body, and at the same time to make a backup for the plan to destroy the 4th batch of survivors. As for the 3rd batch of spiritual root-type gene weapons, don't worry about it for the time being. The specific plan will depend on the subsequent data. So he has plenty of time to watch how these survivors die. The annihilation of the 4th batch of survivors is also in the best interests of Chi Xuan. He needs more powerful extraordinary survivors to provide extraordinary systems as food. Like the spiritual root world and the wasteland world, the lack of an extraordinary system has made Chi Xuan take countless detours, generating a plan. The reconnaissance network detected that a first-class sorcerer is approaching, and there is a 90% chance that it is Prince Luo, Yu of Yunhan Chaoli. Based on behavioral logic analysis, there is a high probability that he is looking for you. The reason is the plague formed by spiritual root-type genetic weapons. Chi Xuan thought of this at the first time. As for how the other party found him, it was nothing more than the protection of the protagonist's halo. It's not just Chi Xuan who has the protagonist's halo. Luo Geng, the Emperor of Yunhan, is very likely to have it. The other party has no way to take action, but it is not impossible to find someone to chase him. It's nothing more than artificial positioning and long-range attack. Luo Geng's spiritual roots are all space-based, and distance is not a problem for him to a certain extent. As long as we can find a person, the rest will be much easier. Yes, according to the traces, the other party followed the order of release, After getting the confirmation from Tai Suishan, Qi Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Tai Suishan's work is not perfect, but Luo Yu can't find it. If he is a first-class warlock who is good at tracking and sensing, it is possible, but the other party is good at defense and recovery. So if we can find his trace, if it is not the protagonist's halo, he dares to swallow the other party alive. It is recommended that you avoid it. This is probably a conspiracy against you. The intelligent brain can't see anything. Anyway, the task has been completed. There is no need to risk your life. Let's put aside the suggestion for now. We have to determine whose protagonist halo is influencing Luo Yu to find us. Or is it the result of the influence of Mai and Luo Geng's protagonist halo at the same time? Qi Xuan had a different idea. Qi Xuan knew that the protagonist halo would save himself. In the holy world, the protagonist of the survivor Liao, his protagonist halo had saved himself. This behavior was not only due to the protagonist halo of the other party, but also the help provided by Qi Xuan's protagonist halo, so he was able to escape from Longjing City easily. But success or failure was all due to this, and he died in Qi Xuan's hands in the end. You mean Luo Geng may not be able to bear it, so he wants you to help. And your protagonist halo judged it as an opportunity or a chance to solve it, so it formed a temporary cooperation? Yes, that's what I thought, so I decided to let Fei go and take a look. Qi Xuan definitely didn't plan to go there in person. If he guessed right, he might be able to solve the crisis. If you guess wrong, it's even simpler. You can just divert the trouble and kill the survivors with the help of the other party. At most, you will lose Fei, and at worst, you can recondense. The cost is pitifully low, but the benefits are not small. Of course, there are risks. Your idea is good, but you have to think twice before you act. Luo Geng has become a fairy sorcerer, and his strength is far beyond your reach. In everything, you should be prepared for the worst. I am so reckless, I must have been reduced in intelligence. It has come to this point. I have to look at it. Qi Xuan complained about his situation and reacted. Generally speaking, the protagonist's halo rarely lowers one's intelligence, unless there is a real benefit. Otherwise, Qi Xuan would not be able to insist so much. I lost track, damn it. Luo Yu's face was full of fatigue, but there was unwillingness in his expression. He finally caught a trace of the person who spread the spiritual root plague through the convenience of the Yunhan dynasty. Then he tracked all the way and was about to find the other party, but at the last moment, he lost the trace. Needless to say, his tracking behavior was noticed by the other party, which strengthened the cleaning effect. The other party must not have gone far. I still have a chance. If we can't find him, both the Yunhan dynasty and the human race will be in danger. Luo Yu forced himself to cheer up. At this point, Luo Yu has no way out. Once Luo Geng, the immortal sorcerer, is possessed by the spiritual root and turned into a bug man, the consequences will be disastrous. Even if all the first-grade sorcerers were added together, they were no match for the immortal sorcerer, not to mention that this immortal sorcerer should have belonged to their human race, but was eventually picked by the insect people. How could Luo Yu bear it? Now the only one who could save Luo Geng was the one who spread the spiritual root plague. If the other party could create a plague that could kill the immortal spiritual roots, the rest would be easy to solve. After taking out the map, his eyes fell on several locations. In his eyes, this was a diffusion circle. The previous area is the other party's last stop, if nothing unexpected happens. Many speculations emerged in Luo Yu's mind. Soon a possibility emerged. Will the other party come to find me? Luo Yu said softly. After all, he was the one who tracked him. Yes, I'm here now, otherwise it would be a waste of time. Suddenly, a voice exploded. Luo Yu looked back and saw a familiar behemoth appear in front of him. Is it you? Chapter 335. Yes, it's me. Nice to meet you again, Princely. Qi Xuan's voice came from Fei's mouth. It was normal for the other party to recognize Fei. Qi Xuan had not concealed it before. He did not think of hiding his identity. After all, the other party did not even know who he was. So far, no one in several worlds has known his name. You have been tracking me so hard, you better give me an explanation. Otherwise, I hope that the emperor of your Yunhan dynasty can appear again and save you in time. Qi Xuan was not polite at all. Hearing this, Luo Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. I would like to ask you, why did you spread the plague? Luo Yu was not sure whether Qi Xuan knew the truth, so he tried to test it first. Why are you beating around the bush with me? Qi Xuan sneered, and then said, there is something wrong with your emperor. The reason is still the immortal spiritual root, am I right? After the voice fell, Luo Yu's face did not change much. It seems that you really know the truth about the insect people, which is why you spread the plague. Yes, I discovered it a long time ago. The families I destroyed were most likely eaten into insect nests. The source of the insect people, do you know that it comes from the spiritual root taking over the body? Chi Xuan found a cover for himself and packaged himself as a righteous hero. Of course I know. It was your majesty who told me about this. Your majesty is now in prison. Please save your majesty for the people of the world. Luo Yu was happy. The man in front of him really knew the root cause, so he begged him without hesitation. When Chi Xuan heard this, he thought this guy was really awesome, and he used justice to pressure him right away. When I was killing insects, no one jumped out to tell me that it was for the sake of the people of the world. Now it's your emperor, let me save them. Why? Chi Xuan directly refuted. He is not a human from the spiritual root world, so naturally he doesn't eat the justice of the spiritual root world. Your majesty is a fairy sorcerer. If the insect man takes over his body, who in the world can be his opponent? If you are willing this time. Luo Yu immediately explained the importance and uniqueness of Luo Geng. Chi Xuan naturally disagreed, so the Viscount interrupted him. You are wrong. He is a fairy sorcerer, so where does his power come from? This spiritual root? Luo Yu hesitated and said, Your Excellency means that from the beginning to the end, the fairy sorcerer is not our sorcerer, but the spiritual root insect man? When he said the latter, Luo Yu's eyes widened. So you have to make it clear, are you saving the immortal sorcerer or your emperor? These two are not the same. Chi Xuan said jokingly. There is not much ambiguity in this statement. If it is someone else, it is indeed the same. After all, if the spiritual roots of the upper, middle and lower grades do not have the outbreak of spiritual root diseases, they are normal sources of extraordinary. But the immortal spiritual roots in Luo Geng's body are different. I can't save the immortal sorcerer. I, a wicked person who kills spiritual roots, will be beaten to death on the spot if I show up. But if it is your emperor, there may be a chance to save him. But the price may be very high, Chi Xuan said. How could Chi Xuan save people in vain? If the other party comes to the 4 words save the world and the people, he will work in vain. Do you really think he is a good man? Besides, what does the world have to do with him? He is not a spiritual human, nor will he be the ruler of Yunhan dynasty. Chi Xuan hopes that they will all die. Please speak directly for what you want. As long as Yunhan dynasty can do it, we will definitely help. Hearing the word price, Luo Yu could not understand what Chi Xuan wanted. At the same time, he was relieved. He was not afraid that the other party would ask for too much, but he was afraid that the other party would not take action. There is a bandit camp ahead. You go and help me destroy it first. No one is allowed to live. If it succeeds, it will not be too late for us to talk. Chi Xuan made a request. The so-called bandit camp must be the camp of the 4th batch of survivors. That's fine. Please wait here for a while. Luo Yu was puzzled. At this time, he was asked to destroy the bandit camp. As for whether it was real bandits or fake bandits, Luo Yu didn't care at all. Then he went directly to the location given by Chi Xuan and saw the bandit camp at a glance. It looked like it had become a force to be reckoned with. No wonder it is called a bandit camp. It is probably a relic of the rebellion period. Luo Yu's face turned cold. He had seen ordinary people's camps before, but this one was not like that, especially since it was far away from people and had all kinds of weapons and armor. This was normal. After all, the survivors had been fighting in the holy world not long ago, and their military qualities had been cultivated. This was when Luo Yu saw the problem. Then he easily destroyed the entire camp. He was indeed good at defense and recovery, but that was when facing a first-grade sorcerer of the same level, and his strength and agility would be inferior. But this group of survivors couldn't even reach the level of a 3rd-grade sorcerer. No matter how bad he was, it was easy for him to kill them. After solving the problem, he rushed back immediately. Seeing that fake control by Chi Xuan was still waiting for him, he asked, The bandit camp has been destroyed. What else do you want? I want your emperor, and all the 1st-grade sorcerers in the world to cooperate with me to kill the immortal spirit roots. Secondly, I want Yunhan dynasty to issue a spirit-killing order to kill all spirit roots. Chi Xuan made 2 requests. At the same time, he looked at the number of survivors, and it became 0, which made him feel very comfortable. He was not afraid of a large number, but was afraid of a small number, which was really difficult to find. Your Excellency's first point is indeed not difficult, but the second point, I'm afraid it can't be done. If His Majesty hadn't been in trouble, he could have suppressed it with his immortal sorcerer's power, but now it can't be done. Once this order is issued, I'm afraid the whole world will rebel. Luo, you didn't expect Chi Xuan's second request to be so cruel. If this is promulgated, it will be tantamount to making enemies with all the sorcerers in the world. I tell you this for the sake of your helping me a little. If the spiritual roots are not removed, there will be endless troubles. What do you mean the whole world is rebelling? In a month or so, I think these spiritual roots will become insects, and the sorcerers will just be food for the insects. You can just wait to die. I have put forward the conditions. Since you don't agree, then goodbye. After Qi Xuan finished speaking, he controlled Fei to leave directly. This is called playing hard to get, and the other party will definitely agree. The reason is simple. If you deal with it, at most the sorcerer family will be dissatisfied and rebel, and at worst, a large-scale purge will be carried out to suppress it directly. But if you don't deal with it, Qi Xuan may not necessarily die, but the spiritual root humans will definitely die. Wait, let's discuss it. Luo Yu's idea was to save Luo Gong first, and then make a soft landing. Qi Xuan's request was to make a hard landing directly. Even if the problem was solved afterwards, Yunhan dynasty would be seriously injured or even destroyed. This was what he didn't want to see, so he said that. There is no need to discuss it. If you agree, let's join forces. If you don't agree, I'm not the emperor sitting on the throne. No matter how many people die, it has nothing to do with me. You said that you care about the people of the world, but you don't even want to give up your spiritual roots. I think it's because you are a sorcerer. Qi Xuan's tone was getting more and more sarcastic. This made Luo Yu's face a little embarrassed. What Qi Xuan said was a little too real. He mentioned the people of the world, but ended up slapping himself in the face for the sake of spiritual roots and the sorcerer world. Your Excellency is right. I don't know the depth of the matter. I will accept the two conditions on behalf of Yunhan dynasty. Luo Yu immediately made amends for himself. Obviously, those two conditions were the other party's bottom line, and there was no room for negotiation. It's just that the common people are suffering from the plague. Since this plague was spread by you, I wonder if you have a cure? Luo Yu changed the subject. My plague is specifically aimed at spiritual roots. People are just affected. Not to mention that there is no one, even if there is, I won't give it to you. Suffering for the common people in the world is for the future of the human race. Qi Xuan also stood on the righteousness, and said that he was doing this to eliminate the spiritual roots. But this move, sorcerers and civilians, I'm afraid they will also be affected and die. They are so innocent. Luo Yu continued, in 3 days at most, the court's order to eliminate the spirits will spread throughout the country. By then, there will be no need for plague, and the spiritual roots can be eliminated. Do you believe this yourself? Qi Xuan was speechless. How could he not know the moral character of the sorcerer family? This involves fundamental interests. How could it be implemented? Publish the truth, and use the plague to eliminate the spiritual roots. This is the purpose of the spiritual elimination order. You are not thinking of issuing an unclear and ambiguous decree to fool me. Qi Xuan is not very good at politics, but it does not mean that he can't think of it. I dare not, but this Luo Yu really thought so. In this way, the plague is eliminated, the conditions are met, and it can also ensure that Yunhan dynasty will not become the target of public criticism. After rescuing Luo Gong, the immortal sorcerer, what can Qi Xuan do? It's nothing more than being angry and leaving afterward. He deeply understands that strength is the key. There is nothing to be afraid of. Even if your emperor is rescued, do you think he can still be an immortal sorcerer? Only those with immortal spiritual roots are immortal sorcerers. Without immortal spiritual roots, or even without spiritual roots, what do you think it will be? Qi Xuan continued to make up for it. At this moment, cold sweat oozed from Luo Yu's forehead. He really hadn't considered this problem. It was not like this in his imagination. Instead, Luo Gong suppressed the immortal sorcerer with the help of a group of sorcerers, returned as a strong man, and then swept the world. This was an idea that he had without understanding the essence of spiritual roots. After all, sorcerers never traced the roots of the spiritual root system, but instead thought about pursuing stronger lethality, defense, etc. Any other questions? Qi Xuan asked. No more. Luo Yu looked helpless as if he had lost all his strength. Without the immortal sorcerer sitting in, Yunhan dynasty could not be controlled at all. He was in power himself, so how could he not know the situation in the world? The sorcerer family and the warlord rebels were all deterred by force rather than subdued. In that case, let's go to Tianhai City together. Qi Xuan didn't care about the other party's state at all. He only cared about how he should deal with this difficult matter next. Chapter 336. Tianhai City, as the capital of Yunhan dynasty, seems a bit depressed nowadays. The matter of insect people does not have much to do with ordinary people, but the spread of plague has really affected them. Not to mention that every family is in mourning. It seems lonely. Chi Xuan's face did not change when he saw these. He is indeed the culprit, but then what? If it weren't for his spiritual root gene weapon, there would be more deaths. After all, this plague targets spiritual roots. Without the prevention of the plague, I am afraid that the spiritual root clan will directly start the family transformation ceremony. Even if they don't become sacrifices, they will become livestock to be raised. If Chi Xuan fails, ordinary people will die earlier and suffer less. Sir, what do you think of Ti City? Luo Yu asked, obviously wanting to make Chi Xuan feel guilty. It's pretty good, very quiet. Chi Xuan glanced at Luo Yu, not caring about the other party's intentions. Having lived to this day, he has lost his empathy. If he had been soft-hearted, he would not have lived to this day. The order to exorcise spirits has been issued, and the world will know about it in 3 days at most. The remaining first-class sorcerers will be here in half an hour at most. Seeing that Chi Xuan had no emotional fluctuations at all, Luo Yu knew that the other party was as hard as stone, and there was no way to move him, so he changed the subject. I know, how is your emperor's situation? Chi Xuan asked again. He did not go to the field to investigate, and the reconnaissance network could not detect it. The other party used some kind of space technology to isolate him. The space module on Tai Sui God's body did not have the corresponding ability for the time being, so the reconnaissance network could not detect it. It is not safe to go there in person, as it is easy for the other party to detect it. After all, the other party's strength is indeed much stronger than his own. So the person who investigated must be Luo Yu. I failed to contact him, but it is certain that the erosion of the immortal root is probably deeper. If you don't act quickly, you will really have to face an immortal sorcerer. Luo Yu urged. Chi Xuan naturally knew what the other party was thinking. It was nothing more than asking Chi Xuan to test the situation before the person came. After all, Chi Xuan's strength is indeed beyond the normal first-grade sorcerer, and it is infinitely close to the immortal sorcerer. However, his proposal was directly rejected by Chi Xuan. Then what? I was discovered, fighting the immortal sorcerer alone? Chi Xuan said coldly. This guy looked respectful on the surface, but in fact, he didn't take him seriously at all, and only wanted to use him. In other words, Chi Xuan's strength was stronger than the other party, otherwise the other party would definitely force Chi Xuan to be cannon fodder. Luo Yu is the largest family of sorcerers in the world, and a top-grade sorcerer of the royal family. He can be said to regard human life as an ant. Regardless of his origin or education, he values the orthodoxy of the Yunhan dynasty. The people are just a number to him, and sorcerers are just precious resources. As long as these numbers and resources can be used by him, he doesn't care about sacrifice. In the past, of course, there would be no problem. After all, the royal family is powerful. However, now, after his decline, his behavior logic is blocked by Chi Xuan's force, so he is both respectful and calculating. This situation is easy to solve. Beat him a few more times, and there will be no such messy situation where he is honest in words, but not in body. If you can convince your emperor to control half of his body, I will start in advance without waiting for those first-class sorcerers to be cannon fodder. Chi Xuan said bluntly. Of course he needs cannon fodder, otherwise how can he delay time? Chi Xuan said it so bluntly that Luo Yu couldn't help but feel ashamed. It's really too absurd for a first-class sorcerer to be cannon fodder. Your Excellency can talk to me about the cannon fodder, and don't tell them later. Luo Yu still reminded him. Those who can become first-class sorcerers are not only arrogant, but also powerful. Since Chi Xuan wants to use them, he still has to beautify them on the surface. This is Luo Yu's idea. Chi Xuan doesn't have so much energy to win over and suppress them, and directly use force to coerce. For those who are willing, forget it, and for those who are not willing, let him know how hard Chi Xuan's fist is. He was so painfully promoted because he didn't want to play any intrigue with this group of people. Don't worry, I have my own means. I guarantee that I can convince them. Chi Xuan's tone was very calm, and he was thinking about what kind of strength to use in order to make them confused without hurting their brains. Hearing Chi Xuan's words, Luo Yu felt a little relieved. He didn't spend much time with Chi Xuan, so his understanding of Chi Xuan was too limited. However, he felt that Chi Xuan, as a strong man, would definitely not mess around since he had said it, otherwise where would he put his face? Unfortunately, he still overestimated Chi Xuan's bottom line. All the first-grade sorcerers have arrived. I will go to greet them first. I wonder if you are going to rest in the hall first, or go together? Luo Yu asked. You go, I won't go. Chi Xuan was too lazy to go. He still had to show some power to these first-class sorcerers. After saying that, he turned around and went to the palace behind him. After returning, he sat on the main seat so openly, and then released Fei. Fei just lingered beside Qi Xuan, exuding a greedy breath like a predator. The palace is too small, otherwise Fei could be directly integrated with the crazy cathedral, and the size would be larger. The deterrent effect would also be better, what a pity. But it's okay, Fei is just pretending. The real force coercion has to be done by me. Qi Xuan used Fei as an auxiliary role. Of course, it is impossible to say that he really relied on Fei. If they don't know how to appreciate it, let Fei eat them. Qi Xuan thought, if they don't cooperate, he will give them a seat in the smelting furnace. It also saves them from making a fuss afterwards. As for the other party betraying him halfway after being coerced by violent means, that's easy, just kill him. Qi Xuan had already arranged the floating guns, and before the action, he would also let the intelligent brain prepare the launch silo, and if something went wrong, he would directly launch an intercontinental missile. Then he ran away as soon as possible. He couldn't really fight the immortal sorcerer to death. Qi Xuan couldn't beat him, he was really strong. No matter how much Qi Xuan improved his vertical strength, the upper limit was here, there was nothing he could do. Intelligent brain, please adjust it for me again, and see if there is any way to improve the effect of the show of power. Qi Xuan sought help from the intelligent brain. Of course you can, the intelligent brain gave a series of suggestions, and after Qi Xuan followed them, the effect was indeed much stronger. Here they are, get ready, give them a hard time. Qi Xuan arranged the fight. Not long after, Luo Yu brought a dozen first-class sorcerers into the hall. They were talking and laughing, but suddenly stopped. They could all feel the suffocating pressure coming at them. It was like meat on a chopping board, and they could be chopped into meat paste at any time. Your Excellency's show of power is indeed good, but you used the wrong person. A first-class sorcerer snorted coldly. We are helping you to eliminate the trouble. If you have this attitude, you have no sincerity at all. But before he finished speaking, Qi Xuan moved. At a speed that all the first-grade sorcerers could not react to, he approached the first-grade sorcerer, who had spoken in an instant, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the other's head. Help me. The aristocratic family, and the court share the world. If the immortal root takes over your emperor, do you think you will have a good future? I am helping you idiots. Qi Xuan said this, and smashed the sorcerer whose head he had grabbed to the ground, directly smashing a huge dent in the entire palace. As a result, you idiots are not only not grateful to me, but also have no respect at all. After saying this, Qi Xuan kicked the first-grade sorcerer, who was smashed into the ground. The opponent was kicked out by this huge force, breaking several pillars, and fell to the ground of the palace, without any movement. You still dare to question me now? What's wrong? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Qi Xuan glanced at everyone, and Fei appeared behind Qi Xuan, staring at him with a fierce look in his eyes, ready to open his bloody mouth. The expressions of all the first-class sorcerers changed. The whole process happened so fast that they were beaten far away without them reacting. The original various looks suddenly became clear. This made Qi Xuan recognize the value of fearing power, but not virtue. It doesn't matter if you don't have enough charm, as long as you have enough force. For those who are scheming, winning over and suppressing, just use physical persuasion. If they still refuse to accept, Qi Xuan also has the means of physical cremation. No matter if they are stubborn or stubborn, they will turn into ashes in the casting furnace. Misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding. Luo Yu hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. He really didn't expect that Qi Xuan would directly suppress the whole scene. This group of first-class sorcerers are not easy to deal with. When they came, they thought about how to divide the benefits. Luo Yu was also prepared to deal with it. Now, Qi Xuan solved all the problems with a punch and a kick. I hope it's a misunderstanding. Qi Xuan said, it's your honor to help you solve the trouble. If anyone has any more tricks, I will beat him to death. Qi Xuan's threat was simple, but no one dared to refute it. Even if they came to help Qi Xuan, and Qi Xuan came to help them. Since we are here, don't delay. Luo Yu, lead the way directly. Let's deal with the fairy roots. Qi Xuan said directly. The first-class sorcerers also looked confused and surprised. They just came, so they should at least welcome them. What? Any opinions? Qi Xuan saw who was so shameless and dared to speak, and he would beat the other person to death. Fortunately, this group of first-class sorcerers saw that Qi Xuan's attitude was too bad, and no one dared to refute it. Everyone said that there was no problem. Chapter 337. Luo Yu, you lead the charge, and then you guys follow. I hold the line. Not far from the secret room, where Luo Gong was in seclusion, Chi Xuan made a simple and clear division of labor. Others must have had objections in their hearts. Isn't it obvious that they are being used as cannon fodder? However, no one dared to speak up. The last person who questioned was not dead, but was cured. But he was also bruised and swollen and couldn't be cured in a short time. This means that it is not difficult for the other party to kill them. Don't worry, I will explore the way, there will be no problem. Luo, you certainly didn't want to lead the charge, but among all the people, he was the biggest beneficiary. If he didn't come, not to mention that Chi Xuan would not let him go, other first-grade sorcerers would have to force him to take action. Seeing that the atmosphere was different, he could only bite the bullet and come out to make it right. With his words, the rest of the people could only echo a few words. What else could they do? Chi Xuan forced them, and they had no choice but to do it. If I had known that I would be forced to become cannon fodder here, I would have pretended not to know. Unfortunately, money can't buy early knowledge, and now I can only be forced to face the immortal sorcerer. As for doing this for the sake of the human race and the people of the world, they can come by themselves, instead of being threatened with their lives. This is not the same treatment, so I feel aggrieved. If the other party begs me, and then persuades me with righteousness, then they will naturally show a mentality of being willing to die generously. The idea is good, but Chi Xuan is too lazy to do it. It's too troublesome. It's just cannon fodder for exploring the way. Why do you need so much drama? Chi Xuan's personality charm is not as high as his personal martial arts, so there is no way he can do such a thing. Luo, you came to the door of the secret room first and said, Your Majesty, I got a clue about the immortal root during my southern tour. I think Your Majesty is still missing an immortal root, so I came to report it. He found an excuse and thought about whether he could trick the door open. This secret room door is naturally not an ordinary thing. It is used exclusively by the royal family. No, it's better to bite off more than you can chew. A rejection voice came from the secret room. There are only 3 immortal roots left in the world, and now they are all here. There is no immortal root to speak of. Even if the clues are found, they are either outdated or rumors. Luo Yu's heart sank, and then he said, Your Majesty, you only have 2 fairy roots in your hand, and you need 3 to ascend. I am not strong enough to be sure, and you need to use the power of a fairy sorcerer to investigate. In his opinion, the 3 fairy roots were very alert. No retreat. This time the voice was more resolute. Seeing this, Luo Yu could only look back at Chi Xuan. Chi Xuan had expected it long ago. How could he come out at this time, when he was trying to seize the body? Be careful in everything to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chi Xuan signaled Luo Yu to make way, and then he kneaded the multi-state energy in his hand into a spear. Aim, charge, and throw. The multi-state energy spear directly penetrated the door of the secret room, and then a violent explosion occurred. The whole process was very fast. Before they could react, the entire secret room door and the door frame were blown to pieces. At the same time, the spatial barriers and expansions in the secret room were exposed. In the depths, a bloated black figure could be seen. Bold. An angry voice came, and then the black shadow quickly rose up, penetrated the spatial barriers, and arrived directly at the door. The appearance revealed was Luo Geng's handsome appearance, which was completely different from the bloated appearance of the black shadow. However, everyone's eyes are not blind. One person may be an illusion, but if everyone can see it, there is definitely a problem. Fifth uncle, are you preparing to rebel? Luo Geng's tone was cold, and the murderous intent in his eyes, and the pressure from the strength of the immortal sorcerer made everyone stagnate. Luo Yu did not answer, but launched an attack at the first time. With his burly body and his own advantages, he directly collided with Luo Geng. In the stunned look of everyone, Luo Yu actually bumped into Luo Geng, the immortal sorcerer, and knocked him staggering. For a moment, the words only for show came to the minds of all the first-class sorcerers present. He is bluffing, good opportunity, hurry up. Chi Xuan also saw it, so he shouted this out immediately. However, before Chi Xuan finished his words, everyone present took the lead. Regardless of whether Luo Geng was really possessed by the immortal root, for the sorcerer family, Luo Geng's life was an obstacle to them. Now that there is a chance to kill the other party, whether for the greater good or for themselves, they must do their best. After seeing Luo Geng stagger after being hit, everyone kept using killing moves. Chi Xuan did not move at all, but instead found a suitable position and prepared to launch a sneak attack. For no other reason, just because his vision was fine. At first glance, the other party staggered after being hit, but the actual reason was that the spiritual root in the other party's body had not yet completed the possession of the body, but only controlled most of the body. And there was still Luo Geng's consciousness struggling in the body, so this performance occurred without paying attention. In fact, the strength is still that of a fairy sorcerer, but there is no way to exert it. All the attacks fell on Luo Geng's body, except for damaging some clothes. There was no injury at all. Interesting, where did you get the truth? Luo Geng's tone was cold, and his handsome appearance began to change. The skin began to swell, as if it was edema. Looking closely, it was the spiritual root that actually supported the skin, and even some secretions were oozing out. These secretions were not only recognized by Qi Xuan, but also by any sorcerer who broke through to the middle level. That is spiritual power. Then, Luo Geng's eyes fell on Qi Xuan, who was about to launch a sneak attack. A space slash was casually swung out, directly cutting a long and thin space crack. Qi Xuan dodged it easily. It's you. After all, you are the strongest among this group of people. Luo Geng's bloated body passed through the space crack and arrived in front of Qi Xuan in just a moment. In an instant, the space pressure burst out, and Qi Xuan was immediately pressed into a meat pie. The power you use is only given by my clan. Luo Geng stopped looking at the meat pie and turned to look at other first-grade warlocks. You actually want to use the power of my clan to deal with me? I just don't know what to do. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Then, he heard a tearing sound, and the sharp pain accompanied by some kind of tearing made him turn his head. He saw the meat pie on the ground stretched out two long hands that were not in proportion to the human body, inserted them into his waist, and grabbed his two kidneys. Podgy. It was crushed into meat paste in front of him. Asshole, you! This made Luo Geng very angry, and he directly burst out with swear words. As a result, before he finished speaking, Qi Xuan's two long hands exploded into blood mist in front of him. He was also confused in his heart. Why did it explode when he didn't do anything? But soon, he realized that this behavior was definitely done by Qi Xuan himself. For no other reason, it was because the blood mist seemed to be alive, turning into some kind of greedy and violent insects, swarming towards him. It can be said that it accepts everyone who comes, and it will open its mouth and bite directly wherever it catches. Even though the body he controlled at the moment was a fairy sorcerer, and these little bugs couldn't bite him at all, it didn't affect this thing. Die! Luo Geng's mentality was about to explode, and he directly used the space turbulence to strangle all the fiber worms. Obviously, the protagonist halo of Qi Xuan and Luo Geng began to work, and Luo Geng was reduced in intelligence. Otherwise, the other party's IQ was online, even if he couldn't completely control his body, and there was the real Luo Geng dragging his feet. The gap in strength could not be made up. Today, don't even think about leaving here alive. Luo Geng began to talk more, and when he was about to attack Qi Xuan, the group of first-class sorcerers also started to act. At this moment, they put aside their interests and prejudices and began to join forces. For no other reason, no one wanted to die here, and they didn't want their descendants to be raised by insects and become slaves like livestock. Their strength was not as good as Qi Xuan, so Qi Xuan couldn't die. Once he died, they really had no chance of winning. So what they had to do was not to hurt Luo Geng, but to delay the enemy and let Qi Xuan recover. Luo Geng shifted his target, and the broken space directly submerged Luo Yu. When he came out again, he had become a mess of broken meat. He couldn't die anymore. The remaining first-grade warlocks must have been scared. Without complete control of the body, he could kill a first-grade warlock with one move. If he really had complete control. Then, there would be no possibility of a comeback. Qi Xuan also understood why his protagonist Halo directly reduced his intelligence. Because now is the opponent's weak period. If he misses this time, there will be no chance. That's why I didn't even give him time to improve his talent, because time really didn't wait for me. Qi Xuan directly restored his human form. He knew that what he had to do was not to kill the other party. Instead, he had to find a way to separate Luo Geng from his spiritual root, so that he could completely remove the other party's identity as a fairy magician. His biggest flaw was that he had not completely refined the fairy's spiritual root to complete the possession. If it really was completed, it would not be Qi Xuan who led people to besiege the other party, but the other party would kill everyone in one move. But this requires Luo Geng's cooperation, otherwise Qi Xuan alone would definitely not be able to do it. So, this requires Luo Geng to master certain body permissions. Qi Xuan narrowed his eyes, and then directly summoned Tai Sui God. At this point, the only way is to go all out. The Wild Natural Disaster Beast module on Tai Sui God can allow Fei, the Crazy Cathedral and Tai Sui God to merge and enhance Qi Xuan. It's not that he didn't think about using it before, but he didn't have time to use it. Now he has a chance to try it. Chapter 338. Luo Geng was keenly aware of a threat. When he killed the last first-class warlock again, he looked back with a hint of surprise on his face. The head of the white-headed bull with one eye and a snake tail was surrounded by all kinds of strange auras. More importantly, in the monster's single eye, half of Qi Xuan's body was exposed. The remaining half of the body was invisible, as if it was part of the eye. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Luo Geng couldn't help coughing. At the same time, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. That is, those first-class warlocks died early, otherwise their symptoms would be more serious. Plague, it's you. Luo Geng's eyes showed murderous intent. He could feel that some of the viruses in the deep virus that was emitted had the ability to specifically target spiritual roots. However, Qi Xuan ignored him and moved his new body. The whole body is mainly based on Fei and the crazy cathedral. Combined with other modules of Tai Sui God, it is no longer a human form. This made Qi Xuan seem very uncomfortable with the current situation. Fortunately, it was his own thing after all, so he adapted quickly. A series of abilities such as polymorphic energy, plague disease, 7-element Beidou, time refining, and fire were added to him. Have you heard of the palm method that fell from the sky? Qi Xuan's ox hoof attached the space element in the polymorphic energy, and stepped on the space turbulence that erupted under his feet, forcibly breaking it. Luo Geng continued to destroy the space, intending to threaten Qi Xuan. However, Qi Xuan's strength plus the module of Tai Sui God made up for each other's shortcomings, and the space was no longer a threat. Unless the opponent can complete the possession, Qi Xuan will not have much problem dealing with the opponent's incomplete power. Before the opponent could react, the large handprint with a composite energy structure formed by multiple energies such as deep, elements, and strength fell from the sky. Not only did it have energy damage, but it also gained kinetic impact through the charge. It's just a trick. Luo Geng glanced at the large handprint with disdain in his expression. It's fast, but it can't be faster than his space jump. He just stretched out his hand and swiped it, and a space channel appeared directly, and the large handprint sank into it. Then the other side of the space channel appeared behind Qi Xuan, and in Luo Geng's gloating eyes, the large handprint hit Qi Xuan's huge body. Boom! Qi Xuan kicked Luo Geng with his hoof. Even though he was a fairy sorcerer, he was injured by the kick. As for the big handprint hitting Qi Xuan, not only did it not cause any damage, but it was absorbed. This is all his own energy. How could it cause harm to him? It's just like drawing blood out and then transfusing it back. As long as you ignore bacteria, viruses, and other factors, at most there will be some loss after going back in a circle. As for such external factors, Qi Xuan is not afraid of them. For others, it is skill damage, but for Qi Xuan, it is actually a relief. Why are you vomiting? Luo Geng couldn't believe it, and then vomited a large mouthful of internal organs. The Yushin virus released by Qi Xuan is taking effect. The opponent's physique is indeed strong, but it can't withstand the spiritual roots. The spiritual root type gene weapon was created by Qi Xuan with the data of the spiritual root family. Even if the opponent is a fairy spiritual root, it will be effective when facing this gene weapon. Especially after this gene weapon was blessed by Fei and the crazy cathedral, its effectiveness has been further improved. It's just that there is no way to kill Luo Geng. At most it can only further weaken the opponent. Very good, it actually greatly reduced my ability. Without the help of magic, treasures and Taoist books, my strength is indeed only 1/100th of it. But the physical strength of the fairy sorcerer is not that simple. Find an opportunity to strip the spirit. This time, it was no longer Luo Geng who spoke, but the real Luo Geng, but he was squeezed off the line by Luo Geng before he finished speaking. Obviously, it was this influence that allowed Luo Geng to regain some of his body control authority. Stupid, without me, you are just an ordinary person. Luo Geng said with a dissatisfied look. He didn't expect that his secrets would be leaked out without his carefulness. Now he couldn't use the power of space. He could have tried to fool Qi Xuan, but now he couldn't. The other party not only knew it, but also took this opportunity to attack. He didn't hesitate to kick him. Clang! Luo Geng blocked Qi Xuan's hoof attack and sealed off all his breathing to avoid taking in the Yusui virus. Even if you only have the power of the flesh, you are just a first-class warlock. How can you hurt me? Luo Geng, despite his weakness caused by the Yusui virus such as the spiritual root gene weapon, grabbed Qi Xuan's flying leg and threw him over his shoulder. The force was so strong that Qi Xuan was smashed to pieces on the spot, with bones and flesh splattered everywhere. How can a mere mortal compare with the followers of great men like us? Another shoulder throw, quite like Loki throwing the Hulk. So what if he's big? He's just a dead muscle with an empty frame. After 3 consecutive shoulder throws, he stopped. Chi Xuan was indeed knocked unconscious, but he didn't die. Even when Luogang was preparing to take further action, he had recovered. Have you heard of immortality? Unfortunately, I can do it. After Chi Xuan recovered, he first fooled the other party, and then directly hit him with a corner. He didn't have any immortality, it all depended on his strong recovery. He penetrated the other party's body on the spot, and pushed him back a long distance. The reason why he stopped was obviously that the real Luogang began to exert his strength, otherwise how could the other party be willing to stop? Strip off the spiritual root, its location is mine. As soon as Luogang came online, he opened his mouth and prepared to report his weakness. This behavior naturally stimulated Luogang, so he directly worked harder to push the offline. Chi Xuan was not anxious when he saw this, and he immediately made a multi-state energy handprint. I have to say, it finally hit. Well, it still didn't hit. As the battle progressed, Luogang became more and more proficient in controlling his body. Therefore, even if the spatial ability of the whole body was suppressed, the control of the physical body was improved, so the speed was naturally not slow. Luogang not only avoided the attack of Chi Xuan's multi-state handprint, but also directly approached and came to the position of Fei Shen's one-eyed, which was the area where Chi Xuan was. The fist hit Chi Xuan's head and broke it on the spot. However, this was useless. The half of Chi Xuan growing on the one-eyed man was not him at all. This thing was like the lantern on the head of a deep-sea anglerfish, a bait. Chi Xuan was crazy to create a weakness for himself, and put the weakness at the front to be attacked. So when Luogang blew up half of Chi Xuan, the blood mist instantly turned into countless fiber worms. With the help of the Yusui virus, they swarmed directly into Luogang's body. You? Luogang never thought that someone would be so despicable as to use himself as bait. As soon as the voice fell, the remaining half of Chi Xuan's body also exploded into fiber worms and mixed in. The whole process can be said to be simple and pure fraud. Chi Xuan's real purpose was not to let the fiber worms find an opportunity to kill Luogang from the inside. Instead, he wanted to use the fiber worms to determine the situation of the spiritual roots in Luogang's body. Besides, the fiber worms could not cause much damage. Most of the body has been eaten away, which is really difficult. Chi Xuan quickly got the fiber worm exploration data sorted out by the intelligent brain. Chi Xuan looked at Luogang's human body structure, and even his brain was eroded by a small half. 90% of the internal organs and bones are spiritual roots, and the flesh is slightly better, but it is still as high as 70%. It may be a troublesome thing for Chi Xuan to save the other party. There is still a chance. My right brain is its weakness. Just take it out. Luogang heard Chi Xuan's words and squeezed out again. Chi Xuan was speechless. The skull is the hardest bone in the human body. His own strength was not as good as the opponent's. He could only be at a disadvantage because of the protagonist's halo, the fact that he had not completely taken over the other person's body, and his own special characteristics. As a result, Chi Xuan had to open the opponent's skull and take out the right brain. This was not something he could do at all. Luogang seemed to have noticed Chi Xuan's dilemma, and then said, "Increase the plague, I will try to control it." Although the other party did not finish speaking, Chi Xuan understood the meaning, that is, to continue to weaken Luogang, so that he could gain more control. Seeing this, Chi Xuan controlled all the surrounding Yusui viruses without hesitation and forced them into Luogang's body. If you can't beat him, you can only weaken him first. As the concentration of the Yusui virus in the opponent's body deepened, the spiritual roots also showed a trend of decline, but not much. The next moment, the opponent raised his right hand directly, hammered it on the head without hesitation, and directly broke the skull. The brain was exposed to the air, with a normal human brain on the left and a pseudobrain formed by tapeworms, like noodles on the right. Seeing this, Chi Xuan did not hesitate to release the fusion, rushed forward alone, stretched out his hand and grabbed the tapeworm pseudobrain and pulled it out. At the same time, Luogang was also cooperating. The tapeworm, along with various parasitic organs and tissues, was pulled out by Chi Xuan. Luogang's body softened all of a sudden. Can it still move? Chi Xuan keenly noticed that the spiritual root in his hand was rapidly expanding and exuding a terrifying power that suffocated him. He stretched out his hand and threw it into the distance, and Tai Sui God returned and grabbed the limp Luogang, flew, and pulled the acceleration module to the maximum and ran away. Chapter 339. Without the spiritual root, how can the sorcerer still move? Chi Xuan looked back at Tianhai City, where countless space mirrors cut the entire city. The real function of these space mirrors is not to destroy, but to accurately connect each spiritual root. The connected spiritual roots were directly teleported over and began to merge. It has acquired most of my body. It is no longer a simple spiritual root, but a combination of spiritual root and sorcerer, that is, the insect people you killed with the plague. And it is a fairy spiritual root, the royal family among spiritual roots, and it cannot be viewed with ordinary eyes. Luo Geng said weakly. Qi Xuan immediately understood that the evolution occurred after he obtained the data of the spiritual root family, so he didn't know. To a certain extent, the other party is likely to enjoy the protagonist halo treatment of Luo Geng. Fortunately, I have a backup. Qi Xuan muttered softly, and then ordered the intelligent brain to launch an intercontinental missile. In the silo, the intercontinental missile flew out directly, and headed for the location of Tian Heidu. Notify all floating guns to charge first, and then launch a suicide attack. Qi Xuan continued. Without Luo Geng's immortal root, it is no longer an immortal sorcerer, so it is still possible to kill it to some extent. But although it failed to completely take over the body, it also successfully got rid of the suppression, and could use the power of space again. Can't escape, I know its weakness. Only by killing it can everything be done. Luo Geng saw that Qi Xuan didn't seem to want to fight at all, and said immediately, Stop talking nonsense, and just tell me the weakness. Qi Xuan is most annoyed by this kind of people. It was the same situation during the previous battle. You could just tell me where the weakness is, but you have to say some nonsense. This made Qi Xuan speechless. The situation turned out to be like this. Do you remember the immortal root, endless universe, that I got from you? Luo Geng asked himself and answered, I haven't completely refined this immortal root yet. So as long as you can destroy this immortal root that has not been completely refined, everything about it will collapse. In addition, there is. Luo Geng said a lot of things, but for Qi Xuan, it was of no use at all. Looking back, the intercontinental missile was cut into pieces by space in midair, and did not explode at all. The floating gun was fine. After the accumulated power self-explosion, it affected the space mirror, but the impact was also very limited. There was no way to prevent the immortal root from merging with the other spiritual roots. Now, the exorcism order is no longer needed, because all the spiritual roots have been fused. If this spiritual root fusion is not solved, there is no need to worry about the problem of the sorcerer, because there is a high probability that all people will die. Stop for a while, there are two problems to solve before that. How can I break through the opponent's space blockade, and accurately find the fairy spiritual root you mentioned in such a huge monster? Qi Xuan looked at the torrent formed by countless parasites, and couldn't help but complain. Wherever the torrent passed, the space was distorted, broken, and curled up. Qi Xuan would definitely die if he went in. It's better to choose to run away, and hold on for a while. After the spiritual root fusion was completed, the limited time event of the New World Pass of the Doomsday game was also opened. Limited time event The Last Spiritual Root Clan. Goal: survive for 72 hours. Reward: New World Pass. Letting him live for 72 hours is enough to see its danger. You must know that in the Holy World, 3 world-destroying holy objects fought each other, but he was still allowed to live for 12 hours. The spiritual root fusion can't reach the level of world destruction. At most, it can only destroy the ecology, not even enough for the rule level. If it is put into the Holy World, it will probably die in 3 days. However, this is also because Qi Xuan's hatred is too high, and the opponent will never choose to let him go. Before Luo Geng's answer, Qi Xuan waited for the attack of the spiritual root fusion. The space in front of Qi Xuan was broken, and the space behind him was reduced. Up, down, left and right became chaotic. The next step may be a kilometer away, or it may be only 1 centimeter forward. Where can you escape to? Countless squirming sounds formed a voice, and silently, the spiritual root fusion body as big as Tianhai City had approached Qi Xuan. How could Qi Xuan give up? All the missiles in the strategic missile weapon system were poured out at the same moment. However, the chaos in space made it impossible for these missiles to hit the opponent. It couldn't be easier for the spiritual root fusion body, with powerful spatial power, to dodge on the spot. In the center, you just need to break through the space blockade and penetrate the spiritual root group to kill with one blow. Luo Geng tremblingly pointed out a clear way for Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan had no chance of escaping. He had to either kill the other party or die. The plan is good, but I'm not strong enough. Qi Xuan didn't see the weakness of the so-called one-hit kill, but he was sure that this was his chance of survival. So I need a little help from you. After dodging a powerful attack from the spiritual root fusion body, Qi Xuan looked at Luo Geng and said, Luo Geng looked a little confused. What kind of help could he provide? But before he could ask this question, Qi Xuan crushed Luo Geng's brain and washed his body with polymorphic energy. The whole process was very fast. Luo Geng died without any pain and was thrown into the casting furnace. After all, he was a defective fairy sorcerer. Even if it was not much, he could provide a lot of evolutionary energy for Tai Sui God. I need your luck to help me. As soon as Qi Xuan finished speaking, the protagonist halo on the other party was swallowed up by the protagonist halo on him. Enhancement plus 10. Resistance? Qi Xuan glanced at the enhancement effect and then ignored it. I don't know what the effect is for now, but it should be a defensive ability similar to unyielding. Ha ha ha, the internal fighting of humans is really interesting. At this time, you actually killed your ally. It's really interesting. The spiritual root fusion body laughed sharply. Then it pressed directly over with the broken space. If Qi Xuan fell into it, he would definitely die without a burial place. If it were before, Qi Xuan would be worried. But now, with a plus 10 enhancement of Tianming Yushin, there is still a half-home advantage, so there is no need to be afraid. I think you are selling soul like a bidder, Qi Xuan said inflatedly, taking over Tai Sui God. The 3 modules of the Wind Rider aviation system, the micro-element particle accelerator, and the violent element ion thruster were directly fully loaded. Holding a floating gun in his hand, he directly used the psionic ray to open the way. Of course, he couldn't take all the floating guns to deploy. He knew that the other party was good at space, so he must leave some for preparation. The psionic ray directly blasted a route for Qi Xuan to move forward. Whether it was the ability to break space barriers, or even space cutting. With the continuous output of the psionic ray, each time it could accurately destroy the other party's space structure, making all its space abilities directly invalid. What? The spiritual root fusion body made a sharp sound, with shock in its tone. It really couldn't understand why Qi Xuan could easily attack the weak points of its own space structure, and even ignore the attack. It's Luo Geng. You killed Luo Geng and gained some unknown power from him. At this moment, the spiritual root fusion body finally understood why its attack could not hit, and there was no way to stop it. In addition, the opponent knew its fatal weakness. The combination of many factors made it panic, and made it not know how to deal with Qi Xuan's attack. Great Lord, I pray to you, please. The spiritual root fusion body reacted immediately. It also has a backstage, the spider god at Lacnakia, who uses many worlds as spider webs. But soon, it was desperate. Because its prayers were like a drop in the ocean, and no response was received. In the past, even if there was no response, there would be similar inductions, but now even the inductions disappeared. It felt like it was abandoned. You want to become a follower of the spider god? That depends on whether he agrees. Not to mention that you want to be a vassal? You just want to parasitize the spider god. Qi Xuan's voice burst out, hitting the heart of the spiritual root fusion. Who can't guess your little trick? After parasitizing humans, you want to parasitize a more powerful existence. Who do you think you are? Qi Xuan suppressed it with words, while quickly approaching the spiritual root fusion. The psionic rays of the floating gun fell on the opponent's body, directly decomposing a path to its fatal weakness. You have offended the spider god, and you want to destroy humanity and betray the world. You are so double-faced, you deserve to die here today. Qi Xuan penetrated the body of the fused spiritual root, and grabbed the fatal weakness of the immortal spiritual root. If you want to be a vassal, you shouldn't have other thoughts. The world gives you development, so don't betray it. There are only 2 choices, and you can choose the wrong one, haha. Qi Xuan said sarcastically, pulling off the immortal spiritual root that was not completely refined and throwing it into the melting furnace. I shouldn't be like this. The spiritual root fusion roared unwillingly. But it was useless no matter how unwilling it was. The huge body collapsed and countless spiritual roots were disintegrated. Qi Xuan was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He grabbed Luo Geng's spiritual root, which was a tapeworm plus a series of parasitic organs, and stuffed it into the melting furnace together. Luck, it all depends on luck. Qi Xuan swallowed his saliva, and his hands began to shake after he finished the process. Good and bad things go hand in hand. With such a large number of spiritual roots, plus a fairy sorcerer, Tai Sui God's 2 evolutions are guaranteed. Qi Xuan looked at the constantly wriggling spiritual root torrent softly, which was so dense that it was unknown how many there were. It's just a bit of a loss, and you have to fight with your life. Chapter 340. Qi Xuan spent nearly a day to collect most of the spiritual roots into the smelting furnace. There were too many, and it was unrealistic to collect them completely. Qi Xuan could only do his best. The escaped spiritual roots might cause subsequent problems? Chi Xuan had nothing to do with it. He would leave the spiritual root world in 2 days. He was not a savior, so how could he consider so many things? The remaining points probably wouldn't cause any trouble. As for the limited time event, the Doomsday Game was indeed quite rigid. Although the boss died, it didn't end directly, but continued to count down. For this, Chi Xuan could only curse it as a lame thing. He estimated that the evolutionary energy obtained in the end was enough for Tai Sui God to complete 3 evolutions. Unfortunately, the number was too large, and it took time to burn. There was definitely no way to complete it in the remaining 2 days in the spiritual root world, and he could only wait for the next Doomsday world. But this was also good news. Otherwise, with 3 module columns now, Chi Xuan would find it difficult to bear to keep it until the next Doomsday world. Intellectually, it is right to spare the module slot to deal with the next Doomsday world. In fact, Chi Xuan wanted to install modules such as fiber worms, elemental materials, and anti-elemental defense. The energy technology brought by the deep elemental enchantment is indeed very comprehensive. At least it can be used in various environments. Then the remaining time is to study how to improve his A-level talent, the hungry body. Logically speaking, it is definitely impossible to complete the improvement, but theory is always just theory. The complete evolution data of the Spirit Root Clan plus the Enhanced plus 10 Destiny Deep, and this talent is an artificial talent, so it is not surprising that it succeeded. S-level talent, Devourer's Core, from the Hungerer to the Devourer, the name is indeed much better. Then Chi Xuan simply ignored this talent. It is not so easy to evolve to the SS level. It is estimated that he will have to wait until his virus talent is upgraded to the SSS level before the Yusui virus can have a subsequent upgrade method. What Chi Xuan really cares about is the enhancement of his own attributes. As the talent is upgraded from A to S, the additional attributes are transformed into basic attributes. It makes his own attributes directly break through the original upper limit and produce a qualitative change. If he meets the Fairy Sorcerer again now, he will probably not be able to kill him, but the opponent will not want to kill him either. Both sides are at the same level. Then the Yusui virus is further enhanced, and then he feels the bottleneck. It's not him, but the Yusui virus in his body, which seems to have reached the end. However, Chi Xuan doesn't care at all. Every time he improves, he will feel that his potential has been exhausted, but his strength is soaring. He and the deep virus didn't have this potential to begin with. It was actually a good thing that a bottleneck appeared, indicating that a breakthrough could be made. In addition, the derivatives of fiber worms, flies, etc., all began to be updated. The strength has reached a new level. It will be even more difficult to break through the attributes after the double-digit level. I really envy those humans who were born in a powerful world. They don't have to worry about their potential and upper limit in a short period of time. Unlike me, after leaving the deep world, every progress is to expand my upper limit. It's really hard for me. Chi Xuan sighed. This is really hard. Whether it is a breakthrough or an improvement, the whole process is inevitably accompanied by torture and pain, even if it is installing an update patch for yourself. Then, his eyes fell on the panel, and his expression suddenly changed. No you. Chi Xuan suddenly found that his attributes on the attribute panel provided by the Doomsday Game had become a mess of garbled characters. Name, Deep Virus fully infected 100%. Spirit, ####. Physique, ####. I have already overestimated you. Why are you so disappointing? Chi Xuan was so disappointed. It's okay that the name is an asterisk, but the attributes have become garbled characters from single digits to double digits. If I continue to improve, your panel will have cracks. To be honest, Chi Xuan really didn't expect that the Doomsday Game would not be able to display the attributes from 9 to 10. He suspected that he had reached the upper limit of the survivors in the Doomsday Game. This means that his improvement far exceeds the improvement efficiency of the Doomsday Game. No wonder the Holy Relics world can only bring Dragon Whale City here. I thought you just wanted to choose the survivor protagonist, but I didn't expect it to be the limit. For a moment, Chi Xuan didn't know what to say. Then he found a blind spot. If I continue to improve my strength, can I get out of the control of the Doomsday Game directly? Even if I'm a little more ruthless, I can take over the Doomsday Game. Of course he knew that the Doomsday Game was a pit, but he still coveted the ability to travel through the world. Although the worlds he traveled through were all Doomsday, as long as he could survive, it meant that he could obtain the resources of a world. Wait, if I become like this, will the Doomsday Game not take me away? Chi Xuan suddenly thought of this question. He could change to another Doomsday world. Even in the Holy Relics world, Chi Xuan was sure to continue to be domineering. But the spiritual root world is not the same. This world has an owner. Chi Suan couldn't even imagine how terrible the spider god at Lacnakia was. It shouldn't be. If you really don't take me with you, I guess I can't even open the attribute panel. But I have to pay attention to it in the future and prepare in advance. If I really want to take the initiative and haven't caught Doomsday Game one day, I have to find a better world to settle down. Chi Suan thought about the backstab, and after thinking about it, he temporarily suppressed it. At present, the attributes of Doomsday Game are still very valuable. 10 points can make Doomsday Game unable to understand. Those gods, demons, immortals and emperors are likely to have 30 to 50 points of attributes. After all, it is an exponential improvement, similar to the attribute mode of D&D. Of course, there is still a big gap between Chi Suan and those strong men. After all, the improvement after 10 points of attributes is probably not an easy thing. Especially since the Doomsday Game cannot bring in strong enough survivors for him, he can only rely on the Doomsday world that the Doomsday Game takes him to. The strongest survivor that the Doomsday Game can bring in is estimated to have a dual attribute of 9 points. If it is higher, the Doomsday Game at this stage is estimated to be unable to control it. Like Chi Suan, he will become an outlaw. No, it stands to reason that you can control 10 attributes. After all, the Deep Source Virus Frenzy in my hand adds 10 points of growth. So you shouldn't be in the single digits. Chi Suan thought of the SSS level props that he had always treated as a pendant. Wait, the bottleneck I feel is not the exhaustion of the potential provided by the source of the Deep Virus Frenzy. The reason why there is a plus 10 growth of spirit, physique, and deep virus is because of the downgrade? If the previous consciousness exists, then this item must be X level, but Chi Suan has dealt with the consciousness, so it is essentially incomplete. Therefore, there is a possibility of breaking the limit, but under normal circumstances, there is no way to reach this level with the help of the source of the Deep Virus Frenzy. Chi Suan did not rely on it, but relied on other extraordinary systems. Normally, this item should not have the suffix of Virus Frenzy. This suffix is not an improvement, but a restriction. Just like the Sacred Purification Force Field on the Tai Sui God, without the deep as a limitation, it is definitely a conceptual existence. But after adding the suffix, it is limited to the content of the suffix. Forget it, it's already come to this, no more words will do any good. There will be one less reference panel in the future. I hope you don't mess up anything for me next time. Chi Suan had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. His strength had exceeded the upper limit of the survivors in the Doomsday Game. He was also a violator, and the two sides were still in the Cold War stage. He couldn't leave the other side, and it was very likely that he would do something similar to a job transfer. The simplest point is that the technical position was transferred to the cleaning position, which directly disgusted Chi Suan. The main reason was that the Doomsday Game couldn't fire Chi Suan, otherwise how could it keep such a big traitor like him? Before the attribute panel was garbled, he was a cancer, and now he has directly become a traitor. If he continues to grow, he may really replace him. I don't know where the Doomsday Game came from. It's so rigid, and it's so troublesome to fire an employee. I wish my company in my previous life could be so law-abiding. Chi Suan felt that the Doomsday Game didn't have many shortcomings except that it was stingy, a bit lame, and liked to drag people to survive. It really abides by the rules and regulations. Even if there are conflicts with the rules and regulations, they will be considerate to provide solutions. Even Chi Suan, the violator, enjoyed it. For example, the solidification effect of Tai Sui's trait 4, the rewards are not vague. I just hope that the next Doomsday world can be more earthly. Don't make the difficulty higher and higher just to get rid of me. I don't necessarily die with the protagonist's halo, but you may really get hammered in the Doomsday Game. Chi Suan's words were not false, that is, the spider god at Lacnakia might not be interested, otherwise the Doomsday Game would really die. His eyes looked at the countdown in the limited time event, the last spiritual root clan. There were only 3 minutes left. He looked at his floater and missile reserves again. It would take a long time to fully recover. In order to survive, he used them all. 3 days would definitely not be enough. The floater was better. It was a module, so the solidification effect could be directly restored. But there was no way to recover the missile reserves. After all, they were derivatives of the strategic weapon missile weapon system, and needed to be transformed and synthesized by themselves, so they were not that fast. As the countdown directly returned to 0, Chi Suan found that the familiar phantom pain came again, and the perception was clearer than the last time. So my strength has become stronger, and I can feel the transmission mechanism of the Doomsday Game. This was Chi Suan's last thought before he lost consciousness. Chapter 341. The force seems to be stronger than last time. Or is it that his strength has not changed, but I am stronger, so I am more sensitive? Chi Xuan briefly recalled the phantom pain at the back of his head. Unfortunately, after being teleported, he did not feel anything at all, so Chi Xuan called it a phantom pain. So he was not sure whether the pain at the back of his head was real. Then, Chi Xuan looked around. He seemed to be in an old house, which seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. From the style, it seemed to be ancient Chinese style. This is a rich man's house, Chi Xuan muttered. No matter whether it is modern or ancient, this style is not something that ordinary people can afford to decorate. It is not clear what the situation in this world is for the time being. Chi Xuan will stabilize it first. The main reason is that there are no intercontinental missiles in hand, and the number of floating guns is not enough. Otherwise, Chi Xuan will go out to explore openly. According to convention, there is a boss and a chance here. If you don't want to take the chance, just run away first. Chi Xuan thought, and opened the game panel by the way, glancing at the number of survivors. He needs to determine the situation of the survivors this time based on the number. Thought 12 billion people? This is screwed. Chi Xuan can see that there is no hope of having a supernatural system. Maybe it's the principle of mixing some talents? The stronger the supernatural system, the fewer survivors the Doomsday Game can pull in. And now 12 billion people, their quality can only be said to be about the same as the first batch of survivors. Chi Xuan also knew the situation of this group of survivors. There were only a few valuable ones, and it was not easy to meet them. Chi Xuan was lucky, but the Doomsday Game would definitely not let them refresh around Chi Xuan. So they must be far away, and it would be really difficult to find them if they were scattered like this. What's the situation? Chi Xuan asked the intelligent brain. Just now, Tai Sui had released the satellite projection, and the intelligent brain was currently sorting out the data. It was also gray outside the mansion, and it looked very dim. There was not even the sun in the sky, and it was all shining by the moon. He subconsciously wanted to complain that the moon was shining because of the reflection of the sun, but because the world was different, he didn't dare to say anything. Who knows what this world is like? What if it is not the universe, stars and other similar structures that he knows? Reconnaissance network, satellite projection has been affected by unknown factors, unable to effectively generate reports. Currently, it is confirmed that the area has formed a certain division, and only the information of your mansion can be obtained temporarily. And the information has corresponding interference. If nothing unexpected happens, this world is likely to be similar to the Holy World. Chi Xuan frowned after hearing this. Is the intensity so high? Chi Xuan found that Doomsday Game really didn't want to live, and actually brought him to such a dangerous world. In other words, this world has already fallen into Doomsday. So what is Doomsday? Chi Xuan looked at the data report, which included a three-dimensional image of the mansion, which was clear, but occasionally mixed with some black spots. These black spots are the disturbed areas. One of the black spots is in the well in the yard, not far from him. After thinking for 30 seconds, Chi Xuan took out a white phosphorus bomb from his subspace pocket and threw it indirectly. The white phosphorus bomb exploded, and the flames began to surge up. There is no energy reaction. What is interfering? Chi Xuan was crazy to dare to look. Even the reconnaissance and perception modules of Tai Sui Shen did not detect the problem, which means that the problem is very big. Chi Xuan said, and took out another floating gun, thinking that since non-supernatural weapons are useless, he will just use supernatural weapons. While aiming, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if something was blowing at him. The unreasonable thing is that Chi Xuan and others are in the space formed by the expedition-level ecological circulation device inside Tai Sui Shen, and he can recognize that the Doomsday Game can knock on the back of his head through Tai Sui Shen. But what kind of thing is so awesome that it can penetrate space and blow his cold air? Isn't this a problem? Wouldn't it be better to break his neck myself? Chi Xuan turned his head and saw a woman in ancient costume. Fuck, your skin is as white as mine. Chi Xuan's eyes widened. It's almost like you've been dead for 10 years. It's really the Earth. Gabba. The woman didn't answer, but stretched out her hand and directly pinched the neck of Tai Sui God, and then broke it. At the same time, Chi Xuan's neck was also twisted 180 degrees. The speed was not fast, just the speed of a normal person. At the beginning, Chi Xuan could dodge it with 0.5 points of physical attribute. But the scary thing is that neither Tai Sui Shen nor Chi Xuan could dodge it. She even twisted Tai Sui Shen's head, which was also synchronized to Chi Xuan's body. What is this thing? Chi Xuan twisted his head back, and Tai Sui Shen recovered. One is an energy virus-type humanoid creature, and the other has a deformation module, So the necks of these two are not normal at all. Even if the head explodes, they will not die, let alone other things. It's not strong, but it seems to be a holy object? No, it's more extreme than a holy object, like some kind of established operating program plus inevitable rules. She was blowing cool air behind me, and I turned my head, and she twisted my head off. If it meets the predetermined program, the rules will be implemented directly. Chi Suiyan can be sure of one thing, that is, the woman just now is not a human, not even a ghost. It won't be a weird talk like something weird. Chi Suiyan muttered. Don't say it, it's really possible. If you want to get rid of Chi Suiyan now, the Doomsday Game may only choose this kind of rule-based world that ignores attribute strength. Otherwise, it would be a bit difficult. Chi Suiyan's resistance to this kind of world is indeed not high. He has not been exposed to the rules. There are holy objects in the holy world, but they are not what he can analyze. Now, it is also a bit difficult. Chi Suiyan looked back again, and the woman did not appear. He suspected that it might be because he blew up the well. The interference point should be the point that triggers this kind of rules. Then how about we just leave this house? Chi Suiyan thought, can't you hide if you can't afford to offend? Then he went straight to the gate of the mansion. The first thing he saw was the gate was tightly closed, and at first glance it looked like the big mouth of some monster. The good news is that this is not an interference point. The bad news is that this thing can't be opened. Chi Suiyan stretched out his hand to pull the door. Normally, with the strength of him and Tai Sui, let alone the door, the house can be demolished. But now not only is it unscathed, but it can't even be opened. I don't believe it. Floating cannon, just charge the psionic ray. Chi Suiyan confidently used his trump card. The floating cannon charged for 30 seconds, and the psionic ray immediately hit the door of the mansion. However, it was as if it fell on the water curtain and was directly ineffective. Chi Suiyan's eyes widened at this scene. Fuck. Chi Suiyan was really shocked this time. It was the first time he saw someone being hit by a psionic ray without any damage. Whether it is the Blood Moon or the Golden Light Man, although these supersized beings are not afraid of psionic rays, they will also be harmed. However, in this ordinary mansion, there is such a strong man. Intelligent brain, do you see the chastity arch? Let's lay the floor tiles below. Chi Suiyan thought for a moment, and did not dare to choose the chastity arch. If it is decomposed, it will be troublesome if it triggers some great terror. Of course, it will be more troublesome if it is not decomposed, which means that there is some kind of rule protection in the mansion that can be immune to psionic rays. The floating cannon attacked again, and there was no change. Fly to the sky and see if you can get out. After Chi Suiyan said this, Tai Sui God pulled up an onion from dry land. He easily flew to a height of 100 meters. According to the feedback from the reconnaissance network, the altitude of Tai Sui God stopped increasing after reaching a distance of 100 meters. There is a certain upper limit in the air, and it cannot rise further. Do you choose to change a direction? Change. The Tai Sui God turned around, and soon stopped increasing the altitude, but flew in all directions. The result is the same. As long as it is 100 meters away from the mansion, even if it is still in the flying state, it will still be in the same place. It must be a ghost wall. Chi Suiyan suddenly thought of these three words. And it's not an ordinary ghost wall, but an air wall similar to the rule level. But it's also quite humane. Just let me stay in the same place, and hit the air wall directly. Go back first, maybe there will be some clues. Chi Suiyan knew that if he wanted to leave, he might need some opportunities. For example, solving certain events. Then find a chance to see if you can stuff the female ghost who broke my head into the smelting furnace. This thing is similar to rules, and it will definitely burn out a lot of evolutionary energy. The holy object can burn, so why can't this female ghost? The Tai Sui God cannot be effectively detected and may not be used as fuel. Or the Tai Sui God has not evolved enough times to make the smelting furnace burn. Compared to the holy object world, this world is more weird. Chi Suiyan's heart sank when he heard this. If it can't burn and it's weird, then he might really die in this world. Wait, the number of survivors who died seems to be wrong? Chi Suiyan looked at the number of survivors. There is a decrease, but not much, just like the normal number of deaths. After all, people die every moment, but people are also born. What's the situation? Chi Suiyan looked at the fluctuating number of deaths. He suspected that the Doomsday Game copied the behavior of the Winter World and directly captured the natives as survivors. But there is a question worth thinking about. In such a harsh environment, there are so many people. So where did the Doomsday Game throw me? At present, I can be sure that I am definitely not in the world of the living. He suspected that he was thrown into a special area such as a different space or a secret realm by the Doomsday Game. Chapter 342. I was chosen. This shouldn't be the case. Pan Fan looked helpless. Just 3 days ago, a national Destiny survival game called Doomsday Game suddenly descended on their world. Everyone was bound to become a survivor, and they were given 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, a group of people would be selected from all the survivors and sent to the underworld to survive. If the survival fails, the corresponding country will be punished strangely, such as wiping out the citizens or bringing down certain disasters. If the survival is successful, different rewards will be given according to different performances. For example, the resources in the country will be restored, and the lifespan of the survivors in the country will be increased. This is a big surprise for the country and the people. For no other reason, it is because the planet they are on has fallen into the point of resource depletion 100 years ago. Whether it is agriculture or industry, they have stagnated. Even those high-ranking officials in the country, the biggest luxury is to drink a bowl of rice porridge that has been preserved for 100 years. You can only drink it once a month, and you can only have a small bowl to taste it. Ordinary people will not starve to death, but the artificial food they eat is really unpalatable and has no nutrition and can only maintain vital signs at most. So few people live past 40 years old. Fortunately, children, pregnant women and other related personnel also eat artificial food, but the nutrition is richer. But it is just barely enough to maintain life. Pan Fan is actually skinny and has never eaten enough. Countries have also thought about flying out of the planet and exploring other planets. But the problem is that there are no resources. All resources are exhausted. Where can they find resources to fly into outer space and explore new planets? So they are actually dying slowly, just waiting to drain the last bit of resources from their home planet, and then everyone will die together. So the emergence of the Doomsday Game has given all countries a glimmer of hope. Of course, each country does not only choose one survivor. The first time it was a full 100 people. As long as one person comes back alive, it is considered a successful survival. In addition, the survivors who enter the underworld to survive will also draw a talent as a help at the beginning. However, such generous conditions mean that the difficulty is absolutely very great. As a survivor who was chosen to survive, Pan Fan was naturally unwilling. He is not one of those pretentious people, and he must know that he is not the material at all, and entering the underworld is absolutely dead. Doomsday Game, draw talents. Pan Fan said. There is no extraction process, nor any roulette jackpot. His talent just appeared on his attribute panel. D-level talent, pollution resistance. Effect, slightly improve resistance to pollution. What's the use of this? Pan Fan naturally knew the quality level. When the Doomsday Game came, everyone was implanted with the corresponding information. But before he could think about anything, he was teleported to the underworld. Mandatory task, survive for 24 hours. Reward, return. Exploration task, improve exploration degree. Reward, Xiaoguang country randomly restores a land resource. Hint, resource recovery degree is linked to exploration degree. After seeing the reward, Pan Fan was speechless. It's not that cheap. Going back alive is just no punishment. If you want more, you can only fight for it. Pan Fan looked again. He now appeared at the door of an ancient mansion. He thought he had to go into the house. As for leaving, he looked back at the fog in the distance. Pan Fan didn't want to try to see what was inside. He walked over, and the door of the mansion opened by itself. Although Pan Fan was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be frightened. There are ghosts in the underworld. It's normal, he whispered, and then he found that there seemed to be a figure standing not far away. He blinked, and the figure approached directly, and appeared in front of him all of a sudden. Ah! He screamed instinctively, and his soul flew away. Shut up, shouting so loudly, it's easy to attract ghosts. A voice sounded in his ears. Then, Pan Fan felt his mouth was covered. Looking more carefully, his expression showed a look of F***ck. For no other reason, just because an armored man jumped out of this ancient mansion. This style doesn't fit at all. Have you calmed down? The other party asked again. Pan Fan nodded hurriedly, although he couldn't say it, but at least expressed it. Then the other party put down his hand. Are you a survivor in the Doomsday Game? What's the situation? The other party asked again. You too? Pan Fan always felt that their styles were different. Yes, but my situation is special, so I won't mention it for now. Where are you from, and how did you appear? What is your talent? Do you have any missions? The armored man asked a series of questions, like a string of cannonballs. This made Pan Fan look even more strange. Why did it seem like there was something wrong? You don't know? That shouldn't be the case. The information has already been implanted in the Doomsday game. Pan Fan looked at Chi Swain with caution. It was like someone didn't know common sense. I'm not one of your batch of survivors. How would I know? In this regard, you have to call me Senior. The armored man directly reported his identity. Senior? Pan Fan was still vigilant. Who knows what's going on? Tell me quickly, or I kill you. The armored man threatened. Pan Fan wanted to say something with guts. If you have the guts, kill me. But soon, a huge one-eyed white-headed snake-tailed bull stood up, and the one-eyed bull just looked at Pan Fan. Ignore it, it's just my summon, Chi Swain said bluntly. With this sentence, Pan Fan became honest and told all the information at once. In the current situation, it is very easy for the other party to kill him. After listening to the setting, Chi Swain could only say that the Doomsday game is really good at playing, and it also pretends to be a national destiny competition. The survivors are probably not strong, but the strong one should be the underworld where Chi Swain is. He guessed that the underworld and the world where the survivors are probably not the same world. This grandson is a real grandson. Chi Swain couldn't help but curse. For no other reason, it was because he felt that the Doomsday game was hiding in the world of the living in a safe area, and Chi Swain was in the underworld. As for the survivors, they would be teleported back to the world of the living after surviving in the underworld. It was like a Doomsday game directly opening up remote animal husbandry. Chi Swain wanted to trouble this group of survivors, but couldn't. It was probably because they couldn't do anything to Chi Swain, so they chose this behavior. This made Chi Swain so angry that he gritted his teeth. After all, they had been in a cold war for so long, but he actually left him alone. Senior, do you have anything else to ask? Pan Fan asked cautiously. Chi Swain didn't say anything, so of course he was uneasy. This was not a good guy. Gone. Chi Swain was indeed gone. He didn't know the principle of teleportation at all. In fact, Chi Swain had been trapped in this mansion for 3 days. He had fought with a female ghost in the mansion for no less than hundreds of times. The other party couldn't kill him, and he couldn't kill the other party. He could burn it in the smelting furnace, but he couldn't burn it to death. Then he disappeared inexplicably after 3 minutes and reappeared. It was like a fixed-point refresh NPC. He also figured out the special abilities, such as killing by turning the head to kill with a cool breath on the neck, killing by dragging the head out of the well, and hanging the head by the cervical vertebra in the house. These ways of dying ignore the attribute strength, as long as they meet the requirements. However, there is no after-sales service such as whether to kill or resurrect after killing. As long as you don't trigger it, there will be no problem wandering around the mansion. I wish you good luck next, and I hope you can leave alive. Chi Swain sincerely wished. He thought about taking advantage of Pan Fan's return, but he knew without thinking that the Doomsday game would definitely not allow it. So he could only observe first. As for helping, forget it, he didn't kill Pan Fan, the survivor, which was already a lenient treatment. Senior, I just need to survive for 24 hours. It's just a piece of cake for you, Pan Fan said flatteringly. For the sake of survival, don't be shabby. Chi Swain shook his head, no help. But I can give you a hint. Chi Swain thought for a while, and suddenly set the survivor to himself, which might be the help of the protagonist's halo. If you feel someone blowing cold air on your back, don't look back, but move forward. The well in the garden. Chi Swain briefly told Pan Fan the precautions. As long as the other party doesn't deliberately try, you can basically survive for 24 hours. As for getting more rewards for exploration, that's not something Chi Swain should consider. But even so, he doesn't think Pan Fan can survive for 24 hours. If nothing else, there seems to be some kind of regular pollution in the mansion. The longer you stay, the more immersed you will be. Chi Swain is not affected. He has a very high resistance to pollution, and is even immune. For example, in the spiritual root world, they all saw the indescribable spider god, but nothing happened, and they were still alive and kicking. It may be related to his own specialness. After all, the predecessor of the Usui virus is related to the Usui god. Although the upper limit is low, it cannot withstand the high birth. In addition, Chi Swain has seen a lot, so his resistance is also high. However, as an ordinary person, if Pan Fan can't find a solution in the mansion, he will fall into delirium, auditory hallucinations, etc. in 10 hours at most. He will go crazy in 15 hours, and die in about 20 hours. As for how Chi Swain found the pollution, it was of course because of the investigation interference. And he also found a lot of weird things, such as the door of the mansion, which can't be opened from the inside, but as long as you are outside and get close to a certain range, it will open by itself. It's simply a regular version of an automatic door. Chi Xuan scolded it for taking off pants to fart. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Pan Fan thought Chi Xuan was a pretty good person. Although he said he was unwilling, he still told him about all the dangers. Chapter 343. Chi Xuan found a safe place, and continued to work on his own business. He also started to monitor Pan Fan with a reconnaissance network. Pan Fan must have thought about staying with Chi Xuan. However, Chi Xuan didn't tolerate him at all. He was a cannon fodder, and wanted to use him to bully others. Later, he left in disgrace. At the beginning, Pan Fan must have thought about playing badly. As long as he didn't touch the taboos that Chi Xuan said, basically nothing would happen. But soon, he found something wrong. He was being polluted by some unknown thing. If he didn't take action, he would die even if he didn't touch the taboos. He wanted to find Chi Xuan, but suddenly found that he couldn't find him. This made Pan Fan's face look not so good, and he could only start the investigation step by step. Humans in the living world seem to have some special features that allow them to observe some differences in the underworld. This special feature comes from the unique reaction formed by the pollution eroding their bodies. The heavier the pollution, the more you can see. However, this observation ability does not come from the other party's physical body, so simply digging out the eyes or connecting the field of vision cannot obtain this observation method. The biggest possibility is the uniqueness of the soul or spirit. So to some extent, the underworld and the living world have some kind of close connection. Chi Xuan is not sure about the last point. It is also possible that the Doomsday game is transformed by capturing unique points, which is why Pan Fan has the D-level talent of pollution resistance. If Pan Fan is not special, then the talents of this fifth batch of survivors are probably the same pollution resistance. There may be exceptions for S-level and above, but there are not so many high-quality survivors. Moreover, in the underworld, the force will probably be greatly weakened, and the effect of the talent will also be reduced. The Doomsday game dare not come to the underworld, but instead adopts a similar copy mode, which is likely to be a point-to-point breakthrough. Chi Xuan quickly figured out why. The simplest point is that the extraordinary system this time is these ghosts in the underworld. However, if you want to get it, you need the help of the survivor's talent pollution resistance. There is only an isolated case at present, and other survivors are needed to confirm my guess. Now Chi Xuan is more and more certain that if he wants to leave the mansion, he can only rely on the survivor's special points to break the deadlock. Pollution is not enough to further stimulate the specialness in his body, and he has to work harder. Excessive emotional fluctuations can accelerate the intensification of pollution. Chi Xuan soon discovered another point. Not only fear, but also greed, happiness, sadness, etc., whether it is positive or negative emotions. Well, I don't need to come. He seems to have found something that stimulated his emotions. Chi Xuan was about to order the intelligent brain to take action, but the other party's emotions began to fluctuate. The intelligent brain quickly fed back what he saw. It was a letter of divorce. It was written by the man to the woman. Observation can actually affect reality? Chi Xuan searched the entire mansion very carefully during these 3 days. The intelligent brain also recorded it. He had never seen this marriage cancellation letter. However, Pan Fan got it, which means that the other party made different levels of changes in the entire space through observation. After Pan Fan carefully read the marriage certificate, the pollution on his body surged again. The closer to the truth, the closer to death. Chi Xuan suddenly came to such a conclusion. The other party put the marriage cancellation letter into the inventory, and Chi Xuan heard the sound of piano from the attic. Interesting. Chi Xuan's eyes fell on the attic. This attic did not exist before, and it suddenly appeared without seeming so abrupt, as if it had always been there. Observation is not one way, but two way. Because my resistance is so high that I am almost immune, I can't observe. Not only can I not see the other party can't see me either. But with Pan Fan, the survivor, as the observation medium, after Pan Fan observed the truth, the observation effect formed by the truth came to the surface. It's outrageous. Chi Xuan said this, but he was actually very excited. This means that he can finally leave. After the attic, and the sound of the piano appeared, the original darkness and fog in the mansion were gradually cleared, and the scenery became more lively. In fact, to a certain extent, the mansion became more and more dangerous. And more unknown rules appeared. If he was not careful, Pan Fan might die. However, Chi Xuan could not be a nanny to protect the other party. He needed Pan Fan to further explore the truth, so that more truth observations could be formed to supplement Chi Xuan's truth. Intelligent brain, how is the satellite image? The interference points are decreasing, and it seems to be entering reality. But you need to pay attention, This reality is the reality of the underworld, not the reality of the living world, so you may still not see the survivors. That doesn't matter, we can get out of it first. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to be blind. Chi Suan is not afraid of not understanding, nor is he afraid of difficulty, but he is afraid of not seeing anything. This is the most troublesome. There is no way to study and learn, that is really helpless. Let's go to the attic to see the situation first, Chi Suan said. Pan Fan also noticed the attic, and the sound of the piano, but he didn't realize that these two things had just appeared. How long has he been here? And it appeared quietly, so it is not so easy to notice. Just treat it as something that has always existed. It is recommended that you go through the main door, and do not carry out violent demolition. The intelligent brain gave Chi Suan a reminder. Otherwise, it reasonably suspected that Chi Suan might fly directly over, and then make a hole to go in. Who knows if there will be any strange changes? Chi Suan did not refuse, but he did not give up the idea of violent demolition. If there is really no clue, then he will trick Pan Fan into investigating. If Pan Fan really finds something, then Chi Suan will not do it. Otherwise, he will just remove the doors and windows. Yes, it can be removed. Although the attack is ineffective, if Chi Suan does not carry out destructive attacks but dismantles them, it can be removed. But it will recover, probably because Chi Suan leaves the area and comes back, just like refreshing, and it recovers again. It is quite interesting, like a game. Chi Suan couldn't understand why this strange judgment was made. Entering the main room and going up to the attic, the decoration was indeed beautiful, and it could only be said that they were really rich. Pushing open the door, Chi Suan saw the female ghost playing the piano, and he was quite familiar with her. Not for anything else, but because this female ghost not only broke his neck, but also broke his cervical vertebrae, and even dragged him into the well. When the female ghost saw Chi Suan pushing the door in, she was immediately startled and her face was full of fear. Who are you? Why are you so unreasonable? Xiao Chui, Xiao Chui, the woman shouted loudly. Chi Suan saw the scene and couldn't help but cheer up. Good guy, you actually have self-awareness. You know, when this female ghost attacked him before, her expression was like her whole family was dead. Well, she might really have her whole family dead. But it's different now, it's so vivid. Chi Suan stretched out his hand to grab the other party, and the female ghost became more and more panicked, and stood up and ran. Chi Suan did the Qin King walking around the pillar. But Chi Suan was not Jing Ke, and he subconsciously kicked the obstacle. As a result, the obstacle was really broken by him. This was the first time he successfully destroyed something in the mansion. Then he held the female ghost with a very standard back shear force, which was generally used to capture fugitives. With the other party's weak strength, there was no ability to resist at all. Help! Someone come to save me, the female ghost began to call, mainly because Chi Suan was too cruel, and didn't consider her delicate skin at all. Chi Suan tied the other party's hands, and then said coldly, even if you scream your throat out today, no one will come. Bang! Chi Suan hadn't finished talking when the door of the attic was kicked open. Save you! Chi Suan looked back and saw Pan Fan. No, you were hesitant when you heard the piano, but you came quite quickly when the ghost girl called for help. Pan Fan looked really embarrassed. He didn't expect Chi Suan to do things here. Senior, why are you holding a woman? Pan Fan asked with a stutter. Chi Suan was completely speechless. Ghost girl, ghost girl. The words human and ghost, you can't hear them in a different way, right? I'm not a ghost, I'm a human. The ghost girl argued, and she was also very desperate. She thought someone would come to save her, but she didn't expect that it was her accomplice. Chi Suan glanced at the ghost girl. He was not blind, and the Tai Sui God's reconnaissance, perception, and other related modules were normal. He could still tell whether it was a human or a ghost. I know this, just like a mentally ill person saying he is not sick. If you admit that you are mentally ill, you are probably pretending. Chi Suan expressed his understanding that the other party may not have realized that he has become a ghost. However, understanding is understanding. Chi Suan will never let the other party go. Why should he empathize with ghosts? He can't empathize with survivors, let alone ghosts. Senior, I don't think she is in danger. The follow-up is the key to breaking the situation. Why don't you let her go first so that we can ask her? Pan Fan gave his reasons. His reasons are indeed very good, but Chi Suan shook his head. Interrogation, I have my own set of procedures. It won't be tortured. Pan Fan really wanted to complain that Chi Suan could hear it wrong. He said, asking, how did it become torture? She is also a miserable person. I found a divorce letter, which... It would be better if Pan Fan didn't say it. When he said the 3 words divorce letter, the female ghost stopped struggling. This is good news, but the bad news is that the female ghost has directly mutated. Apparently, the marriage cancellation letter was some kind of keyword to activate the female ghost to enter the second stage. She broke free from Chi Swayan's restraints with a snap. Chapter 344. Chi Swayan was quick-witted and grabbed the ankle of the female ghost, who was rushing towards Pan Fan. She was really fierce. She almost flew up with this attack, otherwise Chi Swayan would not be able to catch her ankle. After catching her, he threw her left and right, but he could not stop the danger. It seemed that he would not stop until he killed Pan Fan. Annulment, annulment, annulment. Chi Swayan began to repeat it in a rambling manner, thinking about whether he could draw hatred to himself and let Chi Swayan observe more things. However, he failed. The other party ignored Chi Swayan at all. Obviously, because Chi Swayan did not have the corresponding infection after losing his mind, theoretically, the female ghost could not see Chi Swayan. Chi Swayan was able to see the other party because of the observation behavior formed by the truth surfacing. On the other hand, the pollution on Pan Fan's body also increased a lot, and he fell into some kind of hallucination. One or two of them. It's really worrying. Chi Swayan let go directly. At this point, there is no point in stalemate. The female ghost threw herself on Pan Fan. At the critical moment, Pan Fan woke up from a dream and recovered. It was not Chi Swayan who helped, but the pollution on the other party's body that stimulated him. Probably the body would feel tingling, cold and other effects, which quickly made him recover from the hallucination. This scared Pan Fan a lot. The mutated female ghost was not good looking at all. Her face was pale, and had many pits. The neck was stretched long, and a large tongue was hanging down. It looks like she died by hanging. Chi Swayan analyzed the cause of death at once. The female ghost didn't change all of a sudden. The closer she got to Pan Fan, the closer she looked to death. Pan Fan suddenly jumped and dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack. The pollution resistance formed by the survivor's special characteristics can actually defy the rules. Or is it because of the intensification of pollution, combined with his talent, that this has the corresponding effect? If it were Chi Swayan, he would not be able to avoid being locked, and would only be strangled by the female ghost. But that was all. He could not avoid the attack, but he could ignore it. The survivors were just the opposite. They could avoid but could not withstand it. If Pan Fan was really hit by the female ghost, he would definitely die. "Senior, help me." Pan Fan hurriedly asked for help, regretting it in his heart. He had no business to meddle in other people's business, and now he had gotten himself into trouble. This female ghost was also ungrateful. He wanted to help her, but she wanted his life in return. "I can't save her at all," Chi Swayan said bluntly. "Before, I had reason and a chance, but now I don't. It has become a rigid program. Chi Swayan's observation ability is limited, and there is no way to interrupt it. If you really can't do it, run faster and find a place to hide." Chi Swayan made a constructive suggestion. Pan Fan's face was bitter, and then he suddenly remembered the marriage cancellation letter in the inventory and hurriedly took it out. "Don't say it, the idea is very good, but it seems that it can't stop the female ghost, but it stimulates the female ghost more, and it directly enters the next stage." The whole body began to rot, and the clothes also appeared torn. He didn't even chase directly, but used a similar ability to teleport, and appeared in front of Pan Fan in an instant. The mouth of the rotten head opened several times, like a snake, and it bit Pan Fan's head. Chi Swayan quickly approached Pan Fan and pulled him, thus avoiding the bite of the female ghost. Pan Fan, who had escaped death, was so scared that he almost lost his mind. He turned around and stuffed the marriage cancellation letter into Chi Swayan's arms, and then ran away. It's really decisive. Chi Swayan shook the marriage cancellation letter in his hand, and the female ghost's head also shook up and down. It seemed that he had regained a little reason, but he didn't dare to take it. "She couldn't see me, so she only saw the marriage cancellation letter dangling in the air. For ghosts, this is also a supernatural event," Chi Swayan complained. He threw the marriage cancellation letter to the other party. As expected, the female ghost dodged and didn't dare to reach out to take it. After the letter of divorce fell to the ground and did not move, she carefully picked it up. After picking it up, her appearance gradually returned to the appearance that Chi Swayan saw before. Then she was startled again, because she saw Chi Swayan again. "You are a ghost." The female ghost ran away to the corner trembling with fear, holding the letter of divorce like Pan Fan. Chi Swayan didn't know what to say for a while. "Conjugate ghost, right?" Chi Swayan complained. She was indeed a little special. When the ghost was irrational, the other party was a ghost. And when the other party was rational, Chi Swayan became a ghost in the eyes of the ghost. Observation is common to both parties. Tell me, what is the situation of your letter of divorce? Chi Swayan asked calmly. Because Chi Swayan was not polluted, when she said the key words, she did not trigger the mutation of the female ghost. If you don't tell me, I will strip you naked and hang you upside down in the attic for 100 draws. Chi Swayan threatened directly. If the other party really didn't tell me, Chi Swayan could really do that. Fortunately, the female ghost accurately understood the 100 draws Chi Swayan meant, and didn't give it a bias towards Krypton gold card draws. The letter of divorce was written to me, and I was divorced. The female ghost said in a crying voice. That's nonsense, you are the only ghost here. If it's not written to you, it can be written to me. Chi Swayan said speechlessly, I want to know why you became a ghost. The female ghost burst into tears directly. In her opinion, Chi Swayan was the ghost, and she was a living person. As a result, the ghost forced her, a living person, to admit that she was a ghost. Is there anything more unjust in this world than this? Chi Swayan took 2 big slaps, and stopped crying immediately. I don't know anything, the female ghost sobbed and covered her cheeks. Don't mention it, this thing is really humane. After being slapped, it not only turned red, but also began to swell. If she hadn't transformed to chase Pan Fan, Chi Swayan would have thought she was alive. Tell me what you remember. Chi Swayan scolded. I was playing the piano, and you suddenly appeared and disappeared, and then slapped me twice. The female ghost briefly summarized the memory. Chi Swayan's blood pressure was a little high. The marriage cancellation letter. If you don't tell me, I use the big memory recovery technique. Pity the flowers and jade? In Chi Swayan's eyes, they are just beautiful women with withered bones. He is a real equal rights activist who advocates equality between men and women. So no matter how pitiful she cried, Chi Swayan would not give her the slightest preferential treatment. Without even saying anything, he stuffed the person into the smelting furnace. The marriage revocation letter means that I was revoked. The female ghost gave Chi Swayan another circle. At this time, Chi Swayan realized a problem. Could it be that Pan Fan's observation level was not enough, so he had not gathered all the props? As a result, the female ghost's memory only had the props part, so it was not intentional to hide it from Chi Swayan, but she really didn't know. He slapped his thigh, it was really like this. So he stood up without hesitation and took the marriage revocation letter from the female ghost's arms. Take it. After Chi Swayan grabbed it, he directly put it on Tai Sui's waist. The female ghost must be unwilling, but she was just an ordinary person when she was rational. Not satisfied after snatching it, he grabbed the female ghost and stuffed it into the smelting furnace. Then he searched again and took away the guqin played by the female ghost. The guqin and the letter of withdrawal of engagement should both be props. Look again, if there are any other things that suddenly appear, I will get them all. After dealing with it, Chi Swayan left the attic directly, and the female ghost in the smelting furnace also disappeared. Refreshed? Seeing this, Chi Swayan turned around and opened the door again. The female ghost did refresh again, but this time there was no guqin, and she was no longer rational. She stared at Chi Swayan. Heartbroken. Chi Swayan closed the door, and nothing happened. It was effective, indeed, but it didn't affect Chi Swayan at all. Chi Swayan's heart exploded just after the door was closed. It regenerated again in less than 30 seconds. Whoever you stare at will have his heart exploded. In other words, Chi Swayan was not a normal life form. If he were the 5th batch of survivors, there would be basically no way to survive. Even the talent of pollution resistance can't stand it. It can be said that this is the strongest attack among all the rule-killing attacks that Chi Swayan has encountered. And this is a door-opening kill, which is actually Chi Swayan's own fault. If he didn't steal the guqin, he would probably be playing the guqin rationally instead of using the unsolvable method of door-opening kill. Intelligent brain, locate Pan Fan's position. Chi Swayan still has to find this tool survivor. Just now, it seems that he lost his mind because of excessive shock and the rapid increase in pollution. After this period of rest, if he didn't die, he should have recovered a little. But don't expect too much, he might go crazy. The intelligent brain quickly located Pan Fan, and he ran to a wing room in the mansion. And because of the excessive mental stimulation caused by the pollution, he is now in a coma. It has affected the physical level from the mental level. Chi Swayan quickly arrived at the wing room, and saw Pan Fan unconscious on the ground. A trace of pale white appeared on his body, which was somewhat similar to that of the female ghost. At the same time, the tongue was about 0.3 centimeters longer than before, and the neck was slightly stretched, but the stretch was not as obvious as the tongue. Chi Swayan stretched out his hand to repair his neck, but there was no way to fix his tongue. Unless it was cut, but Chi Xuan had no conditions to give him painless treatment. Besides, the tongue was not a big deal, the neck was stretched, and it would die after a certain degree of stretching. Even if the tongue grew to the instep, it would not be life-threatening, so there was no need to deal with it. Wake up, young people sleep well and fall asleep, I know, but you have to consider the place when you sleep. This is not your home, why sleep? Chi Xuan said while waking Pan Fan through physical means. That's right, it was a big cunt slap on the face. The effect was still very good. Pan Fan staggered and opened his eyes, and it was fortunate that he was not in a deep coma. Otherwise, the big cut might not be useful. Chapter 345. Pan Fan felt that his brain had turned into a paste, and his face was burning with pain. After opening his eyes, the surroundings were colorful, and the vision was very strange. Fortunately, the armored man, as an old senior, was very conspicuous, so he gradually regained his attention. Senior, is the survival over? Pan Fan asked confusedly. I'm sorry, no, you are still in the mansion. Chi Xuan's voice fell into Pan Fan's ears, and Pan Fan's spirit jumped directly and returned to reality. What a terrible nightmare. After Pan Fan got up, he had a splitting headache. I only remember that the female ghost pounced on me, and then I lost control. The Doomsday Game reminded me that the pollution concentration was too high. Where is the marriage cancellation letter? Is it in the hands of the senior? Pan Fan hurriedly asked about the marriage cancellation letter as soon as he woke up. In his opinion, this is the key to breaking the situation, otherwise it would not affect the female ghost. I also took the ghost girl's Gucci from me. Chi Xuan did not hide it, and showed it to Pan Fan. He could be sure of one thing, that is, Pan Fan was playing dumb. The marriage revocation was the other party's behavior before losing his mind, which was originally a diversion of trouble. Pan Fan probably also noticed the peculiarity of Chi Xuan, such as being ignored by ghosts. Of course, even if he didn't notice it, his behavior was to save his own life. Waking up and asking for the key props was also to test Chi Xuan's attitude. At present, there is only Pan Fan as a tool. Chi Xuan will not kill him, but will let him increase the pollution and let him observe more truths first. According to Chi Xuan's monitoring of Pan Fan's vital signs, he will definitely not live for more than 24 hours, and at most he can live for 2 hours. At least it is a level of severe pollution. I can only say that this guy is too useless. He is polluted to this extent, but he has only come into contact with such a little truth. Chi Xuan is not sure that he can complete the research before he dies. Senior is worthy of being a senior. Seeing that Chi Xuan never mentioned the previous things, Pan Fan was relieved. It's good that he didn't pursue it. He was afraid that Chi Xuan would start to pursue it. After all, in all aspects, the other party is much stronger than himself. If he really wants to fight, he has no ability to resist. It's nothing, but I still need you to continue exploring. You don't want to die. Chi Xuan threatened with a hidden needle. Pan Fan's face turned pale. How could he not know what Chi Xuan wanted to do? It's nothing more than using him as cannon fodder. Especially after the sound of the piano appeared, Chi Xuan went straight over, and Pan Fan had already determined it. In addition, the origin of this survivor was strange, so he really had to think more. Senior, I'm injured. I'm afraid it's not convenient. Pan Fan showed a forced smile, but the rejection in his tone was very obvious. What is the degree of pollution? Chi Xuan asked suddenly. Severe pollution of 7%. Pan Fan did not hesitate and reported directly. Senior, do you have a solution? No, I just want to say that if you don't fight, you will only have 2 hours to live at most. So it's up to you whether to explore the way or not. Anyway, my mandatory task is different from yours. Chi Xuan fooled the other party. This made Pan Fan's expression change. The degree of pollution was what he had just seen. There was also before, but it was only a mild 2%. As a result, a coma directly soared to a severe state. In fact, there was a process of change, but he did not pay attention to his attribute panel, so he felt strange. Senior, Pan Fan wanted to say something. Chi Xuan did not listen at all, but turned around and left. This made Pan Fan's face uncertain. He did have the intention of taking advantage of him, after all, for his own life. What's more, the other party was a senior, so what's wrong with helping a junior like him? But in this process, he noticed Chi Xuan's ill intentions, so his attitude changed, and he chose a more radical way. After Chi Xuan left, Pan Fan suppressed all kinds of negative emotions, and after his headache was relieved, he began to think about the situation. Finding the reason for the withdrawal of the engagement may be a chance of survival. How could he not notice the mutation formed by the withdrawal of the engagement letter? Since the Doomsday Game asked him to survive, it would definitely not give him a dead end. This is why he is too naive. If Chi Xuan knew, he would definitely tell him. He would, and he might encounter a dead end that even the Doomsday Game could not solve. That attic should be the boudoir, but I can't go there. The Guqin was taken away, and Wang Qin is likely out of control. Pan Fan began to analyze the information. Wang Qin is the female ghost, the one who was broken off. The broken engagement letter says that Wang Qin was not chaste, so she was broken off. Pan Fan did not believe the broken engagement letter, he always felt that there was something wrong with it. Chastity Arch. Pan Fan quickly locked on a new target. How could a woman with a chastity arch be broken off and divorced for not keeping chastity? Although it could be someone else's, since it's on display, it means it's evidence. Pan Fan said, and hurried to the location of the chastity arch. Chi Xuan silently watched him. Wang Qin's age means she can't get a chastity arch. If it's really hers, it means that every Wang Qin is a Wang Qin of the same age. Compared with Pan Fan, Chi Xuan is more familiar with chastity arches. If you want one, you have to keep your chastity to a certain age. It looks like honor, but it's oppression when implemented. Initially, it was mainly based on chastity, and it was established in the name of praising the grace of single mothers for raising children. This was a reward for repaying the grace of the nobles. But when it comes to chastity, it's not a good thing. Especially when there is a trend of comparison and local achievements are linked to each other, it's obvious what will happen. But in any case, the few Wang Qins Chi Xuan saw were not old enough to have a chastity arch. Even if she committed suicide for love, it would not work, because she was broken off from the engagement, and the content was still unfaithful, so it would be easily considered a shame. But there is nothing wrong with Pan Fan's goal. The chastity arch is indeed a clue, especially when there is a broken engagement letter. Chi Xuan said softly. Then he watched the pollution on Pan Fan's body rise again. Obviously he had noticed some truth again. Truth equals pollution, this equation is valid. As for whether knowledge equals pollution, that is not clear. Then whether the truth being spread is polluted or not, this is to be determined. I am special, and not within the scope of the experiment. Chi Xuan did not think about using himself as a test subject, but he really did not have the structure. There was no way to experiment on himself, otherwise he would have done it long ago. No, he saw something, he's not going to die. Chi Xuan suddenly found that Pan Fan's vital signs had gone through a peak, and then began to drop wildly. Chi Xuan went over without hesitation and injected him with a shot of adrenaline. As for whether it was effective? He didn't know, after all, the humans in the Doomsday world he experienced could use adrenaline. The good news is that it was indeed stabilized, but Pan Fan did not recover. Vegetative? Chi Xuan checked, and found that he was not brain dead. In addition to retaining some instinctive nerve reflexes, and the ability to metabolize matter and energy, his cognitive ability had been completely lost, and he had no active activities. It has not yet reached the point of complete contamination. It is estimated that there is still about 20 to 30% left. But too much impact, it can't be tolerated directly. Chi Xuan knew why. The analogy was that the first batch of survivors directly descended into the holy world. The huge gap in strength would cause huge damage with a little change. It's still good to become a vegetative person like this. In serious cases, you will die at a glance. What's going on in the Doomsday Game? Are the fifth batch of survivors being used as disposable items? Chi Xuan frowned. Since they have completely lost their autonomous activities, they can only be recycled. Chi Xuan originally wanted to squeeze out more value from Pan Fan, but now, he can only do it in advance. First of all, we have to keep him alive, Chi Xuan said, and shave Pan Fan's hair directly, and then opened his skull. Forcibly preserve vital signs through the injection of the deep virus. At this point, even if Pan Fan didn't die, he was dead, but he was alive. However, this was just the beginning. Chi Xuan dissolved the fusion of Fei and the crazy cathedral. His purpose was simple. He used Fei's divine will to invade Pan Fan's mind, and then connected Pan Fan's visual nerves through the Yusui virus. He used the dual senses of the body and the spirit to obtain Pan Fan's vision. The reason why he didn't do this at the beginning was that neither the Yusui virus nor Fei was a good person, and the failure rate was extremely high. Otherwise, why would Chi Xuan choose to exploit the other party first? It was because he was not sure that he could complete the operation that he chose to wait until it was worthless before taking action. Not only can he make the best use of it, but he can also have a higher success rate because he has enough data before proceeding. Of course, you can rely on luck, but you can't rely on luck alone. Otherwise, if you don't have any data at all, you have to be able to do it directly. Luck can make you win the lottery, But if you don't even buy a lottery ticket, then luck can't do anything. Even if you don't buy it, you have to pick it up if someone else drops it on the ground, and then redeem it for a prize. Even if you chew the food into pieces and feed it to your mouth, you have to swallow it, instead of not even opening your mouth. The power of the protagonist's halo also has an upper limit. Most of the time, it gives you opportunities, and you need to seize this opportunity to realize the luck given by the protagonist's halo. Especially when there is no danger to life. Spirit, no, it should be said that the soul structure is different. Chi Xuan has already come into contact with the concept of soul in the spiritual root world, but the soul in the spiritual root world is the spirit soul, which belongs to a special variety after the spiritual root mutates. In this new world, the souls of the fifth batch of survivors have a gaseous structure that can resist pollution. It is through this gaseous structure that the truth of the underworld can be observed. The connection is completed, but Faye has also been judged as an invasion and is continuously consuming the gaseous structure. It is estimated to support up to 1 hour. Chapter 346. Chi Xuan controlled Pan Fan's corpse to move. Through the other party's vision, Chi Xuan finally had a new vision of the underworld. After the pollution level is too high, it looks completely different. The doomsday game not only threw me into the underworld, but also used my own characteristics to keep me in the superficial layer of the truth. What came into Chi Xuan's eyes was no longer a dark sky or a dead mansion. Instead, it was a scene of flowers and willows, which looked vibrant at first glance. However, there was still no popularity, but an empty mansion with a coffin in the main room, which looked very strange. Coffins are not rare, but they are placed in the main room, which is usually used as a living room. Looking again, there was a person lying in the coffin, an old woman. Is this just a skin? Chi Xuan's voice fell, and the surrounding scenery began to roll wildly. It felt like falling down after missing a step. Chi Xuan was not affected. He stood still like a magic needle. It was not him who changed, but the environment. At the same time, the pollution on Pan Fan's body began to rise sharply. In just 3 seconds, Pan Fan's appearance changed completely. The whole person looked like he had hanged himself, and Chi Xuan's vision with him was directly cut off. Dead, the pollution is really strong enough. Chi Xuan checked Pan Fan, and this time he really became a corpse. Fortunately, there was no sign of corpse transformation. After a careful inspection, the conclusion was that he was hanged. Obviously, some rules have changed. Chi Xuan then threw it into the casting furnace. After death, its value completely disappeared, leaving only the fuel value. But Pan Fan did not die in vain. At least through observation, the truth layer and Chi Xuan ran in both directions. This is the normal world, the sun is shining, the birds are singing, the flowers are blooming, etc. Why is it so quiet like a picture, and why are the flowers and plants tasteless? Chi Xuan was slapped in the face before he finished his words. Then his eyes fell on the hall not far away, and the old woman in the coffin disappeared. In the void, a white silk suddenly emerged and tied to the necks of Chi Xuan and Tai Sui God. Is this a hanged ghost? Chi Xuan was not worried at all. As soon as the voice fell, the white silk began to exert force. In fact, the force was not great, just the normal force of hanging, but it contained some kind of rule power. Chi Xuan had no way to bear it, and his neck was broken in a snap. The same happened to Tai Sui-shen, whose neck was stretched out. Theoretically, Tai Sui-shen and I are dead. But the theory is that the hanged ghost actually tried to hang an energy-type virus-type humanoid creature and an armored body. It's like Captain America trying to strangle Ultron. Chi Xuan reached out and untied the white silk around his neck. After studying it, he found that it was a normal white silk. He threw both his and Tai Sui-shen's white silks into the casting furnace as fuel. So where am I now? Chi Xuan looked very strange. He did come out, but the problem was that the place he came out was wrong. If he was originally in the spirit or inner area of the ghosts, then this is the place where the ghosts are sealed. So he needs to break the seal before going out. Let's take a look at the coffin first. Chi Xuan ran into the main room and said, "Fuck, this coffin is actually a sliding cover. So fashionable." The coffin was empty, and the hanged ghost was not inside. According to the previous method of hanging his head by the neck when entering the room, he saw the hanged ghost hanging on his head. Intelligent brain, why is the reconnaissance network not responding? Chi Xuan asked. According to the data you have obtained so far, ghosts belong to rule-based observation-type creatures, and they need corresponding observations from living beings to cause reality collapse. Tai Sui-shen is not a living being, so it is impossible to form effective observations, and therefore it is impossible to detect. It can form observations through electronic devices, but it cannot leave traces in electronic devices. You can use the virus bloodline colonization module to indirectly transmit the content through memory, so that Tai Sui-shan can store it. The intelligent brain also made it very clear that the ghosts in this world are not normal ghosts, not energy structures or ghosts, but similar to rules. Because Tai Sui-shan is not a living person, he can't see it at all, and he can't even remember it. That is, Chi Suiyan's indirect recording can make the intelligent brain determine the cognition. So if you want Tai Sui-shan's reconnaissance network to detect it, you can only make a judgment when there is a similar interference point. Chi Suiyan directly took out a camera, and from his vision, it was indeed filmed. But when it was played, there was nothing. This confirmed the data of the intelligent brain, and non-living things could not record directly. It seems that indirect transmission of the truth will not lead to pollution, Chi Suiyan said, and took down the hang ghost directly. Its face is very similar to Wang Qin, who had seen it before. By comparison, it can be confirmed that she is Wang Qin. It's just that one is a younger version, and the other is also a younger version. Chi Suiyan examined the body, and found a serious problem, that is, the bone age and appearance are completely inconsistent. It seems that something has made her age. It can't be another ghost. Then she got old and was rejected, and finally hanged herself to death. Chi Suiyan suddenly made up a lot of plots in his mind. Suddenly, the hanged ghost opened his eyes, and the whites of his eyes were filled with death. The white silk on the beam fell down, and once again hung Chi Suiyan and Tai Sui God. Then he pulled it up. No, you, Chi Suiyan said speechlessly, you don't know how heavy Tai Sui is, right? Aren't you afraid that it will pull down the beams of your house? Chi Suiyan said, and the intelligent brain directly released the weight storage of the strategic dimensional folding space. Then the whole hall collapsed. Chi Suiyan pressed his stretched neck back, dragged the hanged ghost, and crawled out of the ruins of the hall. The good news is that the hall seems to be the center of the seal, and a hole appeared after the collapse. The bad news is that the hole is too small, I can't seem to get out. We have to find a way to expand it a little bit. Chi Suiyan's sunny sky, a crack as big as a human head appeared. It felt like a painting was splashed with ink, which was extremely inconsistent. This sense of inconsistency was expanding. The hanged ghost being held in his hand was also trembling, trying to break free from Chi Suiyan and escape from the crack. But it couldn't break free from Chi Suiyan's control at all. The other party's magic was that the white silk hanging and the body were very strong and tough. Chi Suiyan suspected that the psionic ray attack of the floating gun could not decompose it. Obviously, the structure of the other party was not a normal structure, and it was definitely a higher level rule than the psionic ray. This means that ghosts cannot be killed. Chi Suiyan was not sure either. Well, you go into my casting furnace for a while, Chi Suiyan said, and stuffed it into the casting furnace. Intelligent brain, one VIP room in the casting furnace, increase the firepower for me. Chi Suiyan thought, if it can really burn, then the amount of evolutionary energy obtained must be considerable. Hey, do you think this kind of ghost is alive or dead? Chi Suiyan suddenly asked. It is not certain yet, you can try it, but this kind of ghost belongs to the rules. It is not recommended to use it as a module of Tai Sui God. With Chi Suiyan's personality, the intelligent brain knows what Chi Suiyan is going to do without even guessing. If the intelligent brain can have a rule-level module, the effect will definitely be strong. However, the idea is good, but the reality is not reliable at all. For no other reason, although the hanged ghost is weak, it can't cause any damage to Chi Suiyan, but the effect is strong. If there is no talent of the fifth batch of survivors, pollution resistance, then the simplest point is that the logical operation and then the result are destined. Chi Suiyan could be strangled by the neck after being hung up. He is an attribute flow, while the hanged ghost is a mechanism flow. They each have their own advantages. Well, if I can obtain a similar ability, wouldn't I also be invincible? Not to mention much, at least it's a concept, a rule-level ability, at least SSS-level quality, even X-level is possible. How could Chi Suiyan not be envious? Your idea is good, but you also need to refer to logic. If you plan to live permanently in this doomsday world, it is naturally worthwhile to obtain one or more. But you can't stay in this world. Once you leave the original world, its rules and concept abilities will lose their blessing and return to normal levels. You can refer to the Plague Disease series module on Tai Sui God. Reasonable, the extraordinary system is different between worlds, and the rules and parameters will also change. But since you are here, if you don't take something before leaving, it would be a waste of time. Even a piece of toilet paper has its uses, let alone an ability. Chi Suiyan agreed with what Tai Sui God said, but he was already in this doomsday world, and there was only one extraordinary system, so he couldn't choose whatever he wanted. There was only this one way. Wait, then wouldn't I be completely disconnected from the survivors? Chi Suan suddenly realized that he had left the underworld and came to another reality. Then, he couldn't see the survivors. Next, there was no way to study. It turns out that everything is in the Doomsday Game's calculations. Whether I leave or not, the other party can keep calm. Chi Suan feels that the Doomsday Game seems to be getting more and more cunning. Is it because of Chi Suan that he has been beaten up by various Doomsday worlds recently, which has honed his brain? This is not an illusion, but the truth. And it can also reversely target, and then use Chi Suan's protagonist Halo. Everyone is making progress. I am obviously the protagonist. Shouldn't the enemy be standing still and waiting for me to catch up with him, and then slap him in the face? Chapter 347. The Class C seal has been cracked. The Seal Hall staff of the Suppression Department should go to reinforce it as soon as possible to prevent the Class C ghost, the Hang Ghost, from reviving. A hurried notification sounded in the Suppression Department, and a large number of personnel began to be mobilized. The Suppression Department is an important department set up by the Jiwa dynasty, and it is responsible for ghosts. Ghosts are special. They are born with people. Every person is born with a ghost in their body. There is a risk of revival every year. At that time, birthdays were called living sacrifices. People are just clothes for ghosts. Until later, someone finally came up with a method to control ghosts through continuous observation, summary, and induction. By transplanting another ghost at birth to balance the innate ghosts in the body, the two are balanced, which greatly reduces the situation of ghost revival. And this person is the founding ancestor of the Jiwa dynasty. It is because of him that there is a prosperous era of humanity. Otherwise, if there is no method to control ghosts, ordinary people will not live more than 10 years old. What? How can a 10-year-old reproduce? There is no reproduction at all. All people are born out of thin air and look like adults at birth. So it doesn't matter how many people die. But it is precisely because of this horrible death rate that countless ghosts roam the world. When ghosts revive, people die, but ghosts will not disappear, but will roam the world and kill. After the emergence of ghost control, people use the balance of two ghosts to reduce the recovery rate and mortality rate, and then transplant a third ghost to master the corresponding special power. Since then, humans have the ability to seal ghosts and control the number. But the price is also obvious, that is, using too much power of ghosts will further promote the fusion of ghosts in the body. Once fully integrated, then either transplant 3 more ghosts to rebalance, or wait for the ghosts to revive. So the further you go, the more ghosts you become. This behavior of drinking poison to quench thirst is also forced. After all, it takes a long time for the ghost clothes to become human beings. Even though the Jiwa dynasty has been standing for 1,000 years, it has not sealed all the ghosts. Compared with the true vastness of the entire world, the territory of the human dynasty is just a drop in the ocean. The ghost den is huge and unfathomable. In the constant confrontation with ghosts, the Jiwa dynasty also divided the ghosts into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. Of course, this is the level that can be sealed and contained, and there are actually higher levels. Level D is a ghost that is enough to destroy a city, and C, B, and A are prefectures, states, and counties respectively. It is not that powerful in itself, but the problem is that everyone has a companion ghost in their body. Especially now that the ghost-making method is popular, even ordinary people will have 2 ghosts. Once a ghost kills a person, it will snowball quickly. At that time, not only will one place be destroyed, but hundreds of ghosts will be released. Fortunately, the ghost has no self-awareness, otherwise it will definitely be a disaster for humans. Therefore, for the evil suppression department, a container that seals ghosts suddenly has problems, which may be that the ghosts sealed in it have undergone some unknown changes. They can seal ghosts not only by relying on the ability obtained by ghost control, but also by knowing the laws of ghost abilities. Relying on ghost abilities alone is not long-term. After all, it does not belong to them, but comes from ghosts. Try not to use it if possible, otherwise once a new ghost needs to be transplanted, there is only a 30% success rate. The ghost-making method has a 99% success rate for transplanting the second ghost, but only 80% for the third one, and many people die every year. Then directly transplant 3 ghosts as a balance instead of transplanting one by one, and the difficulty increases linearly. Even if the transplant is completed, there will be extremely serious side effects afterwards, such as the body showing ghost transformation. Of course, if it continues to be used in the future, 6 ghosts will be further integrated. If you want to keep it, you must transplant 6 more ghosts. But generally speaking, euthanasia will not be chosen at this stage. Even if it is successful, the 12 ghosts will merge into 1 ghost. Once it revives, the Jiyue dynasty will have to use the whole country's strength to seal it, and even if the seal is successful, it will be seriously damaged. Unfortunately, the Jiyue dynasty and all humans are too deeply entangled with ghosts, and now there is no way to get out. Even if they want to get out, the ghosts are unwilling, and the situation of human-ghost symbiosis cannot be solved. The Jiyue dynasty is also looking for the truth. They suspect that it is because they were born out of thin air that ghosts and monsters are born with them. But the problem is that they have no other way to reproduce, and whether people are born out of thin air is not something they can decide, but the natural rules of heaven and earth. There is no way to change it. It cannot be solved by nature, so we can only try to weaken the influence as much as possible. But there are also benefits. Because of the internal and external pressures, everyone seems very united, and there is little internal fighting. After all, everyone's life is on this line. As the chief of the evil suppression department of Shengshi Mansion, Yan Jingxing rushed to the seal warehouse as soon as possible and asked solemnly, "What's going on?" The sea-level ghost is a hang ghost, whose ability is very simple, that is, to hang people. Not to mention sea-level, even if it is D-level, he has to come here in person to ask. This is the seal warehouse, which seals all the ghosts that have been dealt with in Shengshi Mansion. To be frank, even the East Palace of the Crown Prince is not as well guarded as this. Once a problem occurs, it will not only be their place that suffers, but also the states and counties above will be destroyed. It is even possible to cause disasters to the country. This is not an empty talk. The 4 levels of A, B, C, and D are just the difficulty of containing ghosts given by the Jiyue dynasty, not the real strength level of ghosts. Even the lowest level D-level ghosts may undergo extremely terrifying changes due to some changes. It's still under investigation. It seems to be due to internal problems. The head of the sealing hall of the suppression of evils responded to Yan Jingxing immediately. In other words, this hang ghost has changed. A cold light flashed in Yan Jingxing's eyes. The inside of the seal is solidified and constant. How can there be variables? He was questioning. After the ghost is sealed, there will be no changes inside. It is equivalent to sealing the operation logic of the ghost. As long as there is no other stimulation, the ghost will never be able to activate the operation logic. In this way, the ghost will not revive or break away from the seal. Even the probability of ghosts slaughtering the city is greater than the probability of ghosts breaking free from the seal. And this matter is even more serious. Since the establishment of the Jiyue dynasty, the number of cases of accidents inside the seal is less than double digits. Once this happened, the suppression of evils division of Shengshi Mansion would definitely be investigated, and not just one round, but from the local to the central government. Even Yan Jingxing would be dismissed and questioned, and the entire suppression of evils division would have to undergo a major change of blood. It may be related to another ghost used by Wang Qin, the person of the hang ghost, in his previous life. The other ghost of the opponent was a succumbent ghost. And Wang Qin also died from the revival of the aging ghost, and was finally hanged by the hang ghost. Because the incident happened suddenly, the suppression of evils division arrived a step late, and the 2 ghosts had revived when they arrived. However, no casualties were caused. Both ghosts were sealed. Later, further investigation showed that it was because the power of the succumbent ghost leaked before the sacrifice, causing the appearance to age. Wang Qin's mental fluctuations were too large that day, resulting in the accident of the sacrifice that should have been passed safely. The head of the sealing hall conveyed the file of the original containment of the hang ghost. That's not right. The unlucky ghost and the hang ghost are sealed separately. They can't be affected at all. There must be other problems here. Yan Jingxing's expression did not change. He also worked his way up from the bottom of the evil suppression department. Whether it was sealing or containing, in the entire Shengshi Mansion, if not the first place, it would be safe to be in the top 10. His work experience can be said to be very rich. So he didn't believe the statement of the sealing hall master at all. They were sealed separately. But because Wang Qin's cause of death was inseparable from the unlucky ghost, the hang ghost underwent some unknown changes during the living sacrifice. So it was the hang ghost that changed, and the solidification and constancy of the seal could not stop this process. The sealing hall master gave his own explanation. "Don't worry, master. Nothing will happen." The head of the sealing hall told Yan Jingxing to be at ease, and not worry at all. Yan Jingxing would not take it lightly, and he was ready to say, "It would be best if there is no problem." But before he could finish his words, he heard shouting from the seal vault. "The rupture is getting bigger and expanding uncontrollably." As soon as these words came out, the head of the sealing hall's face changed immediately, and he turned around and ran towards the seal vault. Even Yan Jingxing was ignored. At this time, If there is no way to control the result of the seal rupture, the follow-up will be really difficult. Yin Jingxing was also in a state of shock. It won't be that the difficulty of the seal has changed from Class C to Class A. Yin Jingxing didn't care about much at this moment, and followed him to the seal vault. Not only him, but everyone in the Suppression of Evils division was rushing to the seal vault. If the seal is good, at most they can just pack up and leave, but if the seal is not good, everyone from top to bottom will die. It is not the Jiuyue dynasty that did it, but the ghosts. The ghosts that can break free from the seal are definitely not inferior to the existence of 3 ghosts fused together. Let alone the evil suppressing department. Even if the entire Shengshi mansion is pressed in, the success rate of another seal is too low to look at. When Yin Jingxing rushed to the seal warehouse, he saw a large number of seal hall personnel using their own ghost abilities to reinforce the seal at all costs. Seeing this, he also hurriedly joined in. Of course he could seal, after all, he was the head of the department, and he must have done these jobs. But even with his participation, the cracks were not completely controlled, but were expanding little by little. This made Yin Jingxing's heart sink completely. Today, the entire Shengshi mansion's evil suppressing department is afraid that they will die here. Chapter 348. Kung, Qi Xuan smashed the crack, looking a little surprised. No, what the hell is this? How can it be repaired so quickly? Qi Xuan looked at the crack, and the more he smashed, the more tired he felt. Qi Xuan originally wanted to let the crack grow a little bigger before going out. Then he found that the crack was shrinking. This made Qi Xuan angry, and he directly merged Fei and Tai Sui God, raised his ox hoof, and smashed it on the crack. As a result, the harder he smashed, the faster it recovered, like a protagonist. The harder he pressed, the faster it rebounded. Okay, today I will let you see what the power of technology is. I can't kill ghosts, and I can't kill your space thing, Qi Xuan said, and took out all the floating guns from his arms. I didn't use it before because I was afraid that I couldn't get out, but now it's different. This thing really wants to trap me to death in it. Qi Xuan assembled the floating guns at a very fast speed, then aimed at the crack and fired directly. The psionic rays fell on the crack, quickly affecting the space, and the crack began to expand gradually. It seems that this space that seals the hang ghost, although it uses rules, is not a rule, but a static space. So this is a 3-layer structure. The first layer is the truth layer where I first arrived, which contains the real rules of the hang ghost. And the second layer is the seal layer where I am now, used as a static position and to contain the hang ghost. If there is no nesting doll, then the outside is the third layer of reality. As Qi Xuan's voice fell, the space shattered, and Qi Xuan was directly squeezed out of the seal layer. Then he saw all kinds of messy things coming at him. Fortunately, Qi Xuan's agility and speed were maxed out, and he completed the dodge at a very fast speed. Then he saw a person in ancient costume, exuding a strange aura. Isn't it a hang ghost? Yin Jingxing looked a little confused. How could he not recognize the appearance of the hang ghost? Well, even if he didn't know it, the hang ghost couldn't be in armor. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Qi Xuan came up with a preemptive statement. No matter where this is, he said it was his home first. Can communicate? Not a ghost? Yin Jingxing heard Qi Xuan speak, and he became more and more confused. On the other hand, Qi Xuan was also surprised to hear that ghosts couldn't communicate. He met a ghost who could communicate in the truth layer, and he was conscious. How can't we communicate? However, he didn't say this, but let it fall to the ground. It's very simple. The other party didn't launch a second attack, seemingly because Qi Xuan could communicate. What's the situation with you? This doesn't seem to be my living room. Who are you? Qi Xuan asked directly. Yin Jingxing looked Qi Xuan up and down, and immediately determined that Qi Xuan was not from the Jiuyue dynasty. If nothing else, even people who were just born out of thin air could see the clothes of their Jinxia division. Since they don't know, it means that even the Jinxia division is not clear. How can they be from the Jiuyue dynasty? The head of the Jinxia division of Shengshi Mansion, Yin Jingxing. Yin Jingxing introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Yin. Qi Xuan did not introduce himself, but asked, so where is this place? Before asking others, you should introduce yourself first, it's polite. Yin Jingxing was still very afraid of Qi Xuan. Especially Qi Xuan's speed, he could dodge the attack so easily, it was really extraordinary. Oh, I'm a survivor from the Doomsday Game. Qi Xuan directly betrayed the Doomsday Game. The Doomsday Game is not like those spaces, paradises, which have such a high degree of confidentiality. If you reveal it, you will be wiped out. But even if there is, Qi Xuan is not afraid. The Doomsday Game couldn't wipe out Qi Xuan before, and now the Emperor is far away, let alone think about erasing him. Yan Jingxing heard this, and was also muttering in his heart, it's the Doomsday, and the survival, and he's another unlucky guy. Then how did you get out of the seal of the hanged ghost? Yan Jingxing did not ask what the Doomsday Game was. Now the important thing is to find out how the other party got in. The second question is where did the hanged ghost go? The Doomsday Game threw me in directly, I don't know. Qi Xuan spread his hands. This made Yan Jingxing more alert to Qi Xuan and the so-called Doomsday Game. Qi Xuan lied here. In fact, he entered the sealed layer through the truth layer. These two places are probably not at the same level. The truth layer is a big world similar to the underworld, while the sealed layer is a small artificial space, like a secret realm. Obviously, the head of the Suppression of Evils department does not know about the truth layer. His status is not low, which means that the human beings in this world may not know about the truth layer. More importantly, judging from the other party's attitude, the reality layer that Qi Xuan entered was not the same world as Pan Fan and the other survivors. This time, he really lost contact. Unless he could return to the truth layer, he would never be able to contact the survivors. Qi Xuan felt so uncomfortable. And he also found that the people in this world were very strange. All the members of the Suppression of Evil division in front of him had ghosts in their bodies. No matter how high or low their positions were, no one had less than 3 ghosts in their bodies. Especially Yan Jingxing, the head of the Suppression of Evil division, who had 6 ghosts in his body. And it was still running logically, but because the 6 ghosts were balancing each other and merging at the same time, they had extraordinary power. However, in Qi Xuan's view, this behavior was even more suicidal than the spiritual root world. In the spiritual root world, the source crisis of the sorcerers was still an external cause, but this group of people was really drinking poison to quench their thirst. Qi Xuan didn't know why they were so brave. We need to conduct a certain review on you, so you need to take off your armor and do it, Yan Jingxing continued. This is impossible. Qi Xuan refused directly. All his assets are just one Tai Sui god, how could he give it to others? Coming to a strange place, how could he give his equipment to strangers? I didn't kill you directly, which is very sincere. Do you really think you are strong? Qi Xuan glanced around and said bluntly, I have plenty of ways to destroy the seal and revive all the ghosts here. He was not lying. In the truth layer, rules are supreme, so the floating cannon can do nothing. But this is reality, and the buildings and equipment are not invincible. This made Yan Jingxing narrow his eyes. Just for these few words of Qi Xuan, he could be classified as a dangerous element. It's just that the place where they are is really inconvenient to take action, and the opponent is quite powerful, and it really can't be easily solved. They know nothing about Qi Xuan, so they can only give in temporarily. It's not too late to take action after finding out the true situation of the opponent. I am abrupt. The survivors of the Doomsday Game must have been on guard. It is indeed my mistake to let you take off the armor. I don't think it's necessary to review it, but I still need your cooperation. After all, this is the important place of the Suppression of Evils. I hope we can talk about it in another place. Yan Jingxing's idea is very simple, that is, to take people away from the seal library first. Otherwise, as Qi Xuan said, if the seals of other ghosts are affected, then the problem will be serious. Qi Xuan also went with the flow and didn't continue to entangle. Although he looked like he would die together, he was actually a little scared of so many sealed ghosts. The hanged ghost was just hanging him, but who knew if there were more terrifying ghosts among them? What if there were some deadly ghosts that could kill him, and he couldn't handle it? Okay, I'm just a survivor, and my goal is to survive. Everything else can be discussed. Qi Xuan said this half-truthfully. Facing a stranger, and a strange stranger with a killer weapon in his body, Qi Xuan naturally had to be a little alert. Please come this way, Yan Jingxing said, leading Qi Xuan in front. The rest of the people didn't move, as if they were going to cover the rear. Seeing this, Qi Xuan naturally followed. Then the other members of the Suppression of Evils division surrounded him vigilantly, forming a seemingly loose, but actually tight encirclement. As long as Qi Xuan made any unusual movements, they would be able to react immediately. As for whether it was effective or not, that was another matter. They could only guarantee that they would do their best, but could not guarantee the results. There is no need to guard against me. It is still very easy to kill you, Qi Xuan said with a curled lip. However, the members of the Suppression of Evils division had good psychological qualities, and did not care about Qi Xuan's words at all. It's just some necessary precautions, I hope you can understand. Just like we understand that you are a survivor, and we don't ask you to remove your weapons and conduct an inspection. Yin Jingxing spoke to smooth things over. Qi Xuan could certainly understand, otherwise he would not just talk about it. Otherwise, he would have taken action long ago. Even if he didn't kill him, he could have subdued him through other means. Of course, Qi Xuan also had concerns, such as whether they could actively release the ghosts in their bodies to die together or directly control them. Qi Xuan could still run in the former case, but in the latter case, Qi Xuan would have to reevaluate the military strength of the suppression of evil division. Intelligent brain, how is the data collection going? Qi Xuan secretly asked the intelligent brain. Progress is going smoothly. Through the members of the suppression of evil division, some data of ghosts can be indirectly obtained. Through comparison, it can be concluded that the pollution suffered by the survivors is essentially the rule data of the ghosts themselves. Long-term pollution through rules, and the unique structure of the survivors will make the survivors give birth to rule-level talents. With the universality and solidification of the Doomsday game, the survivors produced in this Doomsday world must be top survivors. But correspondingly, the mortality rate is extremely high. It is considered a lot for 12 billion survivors to survive 1 million survivors. Okay, just use the method of raising poison. Qi Xuan looked at the report provided by the intelligent brain, and saw that the transformation of the Doomsday game was getting faster and faster. Chapter 349. Qi Xuan's cooperation was half true and half false. After he finished explaining, he was arranged to rest in a guest room. The treatment was still very good. There was no difficulty. Instead, he was treated like an ancestor, and all matters were considered very carefully. During this period, Qi Xuan also inquired about various information about the Jia dynasty. It must be said that it almost shocked Qi Xuan. People were born out of thin air, and there were ghosts in their bodies when they were born. The second was the birth of the ghost control method, etc. These information were common sense in the eyes of the Jia people, so they did not hide it. Besides, there was no point in hiding it. As long as Qi Xuan left the evil suppression division, he would know it without asking. He would know it after living for a while. No wonder in such a horrible world, not all people died. It turns out that they were all refreshed. In other worlds, it is indeed outrageous, but in this ghost world, it is very reasonable. What about the family of the hanged ghost Wang Qin? What's the matter with the broken engagement? Everyone is refreshed. There is no concept of marriage at all, let alone having children to form a family. There are at least 2 ghosts in each person's body, and the ghosts will revive and become a regular disaster after death. However, it is precisely under this pressure that the Jia dynasty manages its 1/3 acre of land very well. From living sacrifice to death, there is strict management. At least within the territory of the Jia dynasty, there are few ghosts rampant. However, if you leave the territory, it is a ghost den. Of course, the territory is also gradually expanding. After all, the suppression of evils clears ghosts through ceiling, and then forms a base and reclaims it, which can become a new place for humans to live. After the establishment of the Jia dynasty, the humans that were refreshed were no longer random, but all within the territory of the Jia dynasty. This must be the result of the strong among humans using some power to achieve this effect. However, even if they were refreshed in the ghost cave, they could not be sure. After all, they were steady in their external expansion, and there was no case of a lone army going deep into the depths. Those who entered the ghost cave as a personal hero never came back alive. Another limited supernatural system. I think the ghost system can only be used as a resource, and I am afraid that the survivors can only be relied on. People are refreshed, ghosts are companions, and Qi Xuan does not want to become the body of ghosts. So he can only solve it according to the idea of the Doomsday game. The Doomsday game probably cannot deal with ghosts, otherwise it would not be remotely controlled. More importantly, even if the Jia people can use the abilities of ghosts after transplanting 3 ghosts through the ghost-making method, they are not complete abilities. If the ghosts use it by themselves, it is at the rule level, and Qi Xuan can ignore it but cannot avoid it. In Yua's hands, the power will not decrease, but it loses the rule level effectability, and the core of the mechanism flow. To make an analogy, if the ability of the hanged ghost is in the hands of a human, the opponent will still summon the white silk to hang the man. But it cannot hit and pull 100%, Qi Xuan can dodge and even wrestle with it. So when dealing with people, it is just at the level of an ordinary person. When dealing with ghosts, the effect will be better than dealing with people. It seems that it uses the rules between ghosts to form a certain entanglement effect, and then uses a specific seal to contain and store it. Just like a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, but will not care about a rabbit. If there is no gaseous structure in the survivor's mind as an aid, even if the ghost system becomes a resource, it is only a castrated version. The two worlds are likely to be carefully selected by the Doomsday Game, otherwise they can fit so well. In addition to the previous speculation of the intelligent brain, Chi Xuan has to find a way to freely enter and exit the truth layer and the reality layer. Otherwise, the harvest this time will be pitifully low. Chi Xuan's eyes fell on the smelting furnace. There are hanging ghosts burning inside, but so far, no evolutionary energy has been harvested. This means that at this stage, Tai Sui God can't eat this piece of fat meat at all. Tai Sui God's armor value has reached 119 points, you have a module column free. Seeing this, Chi Xuan did not hesitate and directly installed the fiber worm, which is the representative of the S-level talent devourer core, as a module into the module column. SSS Racial Gestalt Thinking, Intelligent Brain, Report. Chi Xuan couldn't understand. He knew the words, but the combination was a bit strange. The intelligent brain quickly provided a report to Chi Xuan. It probably allowed the fiber worms to acquire thinking similar to the Gestalt structure and acquire abilities similar to wisdom. It is divided into 3 levels in total. The highest level of civilization level common thinking, with Chi Xuan as the main body, and the fiber worms can become civilization in the future. The final pinnacle of civilization is Chi Xuan. The second is the aggregated multi-position thinking, represented by Fei. The last is the individual thinking of the fiber worm itself. This thinking is very simple, but it is the cornerstone of multi-position thinking and common thinking. But it's just a look. At this stage, it can only make the fiber worm stronger. At most, it can only exert multiple thoughts, and it is limited to Fei, and it cannot be engraved repeatedly. It's still too early for one person to truly achieve civilization. A long-term benefit. Chi Xuan found that the high consumption originally caused by the S-level talent devourer core was transferred to Tai Sui God because of the racial gestalt thinking module. This means that Chi Xuan no longer worries about running out of mana while fighting. The integration between the extraordinary system and the Tai Sui God module is getting closer and closer, and sooner or later one day, it will be able to completely integrate Tai Sui God. Intelligent brain, do you think I can learn from the relationship between ghosts and GUF people to form a technology to integrate everything of Tai Sui God with me as the main body? Chi Xuan asked. As for saying that this statement is too obvious and will cause the intelligent brain to have a rebellious mentality, to put it bluntly, my wealth is all in Tai Sui God. If the intelligent brain has any other ideas, it would have taken action long ago, not until now. It is quite difficult. You are not a native of the ghost world, but if there are ghosts like fusion ghosts, you may be able to succeed. If you want to complete this project, the remaining 2 modules are best to focus on mimicry and disguise, otherwise you may be less like a human, and it may be difficult to move forward. Secondly, this technology is best carried out through the gaseous structure of the survivors, otherwise you may be assimilated by the rules. The intelligent brain not only expressed support, but also provided suggestions to Chi Xuan. After all, it is an auxiliary, and everything is for Chi Xuan. So when Chi Xuan made this suggestion, how could it object? That's true, but after the fusion, it's not a question of whether it looks like a human or not, but it doesn't look like a human at all. When I activated the module of the savage natural disaster beast to fuse Tai Suation and Fei, it turned into a monster. If I am the main one in the future, or if I permanently fuse and load all the modules, TSK, Chi Xuan didn't dare to imagine what he would look like. That's why the intelligent brain reminded Chi Xuan to install the 2 modules of mimicry and camouflage as soon as possible, and cooperate with the deformation module to look like a human. But it's worth it. Tai Suation has the potential limit and the most important compatibility that Chi Xuan needs. Although this will step into the growth trap, in Chi Xuan's opinion, it's all worth it. When he said this, Chi Xuan suddenly yawned. Intelligent brain, my body data, Chi Xuan said decisively. He was actually a little sleepy. The intelligent brain also discovered Chi Xuan's problem and sent the report to Chi Xuan as soon as possible. Amine hormone melatonin begins to be secreted in large quantities, and adenosine gradually accumulates in the brain and accelerates the binding with receptors, inhibiting the excitability of brain nerves. At the same time, your body is sleepy, inactivate. Chi Xuan heard this, and gave a solution directly. He understood that this was an influence from the rules, not his abnormality. The inactivation procedure began, and Chi Xuan performed death recasting. After resurrection, the sleepiness disappeared directly, but he soon found something wrong. The guest room he was in was beginning to dim, and it showed characteristics similar to aging, and a lot of fog appeared around him. I am being pulled to the truth layer? Chi Xuan reacted quickly. This is good news, but not good news. The former means that he doesn't have to worry about the survivor experiment, and the latter means that he is worried about how to leave the truth layer. More importantly, is this the work of the Doomsday Game or some mechanism in the ghost world that targets him? He definitely hopes it is the former. After all, the Doomsday Game, and he have been in love and hatred for so long, he still has some understanding. What? Suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Yin Jingxing stood up all of a sudden, frowning. Yes, first it was covered by a layer of white fog in the ghost inn, then it became blurred, and then disappeared without a trace. The reporter recounted the process. Master, you have heard the situation. This survivor who claims to be from the Doomsday Game has a big problem. Submit this matter to His Majesty as soon as possible. Yin Jingxing sat down, calmed his mind, and waited for the reporter to leave. Then he looked at another middle-aged man on the side and said, Don't worry, Mr. Yin, I have reported it, but the person is missing. It will be difficult to deal with it next. Lord Shengshi also sighed. If there is a problem with the seal in the seal warehouse of the Suppression of Evil Division, he will suffer together with Yin Jingxing. Now, the person is gone, and this time I am afraid that the wider community will be implicated. As for deceiving superiors and hiding the truth from subordinates, it is a good idea, but it is a taboo. If you report the truth, you will be dismissed and investigated at most. If something goes wrong after concealing the truth, you will lose your life. The two of them are now on the same boat. If they want to keep their positions, they can only atone for their sins. Covering your mouth will only lead to disaster. It's not that no one has tried it. The bloody lessons have warned them. Ghosts don't care about your social skills or high positions. You must die if you deserve to die. Report the truth, even if it's difficult, we have to do it. Dismissal is just a small matter. If Shengshi Mansion and even the whole state are implicated because of such a mysterious and strange thing, it will be a real disaster. Please ask the Lord to impose martial law on Shengshi Mansion. Yin Jingxing directly requested a blockade. You have been suppressing evil for many years, so you are not wrong. According to your statement, martial law will be imposed. The Lord of Shengshi Mansion said that you are a professional, and you are right. Chapter 350. In the ancient temple in the deep mountains, Qi Xuan didn't know which truth layer evolved from the ghosts. But he saw other survivors. 3 men and 2 women, 2 of whom had about 10% of moderate pollution, which confirmed that these 2 were the first survivors to survive. They came about 3 seconds later than Qi Xuan, so they didn't notice Qi Xuan. It seems to be good news. The reason why I entered the truth layer should be the Doomsday Game. This is of course not only the work of the Doomsday Game, but also probably involves some protection and antivirus mechanisms in the ghost world. Otherwise, Qi Xuan would not have felt sleepy and been forcibly pulled. As for saying that this is the teleportation technology of the Doomsday Game, it's not like he hasn't experienced it before. He didn't even have the phantom pain on the back of his head, so how could he teleport? But there is also bad news, which means that the Doomsday Game may be exposed, and I may be implicated. Qi Xuan watched the 5 survivors chattering, and the 2 senior survivors who survived were imparting some information to the new survivors. It's really a good show. At the same time, Qi Xuan also learned one thing from them, that is, everyone's initial talent is D-level pollution resistance. However, every time you survive, you can choose to obtain new talents or evolve the D-level talent of pollution resistance through the settlement of exploration. Of course, the exploration degree must meet the standard. If it does not meet the standard, it will not disappear, but will accumulate. The settings have been forced to change. It has to be said that people will change, and some of the Doomsday will also change. Qi Xuan muttered. In addition, Qi Xuan also knew that among the last batch of survivors, only 1 in 10 survived the mandatory mission, so many countries were punished. Some survivors were wiped out, and then the second batch of survivors began, and the number of people involved soared from hundreds to tens of thousands. And they also launched a team-based survival game. After listening, Qi Xuan always felt that something was wrong, and then suddenly realized it. Fuck, live broadcast. I said it because there is no public live broadcast. Qi Xuan discovered the flaws of the Doomsday Game. For example, those platforms with national destiny, all of them are live broadcasts, and the emotions are directly full, such as national hegemony and the protagonist's face slapping. As a result, the Doomsday Game did not make arrangements for the protagonist to show his god in public for its own selfish interests. That's why the death rate of survivors is so high. If it arranges a live broadcast, it guarantees that a handsome and talented protagonist will be mocked and then slap the mocker in the face, and then become the representative of mankind and advance triumphantly. Qi Xuan can see the other party's wisdom in using the plugin. The Doomsday Game is unlikely to be done. It's not that I look down on it, but with its poor condition, how dare it show up? If it really does a public live broadcast, it might be killed by following the clues. Chi Swayan doesn't know what the world of survivors is like, but he knows that the world of ghosts he lives in is not a good place. If it really wants to broadcast live, there must be some connection. If it is caught at that time, it is easy to imagine what will happen next. Separate actions? Aren't you afraid of being separated? I like confidence. Chi Swayan saw the 5 survivors begin to separate. The logic is barely reasonable, just to avoid a group wipe. Another reason is that the exploration degree is not shared. Bringing a jerk with you may not only hinder you, but also backstab you. We are all casual acquaintances. It is impossible to trust each other just because we are all wanderers. They are all strangers. As for the senior survivors bringing the new survivors? It sounds good to bring a senior one, but in fact, the 2 survivors are just surviving. Choose an unlucky guy as an experimental subject. Chi Swayan decided happily. He completely forgot what would happen if he suddenly disappeared in the evil suppression division. What happened later, we will talk about it later. It is important to focus on the present. After all, whether he can repeat his last behavior and leave the truth layer is the same thing. Not to mention that he didn't know which area of the evil suppression division seal library he would be in after leaving, so there was no need to think about it. Chi Swayan randomly selected a survivor, and Tai Sui went over and took him away directly. The other party was full of fear, thinking that he had encountered a ghost. Fortunately, Chi Swayan was quick and knocked him out before he screamed and struggled. The basic attributes of the 5th batch of survivors are really not high, similar to the first batch, but the talent is too different. The talents of the first batch of survivors are flourishing, and the 5th batch of survivors are all guided to the same foundation because they need to adapt to the ghost system. Chi Swayan walked around and stopped in a secluded place in an ancient temple in the mountains, and then injected anesthetic into the survivor. The coverage of the ancient temple in the deep mountains is much larger than the previous mansion, but the details are not much different. Maybe it's because of the problem of cognition. The hanged ghost Wang Qin is a rich girl, a very traditional lady. Therefore, she never leaves the house, and her cognition from childhood to adulthood is all in the Wang family mansion. And this ancient temple in the deep mountains is likely related to a monk, so there is a broader cognition. Chi Swayan was also puzzled. The development of the Jia dynasty was indeed strange. How could there be such strange thoughts? Logically speaking, with their living conditions, there is no basis for such things to exist. However, existence is reasonable, and Chi Swayan did not intend to question anything. Instead, he focused his eyes on the survivor in front of him, shaved his hair skillfully, and opened the skull with a scalpel formed by polymorphic energy. Then he performed a mental analysis through Fei, and after a 2-pronged approach, the magical gaseous structure was taken out by Chi Swayan. The original gaseous structure is not polluted. Chi Swayan was delighted when he saw it. The survivor he caught was naturally the one without any pollution. The 2 polluted ones were left alone. After all, they had experienced it once, and were unlikely to be killed at the beginning. Intelligent brain, cooperate with me to record. The gaseous structure is rooted in the body, which means that the structure can affect the physical attributes. It is also derived from the spirit, so it can also enhance the spiritual attributes. At the same time, it has strong compatibility when facing rule data, which means that it can better carry ghosts. But at the same time, deep contact with ghosts will cause consumption, which means that there may be backlash after accommodating ghosts, such as resurrection. Wait, why does this setting look familiar? Chi Swayan suddenly paused. I suspect that the Doomsday game may have copied some settings from somewhere. Chi Swayan couldn't help but complain. Accommodate ghosts, and then gain the power of ghosts through ghost balance, and then there will be a price to pay for using the power of ghosts. The ghost-making method of the Jia dynasty is not as daring as you are. Will you launch professions such as the Trickster in subsequent Doomsday games? But you can find it. The gaseous structure is very suitable. Although it is a temporary solution in the early stage, the pollution level is high in the later stage, and various corresponding talents can completely make up for it. A group of survivors, who use rules, don't survive anymore in the future. Wouldn't it be better to change to invasion directly? With this clue, Chi Swayan suspected that the Doomsday game may want to transform. The previous mode was more inclined to theft type, throwing the survivors into the Doomsday world, and then waiting for the time to harvest and leave. However, because of Chi Swayan, the Doomsday game never waited for the harvest, and was always tossed to run away in a hurry. So the loss of profits was too much, and he must have thought of changing his method. From the original free-range breeding to raising poisonous insects. This is a dark change. Chi Xuan dissected the gaseous structure and the survivors, predicting the progress of the doomsday game in his mind. No, this is too suicidal, we have to find a way to stop it. For example, give it a strong and powerful beating. Chi Xuan couldn't do anything to the doomsday game, so what about the survivors? I can be suicidal, but not the doomsday game. I'm still counting on it to run away. Yurei walked halfway up the mountain. The temple on the top of the mountain did not change in his vision, which made him more and more confused. Am I encountering a ghost wall? Yurei wondered, and then sent his guess through the team chat channel of the doomsday game. Soon he got the reply of the other 3 people. In their vision, the size of the temple did not get smaller, and even the direction did not change. You know, they came up the mountain from different directions, and the directions they saw must be different, but they were all facing them. Strange, why is there one less person? At this moment, Yurei felt a little uneasy. The newcomer named Liu had not replied. So he hurriedly added him in the chat channel, but there was still no response. The avatar is still there, not dead. It seems that something really happened. This made Yurei a little irritated. The quality of the newcomers was indeed uneven. He died not long after entering. You know, this time the mandatory task is to survive for 3 days. In the end, he couldn't even survive the first day. I'm afraid we need cooperation to survive this time, but the other senior has bad intentions. If we cooperate with him, we might be sold out. We can only contact the remaining 2 newcomers. Only if they can successfully reach the temple on the top of the mountain. If you want to cooperate with him, there are thresholds, not that he can bring a burden as a babysitter. If it really doesn't work in the end, you can cooperate with another senior, at most you can be more careful. Fuck the doomsday game, hack the ghosts. Yurei couldn't help but curse fiercely. Resource depletion is a slow death, and being chosen by the doomsday game to go to the underworld to survive means that you may die suddenly at any time. He would rather choose the former than die so early. Chapter 351. Such a fiery gaseous structure should be called Yang Qi. Chi Xuan gave the gaseous structure on the survivor a name, which has no meaning, just something that comes to mind. After the Yang Qi was extracted by Chi Xuan, it was processed and transformed into a disposable observation tool. The carrier is the head of this unknown survivor. Through life support technology, the head is connected to the life support equipment to provide nutrients to ensure its survival. Then through nerve connection and mental vision, this living observation equipment can be used to achieve the results Chi Xuan needs. As for collecting experimental subjects, there is no rush. Anyway, there are still survivors alive, so it is more important to let yourself see it first. Whether the survivor who has been made into a living observation device is still alive depends on how to judge it. From the perspective of the doomsday game, he must be dead. But from the perspective of medicine and physiology, he is still alive. It's just that because of the transformation, he has no consciousness. Then, find another one that is not polluted. Oh, there are no more. All the survivors now have been polluted. Unfortunately, we can only wait for the next batch of survivors. Chi Xuan got this regrettable news through the reconnaissance network. He was not worried that there would not be a next time. He was not sure to return to the reality layer before, but now he has. It is nothing more than observing enough information, and then pushing or pulling the changes in him and the environment through the pollution formed by the rule data, and finally letting him enter the seal layer from the truth layer. Then it's easy to return to the reality layer. Just use the floating gun to solve it. Chi Xuan wasted nearly 5 hours, and the remaining 4 survivors had already been in the temple on the mountain. And they have begun to investigate, so that the truth will gradually emerge in the truth layer. Exploration degree is actually equal to the truth. The survivors may not know that when they dig out 100% of the exploration degree in a certain survival, they will not return directly, but will enter the exploration layer. This is not a good thing, because at that time, they will face the complete ghosts. Not to mention that they will die. The chance of survival is much lower than it is now. So the best way is to only take half of the exploration degree and then survive. Doomsday Game is not a formal platform, but more like a northern Myanmar platform. Chi Xuan has been tossing it until now. It is no longer the era where the more you do, the higher the reward. So you have to grasp enough measure. Otherwise, you will only suffer the consequences. Next, let's find the one with the heaviest pollution to start with. Chi Xuan thought for a moment and chose the target. If there is pollution, we must choose the one with the heaviest pollution. After all, it has the most data. Either it is there or it is not. There is no third state. Intelligent brain, go up the mountain. Chi Xuan said, and Tai Sui took off directly. Under the 1 flight and 2 acceleration modules, Tai Sui flew towards the top of the mountain at a high speed. Chi Suiyan observed the temple on the top of the mountain through the living observation equipment. Go around the mountain. Why is this temple targeting us? I remember we went around it before. Chi Suiyan also found a clue. Tai Sui began to change direction, and then Chi Suiyan determined that it was not a problem of direction. No matter from which angle, the temple was facing him directly. Choose a missile and blow it up. Chi Suiyan didn't want to think about why, because people don't talk to you about logic. So Chi Suiyan talked about gunpowder directly. A small and exquisite missile was quickly launched and hit the temple. Chi Suiyan didn't see any explosion. The missile was directly swallowed by the temple. Then the temple moved up and down twice, and then it calmed down. Alive. Chi Suiyan narrowed his eyes. Tai Sui God quickly approached the temple, and Chi Suiyan explored the location where it was hit, and there was nothing. It was as if nothing had happened. Reaching out to touch it, the texture was just like a normal building, and it didn't have the corresponding flexibility at all. Obviously, specific conditions are required to trigger it. No matter which angle you go up the mountain, you will be at the main gate. It should be some kind of rule. Chi Suiyan didn't intend to think about why. It might involve the use of some space, but unfortunately, he didn't know how to use it. So there was no point in thinking, and he just strode into the temple. After passing the temple gate, a chill suddenly hit me. The rules are really unreasonable. I am in this situation, and I can still feel the chill. Chi Suiyan's resistance to various elements is already frighteningly high. Now if he is thrown into the polar day world or the cold winter world, he can ignore the temperature directly. Even in the wasteland world, he can shit on the head of the wasteland king squatting in the restricted area for a month without fear of radiation. This is also thanks to the elemental resistance improvement brought by the deep element enchantment. Thanks to the composite holy object of the elemental holy grail, Chi Suiyan has a large amount of elemental data, and through destructive experiments, his super adaptability allows Chi Suiyan to obtain high-intensity elemental resistance. Otherwise, there might not be such a comprehensive solution. After the cold feeling hovered for nearly 3 seconds, it finally disappeared. Chi Suiyan suspected that it was a show of force. Intelligent brain, what do you think will happen if we release the hang ghost locked in the smelting furnace? Chi Suiyan's brain suddenly twitched, and he suddenly thought of such a thing. The hang ghost has not burned out any evolutionary energy yet, so it has been occupying space in the smelting furnace. So Chi Suiyan was thinking, if a ghost in the reality layer came to the truth layer where it should not appear, would it cause some kind of vicious bug? There is a high probability that unknown results will be formed. It is recommended that you do not try. If you really want to try, it is best to do it after all the research is completed, so as not to affect your project. The intelligent brain will definitely not support it. Chi Suiyan is just a daily brain twitch. If you want to play this kind of thing that is problematic at first glance, you have to wait until the benefits are squeezed out before you start. Makes sense. Chi Suiyan found that he seemed to be more and more casual, with a sense of confusion. I couldn't help but start to wonder in my heart, I won't become a chaotic evil camp. I have always considered myself to be chaotic neutral. After all, I kill men and women, animals, and plants equally, and I always want to blow up the planet. I am quite neutral. The more Chi Suiyan thought about it, the less confident he became. He didn't even dare to ask the intelligent computer, for fear that the intelligent computer would give him a confirmed answer. As long as he didn't know, he could stand in whichever camp he wanted. A survivor is approaching you, the intelligent computer gave a reminder. That's not approaching me, but people are being chased and want to run away. Chi Suiyan complained. Although the path deduced by the intelligent brain is indeed approaching him, the purpose is different. It's one of the seniors. Chi Suiyan also saw the person. She is a skinny woman with a good foundation. If she grows up, it should also meet the aesthetic standards of normal humans. Unfortunately, Chi Suiyan no longer meets the 4 words of normal human beings. Even if it is split into 2 words, normal and human, he is not related. The planet where the survivors are located, the depletion of resources seems to have affected the land and water resources, otherwise all the survivors would not be so thin. The 2 waves of 5th batch survivors that Chi Suiyan met were visibly thin. So the 2 basic attributes of spirit and physique are probably lower than those of the 1st batch. Fortunately, as long as the nutrition can keep up, the attributes can be restored to normal. The female survivor also saw Chi Suiyan, the armored man, and her expression was stunned at first, and then she was horrified. Not for anything else, just because Chi Suiyan seemed so out of tune with everything. Anyone with a normal brain would know that there was a problem. Why stay if you don't run away? I like people who deliver goods to my door. Chi Suiyan ignored the strange snakes behind the female survivor. It seemed that some killing rules were triggered, but the other party had a talent for pollution resistance, so it was not necessarily effective, so she could escape with her life. Chi Suan rushed forward at a very fast speed and held down the female survivor, who wanted to escape. The other party was the most polluted among the remaining 4 survivors, and she was about to enter severe pollution. "Let me go, let me go!" The survivor was naturally struggling, but her basic attributes were less than 1 point, so she had no strength to resist. Chi Suan didn't even dare to let Tai Sui use too much force, or he might crush her to death if he wasn't careful. The difference between 10 attributes and 1 attribute is not a tenfold difference, but it is too big. As for the strange snakes with some indecent organs behind them, they can only say that they don't have wings and can't fly at all. The snakes were entrenched and kept making strange noises, trying to make Chi Suan throw the survivors in his hand down. Chi Suan suspected that the snakes might not want to eat the survivors he had anesthetized, but to do something messy. Strange, where did it get this lustful idea? Chi Suan was a little confused. The people of the Jia dynasty were refreshed, so they did not need both sexes for reproduction, so there was no need for lust. If there is no need, there will be no market, and they will be forced to degenerate in the future. They will have desires, but most of the desires are greed, appetite, and other related desires, rather than thinking about doing these things. It can't be that the ghosts themselves have it, right? Chi Suan suddenly thought of this. Don't say it, it's really possible. After all, ghosts are accompanied by all kinds of species. It's not impossible that there are strange desires that Jia people don't need. After throwing a grenade into the snake group, Chi Suan turned around and left. After being covered by the snake group, there was no explosion. Obviously, the laws of physics are now in their hands. Chasing me? It's up to you. It's not impossible to conduct research and experiments in midair. Chi Suan ignored the snake group. As long as he didn't fall to the ground, they would fly up to the sky if they had the ability. The snake group's target was not him, but Chi Suan needed this survivor as an experimental subject. Chapter 352. The second live observation device is freshly produced. However, this time it is not the pollution-free version, but the highly polluted version. Chi Suan immediately obtained the triple truth vision. In his vision, there are no snakes and no colors, just the gray and dim ancient temple. In the pollution-free vision, the snakes are hoarse and surrounded by a strange atmosphere. However, in the latest version of the polluted version, the snakes are not snakes at all, but a group of monsters with obscene faces and neither male nor female appearance. If the female senior was in the hands of this group of monsters, she would probably be filled into cream puffs or overflowing. However, after the body and head were separated, the group of snake monsters quickly dispersed. The main reason is that there are really not many left, and even if they get it, they can't be filled into cream puffs. The head was made into a live observation device by Chi Suan, and the body was naturally consumed as material. Now even if Chi Suan gave the equipment to these snake monsters, they didn't intend to take it. After landing, Chi Suan carried a head in each hand and walked deep into the temple. A large amount of data was collected and stored by Chi Suan, and used as project data for research after leaving. In the main hall, there was a statue of the monster. A pig's head, a human torso, and a snake-like lower body. The whole was not a clay sculpture or stone sculpture, but was similar to a living thing, but with its eyes closed. After Chi Suan arrived, the statue seemed to have noticed something, and made a strange humming sound. Through the data analysis formed by the polluted vision, the other party was talking. It was probably something like "Enter my door, and enjoy eternal bliss," which sounded like a pyramid scheme. But there was no movement in the other two visions. Especially in Chi Suan's vision, there was no statue at all. In the unpolluted vision, there was a statue, but there was no movement, just like a dead object. When the statue finished speaking, it opened its eyes, and was visibly confused. Because it only saw two heads floating in the air, and because of observation problems, it could not see Chi Suan. It was like Chi Suan had to use a live observation device to see it. This was a two-way observation. Chi Suan had not yet been pulled to the corresponding level of truth. Another conscious ghost. Unfortunately, consciousness can only exist in the truth level, and it also needs stimulation. Chi Suan said, and because of observation, his vision gradually began to synchronize. Until the monster statue also saw Chi Suan. Then it was afraid. This is not normal. Someone saw a ghost suddenly appear. If you say you are not afraid, it is a lie. Chi Suan treated ghosts in the same way. The ghost did not care about making big promises anymore. He turned around and climbed up the beam. He almost didn't get up, and was pulled down by Chi Suan. It is not known what kind of ghost it is. It made a sharp cry. Obviously it was very scared. Ghost! Don't eat me, I am not delicious. The ghost was trembling, and was pulled back to the ground by Chi Swayan. I asked, you said, do you understand? Chi Swayan first gave its pig head 2 big slaps, and the howling quickly calmed down. Obviously, this ghost, like the hanged ghost Chi Swayan met before, gained the consciousness of the companion human and regarded himself as the original body of the companion human in the truth. Fearing ghosts is normal behavior logic. After all, ghosts are prevalent in the Jiua dynasty. I just cheated some incense, I didn't do anything bad. The ghost confessed very honestly. Chi Swayan gave him a big punch. Who asked you this? Did you answer? The ghost was scared, and didn't dare to make a sound. Chi Swayan was recording in his heart. The closer the truth layer is to the seal layer, or the reality layer, the heavier the human consciousness of the ghosts will be, and they will even ignore some unreasonable logic to a certain extent. But once they cross the complete level, the ghosts will become similar to regular life again. The truth layer is called the underworld by the Doomsday Game, which does make sense. Here are ghosts formed by the continuation of humans. After the brief record was completed, Chi Swayan looked at the ghost and asked, how long have you been doing this business? It's my first time too. I really didn't mean to lie. It's all. The ghost opened his mouth and said it was the first time, and then there were 12 volumes of military books, and each volume was about brothers. In a word, he was not only forced but also did it for the first time, so he was an innocent little white flower. Chi Swayan didn't believe a word of it. Ah yes, you are right, I believe you. Then cooperate with me in something. Chi Swayan coaxed the ghost. This gave the ghost a bad premonition, and Chi Swayan's ill-intentioned attitude was no different from making it clear. My 80-year-old mother is waiting for me to go back for dinner. The ghost was about to cry. Chi Swayan slapped it on the shoulder and said comfortingly, it's okay, let your mother not cook for you today. How about you lead the way, I go see your mother. If the ghost really brings out his mother, it will be a double blessing. Chi Swayan is sure that as long as the operating logic of the truth layer is not destroyed, the ghost is a human. Unless he is as naughty as last time, and snatches the ancient zither of the hanged ghost King Chin, and makes it lose control. Otherwise it is the thinking logic of his life. The ghost did not dare to speak for a while. Chi Swayan's words were too hurtful. It just opened its mouth and said nonsense, but Chi Swayan actually wanted to get rid of its mother. It was bitter in the heart. Where did this ghost come from to the mountain, and was so cruel? I don't know if this hero needs my cooperation, just say it. At this point, the ghost could only pat his chest and say. When Chi Swayan heard this, he naturally said directly, of course, it will grow up intact even if the heart and abdomen are dug out, and it is like taking a bath in a boiling oil pot. As soon as these words came out, the ghost turned around and ran away without hesitation. How can you survive after your heart and lungs are torn out? The boiling oil pan is even more tormenting. It thinks that the ghost in front of it has no intention of letting it go. If it doesn't run, it will die. It will die anyway. If it is killed by the ghost, it may die more quickly. If it is lucky enough, it may survive. As a result, before it ran 2 steps, its snake tail was stepped on by Chi Swayan. It bounced back and flew straight back to Chi Swayan's arms. It was tightly clamped by Chi Swayan. At this moment, the ghost's heart jumped directly from the water to its throat. Help! Then it turned into a sharp cry for help. When Chi Swayan heard this, he smiled grimly. Scream! Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. The ghost's sharp cry for help stopped abruptly. It never expected Chi Swayan to say this. Then he tied Faye up tightly, and took out the polymorphic energy to try to cut the ghost's body, but failed. Seeing this, Chi Swayan could only break off a large piece of meat from Faye's body, and stuff it directly into the ghost's mouth. The flesh and blood turned into fiber worms. Chi Swayan began to collect data on the ghost's internal organs through the racial gestalt thinking module of Tai Sui God and his own connection. As a result, after the fiber worm entered it, it fell directly into a strange space that could not be expressed in words. The space was filled with a large amount of black colloid-like substances. There are a lot of rules that cannot be analyzed, and at the same time, it has the structure born of extreme emotions and memories. The scene generated by the ghost in the truth layer is a time node that is the most impressive in the memory of the companion human, and this time node is accompanied by violent emotional fluctuations. It is equivalent to the memory fragment stored in it. If we can find a way to extract it, it will be of vital importance for the subsequent research. Perhaps we can figure out why the ghosts in the reality layer and the truth layer are completely different. We can even find the whereabouts of Jiua people after their death. Chi Swayan began to think of ways to extract the black colloid substance in the ghost's body. It just takes some time, and the ghost has to cooperate. So he decisively slapped the ghost twice more. "Be quiet, I asked you to swallow it, why are you spitting it out?" Chi Suiyan scolded, and the ghost immediately became honest. "That woman Tangya is dead." Yi Rui's expression changed slightly, and he heard the ghost's sharp howl. "Stupid, you become stupid for doing the flesh trade." When they met at the temple on the mountain before, another senior female survivor actually wanted to hook up with the ghost. But this can't be blamed on the other party, after all, she got a charm-type talent in the last survival settlement. If it really succeeds, then it will be a great help in this survival. But her behavior caused some mutations in the ghosts, and the charm did charm them, but not one, but a group. Moreover, the desires of this group of ghosts seemed extremely strong, and under the charm, they directly turned into perverts with only yellow waste in their brains. After noticing something wrong, they naturally ran away as soon as possible, otherwise if they were really caught, they would be tortured to death. As for Yi Rui and the other two survivors, they did not encounter any problems. After all, they were not women, and did not perform charm. So the target was not him. We can't go to the front hall. Let's continue to explore the back hall, and find the cause and effect as soon as possible to increase the exploration degree and unlock the truth, Yi Rui said to the other two survivors. He saw that the pollution level of these two survivors might have reached the medium level, and sighed in his heart that they could only be used as cannon fodder. Even if they didn't encounter danger, with their D-level pollution resistance talent, they couldn't survive for 3 days without fighting. Yi Rui was different. After the last survival settlement, he didn't use the exploration degree to obtain new talents, but upgraded his pollution resistance talent from D level to C level. The resistance ability was greatly improved. So as long as there was no danger, it would not be a problem to survive for 3 days. But he understood that only with enough exploration degree could he live longer. Chapter 353. Looking at the black crystal in his hand, Chi Suiyan further explored and extracted a stimulant-like effect from it. At the same time, it has the effect of stabilizing and enhancing Yang Qi. The predecessor of the black crystal is the black colloid in the ghost's body, but after it is taken out of the ghost's body, it will solidify into a crystal. At the same time, the ghost will also lose some of its memory and emotions, and will further pull the distance between the truth layer and the reality layer. Ghosts are more like anchors between the reality layer and the truth layer. Because of their existence, the two layers are distinct and appear to be extremely close. And human memory and emotions are a medium to stabilize the truth layer. After Chi Suiyan took out a small portion of the crystal, the intelligent brain gave a report through the reconnaissance network. The range of the ancient temple in the deep mountains that was originally locked has been reduced by nearly 1/10,000. That's because the memory and emotions that Chi Suiyan took from the ghost are exactly 1/10,000th of the overall capacity. As for the rules, this is the ghost itself, and Chi Suiyan cannot extract it. After studying it, it can be concluded that this memory emotion has no value to Chi Suiyan. This thing is useful to ghosts and the truth layer, but Chi Suiyan is not one of them, so how can it be useful to him? So I tried to throw it into the melting furnace. If I can burn out some evolutionary energy, it will be profitable. As for not burning out, I will put it aside for now. After Chi Suiyan leaves this ghost world, it will soften after losing the blessing of the world, and it will not be a problem to burn it again. However, depreciation is certain. After all, it is strong only when it is blessed, and the value of fuel is high in the same way. Memory emotion crystals seem to be used as a fuel for burning ghosts. By burning memory emotion crystals, the hanged ghosts were burned by 1/10,000th of the same period last year, and Tai Sui God obtained a large amount of evolutionary energy. According to the estimated number, after the hanged ghosts are burned, Tai Sui God can obtain an evolution. If there is no subsequent attenuation, burning a ghost can give Tai Sui God a complete evolution. Rule type, percentage, extremely high value. Chi Suiyan suddenly received a report from the intelligent brain, and his spirits were greatly boosted. Sure enough, the best fuel for Tai Sui God is rules. Chi Suiyan became more and more certain that the 4 characteristics of Tai Sui God were rules. Rules can only achieve the greatest growth with rules as fuel. But rules are difficult to deal with. In Chi Suiyan's current situation, it is indeed impossible to use them effectively. For example, the rising and setting of the sun and the moon contain physical rules, but he has no way to extract these rules for Tai Sui God as fuel. Only special supernatural systems, like holy objects and ghosts that present rules as entities, can be used by Chi Suiyan. The latest calculation shows that memory and emotion crystals work together to achieve extremely fast combustion efficiency and have a combustion-enhancing effect, but it's troublesome. I catch a ghost and have to empty it before burning it. It was okay at the beginning, but after emptying it, it will mutate directly without memories and emotions. Ghosts with human and those without human are not the same difficulty. No, two ghosts are needed, one of which is used as fuel, and the other ghost needs to take out memory and emotion crystals as combustion-enhancing agents. Only in this way can the internal and external combustion be fully achieved, otherwise the rules cannot be effectively transformed. Well, this is not just one, but two ghosts upgraded to the next level. Chi Xuan was not surprised. The difficulty of the world itself is great, which will definitely affect the difficulty of upgrading. Chi Xuan quickly looked at the ghost, and put his hand into the other's mouth. The ghost saw this, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. It knew this was a good opportunity, and the upper and lower jaws of the pig head closed directly with great force. The body composed of indestructible rules easily split the arm of Tai Sui God in two. Chi Xuan was operating in the expedition-level ecological cycle device, so he was naturally not affected. After biting it off, he swallowed it directly, and then turned around and ran away. Dare to resist? Chi Xuan guessed that it might be because he took away part of the other's memory and emotions, which caused its psychology to change. But the speed was still not fast, and Chi Xuan stepped on the snake's tail again, and fell to the ground on the spot. After pulling it back, he beat it up again. What are you thinking? I just took something out of your stomach. Why did you bite off my hand? Chi Xuan said as he beat him. The opponent's body is tough and even indestructible. But it can't withstand the beating because it has memories and emotions, so it will feel pain when it is hit. It can only be said that the ghost is indeed contradictory. Don't hit me, don't hit me, I don't dare to do it anymore, the ghost wailed and begged for mercy. Even if there is no injury on its body, it seems to be beaten to a pulp. Possess certain idealistic senses. It can generate corresponding feelings without the corresponding body structure. The rules are indeed magical. Chi Xuan continued to record the content, and then suddenly stopped. For no other reason, he saw the three survivors staring at this scene in amazement. Soon their eyes caught sight of the living observation equipment placed by Chi Xuan. The two heads were so vivid like lanterns, hanging in the air. Yirui didn't know whether it was the armored man who blasted the ghost or the ghost, but he could be sure of one thing: no matter which one, they were not good people. And they were discovered. As for why he came to the front hall, that was not where he wanted to come. The temple was like a maze, with ghost walls everywhere. He was dizzy after wandering around. When he pushed the door in, he saw this scene in a daze. Yirui couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and then hinted to the remaining two survivors to retreat. But the two didn't understand, so they turned around and ran away, and even closed the door. It would be fine if it was closed, but it was also locked. Yirui was so frightened. The fear from the depths of his soul suddenly broke out. The breath and pressure that made him shudder came down. His legs couldn't stop shaking, and he couldn't even speak. He used the newcomer as cannon fodder, but he didn't expect that the newcomer was faster than him, so he was directly asked to cover the rear. Therefore, he could only show a reluctant smile. Incense? When the ghost saw Yirui, the thick and long tongue stretched out from the pig head and fell to the floor, drooling down. It seemed that it had seen some kind of delicious food and forgot the existence of Chi Xuan. Chi Xuan didn't stop it. The ghosts in the truth layer thought that they were human and Chi Xuan was a ghost. Then the identity of real humans, after reaching the truth layer, might be similar to the concept of currency in food. So the ghost is salivating over Yirui, the survivor? Not metaphorically, but in a physical sense. Slightly out of control, and the memory and emotional influence are greatly reduced. Maybe it's because the rule-based life form is affected by the world's protection mechanism, so the priority is transferred from me to the survivor as an invader. Chi Xuan's special identity not only leads to identity differences, but also puts him in a position of protection loopholes. The ghost's body is directly coated with a layer of golden paint, and it can also shine with golden light. Delicious, the ghost's long tongue suddenly rose up and rolled towards Yirui. Yirui had no time to react. With his basic attributes, it was difficult for him to dodge stones, let alone such a fast tongue. But the tongue stopped in front of Yirui, and could not move forward an inch. Chi Xuan took action and grabbed the ghost's tongue. The incense is mine. Do you want to snatch it from me? Chi Xuan's tone was dangerous. However, at this moment, the ghost seemed to be gradually losing his mind. Chi Xuan's eyes quickly glanced at Yirui. He had seen similar situations. In the previous Truth Lair mansion, the survivor Pan Fen used a broken engagement letter to stimulate the mutation of the hanged ghost Wang Qin. Before, I thought it was a stimulation of thinking, but now it seems that there is also a world protection mechanism involved. Of course, this ghost did not change for no reason. It must be that the survivor in front of him had some kind of stimulating item on his body. Similar to Wang Qin's broken engagement letter. Qi Xuan was fine with it, but the survivor would stimulate the ghost. Yi Rui was so frightened that his face turned pale, and his mind was blank. Fortunately, he had experienced a similar situation in the last survival, and after having the experience to deal with it, he reacted quickly. He hurriedly took out a gold ingot from his waist, and threw it at Qi Xuan decisively. Although he didn't know the origin of the armored man, he wanted to divert the trouble first. Sure enough, the ghost's tongue turned directly, wrapped up the gold ingot, and then turned back. I have to eat the taste of incense. The ghost did not give up Yi Rui at all. It was just that the tongue was grabbed by Qi Xuan again, and then kicked the ghost, and it staggered immediately. Qi Xuan was naturally not to save the survivor in front of him, who he had never met before. It was because he found that this survivor was different, especially the situation of Yang Qi. He suspected that the other party's talent for pollution resistance was not D-level, but a higher level. The ghost staggered to his feet, and Qi Xuan came to Yi Rui at lightning speed. Qi Xuan knocked him unconscious before he could react, and then injected him with an anesthetic. He fainted on the spot. Incense, I want incense, give me the incense. Qi Xuan ignored the ghost's howling and dragged Yi Rui out of the front hall. After the ghost chased out, it lost its trace because Qi Xuan was too fast. After wandering around for several circles, it climbed back to its original position and continued to pretend to be a statue. After losing the observation effect, the ghost was reset, but the memory and emotions extracted from it by Qi Xuan did not recover. Obviously, this is a special substance that cannot be reset. Qi Xuan naturally didn't know this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care, because he had more important experiments to conduct. Chapter 354. After saving his important experimental subject, Qi Xuan immediately began to dissect. Sure enough, the Yang Qi structure has changed. The structure has become more three-dimensional, and the effect is more powerful. But the real growth is not in resistance, but compatibility. The Doomsday Game really wants to use direct universal rules to create a group of survivors who can control the rules. But this is a bargain for me. Qi Xuan extracted the Yang Qi structure and obtained a new structure through recording. It should be a C-level talent. The evolution direction can be divided into three types: containment, resistance, and attack. The Doomsday Game assumes that the evolution direction of the survivor's Yang Qi structure should be containment. After all, the two directions of resistance and attack are limited to ghosts. Especially after this structure is guided by the Doomsday Game, the limitations are even greater. On the contrary, containment can contain ghosts as a derivative, and obtain more efficient growth and more aggressive development. Unfortunately, the improvement of the Yang Qi structure will inevitably carry pollution. Qi Xuan sighed. The reason is very simple. If you want to upgrade your talent, you must have the corresponding exploration degree. The exploration degree is equal to the truth, and the truth is polluted. After going around in circles, upgrading your talent will definitely bring pollution. So there is no pollution-free version of C-level talent pollution resistance. Qi Xuan sutured Yi Rui's wound, and at the same time used drugs to relieve pain, and let the other party wake up from anesthesia. He had something to ask the other party. Yi Rui woke up staggeringly, and when he saw the armored man, he immediately thought of getting up and running away. As a result, he was pinned down by Qi Xuan. After 2 slaps, the other party finally came to his senses. This time, he really didn't dare to run away. Since the other party hit him, it means that he has no intention of killing him. Otherwise, he could just do it directly. How many people were selected to survive in the second batch of the Doomsday Game? Qi Xuan asked bluntly. Yi Rui was shocked by Qi Xuan's question. He didn't expect that the armored man in front of him would ask such a question. Thousands of people from each country. Are you also a survivor? Yi Rui asked hurriedly. Yes, then what is the attitude of the countries you are in towards the Doomsday Game? Qi Xuan asked again. Pan Fan definitely didn't know. After all, he was the first survivor in the 5th batch, so his attitude was definitely not clear. Love and hate. Last time only a few survivors survived, not to mention getting resources. The countries are more thinking about finding the technology to restore resources given by the Doomsday Game, and then find a way to get rid of the Doomsday Game. But this is a bit unrealistic, Yi Rui said sarcastically. In his eyes, the Doomsday Game is like an omnipotent god. How can there be any possibility of resistance? Qi Xuan didn't care about Yi Rui's attitude, but continued to ask, tell me about your talent pollution resistance. He deliberately concealed the talent level. After all, Qi Xuan didn't know the other party's true situation. C level was just his guess. without much evidence. What is there to say? Isn't it the same? Yi Rui was puzzled, and then asked tentatively, but was attacked by Qi Xuan's big dick. I asked you to tell me. Don't play dumb with me. Qi Xuan could see what the other party was thinking. Qi Xuan knocked out all his teeth, and then he said honestly, I evolved to sea level with exploration, not like Tanya drew a talent of charming temperament. Qi Xuan didn't know Tanya, but he knew that this person was one of the people made into a living observation device by Qi Xuan. It was probably the polluted version of the head. The effect has been improved from a small amplitude to a small to medium amplitude. If there is no danger, I can complete the mandatory task of survival this time with the pollution. Yi Rui continued to narrate. For this talent, the description is limited, so he naturally doesn't know much. He also revealed all the information provided by the Doomsday Game. Because Qi Xuan was wearing Tai Suishan, his whole body could not be seen, so Yi Rui couldn't grasp Qi Xuan's attitude for a while, so he didn't dare to say anything more, lest he say the wrong thing and get beaten again. However, he was certain of one thing, that is, this armored man did not have the pollution resistance that they had. Each survivor's basic talent was D-level pollution resistance, which would be different later due to different talents upgraded or extracted. What information did you get from this survival exploration? Qi Xuan changed the question. Yi Rui did not know the detailed information related to pollution resistance. This batch of survivors had little value left, and Qi Xuan prepared to deal with the trouble and leave the truth layer. Yi Rui was not surprised and directly told what he found. The temple is used to collect money, and the main force of collecting money is the man just now. The other party has mastered a little bit of the power of the Golden Ghost, Yi Rui said slowly, and Qi Xuan listened quietly. The cause and effect is that he failed to escape after collecting money, and was finally surrounded by the official. The Golden Ghost is the strange ghost with a pig head, a human body, and a snake tail. At the same time, Yi Rui told Qi Xuan that there are not only golden ghosts here, but also a group of lust ghosts, which will change into different forms through desire. Tanya, who was made into a living observation device, and the snake demon who wanted to fill her into a cream puff, is a lust ghost. Because Tanya wanted to control the lust ghost with her charm talent, the desire was absorbed, and finally caused a disaster. When Qi Xuan heard this, he was also thinking about what would happen if the lust ghost got his desire. As for the origin of the lust ghost, Yi Rui was not clear, but one thing was certain, it was probably a derivative ghost formed after other people who collected money in the temple were controlled by the Golden Ghost. Where is the location of the desire ghost? Qi Xuan asked. In the wing room, go. Yi Rui immediately gave Qi Xuan oral instructions. It's too troublesome, you come with me. Don't worry, you won't die with me here. Qi Xuan was just fooling around. Yi Rui's value is limited, wait until he leads the way, and see if he can be used as bait. If not, Qi Xuan will kill him and take away the other party's yang qi structure. In short, it must have an effect, and it depends on how Qi Xuan uses it. Yi Rui was naturally unwilling, and then Qi Xuan took out a pistol and put it against the other party's forehead, and he was willing all of a sudden. The world where the survivors live is guns. Even if there are no guns, there are similar weapons, so they will admit defeat. Qi Xuan has also determined the structure of the world where the survivors live. Under Yi Rui's guidance, they soon arrived at the wing room he mentioned. There was a rustling sound in the wing room, and if you listen carefully, you can hear some kind of conversation. After this job, we will go back home to the countryside. The first sentence Qi Xuan heard knew that this group of lust ghosts could not go back. You go kick the door and lure the lust ghosts out, Qi Xuan said. Yi Rui's face was bitter. If you want to lure them out, you can lure them out. Why do you have to kick the door? Can I knock on the door? Yi Rui said helplessly. After knocking on the door, he can turn around and run, but if he kicks it, it will be arrogant, and it will affect his escape, so he naturally doesn't want to do it. He knew that Qi Xuan's order was not well-intentioned, but for his own life, he still wanted to bargain. Okay, just lure out the lust ghost anyway. Qi Xuan naturally wouldn't object. Yi Rui cautiously approached the door of the wing room, stretched out his hand, and slapped it 3 times, then retreated in a flash. The direction of escape was not to Qi Xuan. Because he couldn't run faster than Qi Xuan, he would be caught and left behind. So running in different directions could also bet that the lust ghost would target Qi Xuan. Creak. The old wing room door opened, and a huge ball of flesh squeezed out. The ball of flesh was full of people, and these people chattered and talked to each other, and saw Qi Xuan not far away. Decisively set the target on Yi Rui, who was fleeing in the distance, even though Qi Xuan was closer to them. If you want to live, run to the front hall. Chi Suan kindly gave Yurui a reminder. The bait was indeed very successful. The Desire Ghost seemed not to hear it, and rolled his bloated and twisted body to chase Yurui. While chasing, he muttered all kinds of confusing words. Your Majesty's decree has arrived. The Lord of Shengshi Mansion spoke out as soon as he saw Yan Jingxing, the head of the Suppression of Evils Division. I wonder what your Majesty wants to do? Yan Jingxing asked immediately with a serious look. The seal in the seal vault will not be investigated. Yan Jingxing was shocked when the mansion master said this. Such a big thing was settled just like that? It is kept secret in the sealed volume, and cannot be opened without the Emperor's decree. This matter is over, but His Majesty has also sent people. Work with us to find the survivors of the Doomsday Game, and send them to Tiandu. After the mansion master finished speaking, Yan Jingxing smiled bitterly. This is not an easy task. Shengshi Mansion has completed the blockade and conducted a carpet search, but there is no news until now. How can we find it? The mansion master looked much more relaxed and said comfortingly, pay more attention to the seal vault. Perhaps this survivor was thrown into the seal by the Doomsday Game again. This is really possible. Yan Jingxing was reminded of this, and his expression was also filled with wow. He really didn't expect this possibility. After all, it's dark under the lamp. But at the same time, the problem is also very big. If there is another seal breaking, it will be even more difficult to explain. Fortunately, there is a special amnesty this time, otherwise Yan Jingxing and the palace master would not be dismissed and investigated, but would be directly executed. Thank you for the reminder, palace master. I will go ahead. If there is any news, I will inform you as soon as possible. Yan Jingxing got up and said goodbye before he even sat down. We can chat at any time, but now official business is urgent, so we can't delay because of such a small matter. Chapter 355. Yurui followed Chi Suan's advice, and ran towards the front hall. When the Golden Ghost met the Desire Ghost, he had no way to survive. It wasn't that he had to listen, but there was really no way to go. Because of the observation effect, the entire temple was changing and full of various unknown dangers. Only on the road to the front hall, with Chi Suan's escort, there was no problem. When he rushed into the front hall, resisting the burning sensation in his lungs, he saw the Golden Ghost sitting on the table, chewing something. He almost vomited after a closer look. Although the resources on his planet were exhausted, there was no cannibalism. The Golden Ghost was chewing the two survivors who sold him. One was left with half a body, and the other still had a head. It seemed that he was first emptied of his stomach, gnawed all his internal organs, and then ate other things bit by bit. Incense, it smells so good. The Golden Ghost sensed the smell of Yirui's life, and turned his head directly, with a piece of arm hanging from the corner of his mouth. Then he swallowed it into his mouth, and chewed it like slurping noodles. Of course Yurui wanted to escape, but he had no way back. The Twisted Lust Ghost had already rolled in. He reached out and grabbed his ankle, and then more arms grabbed him, making it impossible for him to move. In desperation, Chi Suan swept over and forcibly snatched Yurui back with great force. But before Yurui could calm down, his head was twisted off by Chi Suan. The body was not wasted, and was directly thrown into the smelting furnace as fuel. Then he knocked open the top of his head with one hand, pulled out his yang qi structure and properly preserved it. Because the speed was too fast, Yurui was not completely dead yet, but he was staring with puzzled eyes. Chi Suan did not intend to explain. After getting what he wanted, he crushed his brain and threw it into the melting furnace again. It was handled cleanly without any residue, which can be said to have made use of everything. On the other side, when the Golden Ghost saw the Desire Ghost, he pounced on it without hesitation, biting the Desire Ghost with big mouths. You betrayed me, betrayed me. I want you all to become incense. The crazy behavior of the Golden Ghost coupled with the unconscious murmur formed a crazy attitude. You guessed it right, the Desire Ghost is part of the Golden Ghost. Just like the different stages of the Hang Ghost, it is just because of the different cognition and distribution, so it behaves as an independent individual. The Golden Ghost is not devouring, but recovering. Chi Suan said softly. The Desire Ghost was very strange, and had no fixed form. However, from Yirui's words, it was known that the other party would have different forms according to different triggers. Therefore, he suspected that the so-called Desire Ghost was a unique structure that evolved from the desires of the Golden Body Ghost and humans through the Truth Layer. The Desire Ghost was also screaming, but when facing the Golden Body Ghost, it had no strength to resist. It was eaten up in just 3 or 5 bites. After eating it all, it regained its indifferent expression and looked at Chi Suan with cold eyes. These evil beasts should have died long ago. It seemed that the golden body ghost had gained a lot of memories, making it look very vicissitudes, and it was no longer afraid of Chi Suan. But these so-called evil beasts are you? Chi Suan said. However, the golden ghost did not answer Chi Suan, but just looked at him coldly. Chi Suan suddenly smelled a strong fragrance. This fragrance was not a woman's fragrance, but came from the fragrance burning in the temple. At the same time, Chi Suan also saw that his feet began to be coated with a layer of golden light. That was gold. He was turning into a lump of gold. It is indeed much stronger than the hang ghost, but it is very ordinary, Chi Suan said with disdain. Forcing his cells to transform into gold through the rules is indeed extremely painful in the process. But Chi Suan's cells are the Yusui virus, which is extremely strong and has many blessings. The golden ghost has no way to turn him into a lump of gold for 3 days and 3 nights. Even if it can be transformed, with Chi Suan's regeneration and self-healing ability, there is no way to catch up. He can grow 3 or 5 of them by covering 1 inch. You are a money-grubbing person, you deserve to die. The golden ghost also realized that his ability would take effect so slowly, so he expanded and turned into a golden ghost. Chi Suan took the polluted version of the living creature observation equipment slowly, and through the connection, the other party's golden ability was directly transferred to this equipment. Gold threads slowly emerged on the woman's head. On the other side, the pollution-free version of the living creature observation equipment, in the other hand, was guided to emit yang qi, forming a sharp appearance. As the saying goes, one thing overcomes another. Chi Suan finished his voice, and completed the charge under the module of 1 flight and 2 accelerations. The yang qi blade pierced the throat of the golden ghost. This made Chi Suan happy. Yang qi could indeed break the rules of ghosts. The principle may be the restraint formed by the containment effect after structuring. After all, the Doomsday game wants to use the yang qi structure to contain ghosts. Of course, it can only hurt but not kill. However, Chi Suan's goal is not to kill the golden body ghost, but he has his own plan. The sharp blade cut down in Chi Suan's hand until the lower abdomen, and the yang qi sharp blade in his hand broke. After all, the pollution resistance of the yang qi sharp blade is only D level, and the effect is relatively limited. However, the purpose was achieved. A huge wound appeared on the torso of the golden body ghost, and a large amount of black colloid was revealed in front of Chi Suan. It did not flow out, but was tightly clamped in the body of the golden body ghost. And the broken hole, a large amount of gold thread emerged and began to sew. Seeing that the purpose was achieved, Chi Suan naturally reached out without hesitation. All the black colloid was taken into the melting furnace. Not only was the speed of taking out fast, but the amount taken out each time was also huge. In less than a second, most of the memories and emotions of the golden ghost disappeared. At the same time, the ancient temple in the deep mountains began to collapse, forming a kind of hollow area. Obviously, it was because Chi Suan took out too fast that caused the problem. The golden ghost reacted and started to take action, but unfortunately, it was a rule-based life form, not a rule-based strongman who had cultivated after birth. In addition to the powerful rule ability and the indestructible rule body, the strength might be a little outstanding. But in front of Chi Suan, it was useless. The attack of both hands was easily blocked by Fei, who merged with the crazy cathedral and held down the golden ghost. The golden ghost's ability to turn into gold fell on Fei, and was first transferred to Chi Suan, who then transferred it to the polluted version of the living observation equipment. The two worked together, and Chi Suan completely emptied the memory and emotions in the golden ghost. At the same time, the entire ancient temple in the deep mountains was shattered, and Chi Suan fell directly into a ruined temple. This is the seal layer, the area where the golden ghost is sealed. In the ruined temple, the statue is the golden ghost, but there is no reaction. It's like it has become an empty shell. Is it a plant ghost? Chi Suan checked it briefly, and found that no matter how much stimulation, its behavior rules could not be triggered. It's like a freeze. The coexistence of humans and ghosts does not seem to be a one-sided advantage for ghosts. It needs human nature to drive the operation of the rules. But their human nature is at the level of truth, which the Jiyue dynasty's evil suppression department cannot touch at all. So ghosts become very unsolvable in their hands, and can only be sealed. Chi Suan whispered, and did not throw the golden ghost into the melting furnace. He had to wait until the melting furnace completely burned out the memory and emotions of the golden ghost, that is, the human nature, before putting it in. With the empty golden ghost, maybe we can get some good things from the Jiyue dynasty. Although the Jiyue dynasty lived a miserable life, it was also facing ghosts, and in fact its own civilization was not weak. So there must be some knowledge, intelligence, and even resources that he needed. Fearing that there were 2 ghosts per capita in the Jiuyue dynasty, Qi Xuan decided to try to trade first, and if it didn't work, he would rob. Since the overall strength is stronger than his, Qi Xuan naturally has to be more honest. He is thinking about killing, but it doesn't mean he is stupid. If you know there is a tiger in the mountain, don't go to the mountain. When fighting and killing can't solve the problem, Qi Xuan will choose another solution. When the force is limited, you can shamelessly change to reason. In the seal warehouse, Yan Jingxing hurriedly arrived with the master of the seal hall and a group of members. Look for it, and see if there is a problem with the seal of any ghost. I suspect that the survivor has been locked in and alone with the ghost again, Yan Jingxing said, and everyone started to act. It took about half an hour before and after, and someone found it. The seal of the golden body ghost has something abnormal inside. When a member of the seal hall checked the 3rd seal, he found a clue. Yan Jingxing quickly put down the inspection work in his hands, and took over the seal of the golden body ghost. The sealed file flashed through his mind. It was probably about the unlucky ghost who failed to make money, and was betrayed as a token of surrender. In the end, he committed suicide and released the golden ghost. However, the evil suppression department also took joint action and easily sealed the golden ghost. Go get the file, and then don't use it. Yan Jingxing wanted to know the details, but before he finished speaking, he saw a familiar crack on the seal. This crack was seen on the hanged ghost last time. It is very likely that it was the survivor of the Doomsday Game. The file doesn't matter, as long as the person is found. As for the golden ghost, it is probably missing like the hanged ghost. The court values this survivor. Yan Jingxing guessed that it was because the survivor was suspected of having the means to kill ghosts. Otherwise, it would not be so important. Everyone disperse and be alert. Yan Jingxing shouted loudly, and all the members present hurriedly put down their work and focused their eyes on the seal in his hand. The next moment, the seal was broken. Stop, don't attack. Yan Jingxing looked at the familiar appearance of the Iron Man survivor and shouted again, feeling relieved. The person was finally found. Chapter 356. Hey, long time no see, Master Yan. As soon as Qi Xuan came out, he saw Yan Jingxing, who looked alert. He obviously found out that he was missing, and then suspected that he had entered the seal again, so he blocked him in the seal library. Don't say it, the guess is really accurate. As for why he was still in Shenshu Mansion, Qi Xuan suspected that the Doomsday Game used him as an anchor point and circled the survival areas in the truth layer to be ghosts in the Shenshu Mansion area. If Qi Xuan migrated, it might cause the survival areas of the Doomsday Game to change a group of ghosts. This is why every time the survivors go to the truth layer, they will also take Qi Xuan with them. He has to rely on him to complete the transmission. Qi Xuan is not dissatisfied. He can use the Doomsday Game as a platform to make money, and the Doomsday Game can naturally use him as a transit station anchor point. Even if he doesn't want to, there is no solution. Did the Doomsday Game send you to survive again? Yan Jingxing didn't care about Qi Xuan's words. It was just a matter of 10 hours. But he was really concerned about Qi Xuan's safety. Yes, I am also troubled by this matter. They took me away without notifying me in advance every time. Qi Xuan said in a tone that he had no choice. After listening to him, Yan Jingxing's expression eased. It doesn't matter what else, as long as the person is found. And even if he disappears next time, from the other party's tone, it can be confirmed that he can go to the seal library to look for him again, and maybe he can be found in a seal. But I found a good thing. Qi Xuan suddenly said mysteriously. This made Yan Jingxing a little confused. What good things could there be in the seal? There was only a golden ghost. Are you talking about a golden ghost that can make gold? Yan Jingxing was not wrong, but he guessed Qi Xuan's purpose wrongly. He thought Qi Xuan was attracted by gold, but he did not ask how Qi Xuan controlled the golden ghost. This matter was not something he could handle. He had to wait for the people above to come down and solve it. Another thing, looking at Qi Xuan's mysterious tone, even if he asked, the other party would not tell him. Yes, it seems that you dare not ask, which means that you don't have enough power. Did your Jiuyue dynasty send anyone to contact me? Qi Xuan asked. In all aspects, the Jiuyue dynasty is indeed very compatible and thick-skinned because of ghosts. Qi Xuan looks like a human being and can speak human language, and he is not a ghost, so he is classified as a human by the Jiuyue dynasty. Even if he is a person from another world, he is still a human. There will be no killing or deliberate imprisonment, but more attempts at cooperation. After all, if Qi Xuan is really killed, what's the use, especially since Qi Xuan has shown his targeting of ghosts? Obtaining this targeting will be of great benefit to the entire Jiuyue dynasty. Those who pursue without thinking are the ones with problems. Their own race is surviving, and they want to cut off their own path. Isn't this a problem? Yes, they will arrive tomorrow. You need to go to Tiandu by then. His Majesty will discuss the details with you. Yan Jingxing did not use words such as audience or summons. Instead, he arranged Qi Sui outside the system of the Zhiyue dynasty. This was a respect for him, indicating that you are not superiors or subordinates, but equals. A survivor who will be dragged into danger at any moment, and there is an unknown doomsday game. How stupid must you be to be so self-confident? The other party is not from your world, and at the same time, he is in danger of his own death. If you really show off to the other party, you will definitely be the unlucky one. It came quite quickly. Did you use the ghost-making method to obtain the ability of ghosts and monsters for communication? Qi Suan asked. Although he was 80% to 90% sure in his heart, he also had to have a proof. Yes, through the transplantation of ghosts and monsters such as Xianing Ghost, Weiner Ghost, Lingyao Ghost, and Liqi Ghost, you can transmit sound thousands of miles away. Yan Jingxing did not hide it. There are many ghosts and monsters, and naturally there are repeated varieties, so it is not difficult for the Zhiyue dynasty to build a communication system with ghosts and monsters. Not to mention that the ghost-making method not only has the technology of transplanting ghosts and monsters, but also a complete discipline, which also includes the cognition of ghosts and monsters, etc. Therefore, it is completely possible to detect the accompanying ghosts and monsters through people, so as to confirm the variety of ghosts and monsters, and then transplant and screen them later. Especially for those who intend to join the evil suppression department, certain matches will be made. If there is no such intention, then whatever ghosts are left will be chosen. Very good. Qi Suan praised perfunctorily, and then asked, by the way, I want the relevant information and files of the Hang Ghost and the Golden Ghost. These two ghosts are really peculiar. As a refreshed person, he must have no parents or brothers. What about Wang Qin? How did she become a lady from a noble family? Yan Jingxing readily agreed. No problem, I have someone send it to you later. You just came out of the survival, go and rest first. I have someone send you a table of wine and food. This means that you kid, get out of the sealed library quickly, it's so dangerous here, if you get into trouble, it will be troublesome. However, Yan Jingxing said it nicely, and did it quickly. Qi Suan didn't even bother to study the other party's meaning, and followed him out of the sealed library. Then he was arranged by Yan Jingxing to another wing room. This location is close to Yan Jingxing's office, and it may be temporarily changed from some office rooms. Obviously, they were afraid that Qi Suan would disappear inexplicably again, so they made such a choice. Then when the so-called wine and food came up, Qi Suan realized that the Zhiyue dynasty was really poor. Let alone the wine, it was not much different from vinegar. A large bowl of white rice, 2 green vegetables with a little oil floating on them, and a palm-sized piece of pork belly, which was fat and greasy. Yes, this is already the best food. Qi Suan did not question it, because Yan Jingxing, the head of the division, did not eat so well. This was not the first time he had the food of the evil suppression division, so he knew that it was really good wine and good food. It was normal that he did not have lust because he was a new person. And he did not have appetite, naturally because the Zhiyue dynasty was really poor. The resources were not bad, but because of the ghosts, more emphasis was placed on survival. Therefore, in terms of enjoyment, there were naturally not so many tricks. Qi Suan did not eat. He had not eaten for a long time. He obtained energy from the supernova nuclear reactor of Tai Sui God through the virus blood colonization suit. Not only was it convenient and fast, but the absorption efficiency would be higher. He picked up Wang Qin's file and began to read it. Isn't she a lady from a noble family? Qi Suan's expression changed slightly when he saw it. Wang Qin had never experienced a broken engagement, and the Zhiyue dynasty had no marriage and no need to reproduce. So she was just an ordinary person, one of the countless people who provided productivity for the Zhiyue dynasty through work. Otherwise, if she was willing to join the Jinxia division, it wouldn't be said that she was a hang ghost and a bad ghost. Then, there was a broken engagement and a mansion. Where did these things come from? Qi Suan was also confused. How could this be just a setting? But there was no corresponding thing in the real world. And the guqin? There is no such musical instrument in the ghost world. Such items must first be in demand before they can be born. The humans in the Zhiyue dynasty have always been struggling for survival, and even eating is so casual, how can they have the mind to play any musical instruments? So it has never developed at all. As for the boredom of the top leaders? Anyway, Qi Suan has never seen any privileges of Yan Jingxing, the head of the Jinxia division. Every day he is busy with this or that, and he has no time to rest. Even if he is not on a field trip, he sits in the office all day. He is extremely efficient in government affairs. His work intensity is considered short in the Jiuyue dynasty. It can only be said that he is really fighting for his life. However, it is precisely because of their high intensity and effective work that there is no ghost in Shengshe Mansion. So where do those things in the truth layer come from? Qi Xuan was very confused. Things that do not exist cannot appear out of thin air. There must be a source. Then he looked through the files of the Golden Body Ghost, and there were some similarities, but more differences. He was a moneymaker and an outlaw, but he didn't make money by burning incense in a temple in the mountains. It was just a normal Ponzi scheme that was exposed, and the other people who were involved in the scheme used him as a scapegoat. There is no such mountain near Shengshe Mansion, and there is no so-called religious power. That's right, there is no feudal thought, no religious power, and many things are compromised for the sake of survival. So men, women, old and young are very equal, there is no privilege, and there is no philosophical religious thinking. No one believes in incense. If you really make up a god, the suppression of evils will dare to let you and your god go to the front line to deal with ghosts. If you can really solve the ghosts, the whole dynasty can believe in your god. As for those who can't solve it, they will definitely die without even a bone residue. Things are getting more and more troublesome. What the hell is the truth layer? How come it's like a copy? Limited area and can be reset. Qi Xuan was getting more and more uneasy. After thinking it over, he thought about testing Yin Jingxing. After all, he was responsible for these things. Even if he was not the first party involved, he could help him find the first party, provided that he was not dead. Except for some logistics personnel, the casualties of the evil suppression department were very heavy. No matter what, they had to face the ghosts directly. At least 3 or 5 out of 10 would die in a mission. That is, the people in the ghost world were refreshed, otherwise humans would have been extinct long ago. Therefore, the death rate is high, but there is a higher birth rate to make up for it, and they can skip the development period directly, and they will be adults when they are refreshed. I always feel that if I keep digging like this, I will have to dig out some extremely terrifying secrets. Qi Xuan sighed. If I don't dig, I will probably die in a confused state. Dig, there will be great terror, and you will die knowingly while still having some hope of survival. Chapter 357. After asking Yin Jingxing for relevant information, Yin Jingxing knew only a limited amount, and because of the long time, the people had basically changed. Qi Xuan finally had to give up the pursuit, and then took out the golden ghost that had crashed and turned into a plant ghost for research. After about half an hour of tossing, Qi Xuan got nothing. This thing is really incomprehensible. It's all a mess of rules. The holy object is pried by the rules, and this is simply the compilation of rules. Qi Xuan is complaining that this thing is just like a rule spirit. If this meets those powerful people who have comprehended those rules in fantasy, then these ghosts and monsters will not be the best supplements. In the end, he couldn't toss any more, so Qi Xuan threw it back into the smelting furnace, waiting to exchange something with Emperor Jiuyue after arriving at Tiandu of Jiuyue dynasty. They must be interested in a plant ghost. Then Qi Xuan took out the sea-level Yang Qi that he had stripped from Yi Rui. Qi Xuan directly used the pollution resistance talent level of the other party as the classification standard, saving Qi Xuan from having to deal with it again. What a pity. 2 living observation devices are scrapped. Of the 2 observation devices made before, one was used to transfer damage, and the other was made into a weapon, so naturally they can only be used once. That was also a small experiment of Qi Xuan. Intelligent brain, how long will it take for the new module column to be born? Qi Xuan asked. He planned to install this Yang Qi as a module on Tai Sui God. If successful, then Tai Sui God will have a great chance of gaining resistance to ghosts. By then, Qi Xuan, who is in the body of Tai Sui, can also resist the killing rules of ghosts, instead of having only the attributes to press the opponent to the ground and beat him without being able to dodge. The hanged ghost is about to burn out, and it is estimated that it will take another half an hour. The efficiency is so fast. Qi Xuan was indeed a little surprised. To put it simply, the burning efficiency of ghosts is even faster than that of spiritual roots, and the human nature accelerant is indeed very effective. If it is the evolutionary energy obtained by burning spiritual roots, how could the intelligent brain mention the 3 words hanged ghost? Yes, ghosts and human nature are used as accelerants, and the effect is the best and strongest among all fuels. And there is a great probability that it will not decay like the holy objects. With the words of the intelligent brain, Qi Xuan's heart was directly put into the water. That's true, but don't you think about it? Ghosts are much more dangerous than holy objects. The effect of holy objects is not that extreme, and how much power they can exert depends on the user. Unlike ghosts, you have to catch a ghost and put it in the smelting furnace first, and then enter the truth layer to take out the humanity of a ghost as an accelerant. If you are not careful, you will die. Chi Xuan knew the difference between the two. If you need holy objects, Chi Xuan can find a place to slaughter and harvest a lot. It's not without danger, as long as he runs fast, he can avoid most of them. But ghosts can't do that. In addition to those, you have to use 2 survivors as tools. In addition to the danger, it is also very cumbersome. But the benefits are indeed high. Ghosts plus accelerants are equivalent to direct upgrades, provided that there is no attenuation. Risks and benefits are equal. There is no such thing as a free lunch. There are only traps. The intelligent brain kindly reminded Chi Xuan that if Tai Sui's evolution time soared for no reason, Chi Xuan would not be happy, but would be alert and on guard. While communicating with Tai Sui about what sea-level Yang Qi might become, he was studying sea-level Yang Qi. Although he had studied it, and knew the structure, form, data, etc., it was possible to review the old and learn the new. Half an hour passed quickly. Chi Xuan focused part of his attention on the armor value, until he reached 122 points, and obtained a new module column. Chi Xuan installed it without hesitation. SSS Controllable Rule Containment Structure, empty. Is this name so messy? And it has a suffix? Chi Xuan looked at the newly acquired module, and didn't know what to say for a while. It doesn't matter if the name is messy, but it can be understood. In particular, the combination of the 3 keywords controllable, rule, and containment made Chi Xuan think of a possibility. That is, through this module, ghosts can be contained directly. Because the word contain is used, it means that there is no need to worry about the backlash of ghosts, because it can be fully tolerated. In addition to controllable, perhaps the ability of ghosts can be used unscrupulously. The SSS level pollution resistance talent is likely to have this effect. Intelligent Brain Report. Chi Xuan's guess was a guess, but it did not prevent him from asking the intelligent brain for a report on this module. The module has been generated, but it is in a dormant stage. The intelligent brain sent the module-related report to Chi Xuan as soon as possible. Chi Xuan watched it while listening to the explanation of the intelligent brain. You need to accommodate a ghost as soon as possible to activate the module. Chi Xuan read the report without saying anything. There is indeed a lot of content, but there are not many places where he can use it. It is not the same as what I need. Chi Xuan looked unhappy after reading it. The most important point is that this thing can only be used once, that is, once it is accommodated, there is no way to replace the ghost. It will be scrapped after it is taken down. If you want to get it again, you can only install a sea-level Yang Qi. Of course, Chi Xuan is still very satisfied with the effect, but the real problem lies in the operation method. Chi Xuan wants absolute dominance, and this module is more like an offering. It may not betray, but Chi Xuan does not want to bet on this possibility. The last person who dared to bet like this was a reborn person. So he was picked by Chi Xuan when he was reborn. Chi Xuan is no longer in urgent need of strength to protect himself, so the choice of the extraordinary system is naturally to eliminate the hidden dangers to the greatest extent, and he will definitely not give up. We have to study it again, and continue to refer to the talents of the 5th batch of survivors in the Doomsday game. The direction of the controllable rule-containing structure is definitely different from that of the Doomsday game, but there are some similarities. So we still have to rely on ourselves. You can try to choose ghosts that can be fused or twins, and you can refine them. One will be kept, and the other will be used as an activation module. In this way, you can use it with confidence. The intelligent brain gave the corresponding prompts. Chi Xuan certainly had this idea, but the problem was that Chi Xuan had no means of refining. The difficulty of the ghost system is very high. The extraordinary system of the Jiyue dynasty can be said to have no reference at all. He can only use it as a partial data derivative to improve a new system. There are very few people who can help him. It all depends on his own exploration. So luck is very important. If you can kill the protagonist of the ghost world and seize the protagonist halo of the other party, then you have at least 80% chance. As for now, it is 20%, no more. The home advantage can reach all his enhancement effects. Can a father not help his own son? However, it is limited to luck. In other aspects, Chi Xuan's enhancement effect is still quite powerful. Just a single luck can make up for a lot. After all, the protagonist halo itself is based on luck. Without luck, many effects cannot be brought into play. That is, Chi Xuan added a strong luck effect, which can go smoothly. It's a pity that the protagonist halo is not a wishing spell, otherwise Chi Xuan would be even happier, and he could get whatever he wanted just by opening his mouth. It's hard to get, but since you said so, I can use it to embarrass others. Chi Suiyan narrowed his eyes. I think the protagonist halo helps here. It's just linked together. Chi Suiyan hadn't thought about what to exchange for the golden ghost that turned into a plant ghost with the Emperor of Jiwa Dynasty, but now he has it. Children make choices. Adults will definitely want them all. Twin ghosts with fusion ability, or fused ghosts with twin abilities. Are there any strange ghost species, like twin ghosts or fused ghosts? It doesn't matter if the names are different, but as long as they meet the conditions, they are fine. If successful, Chi Suiyan will directly merge with Tai Sui God. Not to mention being invincible, at least his own growth will be much easier. He never thought about really getting the potential and ability of Tai Sui God that is like a growth trap, and the purpose is naturally to strengthen his own strength. Where is the person? Have you found him? Nangong Yuan, as the commander-in-chief of Tiandu, was arranged by the emperor to pick up the survivor of the Doomsday Game into Tiandu, so she didn't say anything polite, and directly asked the owner of Shengshi Mansion whether he had found Chi Suiyan. On the other side, Yan Jingxing also rushed over as soon as possible. Hello, Lord Nangong, the survivor has been found, but the situation is a bit special. After that, Yan Jingxing briefly summarized the situation. You mean that even if I take him away, this survivor may be dragged back to the sealed vault of Shengshi Mansion by the Doomsday Game to survive? Nangong Yuan naturally heard what Yan Jingxing wanted to say. Yes, so if Lord Nangong wants to take the survivors to Tiandu, he must be quick. Otherwise, if he disappears halfway, even if he doesn't return to our Shengshi Mansion, but is sent to the seal warehouse of other prefectures, states and counties, it will be a big trouble, Yan Jingxing said solemnly. He was not exaggerating. After all, Chi Suiyan had come out of the seal warehouse for the second time. If he said there was no problem, it must be a lie. Nangong Yuan frowned when he heard this. This matter is indeed tricky, and needs to be reported to your majesty. Nangong Yuan didn't ask why he didn't say it earlier. He had just found it, and she was on the road during this period. How could she get the news halfway? If she wanted the news, she had to communicate, and the ghost in her body didn't have the corresponding ability. Seeing that Nangong Yuan agreed, Yan Jingxing and the owner of Shengshi Mansion were relieved. It was good that they didn't pursue it. Chapter 358. This is Nangong Yuan, the commander-in-chief of Tiandu. We are here to take you to Tiandu. It will just take a while. After all, you may be dragged to survive by the Doomsday Game at any time. We need to ensure that you can arrive smoothly. Yan Jingxing first introduced a tall beauty next to Chi Suiyan, and then explained the cause and effect. Chi Suiyan looked up and down at Nangong Yuan, who was called the commander-in-chief, and his brain suddenly twitched. Hell's commander-in-chief, we love you. When these words came out, both Yan Jingxing and Nangong Yuan were confused. What was going on? How could they say such strange words right at the beginning? Nangong Yuan could only show an awkward but polite smile. Thank you. Sorry, I thought you could rotate the magnetic field and be the god of hell. Chi Suiyan also realized that his brain seemed to be too much. So he explained it again. This made Nangong Yuan even more speechless. These two things didn't look like good things. Fortunately, as the commander-in-chief of Tiandu, he had qualities in all aspects, so he quickly changed the subject. Do you have a way to determine when you will be pulled to survive by the Doomsday Game? Or determine whether the area you will go to after being pulled is limited to Shengshi Mansion or the nearby Seal Library? Nangong Yuan asked two questions directly. Chi Suiyan lowered his head and thought for 5 seconds, then gave a good answer. I don't know. Why did he study these things? He was not a survivor, but a violator. There was no need to follow the requirements of the Doomsday Game. Moreover, there is no worry about the safety of life. Being pulled into the truth layer is almost a resource refresh point for Chi Suiyan. Without entering the truth layer, Tai Sui God will not have the fuel needed for evolution. Chi Suiyan's excellent answer made Nangong Yuan's eyes twitch. This was the first time she met such a person. Chi Suiyan's first impression on her was not stupidity, but recklessness. He didn't even care about his own life. Then let's go to the Longlu Mansion next door to take the test, Nangong Yuan said. Ah? Not good, Master Yin. She is trying to snatch people from you. Why don't you say a word? Chi Suiyan said this casually. Yan Jingxing showed no signs of being provoked. He just felt that sending Chi Suiyan away as soon as possible was indeed the right decision. He had no contradictions or conflicts with the commander of Tiandu, but if he really did what Chi Suiyan said, there would be one immediately. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Yan Jingxing directly vetoed 3 times. Nangong Yuan looked at Yan Jingxing with a strange look. Yin Jingxing must have been tossed around a lot during the days when the survivors came. If it were really two people with conflicts, Qi Xuan's words would definitely cause trouble. Well, I thought you were thinking of replacing him. Qi Xuan's tone was full of regret. The veins on Yin Jingxing's forehead were bulging. He really didn't expect Qi Xuan to dare to say such nonsense. Then this great commander of hell, who can't rotate the magnetic field, I want to ask, are you here alone or with your men? Qi Xuan's eyes fell on Nangong Yuan. The other party was in line with the aesthetics of normal humans, which made Qi Xuan feel that there was a chance accompanied by some kind of disaster. The protagonist halo plus the beauty. If there is no problem in the middle, Qi Xuan dares to twist his head off and knead it into dough. So he has to prepare for the subsequent troubles. If he comes alone, it's easy to solve, just start killing. But if he brings his men, there may be some jealousy and bloody things. At that time, it will be difficult to kill because of face, so he can only kill secretly, and he has to consider the aftermath afterwards, which adds a lot of work. It is impossible not to kill. Qi Xuan doesn't want to engage in any open or secret struggles, he just wants to kill the other party simply. As for the resurrection of the ghosts in the body, it doesn't matter, it's not his territory. He doesn't need to be responsible for the people of the world, as long as he is responsible for himself. This time I came here in accordance with the Emperor's order. It is a secret order, so I am the only one who came. Nangong Yuan was a little strange, and didn't know why Qi Xuan asked such a question. You are alone. Now there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Or just listen to the solution directly? Qi Xuan gave 3 choices. Nangong Yuan was helpless about Qi Xuan's jumping, but he could only patiently ask. Listen to the news first, then listen to the solution. The good news is that I can go to Lanlu Mansion, and the bad news is that if you go with me, something will definitely happen. The solution is very simple. Let Yin Siju go with me. I believe he must know the Lord of Lanlu Mansion, and the Lord of its suppression of evil's division. Qi Xuan said. Without the beauty Nangong Yuan, the opportunity is probably not discounted, but the trouble is likely to be discounted by 90%. However, when these 2 sentences came out of Qi Xuan's mouth, Yin Jingxing's scalp was numb. This is not willing to let him go. He carefully recalled what he had done. There was nothing out of line, and his attitude was normal. Why must he hold on to him? Nangong Yuan saw Yin Jingxing's reluctance, so he came out to smooth things over and said, Master Yin is in charge of the Jinxia division of Shengshi Mansion, and he must not leave easily. If he leaves, the Jinxia division will inevitably be leaderless. She rejected Qi Xuan's request on behalf of Yin Jingxing. It's true that leaving may not necessarily lead to major events, but many things will be left undecided. Why don't you stay and replace Master Yin? Besides, can you, a strong dragon, suppress the local snake? Master Yin, the local snake, must come out. Qi Xuan was rejecting Nangong Yuan from head to toe. What local snakes, what powerful dragons, they are all loyal ministers to your majesty. Yin Jingxing spoke before Nangong Yuan could answer. Before, there was instigation and the idea of replacing someone else, and now there is separatism. If Qi Xuan continues to talk about this, when Nangong Yuan goes back and reports, someone will have to come down to investigate in 2 days. But what you said makes some sense. Nangong Datong is not familiar with this area. Why don't I take him to Lanlu Mansion? I just need to borrow the secret imperial edict. Yin Jingxing changed the subject and stopped Qi Xuan before he could continue to speak. He saw that if he didn't take Qi Xuan there, Qi Xuan would not let him go, and who knew what weird words he would say next. Yin Jingxing really didn't understand why Qi Xuan had to trap him alone. It can't be because he is familiar with him. Don't say that Qi Xuan really has this idea. As the saying goes, half of the strangers are killed, and the acquaintances are the best. In the ghost world, Yin Jingxing is more familiar with him. Who else can Qi Xuan kill if not him? No, this matter is the personal order of His Majesty. I must go with you. Nangong Yuan refused without hesitation. At first, it was nothing, but after Yin Jingxing agreed, she felt that the 2 of them had a sense of déjà vu. If they really let them go, who knows what will happen? Since you need Master Yin to lead the way, let's go together. The matter of the evil suppression department can be temporarily handled by the Lord of the Mansion. Anyway, it will only take a few days for you and me to go there, and it won't be delayed for long. The more Nangong Yuan talked, the more she felt that the 2 of them were in cahoots. The attitude of this statement made Yin Jingxing feel bitter. Qi Xuan had directly pitted himself in these few words. If there is no way to solve the problem later, the investigation is inevitable. It's not good. We 2 grown men are going to save the world. If you come in halfway, it will be easy to be misunderstood. Qi Xuan was still very repulsive. Nangong Yuan clenched his fists. Qi Xuan's words were really irritating. Well, since Commander Nangong is willing to go, let's go together. Yan Jingxing was caught in the middle, and felt very suffocated. If it wasn't inappropriate, he would have wanted to sew Qi Xuan's mouth shut. The more he said this, the more problematic it became. Now Nangong Yuan must go. Yan Jingxing can't go alone with Qi Xuan for his own future. If he goes, there will definitely be misunderstandings. If you leave like this, the mansion master will be wronged. He only has one salary, but you let him do two. Qi Xuan severely criticized Yan Jingxing's behavior. However, Nangong Yuan no longer paid attention to Qi Xuan and Yan Jingxing. It's settled. It doesn't matter if the mansion master is wronged. I will report to His Majesty, and ask for credit for him. After saying this, Nangong Yuan turned around and left, not caring whether the two would have any follow-up. The two looked at each other. Yan Jingxing didn't know whether to say it or not, and then he sighed and caught up with Nangong Yuan, the commander of Tiandu. This must be explained clearly. Qi Xuan sighed after seeing the two people walking away. It seems that this opportunity really needs to be triggered by this great commander, otherwise I have been so busy, how could I not get rid of it? Forget it, let it go. Anyway, Yan Jingxing has been pulled in as a thug, and he can do anything when the time comes. Yan Jingxing is strong enough in both strength and status. So whether he encounters danger or someone deliberately mocks and provokes him, Yan Jingxing can solve it, and he doesn't need to do anything. Intelligent brain, do you have information about Lanlu Mansion? Qi Xuan asked. After sorting it out, the intelligent brain gave Qi Xuan the corresponding information and marked Lanlu Mansion on the map. In the real world, satellite projection is naturally effective. Lanlu Mansion is adjacent to Shengshi Mansion, and the distance is not far. It is a bit dangerous in the middle. There may be ghosts wandering in uninhabited places, but because there will be regular cleaning, the possibility of encountering is not high. The areas where opportunities and disasters may occur have been marked. If necessary, you can choose your own route. The intelligent brain is still very considerate, but these data cannot be guaranteed. After all, satellite projection cannot achieve the level of detail for the time being. It is not impossible for recognition errors to occur. Chapter 359. The three of them set off in the afternoon, and the Lord of Shengshi Mansion came out with a bitter face to see them off. When he looked at Yan Jingxing, his eyes were full of resentment, as if he had been plotted against. Why should he go, and not himself? But because of Nangong Yuan, the commander-in-chief of Tiandu, he didn't dare to say anything in the end. There won't be such blind people, don't worry. The officials of our Jiyue dynasty won't be so corrupt. Yan Jingxing just felt a headache. On the way to Lanlu Mansion, Qi Xuan told him a lot of things he might encounter. Among them, there were some dandy boys coveting the beauty of Nangong, the commander-in-chief, or Qi Xuan being provoked because he stepped in with his left foot first, etc. It's better to be safe than sorry for this kind of thing. I have experience. Qi Xuan's experience comes from brainless and demented novels. He had never experienced it before because there were no beauties around Qi Xuan. This time was different, and it could really happen. Alas, how crazy was the other world he lived in? Nangong Yuan was speechless about Qi Xuan's words. She had never seen anyone coveting her beauty in her life. There were definitely a lot of people who coveted her strength and power, and wanted to win her over, but she really didn't have any beauty. Not to mention that some ordinary things would be ridiculed. Nonsense, if you hadn't followed me here, I wouldn't have these worries. Change to Yan Siju. Qi Xuan was interrupted by Yan Jingxing when he said this. No, I'm not as intimidating as the commander-in-chief. Yan Jingxing could understand why Qi Xuan didn't like Nangong Yuan, but he couldn't understand why he praised him every time. So he reasonably suspected that Qi Xuan was flattering him, and deliberately directed Nangong Yuan's hatred towards him. At first glance, it looked ordinary, but in fact it was surprisingly bad. Fortunately, Nangong Yuan, the commander-in-chief, was knowledgeable, and did not misunderstand. Otherwise, even if he was not liquidated afterwards, he would have to pay a heavy price. Is there a person in front? Qi Xuan suddenly said. The two of them paused and looked in the direction Qi Xuan pointed, but there was nothing. Where? Why didn't I see it? Yan Jingxing's body tensed, and a ghost head chain slowly condensed in his hand. There are still 3 seconds. After Qi Xuan said this, a figure appeared from the distant horizon, and was approaching them at a very fast speed. It seems to be a person, not a ghost. Qi Xuan looked carefully again, and came to this conclusion. On the other side, Nangong Yuan's body opened densely packed eyes. These eyes were not only on the skin, but also on the clothes and accessories. The overall look was very lively, and it blinked from time to time, almost like a living being. Do you know him? Chi Xuan saw the behavior of these two people, and was sure that they were not friendly. So he summoned Fei, and let it block him in front, and protect the two in front of him. A bunch of crazy people, it's best to kill them if you meet them. Nandong Yuan said coldly, exuding a fierce murderous intent. To a certain extent, Nandong Yuan and Yin Jingxing actually have good tempers. Chi Xuan provoked them so much, but neither of them was angry. But when he saw this person, he was really angry. Master Yin, you protect him, I go and deal with this ghost. Nandong Yuan was somewhat thankful at this time. Fortunately, she brought Yin Jingxing with her. One more person means one more help. After saying this, Nandong Yuan's eyes began to wriggle, and after a flash of her body, she disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared, she had already blocked the figure she called the ghost and launched an attack. Ghosts are actually human, but they are traitors to humans. Yin Jingxing said, you should also know the method of controlling ghosts. If two ghosts are deliberately merged during the transplantation process, some kind of mutation will occur, making people neither human nor ghost. Even their thinking will change. They will respect the ghosts in their bodies, and call themselves slaves. And they can disguise themselves, and have great ability to seduce. All actions and plans are to release the ghosts we have sealed, including killing people to revive the ghosts in people's bodies. Most of the ghosts in the dynasty are revived by ghosts. But because of their special nature, they will not form a group to keep warm. When two ghosts meet, their first thought is to release the ghosts in each other's bodies, rather than cooperate, so they are not only cruel to people, but also to their own kind. Yin Jingxing introduced the situation and special nature of ghosts to Chi Xuan. When Chi Xuan heard this, he discovered a key blind spot. You mean intentional fusion? Isn't it only your Zhiyue dynasty that has the method of controlling ghosts? How can it be intentional? Chi Xuan complained. No matter how you look at it, the appearance of ghosts is problematic, and the problem lies with the Zhiyue dynasty itself. Chi Xuan has not yet obtained the technology of ghost control. The Zhiyue dynasty has done a good job in monopolizing and keeping secrets in this regard. Yin Jingxing just shook his head. I don't know about this matter. What it means is that you guessed right, but he is just the head of the evil suppression department of a prefecture, and he is not a high-level figure in the Zhiyue dynasty. Maybe the commander-in-chief knows something. Yin Jingxing did not intend to explore the ghost. For him, the 3 acres of land in Shengshe Prefecture is what he should consider, and he has never thought about leaving or getting promoted. So tell Chi Xuan that if you want to know, find the commander-in-chief instead of asking him. Chi Xuan naturally understood what the other party meant, but was thinking about why there was such a change. The commander-in-chief is indeed powerful, and it was solved so quickly. The two of them had not talked for long, and Nandong Yuan had already subdued the ghost and dragged the ghost back. As for killing, if you can capture it alive, you naturally can't kill it. After all, the ghost man is also a human being. If he dies, the ghost in his body will surely revive. To become a great commander, there must be at least 6 ghosts in his body, and the 5 ghosts complement each other, with the companion ghost in his body as the core. Yin Jingxing said. The combination of ghosts and monsters can make people more powerful, but the risk is also greater. But it seems that he won't live long. Chi Xuan added. The more he is used, the higher the progress of ghost fusion will be. The Zhiyue dynasty will naturally not allow it, so in the end, he will only be euthanized, and the ghosts that have not been fully fused will be taken out and sealed. If nothing unexpected happens, Nandong Yuan has been the commander-in-chief for a short time, and his time in office is not long. Don't worry, I can live for another 3 years, don't worry about things that will affect you. Nandong Yuan said. She is still very familiar with her own situation. In the world of ghosts, most people take life and death lightly. Not because of open-mindedness, but because it is always like this. If you live carelessly, you will die carelessly. Then congratulations to you. Chi Xuan replied casually, and then set his eyes on the ghost man. There is a ghost on his body. Chi Xuan squatted down and began to check. Normally, 2 ghosts will not show the characteristics of ghost transformation. That's right, there are only 2 ghosts on the ghost man, and they are fused together, and it is not impossible to call it one. This is a respectable. The ghost man saw Chi Xuan pulling himself and opened his mouth to say something. They kicked him in the face with a hoof, and a huge dent was kicked out on the face on the spot. Chi Xuan didn't want to listen to the other party's messy words, and directly started the dissection through polymorphic energy. Such a fast regeneration and self-healing ability, you don't have it. When Chi Xuan dissected, he found that the depression on the face was recovering. And the speed was very fast, and it could be restored to its original appearance in about 5 minutes at most. No, The ghost man has a certain immortality of ghosts because of the change. Nandong Yuan was obviously not the first time to deal with the ghost man, so he answered Qi Xuan's question directly. On the contrary, Yan Jingxing had only heard of it, but had never really seen it. So what is the origin of the ghost man, can you tell me? Qi Xuan asked while cutting open the ghost man's belly. As soon as his abdominal cavity was opened, a ferocious big mouth was seen, and below it was a piece of meat connected with the internal organs. Obviously, this was the fusion-type ghost that only affected the ghost man. Unfortunately, it was not the type that Qi Xuan wanted. What he wanted was the fusion ability, not the fusion between ghosts. He did not move, but sewed it up and then opened the ghost man's head. You want to know about the ghost man, His Majesty will tell you. Nandong Yuan looked at Qi Xuan's behavior and did not stop him, but said, "We are in a hurry. If you want to torture the ghost man, you can wait until you get to Lanlu Mansion." As a traitor who is willing to become a ghost slave, Nandong Yuan naturally would not say anything about human rights. If it were not in the wild, it would be difficult to seal the fusion ghost in the ghost man's body. She would have killed the ghost man long ago. How could he live until now? The skull is open, you say wait? Can't wait a little. Qi Xuan refused directly. If he really agreed, he would have to sew him up, which would be troublesome. I heard that Lanlu Mansion also caught a ghost. Stop for a while, and let the commander-in-chief operate for you and give you the ghost. Yan Jingxing directly tempted. Qi Xuan was a man who would not give up until he saw the rabbit. It was unrealistic to ask him to stop with empty words. But as long as there was a benefit, it would be much easier. Can it be done? Qi Xuan looked at Nandong Yuan. Yan Jingxing's words were useless. He had power in Shenshi Mansion, but only Nandong Yuan had this power in Lanlu Mansion. Yes, if he is not dead, I will let them give you the captured ghost. Nandong Yuan agreed. What else can he do? Qi Xuan squatted and refused to leave. Using force would definitely not work. Shiyue dynasty still hoped to cooperate with Qi Xuan to get the power to deal with ghosts. It should be satisfied with this little thing. Chapter 360. Lanlu Mansion. Because they had called in advance, there were no accidents when they arrived. When they arrived, there were also the Lord and the Chief of Lanlu Mansion to receive them. These two people did not know Nandong Yuan and Qi Xuan, but they knew Yan Jingxing. However, after learning about Nandong Yuan's identity, the enthusiasm of the reception was even higher. As for the ghost man who was caught before, he had been killed long ago, so why would he stay until now? This is not a good thing. The sooner he kills it, the sooner it will be over. Qi Xuan did not make trouble unreasonably, but asked them to arrange a quiet room for him, and then he dissected the ghost man by himself. Although the chief of the Suppression of Evils department of Lanlu Mansion wanted to say something, he finally endured it because Yan Jingxing and Nandong Yuan endorsed Qi Xuan. But they increased security and surveillance to avoid some accidents. Qi Xuan saw this behavior, but did not make a fuss. As long as it did not affect his dissection, the other party's behavior was also normal. Qi Xuan's behavior was like taking a bomb to someone's house to defuse it. If there was really no reaction, that would be a problem. It was just because of this abnormal behavior that the Lord of Lanlu Mansion had to contact Tiandu for confirmation. It was mainly illogical and common sense. Fortunately, Tiandu gave a definite reply in time, which made the Lord and the Chief of Lanlu Mansion feel relieved. Although the precautions were not relaxed, they were much more flexible. After Qi Xuan moved into the quiet courtyard, the surroundings were not so quiet. For no other reason, the ghost man's wailing was from morning to night, and rarely stopped. Even if it stopped, it was not because Qi Xuan let him go, but because the other party fainted. It howled for 3 days, before Qi Xuan called someone to deal with it. Qi Xuan did not take away the ghost in the other person's body, because if it was taken away directly without processing, the melting furnace would not be able to hold it. The hanged ghost and the golden ghost were both captured by Qi Xuan from the truth layer, so they would be very honest when they were stuffed into the melting furnace. The ghost in the ghost man's body is not only wild, but also in the reality layer. It has great regularity, and cannot be imprisoned by the melting furnace of Tai Sui God. It is equivalent to that as long as the killing rule is triggered, it may directly ignore the space and come out. This involves the reduction of human nature, the clamping of rules, etc. In a way, ghosts and ghosts have reached a symbiotic situation. But there is a problem in the spirit. Because of the symbiosis, it is completely distorted by pollution. The source of the pollution is the human nature of ghosts in the truth layer. Shiyue dynasty does not seem to realize this. Qi Xuan suspected that the transformation of the ghost control method on the ghost involved the truth layer. That's why this completely different mutation occurred. It's just that Nandong Yuan is too tight-lipped and doesn't want to tell me the ghost control method at all. Yan Jingxing showed signs of loosening up before, but he never mentioned it after encountering the ghost, as if he was warned by Nangong Yuan. From all aspects, Nangong Yuan is not a vase. Her appearance is simply her disguise. In fact, she has sealed countless ghosts, and she is not merciful to people at all. So if you are really confused by the other party's appearance, then you are really screwed, and you will definitely be hooked. The other party used the secret of ghosts, and the method of controlling ghosts, as a control, to prevent Qi Xuan from escaping. If you want, you can go to Tiandu. Emperor Zhiyue will not be stingy with this secret. However, before that, you have to cooperate with them to detect the rules of the Doomsday Game. In short, a reward is linked together. If Qi Xuan wants to get it, the best way is to take action directly. But the other party has already considered this point. You can get it if you take action, but you can forget about the subsequent benefits. However, they are not stingy with the existing benefits, such as various treatments and answers to all requests. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door outside. It was Yan Jingxing. He didn't want to come very much. He originally wanted to trick the head of the Lanlu Mansion's evil suppressing department to come, but the other party was alert and pushed it back. The main reason was that Yan Jingxing's behavior was too weird, and he was afraid of being cheated. Good news, the evil suppressing department of Lanlu Mansion has caught another ghost. Yan Jingxing knocked on the door, but didn't come in. He shouted this sentence outside the door. During these 3 days, he had actually been worried about Qi Xuan making a fuss. After all, the ghost who was supposed to be given to him was killed. Qi Xuan opened the door and said slowly, "I know it's good news, but I can shout it, but if you shout it out, I think you betrayed the Zhiyue dynasty and joined the ghosts." Yan Jingxing's eyes widened, and his face turned a little green. Sooner or later, he would tear Qi Xuan's mouth apart, because he didn't understand the ways of the world at all. The guards looked at him with a strange look in their eyes. It wouldn't be a big deal if Qi Xuan didn't say anything. After all, it was well known that he liked to torture ghosts. After saying this, the atmosphere changed. "You can't talk, so don't talk next time." Yan Jingxing was finally forced to swallow his anger. "Do you want the ghost? If not, I let them kill you." "Yes, why not?" Qi Xuan was worried about not having any experimental subjects. The value of the previous ghost was squeezed dry, and he urgently needed a new experimental subject. "Then I have someone send it to you," Yan Jingxing said, and turned around to leave, but was grabbed by Qi Xuan. "Don't leave in a hurry, let's talk more," Qi Xuan said. However, Yan Jingxing refused very seriously, saying that he still had official business. Mainly because Qi Xuan's identity was special, and his mouth was like poison. He would be ruined by the end of the conversation. "Don't you find it strange?" When Qi Xuan said this, Yan Jingxing paused. "A small Lanlu mansion can actually have 3 ghosts. How often do you see a ghost in Shengshi Mansion, which you rule?" Qi Xuan said. Yan Jingxing's eyes twitched. He wanted to remind Qi Xuan to be careful with his words, but he thought that even if the other party knew, he would not change, so he let it go. "Since I took office, I have never encountered a ghost in Shengshi Mansion under my jurisdiction." Yan Jingxing seriously corrected Qi Xuan's words, with great emphasis on the word jurisdiction. "Right, how could the Lanlu Mansion have 3 at once? Normally, 1 is rare, and 3 have appeared." "You are still not alert," Qi Xuan reminded. "As for the protagonist, he is a disaster star wherever he goes. Qi Xuan usually has the effect of 7 yuan to relieve misfortune, so it is rarely triggered. But this time, even the beauty was exposed, and it is not unacceptable to trigger another big event." "What did you find out?" Yan Jingxing asked hurriedly. "What can I find out? I'm here all night, so it's just a guess. Besides, you don't need me to remind you about this matter. I guess the Lord of Lanlu Mansion and the suppression of evils are almost exhausted. It's just that you are an outsider, so I didn't dare to bother you. You have to remind the commander of hell." Qi Xuan pointed out a clear way. "It's the commander of Tiandu." Yan Jingxing couldn't help but corrected him, and then said, "I go right away, you can torture the ghosts and don't leave the protection." After saying that, Yan Jingxing turned around and left, and his speed was many times faster than before, obviously using the power of ghosts. Qi Xuan returned to the house, and continued to tinker with his experiments. But before 2 minutes, a wave of sleepiness came. "No way again?" A cycle of 7 days, Qi Xuan decisively asked the intelligent brain to inactivate himself through the Tai Sui God. "After resurrection, I felt refreshed and not sleepy at all. But soon, fog and darkness emerged." "You don't need anesthesia. Why do you have to make me sleep?" Qi Xuan complained. He watched the changes in the surrounding environment, and actively collected the required data. I don't understand it, but I write it down first and learn it when I'm stronger and can understand it later. Qi Xuan was very optimistic. I just don't know if this great commander from Tiandu can detect that I have entered the truth level. If she can, it means that she is also involved in the ghost-making method experiments related to ghosts. If not, then the ghosts are likely to be the product of accidental birth. Of course, after it was created, it may have some unknown effects on the Zhiyue dynasty, otherwise it would have been destroyed long ago. After all, it can be known from the words that it was artificially created, not naturally born. This is indeed strange. The survivor is indeed sensitive to crisis. He can survive until now, not because of his strange summon. Nandong Yuan did not change much after listening to Yan Jingxing's words. As the commander-in-chief, she had already guessed it, but she had a mission, and it was inconvenient to take action. Besides, this is not a fight, but an investigation. Let's report to the prefecture first. Your and my mission is to deal with the survivors. Don't make trouble. Nandong Yuan gave a solution. That is to report it. Compared with the problem of Lanlu Mansion, she values Qi Xuan, the survivor, more. After all, it is the will of His Majesty the Emperor, and has a greater priority. Don't you know the situation of the ghost man? Yan Jingxing hesitated and asked his doubts. Nandong Yuan understood immediately that the other party had misunderstood. This matter involves the Deep Palace. I am just the commander-in-chief and don't know much. Nandong Yuan did not lie. The ghost man involved the secrets of the dynasty, and her duty was to maintain the order of Tiandu, so she didn't know much. The palace was not under the jurisdiction of her, the commander-in-chief of Tiandu, and there was also a commander of the Imperial Guards. When Yan Jingxing learned that it involved the Deep Palace, he did not continue to ask. If you want to know more, you can. Before Nandong Yuan finished speaking, there was a shout outside the door. Lord Nandong, Lord Yan, something happened. The person you asked us to guard disappeared. There was a voice outside the door. Yan Jingxing decisively opened the door, let the person in, and asked, "What's the situation? Tell me in detail." Then the man began to tell the process. It was unclear when he disappeared. When they sent the ghost man here, there was no one in the house. The two looked at each other and calculated the time of 7 days in their hearts. Okay, I got it. Let the head of the Lanlu Mansion's Evil Suppression Division come to see me, Nandong Yuan said.